To survive the cyber apocalypse 7 days from now, you actually sold off the Trillion Group and fled to Russia to secretly bid on a genuine nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. As the midnight bell tolled, cyber mana poured down on Blue Star like a torrential rain, and the transformation began. Standing at the bow, you felt a deafening metallic resonance vibrating beneath your feet. A pale blue stream of data frantically refreshes across your retinas as the entire nuclear-powered aircraft carrier rises from the ground, transforming into a colossal mecha piercing the clouds. The seawater explodes with a thunderous roar as a mecha beast lunges toward you. You let out a cold laugh, swung your right arm, and instantly vaporized it with a laser cannon. Just as the residual heat began to subside, a mechanical voice boomed, "Ding! Overlord system activated. Mana core detected, Legion privilege enabled. Huaxia, Xinxia Tower." Huff huff. Inside the Xinxia Guild office, Lin jolted awake, gasping for breath. What the? He looked around at his surroundings, strange yet familiar. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and checked the time. March 1st, 2:20 p.m. In an instant, a look of excitement and anticipation flashed across his face. I've been reborn? His name was Lin, an orphan who had been adopted at the age of 3 by you, the chairman of the Xinxia Guild. You had never had children of his own and had never married after his death. The 20-year-old Lin took his place. Lin had originally thought he would be able to live a carefree life thanks to the fortune left by his adoptive father. But unexpectedly, just 1 month after Yu's death, the apocalypse struck. In the early hours of March 7th, a cyber breach appeared in the sky, and malevolent cyber mana poured down upon the entire Blue Star. Afterward, every living creature on Blue Star except for humans and most plants was transformed by this energy into mecha beasts. From an ant to a blue whale in the deep sea, and even some towering ancient trees, all were transformed into cybermechs with independent consciousness. These cybermechs require organic lifeforms to sustain their energy, and for them, the only humans who remain unaffected are their prime targets. The energy and size of these cyber-mech transformed creatures have increased several-fold. Some outlying cities were swallowed up overnight by various gigantic cyber beasts. Even some of the military's heavy weapons are unable to completely destroy them. This catastrophe is known as the cyber apocalypse. However, humans are not entirely defenseless. After the cyber apocalypse struck, some humans also received the blessing of cyber mana. They gained the ability to transform into their most valuable mechanical possessions. They can switch freely between their mecha form and human form. They also possess powerful cyber abilities, though the strength of these abilities is determined by the size and value of the object they transform into. For example, if someone bonds with their car, they transform into a fully armed Autobot. But if it's a watch, their combat power after mechaization will be relatively weak. These humans are called cybers. Lin was also a cyber in his past life. However, because he was so fond of all kinds of luxury watches, he ultimately mechaized a Rolex watch worth tens of millions. Although his combat power after mechaization was far greater than that of an ordinary watch, it was still somewhat lacking when facing those mecha beasts. As a result, during the subsequent massive invasion of mechanical monsters, he fell victim to a villainous scheme. Unable to stand up to those monsters on his own, he lost his life. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself here, and it was a week before the cyber apocalypse. Since fate has given me a second chance, I will make those people pay the price. Lin's gaze was fierce as he stared out the window, his mind racing. Since he had been reborn, it was as if he now possessed the ability to foresee the future, and he had been given ample time to prepare. So, Lin began to recall the cybernetic objects that had been particularly powerful in his previous life. Tanks, though powerful, lacked maneuverability and had relatively limited attack options, so they were out of the question. Fighter jets, fast and capable of flight but with poor defense, they could be destroyed easily. If only these two could be combined. Combined? As if a light bulb had gone off, Lin suddenly had a bold idea. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, a deep voice came through the line. "Hey, Xiaochun, what is going on now?" On the other end of the line was Shane, an old acquaintance of Lin's father, Yu. Before Yu passed away, he had told Lin to contact Shane if he ever needed help. There was nothing in this world Shane couldn't handle. Shane, I'd like to ask, do you know of any way to purchase an aircraft carrier? Aircraft carriers, with their massive size and the most powerful fighter squadrons, are far more formidable than individual fighter jets or tanks. A carrier strike group, even before cyberization, is equivalent to the total military might of a small country, so one can only imagine how powerful it would be after cyberization. Lin's remark was absolutely mind-blowing, no matter where you heard it. After all, an aircraft carrier isn't something you can just buy with money. Upon hearing this, Shane naturally furrowed his brow. Xiao Chen, do you know what you're talking about? You can't just buy an aircraft carrier with money. Lin, of course, knew this. But he clearly remembered that at this time in his previous life, a major event had taken place up north with the Russians. With the war intensifying and military funds running short, the Russians had been forced to put one of their nuclear-powered aircraft carriers up for public auction. Back then, interested tycoons and nations from all over the world flocked to Russia, and among them was Shane. Lin said calmly. Shane, of course I know all that, but I've recently heard there's an official auction over in Russia. Apparently, there's a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier up for sale, right? Can I go with you, Shane? Although that aircraft carrier was several decades old, the Russians had maintained it exceptionally well, and its combat capabilities were still top-notch. Well, Shane hesitated a bit. He knew that if he took Lin along, the kid might get carried away and actually bid on it. But then he thought better of it. The Shinsha Guild's total assets were currently only a few $100 billion, while the starting bid for a fully operational nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was likely in the hundreds of billions. Taking him along wouldn't hurt. He'd probably back down when he realized the stakes. Alright, get yourself ready. I'll take you there tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin made another call. Hello, President Lin, how may I assist you? The call was answered by a woman in her 20s named Ro, U.S. former secretary. Since U.S. passing, she had become Lin's secretary. Ro, find out the maximum amount of liquid funds our company can currently allocate. Yes, Mr. Lin. On the other end of the line, Ro switched the phone to speaker mode and began typing on the computer in front of her. About 3 minutes later, Ro picked up the phone and reported, Mr. Lin, our company's accounts show we have over 10 billion in available funds. Would you like to use some of it? Only 10 billion? Lin furrowed his brow. 600 billion might sound like a lot, but in reality, the cost of building a single nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was at least 800 billion Huaxia yuan. 600 billion was simply too little. Only. Ro's mouth twitched. What did only 100 billion even mean? Was that even human speech? Moreover, from the tone of his words, she already sensed a bad omen. President Lin, forgive my boldness, but although President you left behind a substantial fortune, it won't last if you keep squandering it like this. Besides, our company's arch-rival, the Defiant Guild, has been causing us nothing but trouble. You'd better focus on the company first. Defiant Guild. Just hearing that name gave Lin a headache. It was a nation founded by those Foot Basin chicken people, a sworn enemy of his father's for as long as anyone could remember. Moreover, in his previous life, it was this very company in collusion with an internal spy that had brought about his downfall. He silently vowed to himself that once he was cyberized, the first thing he'd do would be to raze their company to the ground. Alright, I get it. Let them do as they please. I have more important things to attend to. Oh, and while you're at it, bring me all the luxury watches from my collection in the company exhibition hall. I'll be waiting for you at the Astra Guild. Before Ro could even react, Lin hung up the phone and took the elevator down to the underground parking garage. Looking at the all-black Mercedes-Benz in front of him, Lin couldn't help but click his tongue. If he hadn't been so obsessed with collecting luxury watches in his previous life, he would have at least been a car enthusiast. So now he was going to sell off all those luxury watches and the entire company. He knew that a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier would cost at least 100 billion to start with. The company's current liquid assets of just over 10 billion were nowhere near enough. And the only entity capable of both buying the luxury watches and acquiring their Shinsha Guild was Astra Guild. Astra Guild, ranked among the world's top 50 with a market capitalization of 1 trillion, had formed an Autobot army after the cyber apocalypse broke out to specifically resist the invading monsters. Lin held them in high regard. The CEO of this company had an old friendship with you, which was why Lin had chosen to come here. President Lin, are you saying you want to sell Shinsha Guild to me? Are you sure? In a luxurious conference room at Astra Guild, Chairman Long looked utterly astonished upon learning that Lin had sought him out to sell Shinsha Guild. Although Yu was no longer with them, his son Lin had been managing the company quite well. In fact, over the past few days, the company had even shown signs of thriving. He never would have imagined that Lin would want to sell the company. I'm certain, Long. Although Shinsha Guild belongs to my father, since he gave it to me, it's mine now. You've been close friends with my father for a long time, so you should know that I've never liked this kind of business competition since I was a child. Plus, there has been some conflict with the Defiant Guild lately, and I really don't want to fight with them. So I'm thinking of selling the company and going back to my hometown to live out my days in peace. Long nodded upon hearing this. All right, since you've put it that way, I have no reason to refuse. After all, the Shinsha Guild that you had built from the ground up was once the undisputed leader in its field. If he acquired the Shinsha Guild, he would truly become the sole dominant force in the entire northern region. As for the Defiant Guild? That lot really doesn't have what it takes. Thanks, Long. I also have some luxury watches here, would you like those as well? Upon hearing this, Long waved his hand, cutting to the chase. No problem. I've already looked at those watches, they're in great condition. Here's the deal, for these watches plus the company, I'll round it up to a nice round number 150 billion. What do you think? 150 billion, that was a fair offer. Although Shinsha Guild's current market capitalization is, by any measure, over 200 billion, that is ultimately just a market cap. Exchanging a 200 billion market cap for 150 billion in liquid capital isn't a bad deal. Alright, 150 billion it is, Long. Let us sign the contract. Great, President Lin, you're so straightforward. Having secured 150 billion in cash flow, Lin had just stepped out of the Astra Guild office building when he spotted Ro, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Hey, Ro, why are you still here? Lin asked. Mr. Lin, did you sell Shinsha Guild? Ro looked at him with a cold expression, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Yes, I sold it. I'm no longer your boss. Oh, right here, take this. Lin casually tossed a set of car keys her way. These are the keys to my Rolls-Royce. They're yours now. With that, he drove off in his Mercedes-Benz without looking back, leaving Ro standing there, at a loss. He was giving her the Rolls-Royce because she had helped him during the cyber apocalypse in his previous life. Given the car's value and the fact that a Rolls-Royce, once cyberized, possesses impressive combat capabilities, it should be able to save her life during the cyber apocalypse. That was all he could do, the rest was up to her own fate. The next day, Lin accompanied Shane on his private jet to the Russian military auction. Since Russia's military strength has consistently ranked among the world's top, the auction attracted a large crowd. They were all nations or wealthy individuals from around the world looking to purchase advanced weaponry. Xiao Chen, auctions here are quite different from the ones back home. Since we're on their turf, we have to play by their rules. On the way to the auction venue, Shane gave her a thorough rundown of the precautions. After all, this was an international military auction, not some small-scale toy auction like the ones back home. Got it, Shane. Soon, the two took their seats, and the auction began as scheduled. The auctioneer this time was a female military officer from Russia. She was tall and possessed a unique, fiery beauty. Since this was an international auction, everyone in attendance was provided with a simultaneous interpreter and a bid number to ensure the auction ran smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. With her resounding opening remarks, the crowd seated in the open-air auction hall fell silent. The female officer on stage continued. Welcome to our giant bear auction. I'm sure you've all heard something about the theme of today's auction before arriving. That's right, we're auctioning off various weapons from our giant bear arsenal. Without further ado, let us get the auction started. At her command, an image of a jet painted entirely in black slowly appeared on the screen behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our previous generation S-35 fighter jets. Although it's a previous generation model, its Mach 2 speed and radar stealth capabilities are second to none. For this S-35, our starting bid is 80 million pretty coins. 80 million pretty coins converted, that's roughly 560 million Huaxia coins. To the average person, this sum might seem like an astronomical figure, but so bids began coming in almost immediately. I'll bid 100 million. 130 million. 150 million. The final price settled at 180 million, a full 100 million more than the starting bid, which converts to 1.26 billion Huaxia yuan. Keep in mind that this subpar version of the S-35 cost just over 1 billion to build, and a fighter jet is useless without a skilled pilot, so there's no need to spend that much on it. Following the S-35, a T-90 main battle tank was put up for auction. A third-generation main battle tank developed by the Big Brother in the last century, this vehicle was easier to operate than a fighter jet, so it was snapped up for 3 times its original price. The auction continued. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5th-generation fighter jets and our anti-air and anti-ship tanks are just today's appetizers. The next item up for auction is the real highlight of the day. As her voice trailed off, the screen changed once more. An image of a massive aircraft carrier slowly came into view. This caused a stir among the audience. Although they had known about this for a long time, seeing it actually displayed before their eyes was still quite awe-inspiring. This is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and its name is Lesness. Here it comes. Lin, sitting in the audience, wore an excited expression. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. However, just as excited as he was a middle-aged man sitting behind him, who also looked determined to win at all costs. On stage, the female officer continued her presentation. The Lesness is the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in our history. Although the first-generation model was quite crude, after 4 subsequent upgrades, this carrier is now capable of overwhelming any modern aircraft carrier. Included with the aircraft carrier are 34th-generation fighter jets and 20 T-90 tanks, equipped with top-of-the-line anti-aircraft armor-piercing rounds. Alright, let us cut to the chase and start the auction. The starting bid for the Lesness is 80 billion. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Yet many were still vying to drive up the price. 81 billion. 82 billion. 90 billion. The bidding, which had been proceeding in increments of 10 billion, was suddenly interrupted by a middle-aged man sitting in the corner. Everyone turned to look in his direction. Holy crap, isn't that Inoue from South Korea? Inoue? The guy from Japan who made his fortune selling seafood? Looking at the man, Lin's brow furrowed slightly. He knew this man. In his previous life, he had actually represented Japan in the purchase of the aircraft carrier. After all, due to diplomatic relations, Japan hadn't participated in this auction. So they'd given Inoue 1 quadrillion to make the purchase in his personal capacity. Otherwise, how could a fishmonger possibly afford an aircraft carrier? Xiao Chen, stop looking. We're just here to join the fun at most. You saw it yourself, the starting bid is 80 billion. That's way beyond what we can afford. No sooner had Shane finished speaking than Lin raised his paddle to bid 100 billion. That bid naturally drew everyone's attention back to Lin. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Where did you get that kind of money? Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Shane tried to talk him out of it. Shane, don't worry. I sold my company yesterday. You sold it? You. Sigh. Shane was momentarily at a loss for words, looking as though he was disappointed in someone with great potential. Because of Lin's 100 billion bid, the entire room's attention was focused on him. Whoa, who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Seems like he's from China. Why would someone from China be interested in an aircraft carrier? Doesn't their country produce its own? Why are they bidding on a next-generation carrier? Who knows, But if he can put up 100 billion, the Chinese sure are rich. Such a bid naturally irked Inoue. Gritting his teeth, he raised the bid again, 110 billion. This was the absolute limit of what he could afford after all. He was just a fishmonger who barely scraped together 10 billion over the years. But Lin didn't even give him a chance. 120 billion. This bid completely crushed the Korean man's dream of owning an aircraft carrier. In the end, Lin purchased the aircraft carrier for 120 billion. After the auction concluded, Lin stayed at the local shipyard for the remaining 5 days. When the cyber apocalypse struck, aside from water and food, energy would be the most precious resource. So on March 3, Lin spent 10 billion to purchase solid fuel, food, and fresh water, all of which he stored aboard the aircraft carrier. From March 4 to March 7, he repainted the aircraft carrier, transforming it from its original black and white stripes to a vibrant red, and completely overhauled its infrastructure and environment, making it look as good as new. At 11:59 a.m. on March 6, Lin stood on the top deck of the aircraft carrier, gazing out at the pier, quietly awaiting the arrival of the cyber apocalypse. 3, 2, 1. Ding ding ding. As the shipyard's midnight bell rang out from the pier, his body suddenly tensed. Cyber apocalypse is coming. In an instant, the dim, pitch-black sky was suddenly illuminated. High in the heavens, dazzling sparks suddenly appeared. They were dazzling and radiant, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, leading those still awake to believe it was a meteor shower from some constellation. Many even pulled out their phones to take pictures. They wanted to show off the perks of staying up late on their social media feeds. But Lin knew these weren't some so-called meteor shower, they were cyber's energy beams. These beams hurtled toward the ground at incredible speeds. Some struck desolate wilderness, while others hit the very heart of the city. They caused the ground to tremble, emitted immense, overwhelming heat, and, radiating outward from their centers, created shockwaves that spread into waves of multicolored light. These waves of light were cyber mana. A small dog was the first to be bathed in the radiation. Its body suddenly swelled, and its entire form gradually became covered in metal. Eventually, it evolved into a giant mechanical creature the size of a small car. It then launched a frenzied attack on the humans around it. Similarly, some humans exposed to the light also sensed changes within their bodies. Their bodies began to swell uncontrollably, infused with their most cherished mechanical possessions. They became transformers of varying sizes. They are the cyber. Some of these cyber, finding the situation too bizarre, fled in all directions, while others launched attacks in their Gundam forms, dueling those mecha monsters. Near the shipyard where Lin was, a beam of cyber mana also struck the ground. With his eyes tightly closed, he tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, arms outstretched, feeling the energy radiating from the beam. Gradually, he felt his body restructuring, and a violent tremor shook the ground beneath his feet. By the time he opened his eyes, his vantage point was already hundreds of meters above the ground. Standing in the ocean, he could take in the entire shipyard at a glance. The aircraft carrier beneath him had vanished, replaced by his colossal Gundam mecha form. Because he was in the ocean, combined with the red hull, the scene now reminded him of the Red Storm from Pacific Rim. Except that this one was several times larger. With the power of cyber mana, even ordinary beasts could transform into Tyrannosaurus rexes, let alone an aircraft carrier that was already a colossal behemoth before its mecha transformation. It worked! Lin murmured to himself. Just as in his past life, he had been chosen once again to become a cyber. Only this time, his mecha was no longer that watch, but this aircraft carrier. Moreover, he was certain that he was the only person in the world capable of transforming an aircraft carrier into a mecha. After all, no one in the world had ever owned an aircraft carrier in their own name. So, thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was pondering this, a vibration suddenly shook the ground beneath his feet once more. A towering wave surged up from the ocean not far away. If Lin were still in human form, he might have fled by now, but now he was a cyber mecha. And not just any cyber mecha, a massive, mecha form aircraft carrier. This giant wave barely reached his knees. Even so, the wave was already as tall as a 5-story building. At first, Lin thought it was some kind of natural disaster. But upon closer inspection, he realized that behind the wave, a mecha beast was swimming. It was about 80 to 90 meters long, roughly the size of a yacht. But compared to the size of Lin's aircraft carrier, it was as insignificant as a mouse facing a lion. It seemed to have caught the scent of humans at the shipyard and was charging toward them at breakneck speed. "You've come at just the right time. I'll use you to warm up." Lin smiled calmly, then began to flex his arms, preparing to throw a punch. As soon as the giant creature swam right up to him, he didn't hesitate, he unleashed a punch. The force behind that punch sliced through the air like a gale, sparking a flash of fire. It created whirlpools of varying sizes on the surface of the sea where he stood. Lin didn't even get a chance to see what kind of creature-esque mecha it was. He simply shattered it into a pile of metal that plummeted to the ocean floor. The towering wave was also shattered by the impact, turning into a torrential downpour of rain the size of soybeans. The shockwave from that single punch left the shipyard behind him in ruins, turning it into a living hell that looked as if it had been struck by a missile. But he felt nothing about any of this. First, with such a massive commotion, the humans at the shipyard had likely fled long ago. Second, in the apocalypse, one should never feel any pity for any human. Because, in the apocalypse, every human would stop at nothing to survive using any available resources. They only care about themselves. In his previous life, he had paid the price for caring about others, allowing schemers to exploit his weakness, which ultimately led to his death. So in this life, he absolutely refused to play the saint. Having severed all human emotions, Lin slowly walked toward the stretch of ocean where the remains of the mecha creature lay. He bent down and felt around in the seawater with his mechanical arm. Soon, a white mana core appeared in his hand. It shone with a dazzling white light, surrounded by a colorful halo resembling a planetary belt. This was the mana core of that giant mecha beast, capable of replenishing Cyber-S mecha with energy. However, he had already stockpiled several hundred metric tons of energy in his aircraft carrier-S storage, so he didn't need to worry about running low on power at all. Still, free as free, he went ahead and tossed the thing straight into his energy storage. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Sufficient energy cluster detected. Overlord system activated. Mecha upgrade system now available. Does the host wish to upgrade the aircraft carrier mecha? System? Upgrade? These two ordinary terms appearing in this context instantly gave Lin a surprise even greater than the aircraft carrier mecha itself. This was the kind of indispensable cheat found in online novels. It could be said that possessing this alone already declared him the protagonist of this apocalypse. With that in mind, he wasted no time. Mimicking the standard opening lines of online novels, he tentatively asked in his mind, "System, are you there?" Soon, the mechanical voice from earlier sounded again. Ding! Please enter a command. It was real after all. Lin suppressed his excitement, composed himself for a moment, and then slowly spoke, "System, tell me about your abilities." Ding! This system is called the Overlord system, and its purpose is to build the ultimate and supreme mech for the host. The system's abilities are as follows. Ability 1, when obtaining a mana core, there is a 1% chance to acquire a unique skill. Ability 2, once you've accumulated a certain amount of energy, you can upgrade your current mech. For details, please open the system panel. Although there were only two simple abilities. But if you think about it carefully, the first ability alone is already insanely powerful. Simply collecting energy allows you to upgrade your mech, and while doing so, the second ability also gives you a chance to gain bonus skills that is essentially a comprehensive enhancement. After reading the skill descriptions, Lin was already getting excited. He couldn't wait to get his hands on more mana cores. But before that, it would be better to use his current, limited energy to upgrade his mech first. After all, his mech's energy storage currently held as much as 10 billion units of energy. If the storage were accidentally damaged during a battle with monsters, he'd likely end up playing with fire and getting burned. So, out of sight, out of mind, and this would also give him a chance to see just how powerful the system's so-called mech upgrades really were. No sooner said than done, he summoned the system panel and clicked on the mech upgrade section. Soon, a massive, transparent purple panel floated into the air. Current energy reserve, 2,000 metric tons. Current mana core, grade BX1. Energy required for upgrade, 2,000 metric tons of premium grade energy, grade A mana core X3, grade B mana core X5, grade C mana core X10, grade D mana core X20. An S-grade mana core, huh? Lin couldn't help but marvel. An S-grade mana core was actually equivalent to 2,000 metric tons of energy. This made him feel a surge of excitement. Drawing on his memories from his previous life, Lin clearly recalled that the grading system for mecha mana cores had been established by the World Cyber Alliance at the time. Back then, on the third day after the cyber apocalypse broke out, the global elite united all the cyber beings who had awakened mechs to form the World Cyber Alliance. This alliance was similar to the Avengers in the Marvel Universe, established to maintain world peace. They had only one mission: to protect ordinary humans, exterminate mech monsters, and build steel fortresses. On the fifth day, the World Alliance issued a series of regulations and treaties. Among them was a classification system for mecha monsters. The monsters are ranked from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, D. Among these, Class D mecha monsters pose the lowest threat. They are created through the mechification of creatures such as ants, mosquitoes, or flies. After mechification, these creatures grow to about the size of a house cat and can be easily subdued by even ordinary watch mecha awakened ones. Grade D mecha monsters evolve from mecha based on rats, young cats, and dogs. After evolution, they grow to about the size of a standard motorcycle and pose a higher level of danger. Grade C mecha monsters evolve from adult cats, dogs, or wild felines and canines. Among these, when human pets undergo mecha awakening, they retain memories of their owners but will indiscriminately attack other people and creatures. Grade B consists of giant animals and ferocious beasts, which are generally wild. Once cyberized, they're destructive power rivals that have heavy weapons, and these are the primary threats humans face. As for Class A and Class S, the authorities have not explicitly defined their specific types, offering only a vague concept. These likely refer to the ranks attained by ancient creatures after undergoing mecha transformation. They are fiercer, faster, and possess far more terrifying strength than ordinary beasts. It is said that during the beast tide outbreak in his previous life, the leader was an S-class ancient saber-toothed tiger. However, Lin met his end long before he ever laid eyes on the so-called saber-toothed tiger. So the most he knows about is the A-class mana core. He still remembers that in his previous life, on the fifth day after the cyber apocalypse broke out, an A-class mecha lion colossus appeared on the outskirts of the city. It was incredibly ferocious, and the Alliance had to deploy dozens of cybers just to take it down. If an A-class creature possessed such terrifying power, one can only imagine what an S-class would be like. And now he happened to possess high-quality energy resources on par with an S-class mana core. That was exactly what had him so excited. Although these energy reserves were enough to sustain a city's consumption for a year, as the saying goes, you have to spend money to make money. So Lin resolutely pressed the upgrade button on the control panel. After hearing a ding, his vision suddenly went black. When he woke up again, he found himself on the shipyard pier, having regained his human form. Just as he was puzzling over this, he suddenly spotted a colossal structure towering over the sea in the distance. It soared high into the sky, blocking out the bright moon above. Lin instinctively thought it was some kind of mecha monster, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own aircraft carrier mecha. At that moment, the sound of mechanical clanging could still be heard coming from the mecha from time to time. System, what's going on here? Lin naturally voiced his confusion. How could upgrading just eject me out of the mech? That doesn't make sense. Ding. Your mech is currently upgrading. Due to its immense size, the upgrade process will take a long time. I get that, but what I'm asking is, why did it eject me? Although the Silbers in his previous life could also freely switch between mecha and human forms. Back then, the Silber mecha were fused with the person. It was similar to Ultraman's transformation device. The Silbers also had a so-called transformation device. When they activated it, the mecha would dissipate accordingly. Simply put, a Silber and his mecha could never exist simultaneously. But in this situation, he had clearly separated himself from his mech. This instantly made him feel much less secure. After all, this wasn't a safe zone, not to mention a mech-transformed cat or dog. Even a mech-transformed ant could take down an unarmed human. All he could do now was pray that no mech beast would show up before his mech upgrade was complete. But as if misfortune weren't enough, a piercing screech suddenly rang out from the shipyard behind him, followed immediately by violent tremors shaking the ground. Lin spun around to see a giant mecha-enhanced crab striding sideways toward him. Holy shit, does my luck have to be this bad? Lin stared in shock at the giant crab, as big as a car, charging toward him from the distance. He was standing on the pier, with nothing but the endless ocean behind him. There was no way he could escape. Damn it, system, use your invincible powers and figure something out. As the mecha crab gained speed, the unarmed Lin was completely helpless. Just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately, a laser beam swept past right over Lin's head. The laser was incredibly fast. Its target was the mecha crab directly across from him. The instant the laser made contact with the mecha crab, it was cleanly sliced in two, and its mana core rolled to the ground. Ding! Your mech has been upgraded. As the parts of the giant crab mech scattered, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out in Lin's mind. Lin instinctively turned his head to look at his mech. It had been completely transformed and was now even larger. In addition, the red color of the entire mech had become much more vivid. Moreover, the number of weapons visible around its arms and legs had visibly increased. That laser beam from earlier had been fired from a laser cannon mounted on its right leg. If the original aircraft carrier mech was a Gundam-sized giant hundreds of meters tall, then this mech could now be described as a colossal, mobile sea fortress. Holy crap! Even though Lin knew this was his own mech, he still felt an inexplicable sense of awe toward it from the bottom of his heart. If anything, it was less awe and more fear. After all, humans have always harbored a deep-seated fear of massive, unknown creatures. After swallowing hard, Lin slowly walked over to where the mecha crab had been and picked up the mana core that had fallen to the ground. This mana core was neither too big nor too small, it was about the size of a small basketball. He had originally intended to pick it up and toss it straight into the energy warehouse, but he was now surprised to discover that he could view the mana core's basic information. Class C mana core, dropped by the mecha sea crab found in the northern part of the land, can be used in the mecha fabrication chamber to produce a controllable mecha giant crab. Mecha fabrication chamber? What the heck is that? Lin was completely baffled. This term, which he'd never heard before, left him utterly confused. Ding! The mech manufacturing bay is an independent auxiliary bay that becomes available after upgrading your mech. Once activated, it can deconstruct and reassemble the mana core of a corresponding creature, thereby recreating the original mana core. The resulting mech will be more powerful than the original. It will also possess independent consciousness. Of course, you can also enter its cockpit to pilot it manually. The system's explanation was concise and to the point, and Lin immediately grasped the principle behind this so-called mecha manufacturing chamber. Didn't that mean he could use this to recreate the mecha behemoths he'd defeated and put them to work for himself? And most importantly, these recreated mecha behemoths would be under his command and they'd even possess independent consciousness? Lin suddenly had a bold idea. If he killed more mecha behemoths, remanufactured them, and put them to work for him, building a massive army of mecha behemoths wouldn't be a pipe dream. At this thought, Lin couldn't help but get excited. However, a question suddenly crossed Lin's mind. He asked the system in his mind. System, this sounds amazing, but surely there isn't a limit on how many times I can do this, right? After all, he'd seen on TV that protagonists usually had some kind of limit, otherwise, they'd start off with a trump card right away. How would the story even play out? Ding! There is no limit on the number of uses. You only need to prepare a mana core and a set amount of metal to begin manufacturing. Non. The system's reply took him by surprise. If that's the case, this ability is a bit too overpowered. After all, the key to obtaining a mana core is to take down the mecha behemoths that possess them. Take, for example, that unidentified creature that was just smashed to pieces in the ocean and this mecha crab on the shore. When they're killed, not only do they drop a mana core, but their body parts are scattered all over the ground. Aren't those parts just metal? If that is the case, as long as he can take down those mecha behemoths, wouldn't he be able to put them to use? True, in his previous life, taking down a mecha beast might not have been so easy. But his mecha now is an aircraft carrier. Just a moment ago, he crushed the sea creature with a single punch and wiped out the mecha crab with a laser beam that alone proved his current strength. In other words, right from the start, he is already at the peak of his power. After thinking this through, he forced himself to calm down. So what he needed to do now was use this ability to collect as many mana cores as possible, then build a mech army and make those who betrayed him pay the price. But before that, he still needed to understand the upgraded mech's capabilities. He silently chanted in his mind, "System, show me the ability panel for the upgraded mech." Ding! Please wait. Moments later, the system panel appeared before his eyes. Ultimate Class Carrier Mech Unnamed. Base Attack, 70,000. Base Defense, 70,000. Speed, 1,000. Equipped weapons, Armstrong Rotary Armstrong Laser Cannons X4, Armstrong High Energy Nuclear Bombs X20, Armstrong Ultimate Class Ion Cannons X1. Mech Manufacturing Bay. You can manufacture mechs using a mana core and metal components. The higher the mana core level, the longer the manufacturing time. Mechs currently in the mech bay: 6th generation fighter cybermech unnamed, nuclear powered submarine cybermech unnamed, 4th generation main battle tank cybermech unnamed, nuclear powered destroyer cybermech unnamed. Description: a level 2 aircraft carrier class cybermech equipped with a super CNC AI. The main control AI can intelligently operate the cybermechs within the cybermech platform and summon or recall any cybermech via the nanomech platform on your right wrist. Whoa, is this some kind of grad school entrance exam? Such a long description? Looking at the lengthy text, Lin couldn't help but mutter under his breath. But he still read through the entire panel, word for word. He was even more diligent than when preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. After all, every single word here was extremely useful. For example, the cybermechs mentioned here: the 6th generation fighter jet, the 4th generation main battle tank, and the nuclear submarine. These weren't just extras included when he purchased the aircraft carrier, they were actual mechs gifted by the system after upgrading the carrier mech. Keep in mind, these three represent the strongest military capabilities across land, sea, and air. Anywhere these three mechs were deployed, they'd be absolute powerhouses, not to mention his own supreme, epic-tier aircraft carrier cybermech, which was truly invincible. Then he noticed the line of small print at the very bottom. Nanomech. Lin extended his right arm and saw the nanomech platform the system had just mentioned. It looked somewhat like a small cell phone. Lin had seen this device in his previous life. It was the transformer for the cyber's mechs. In his previous life, his transformer was a watch with a single press. He could summon a mech, a truly enigmatic device. However, his current transformer seemed to be equipped with AI. Lin was no stranger to this term. AI is also known as artificial intelligence. Most often, it refers to robots programmed with code and instructions to carry out specific tasks. Rather than true artificial intelligence, it's more like a massive database. So-called artificial intelligence simply searches through these databases. If the database is emptied or the network connection is lost, the AI ceases to exist. There is no such thing as absolute artificial intelligence. That was Lin's own belief. But what if the system had been enhanced with AI? He tentatively swiped the screen on his wrist and found the voice command section. What is your name? As Lin issued the command, a voice came from his wrist. Master, I do not have a name. Would you like to name me? It spoke in a very pleasant female voice, rich and full of emotion. If a blind person were to hear it, they might truly believe there was a female butler standing before them, dressed in a maid's uniform, with long golden hair tied back and a curvaceous figure. However, he wasn't surprised. After all, anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. And clearly, this was a genuine AI, not the shoddy kind produced by current human technology. A name, huh? Lin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. When it came to naming things, he was truly hopeless. He was completely clueless, in fact. Take his previous life, for example. He agonized for ages over game character names, only to end up with something like Tyrannosaurus Wargod or Dark Lord names that reeked of teenage delusions of grandeur. So even before he'd gotten started, the naming process had him stumped. Call it God no, that's a bit too old-fashioned. King of Demons? No, still way too over the top. Ugh. Got it. After thinking for 2.5 minutes, Lin finally realized, rather than coming up with a name himself, he might as well just use someone else's. He waved his hand dramatically. It's decided. From now on, you'll be called Edith. That was the name of the pair of glasses Iron Man left for Spider-Man after his death. Lin felt it suited his AI perfectly. Okay, Master, but are you sure you want to name me Edith? I don't think a name like that typical of a low-level AI fits who I am. Huh? He hadn't expected this AI to actually voice her own opinion, and from her tone, it was clear she was quite annoyed. Indeed, naming her after another AI was just as awful as your current girlfriend calling you by your ex-boyfriend's name. You're right. Then you'll be called Xingqian. Lin had just come up with this name. This Xingqian is not that Xingqian. The Xing in Xingqian represents the universe. And Chen represents himself. So when these two characters are combined, they signify that he is the universe itself. Xingqian. I really like that name. From now on, I'll be Xingqian. Clearly, this name was much more appealing than Edith. Alright, then, Xingqian, I'm going to ask you a few questions now. Master, please ask. Lin nodded. I'll ask you this, how many mechs can you control at the same time? And do you have a combat mode? Combat mode that SA must have featured for mechs in sci-fi movies. Without a combat mode, it's like a man losing his manhood, utterly useless. Fortunately, Xingqian's answer left him very satisfied. In response to my master, I possess the most advanced combat mode in the entire universe and am capable of multi-brain control. When the mech is in autonomous combat mode, it will not interfere with your other commands. Multi-brain control. Lin had only ever heard terms like this in certain high-concept sci-fi movies. As the name suggests, multi-brain control means the ability to perform various operations simultaneously. This is something no artificial intelligence could ever achieve. That is because so-called AIs execute commands one thread at a time to start the next task. They must first complete the previous one. This is their shortcoming. It's inefficient and can even be slower than manual input. But Xingqian's multi-brain operation perfectly compensates for these shortcomings. For example, it can automatically handle combat while simultaneously analyzing the situation and assessing the battle dynamics and even perform other tasks. It's like a human being able to play League of Legends with their feet while taking an exam with their hands. And judging by the system's proud tone, it seems that by doing both at the same time, it reached the champion rank in League of Legends and got into Huaqing University. So, no matter how you look at it, an AI with such capabilities is undoubtedly the strongest in the world today. And in addition to this new AI feature, he also has 3 brand new mechs, one for land, one for sea, and one for air. Xingqian, quick, bring up those 3 mechs so I can take a look. He was as excited as a child who'd just gotten a new toy. Lin, of course, couldn't wait to see what these 3 mechs looked like and test their performance. Yes, Master. Retrieving them for you now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 mechs flew out of the central hangar bay of the aircraft carrier and raced at breakneck speed toward the dock where Lin was standing. As they slowly descended, Lin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This sense of pressure was no less intense than encountering a blue whale while diving in the deep sea. These 3 mechs weren't particularly large. Even the largest was only about 10 meters tall, roughly the height of a standard mech, or about 5 or 6 stories high. The overall color scheme of all 3 mechs was predominantly a vivid red. One of them was more massive than the other 2. It was the combat mech based on the 4th generation main battle tank. Of the other 2, one appears compact and delicate, yet looks incredibly sturdy. It has a streamlined design and features a tail fin adorned with mysterious patterns. This is the cybermech for the 6th generation fighter jet. Although it looks small and delicate, its speed is absolutely top-notch. The remaining mech looks unremarkable and plain, much like Bumblebee, and isn't very large, but it is amphibious, with the water serving as its primary battlefield. This is the nuclear-powered submarine combat mech, arguably the king of the seas. Although these three mechs aren't in the same class as the aircraft carrier combat mech behind Lin, they are still among the very best in this world. Keep in mind that according to the rules of this cyber game, the mechs that awaken are all derived from items owned by individuals. Apart from a few ultra-wealthy tycoons, virtually no one else could possibly own fighter jets, tanks, or nuclear submarines. This is especially true in the military, where all weapons are state-owned. As a result, the mechs awakened by official military personnel are typically based on cars or mechanical devices they've purchased themselves. Their combat effectiveness is even inferior to that of the wealthy tycoons in the civilian sector. That's why the beast horde later surged into the city, leading to Lin's death. It's fair to say that the official force's lack of strength was a major factor in his death. If the beast horde hadn't entered the city back then, how could he have possibly been betrayed by those petty individuals? Sigh. Lin let out a sigh and decided to stop dwelling on these thoughts. Because the most pressing task now was to use this mech manufacturing facility to produce a mech army as quickly as possible. This was to resist the beast tide arriving in 7 days. So the first step was to make the most of the three mechs right in front of him. The city had the largest human population, so it would attract the most mech-sized beasts naturally. That made it the best place to farm mana cores. So, he issued the command directly. Xingqian, name these three mechs Apocalypse No. 1 tank, Divine Eagle No. 1 fighter jet, and Abyssal Dragon No. 1 nuclear-powered submarine. Then send them to the nearest city. Their primary mission is to seize the mana cores and collect mech fragments. Yes, Master. Orders have been issued. As Xingqian gave the command, the three mechs in front of him shot forward, heading toward the nearest city. Meanwhile, Lin began examining his own aircraft carrier-class cybermech. But before that, he decided to give this mobile fortress a name. Xingqian named the aircraft carrier Body Zero. Roger that, Master. Are you certain you wish to name this supreme epic tier carrier cybermech Body Zero? Lin nodded, yes. Although the name sounded familiar at first glance, it was, in fact, exactly what it seemed. Understood, Master. Your cybermech has been renamed Body Zero. Excellent. Now, let us get down to some serious business. Mo City. This is the largest central city in the Russian Federation. It is also the region with the most abundant energy resources. So within the first hour of the cyber apocalypse, nearly all the surrounding cyber beasts swarmed toward this city. Fortunately, however, the Russian Federation's combat capabilities are formidable. Unlike China, individuals there are permitted to own firearms, as well as decommissioned tanks and fighter jets. Consequently, some Russian cybers who possessed these weapons spontaneously formed a united front to resist this sudden cyber onslaught, dedicated to protecting the humans within the city and driving out the cyber behemoths. But alas, there were too few powerful cybers. While most of these cyber behemoths were transformed from ferocious beasts, even giant bears, and were almost exclusively Class A cyber behemoths. In the blink of an eye, the defensive line formed by the cybers was instantly overwhelmed by these behemoths. The human lines retreated again and again, and it seemed they were about to reach the center of Mo City. At that moment, inside the Mo City Central Command Center, headquarters were about to fall. Requesting reinforcements. A burly man in military uniform spoke anxiously into his walkie-talkie. But after a long wait, a voice finally came through faintly. This is headquarters, Mo City. We're also under attack from cyber behemoths to varying degrees, but rest assured our reinforcements are rushing to your aid. You must protect our emperor at all costs. Mo City, copy that. The man in uniform hung up the radio and looked out the window, his eyes filled with anxiety. Your Majesty, you must hold on. It turned out that an hour earlier, the Russian emperor had also become a cyber, and he had awakened the latest model of the S-35 fighter cybermech. Naturally, the Emperor had become the city's most powerful force. And as the Emperor, he naturally bore responsibility for his country and his people. So he resolutely chose to rush to the front lines. Because the Emperor already possessed top-tier combat skills, it didn't take long for him to master the controls of the cyber mech and engage the cyber behemoths in battle. At that moment, near the third ring road of Mo City, thick smoke billowed as towering buildings lay nearly half destroyed. Amid the rubble and ruins, stood a mech painted deep blue, its sleek lines radiating a cold, metallic sheen. Bathed in moonlight, it shone with a dazzling brilliance. It held a massive blade in its hand and gazed intently ahead. This was none other than the Azure No. 1 mech piloted by the Great Emperor, who was currently halting the invasion of these mech beasts into the city. Before him stood a colossal cyber bear mech beast, one whose rank was on the verge of reaching S-class. Behind it followed a dense swarm of Arctic walrus mechs. Their bodies were only about the size of a small car, but they possessed sharp, massive steel fangs, and their bodies were covered in thick scales. Their eyes were bloodshot. Though they were itching to find and tear humans to pieces, these walruses dared not make a move. Just like human commanders, they obeyed the giant bear mech before them. In contrast, on the Emperor's side, almost all that remained behind him were battered mecha soldiers and wrecked tanks and fighter jets. Some pilots' bodies were even torn to pieces and exposed, and the shattered ground reeked of blood. The rest were merely stragglers. Though their mechas were intact, most were ordinary household mechas with utterly insufficient combat capability. So now, the only one still capable of fighting was the Great Emperor's Azure No. 1. But even he was barely hanging on. The recent series of battles had already taken a heavy toll on his body, and with his mech's energy reserves nearly depleted, his current unit could only last 3 minutes at most. If reinforcements hadn't arrived by then, he and the people behind him would all meet their end right here. He gripped the long blade in his hand, preparing for a last-ditch fight, when suddenly a voice rang out from ahead. "Human, I can see you're a man of courage, and you fit my image of a warrior race. But don't push yourself any further. Your best choice is to step aside and let us pass. As long as you do as I say, I won't harm you. I'll even protect you." The voice boomed like thunder, deep and wild. And the source of that voice was none other than the giant mecha bear standing at the front of the herd of walrus mechas. "Is it you speaking?" The Great Emperor raised an eyebrow, momentarily at a loss. He knew these cybernetic giant mecha beasts possessed intelligent self-awareness, but he never imagined they had actually learned human language. But true to his status as the Great Emperor, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Although the terms you've offered are tempting, allowing me to survive and ensuring my safety, I cannot accept them, for I cannot abandon my people for my own selfish gain." After all, the Great Emperor was a man who had weathered many storms. Though he was well past 70, his body remained robust, and his spirit was all the more admirable. He knew this was the only answer he could give. If he were just an ordinary person, he would naturally choose to cling to life. But he was not just a person, he was the Great Emperor, and behind him lay the glory of his entire life. "Sai, why do you humans always cling to your pride, even when you know full well how weak you are?" The giant bear mech shook its head, then casually plucked a mech walrus from behind it and forcefully yanked out its 2 massive tusks. It then tossed the damaged mech walrus's carcass aside. "Human, since you've chosen this path, I'll grant you a quick and painless death." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the mecha giant bear lunged at the Emperor, brandishing the 2 massive fangs. Its speed was extreme, the fangs tracing a graceful arc through the air. Clang! Even though Azure No. 1 shielded its hull with the best possible defense, it was still sent flying dozens of meters away by the sheer force of the impact. The mecha soldiers behind him were knocked back even further by the shockwave, only coming to a halt when they collided with the rubble of a building. Crack! Just as the Emperor was bracing Azure 1 to help it stand, a sharp cracking sound suddenly rang out. A crack had actually appeared across Azure 1's chest. Its right mecha arm shattered on the spot. "Ha ha ha ha." The mecha giant bear let out a mocking laugh. "You're as weak as a reed." It strode toward the Emperor's Azure 1, step by heavy step. "Emperor!" The mecha soldiers, now incapacitated, could only watch helplessly as the mecha giant bear closed in on Azure 1. Sorry, but as the pillar of humanity, I'll have to send you on your way first. It raised its massive fang high in the air, then thrust it down violently toward Azure 1. Reinforcements. Where are the reinforcements? Why aren't they here yet? The soldiers were furious and filled with self-doubt, yet all they could do was rage helplessly. Just then, 3 mechs suddenly flew in from the direction of Mo City shipyard. They were so fast that they charged right up to the mecha giant bear. One of them, a mech as massive as Mount Tai, unleashed a punch, sending the mecha giant bear crashing backward like a giant wave. Its colossal frame even crushed a large group of mecha walruses into pieces. You bastard! The mecha giant bear dragged its massive alloy body to its feet, the clanging of metal ringing piercingly in the air. Get out of my way! The mecha giant bear swept aside and hurled all the mecha walruses, blocking its path, its movements and tone brimming with irritation. At the same time, it looked toward the spot where the great emperor had been standing. There, 3 red mechs had just appeared. Damn it! Bears are naturally hot-tempered creatures that harbor hostility toward any species other than their own. Especially after being attacked, its rage reaches a breaking point. Compounded by the cyber virus's intensifying effects, it now wanted nothing more than to tear those 3 mechs that had just defied it to shreds. And so, frenzied, enraged, and roaring, it charged toward the 3 mechs, striding forward with its massive mechanical body. Its body moved like a high-speed projectile. Not only was it fast, but its destructive power was staggering. Wherever it passed, it left massive footprints in the ground, and with every step, the ground trembled. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Emperor! Let us get out of here! Some mech warriors who had struggled out of the rubble jogged over to the Emperor's Azure No. 1 mech, intending to help the badly damaged Azure No. 1 away. I'm fine. The Emperor shook his head. Help me up. Although I don't know if these 3 are our reinforcements, we can't just leave like this, we have to lend them a hand. The Emperor's tone was resolute. He knew that, with his current abilities, it was impossible to defend Mo City. He also knew that if those 3 mechs went up against the giant bear, their chances of survival would be slim. After all, his own mech was the S-35, their most advanced 5th-generation fighter. And even with that, he'd been beaten half to death by that giant bear. He wasn't sure anyone else's mech could be stronger than his. No, Emperor, you really shouldn't push yourself like this. Besides, your mech's energy is almost depleted. The mech soldier carefully helped Blue No. 1 to his feet and urged him with concern. Energy. Sigh. The Emperor let out a sigh. Their country was known as an energy superpower, yet to run out of energy at a time like this was truly ridiculous. So, Emperor, let us get out of here first. If we stay here, we'll only get in the way. I suppose we have no choice. Though the Emperor was reluctant, mere passion wasn't enough. Besides, glancing at the battle, it seemed those 3 crimson mechs were evenly matched with the giant mech bear. Just as his soldier had said, he would only be in the way here. So he disengaged from Azure 1 and, supported by the soldier, hurried toward the command center. But they had barely taken 2 steps when they suddenly heard a massive explosion behind them. Both men turned to look, and the scene that met their eyes was one they would never forget. They saw Apocalypse 1 instantly tear through the giant bear mech's body, violently ripping out its mana core amid flashes of lightning. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. The mecha giant bear lost its life in the blink of an eye. After Apocalypse No. 1 retrieved the mana core, Divine Eagle No. 1 transformed into a fighter jet and soared into the 10,000-meter sky, unleashing heavy fire from its energy shells on the mecha walruses below. In an instant, the area turned into a mechanical hellscape. Meanwhile, the remaining Abyss Dragon No. 1 silently cleaned up the aftermath, stowing all the mana cores into its storage bay and gathering the mechanical wreckage into a massive metal sphere. After clearing up the aftermath with lightning speed, the 3 mechs departed, carrying the mana core and the massive metal sphere. This scene made both the mech soldier and the great emperor involuntarily swallow hard. This who on earth are they? They actually took it down with a single punch? Such doubts silently arose in both their minds. Mo City, Shipyard, Shallow Sea Zone. The massive, towering aircraft carrier mech, the Batian Zero, was relentlessly bombarding the sea. About half an hour later, it finally halted this massive offensive. At that moment, inside the central cockpit of the Batian Zero, it was a 3-story villa spanning over 3,000 square meters. It had everything one could need: a bathroom, a kitchen, a study, and more. It was located right in the center of the Body Zero's chest. Inside the main cockpit, dozens of screens were mounted, each displaying surveillance feeds from different parts of the Body Zero's body. Although it was called a cockpit, aside from these screens, not even a single piece of mecha instrumentation was visible. In fact, this so-called cockpit was a name Lin had given it himself. Originally, this villa didn't exist, but just moments ago, after Lin upgraded the mech through the system, this villa materialized from it. According to the description, this villa is actually a place for the host to relax and entertain themselves while the AI is in autopilot mode. Simply put, it's a mobile sanctuary. With the AI's autonomous combat capabilities, the pilot can completely ignore the situation outside and simply rest inside until the battle is over. That was exactly Lin's current state. He was lying on the cockpit's sofa, casually scrolling through the news on his phone. Although the internet in some cities had collapsed instantly, there were still some places where the cities had held their ground. They had released the news immediately. Without exception, these reports were all covering the sudden appearance of cyber behemoths across the globe. From the news, he gathered that the People's Republic of China had responded swiftly as soon as the cyberization began. They had already established a clear distinction between conventional military forces and the cyber army. They then deployed troops to defend various cities based on their respective levels of danger. As a result, the initial phase of cyberization was easily brought under control by the cyber army. However, Lin knew this was only temporary. The beast tide 7 days later would mark the true beginning of this cyber apocalypse. By then, the mecha behemoths would suddenly unite and launch frenzied attacks on various cities so intense that neither the military nor the cyber forces would be able to stop them. At that point, those mecha beasts would act just like well-trained soldiers. They would defeat the defending mecha warriors at lightning speed and begin a massive assault on the cities. Moreover, they allocated their forces according to the size of each city. Lin still remembered Huadu, where he had lived in his previous life. It was the area hardest hit by the beast tide. Even the most powerful cybers at the time couldn't hold back their advance. Back then, those giant mecha beasts entered the city center with a clear objective. Guided by their primal instincts, they hunted down humans and crushed them as easily as a human would crush an ant. He himself had been impaled by a spiked mecha hedgehog. Even now, thinking back on it, Lin still felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he lay on the sofa reminiscing about his past life, Xingqian's voice suddenly snapped him back to the present. "Master, all mecha beasts in this sea area have been eliminated and recovered. Please issue your next command. I wonder if anyone else reading this. Can you take a look at me? Is it all taken care of?" Lin turned off his phone, stood up from the sofa, and looked out the window of the Seaview Villa. Outside lay the boundless ocean, and above it, a series of small platforms extending from the Batian Zero. From these platforms, mecha arms stretched out one after another. These were specifically designed to retrieve mana cores and mechanical debris from the seabed. After all, the Batian Zero's mecha arms were far too massive. If they were to blindly plunge in, it could shatter the mana cores, so Xingqian had specially devised these platforms. "Good work, Xingqian." Lin nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "How long will this recovery operation take, roughly?" Answer: Master, the mecha recovery platforms will complete the retrieval of all mecha debris and the mana core in this area in about half an hour. Then how long will it take to reforge these mechas? Answer: The estimated time for reforging all mechas is approximately 24 hours. We expect a total of 130 mechas, including 30 Class B mechas and 100 Class C mechas. No Class A mechas? A hint of disappointment flashed across Lin's face. He had originally thought that a full-scale bombardment of this sea area might net him a big catch, but it turned out to be nothing but a bunch of Class B units. Still, this was within his expectations. After all, if obtaining a Class A mech Colossus were that easy, it would be far too simple. Just as he was pondering this, Star suddenly reminded him. Master, the mecha beasts that invaded Mo City the closest to this location have been eliminated by Abyss Dragon number 1, Divine Eagle number 1, and Apocalypse number 1, and they VE brought back an A-class mecha behemoth. The moment he heard this, Lin's drowsiness vanished instantly. A class? We VE already got an A-class one? Looks like these Russian beasts are really quite formidable. After all, this area was vast and sparsely populated. With ferocious beasts and large animals everywhere, it made perfect sense for an A-class giant beast to emerge from among them. Quick, Xingqian, take me out to have a look. Yes, master. As Xingqian responded, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Seaview Villa slowly slid open, and a small jet-powered robot rose gently in front of him. Beneath the robot was a small, enclosed compartment large enough for one person. This was the Bation 0's elevator, which operated at will and was specifically tasked with transporting Lin. Lin stepped inside, and the small robot, having received its command, slowly flew toward the pier. Before long, the small robot had landed on the pier with Lin aboard. At the same time, 3 combat mechs landed in front of him. Even though he had seen these 3 mechs take off and land before, witnessing it again now was still utterly awe-inspiring. What stunned him even more, however, was the massive ball of scrap metal behind the Yuanlong. That single mech sphere was even larger than the 3 mechs standing before him. It was hard to imagine just how many mecha beasts were inside it. In addition to this giant metal sphere, behind the Divine Eagle number 1 lay a giant mecha bear that had been split in half. Even torn apart, its body was nearly as large as the giant metal sphere. I suppose this must be that Class A mecha beast, right? And judging by the looks of it, it's a grizzly bear. For a moment, Lin felt a surge of excitement. The grizzly bear is undoubtedly the king of the natural world, whether in terms of strength, size, or bite force, it is the king of kings. This meant he gained a powerful new ally. Hey, wait a minute, where's the mana core? Lin searched for a long time but couldn't find a single mana core, so he asked. Answer, Master, the mana cores are in the energy storage bay of Abyss Dragon number 1. There is a total of 1 grade A Cyber Giant Bear mana core and 70 grade C Cyber Walrus mana cores. That many? Lin raised an eyebrow. He originally thought that cluster of metal spheres contained only a dozen or so, but he hadn't expected there to be 70 Cyber Walrus units. But how did these walruses end up in the city? Aren't walruses supposed to be found in the northernmost seas? Answer, due to the effects of cyber radiation, the entire world's ecosystem has been disrupted. Some animals have gained extraordinary powers, so they are no longer confined to a specific region. Furthermore, as their abilities increase, they will expand their territory and, driven by instinct, attack human cities. Xingqian's explanation was simple and clear. These animals have simply become powerful, breaking free from nature's constraints and no longer confined to a specific region. Compounded by the effects of cyber radiation, they instinctively view humans as prey, leading them to launch frenzied attacks and plunder human territories. After all, the nature of the wild is survival of the fittest. Once they grow strong, they become dissatisfied with the status quo and attack weaker creatures. Once he understood this, Lin had no further questions. After all, in his previous life, he had seen news reports on TV about fish-like mechs coming ashore to attack coastal cities. If even fish can ignore the constraints of nature, how much more so for land-dwelling creatures? Besides, he didn't have time right now to worry about such natural laws. He had to first ensure he possessed absolute power in this post-apocalyptic world. Xingqian, if we add these mana cores and mecha fragments, how long will it take to rebuild them? Answer, Master, the estimated time required will increase by 24 hours. In 24 hours, you will possess 1 Class A Mecha Colossus, 30 Class B Mecha Colossi, and 170 Class C Mecha Colossi. 130,170, a total of 201 Mecha Behemoths. Although that number might not sound particularly intimidating, if they were actually produced, their defensive power would be no less than that of an entire city's army of mecha soldiers. If controlled properly, they might even be capable of crushing an entire country like Foot Basin Chicken. And that was exactly what he had in mind. Very well, Xingqian. follow my orders, activate the automatic defense system. Command the 3 mechs to patrol and defend the area around the Batian Zero. Do not allow any mech creatures to approach under any circumstances. If any mech behemoths invade again, destroy them all. This time, there is no need to bring back metal scraps. Just retrieve the mana cores as reserve energy, and retain only the B-class and higher cores. The remaining cores can be used to replenish the 3 mechs' energy at any time. Received, executing. March 9th, 9 a.m. Time flies. Those 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 2 days, many major events unfolded. For instance, the sudden appearance of cyber behemoths destroyed nearly 40% of human settlements, causing the population to plummet. Once the official mech warriors had cleared the invading cyber behemoths from their respective countries, the world's leaders gathered one night to negotiate and sign a mutual assistance agreement. Just as in his previous life, a global cyber alliance was formed. Their goal was to unite the world's cybers to jointly defend against the never-ending tide of cyber behemoths. Furthermore, the Chinese side proposed gradually relocating survivors from various nations to the Chinese region, thereby preventing any single area from becoming defensively vulnerable. And all nations understood exactly what this meant. It was a move to expand their influence. After all, this was their territory. If people came here, they would have to follow their lead. However, aside from the United States and a few nations supporting it, all other countries were more than willing to become vassals. After all, China's defensive and response capabilities are formidable. Moreover, when comparing existing cyber mech warriors, China's forces and mech soldiers are the most numerous. Not only do they possess extensive experience in close quarters combat, but their physical prowess is also exceptional. Consequently, some smaller nations have begun migrating toward China, and the balance of power among the superpowers has gradually shifted. Aside from this matter, there have also been reports of rare giant mecha beasts appearing. For example, in a major canyon in the south, locals discovered a mecha creature resembling a dragon and even uploaded footage of it online. In the northern polar regions, space satellites detected an asteroid-sized colossus reawakening, and on Mount Fuji in the tiny nation of Jiaopingkuan, a giant lava beast suddenly appeared. The relevant authorities immediately sealed off the polar regions and the Grand Canyon area. The World Cyber Alliance also began dispatching powerful cyber units to investigate these 3 regions. Though dangerous, humanity cannot resist exploring the unknown. At the same time, the World Cyber Alliance jointly issued a policy. They classified all cybers and mecha behemoths into tiers based on strength. These 3 unknown mecha behemoths were provisionally designated as S-class based on their threat level. And a bounty was announced. Outside of these 3 regions, if any other ancient-like mecha behemoths are discovered, relevant evidence can be submitted online, and mana cores will be awarded as bounties based on the rarity of the evidence. Consequently, some people, driven by the desire for mana cores, began using their advanced video editing skills to post bizarre homemade cyber behemoths on various websites. From a mecha monkey wielding a stick that popped out of a rock, to a 3-headed dog spewing flames, to a giant watermelon mecha with a machete strapped to its head, each one was more outlandish than the last. I thought that was as far as netizens could go. But the next video took the prank to a whole new level. In the video, a cyber giant chicken wearing black and white overalls was shrugging its shoulders while holding a basketball, accompanied by a hard-hitting background track. It was so over the top it completely broke my composure. The comments below were even more shocking. As we all know, videos can't be photoshopped, so I think it's really possible the dove is an ancient beast that has awakened. Just look at those overalls, they're clearly not from this era. I'm really not the pharaoh, no way. Who told you to edit the video like that? Is this even worthy of an S-class giant beast? Pair who has been practicing for 2.5 years, to the person above, if you still want to eat Gij's eggs, you can just not eat them, there's no need to slander it here. Center part king, and it better be a 2.5-year-old koan egg, or I won't eat it. True fan, whoa, what are you guys doing? Ha? Can you even troll this? Lin, who had just woken up and was scrolling through videos in the morning, couldn't help but mutter under his breath. These netizens might not be good at much else, but damn, they sure know how to pull off a good prank. After scrolling for a while longer, Lin casually tossed his phone aside and climbed out of his 10 square meter bed. About 10 seconds later, he stepped off the bed. He slipped on his slippers, walked over to the window, pulled back the curtains, and stretched. Gazing out the massive floor-to-ceiling window at the serene, azure expanse of the ocean, he couldn't help but yawn. The sight of the endless ocean made him feel a bit sleepy again. Just as he was about to go back to bed for a little more sleep, Xingchen sent a notification. Report, Master, the mecha manufacturing bay has completed its mission. 200 giant beast mechas have been manufactured and automatically programmed with your voice recognition system. They will obey only your commands. That fast? This instantly shook Lin out of his drowsiness. Since the three number 1 mechs had been continuously repelling the external mech beasts, he spent the past 2 days doing nothing but eating and sleeping as if he were on a beach vacation. So when he heard that his mech beast army had been completed, excitement surged through him. Overcome by this excitement, he didn't even have time to change his clothes before hopping into the elevator and heading straight to the Batian Zero Mecha preparation room. The preparation room was located on the topmost level of the Batian Zero. It was a sci-fi style laboratory with a glass dome, roughly the size of several soccer fields. The moment he stepped into the storage room, he was hit by a wave of cyberpunk atmosphere. Lined up on both sides of the corridor were mecha energy pods of varying sizes. Their exteriors resembled mecha capsules and emitted a pale blue glow. This was the area specifically designated for replenishing the energy of the manufactured mechas. Near the entrance were the energy pods for small mechas, or mecha beasts of various types stood in neat rows. The most numerous were the mecha walruses and mecha crabs, while the rest were small mecha fish. Their exoskeletons were all painted a fiery red, and their appearance was even more human-like than before. They possessed legs capable of independent movement and hands capable of dexterous grasping, a feature Lin had specifically requested, primarily so these small mechs could carry out the recovery of mana cores and metal parts. Further ahead lay the large mech energy bays. There were 3 in total. These 3 are the bays for the 3 number 1 mechs. Since they are currently patrolling the surrounding area, they are not in their designated slots. Further ahead lies the giant energy storage bay, where a colossal mech stands silently, greedily consuming the energy within. This mech stood over 20 meters tall. Its imposing presence resembled a towering, majestic mountain, striking fear into anyone who laid eyes on it. Its head was a dark red, as if stained with blood, radiating a murderous aura. Upon sensing someone approaching, a blue-purple glow slowly enveloped its body. It then emitted a deep, resonant voice. "Hello, my master." The sudden greeting left Lin momentarily stunned. He muttered, "Xingchen, is that you speaking?" That was the only possibility he could think of. Surely this giant bear-like mech before him couldn't have developed its own AI consciousness, could it? That would be downright terrifying when you thought about it. Answer, Master, this is not my voice. It isn't? Then. Before Lin could finish his sentence, Xingchen jumped in. In response to your question, Master, this is the self-awareness inherent in Class A mechs. Before cyberization, animals possessed a basic level of sentience. However, due to the radiation from cyber mana, their way of thinking underwent a qualitative leap, granting them intelligence that surpasses that of humans. Building on that, I've implanted all the languages of every country into it and programmed it to recognize you as its master. However, it currently only knows basic language emotions and personality traits. Haven't been programmed yet. Would you like to customize its personality? Although Xingchen's explanation sounded complicated, it essentially meant that this giant mecha bear had gained human-level learning abilities through cyberization. And now, just like in a simulation game, he could configure a series of settings for this mecha. Xingchen, putting it that way makes me feel like this is really awesome. A real-life mecha racing game, surely no man could resist that, right? Plus, he already had the perfect setup in mind for the giant bear mecha right in front of him. So, without hesitation, he brought up the giant bear mecha's data panel and began coding rapidly. As for personality, wild yet steady. Emotions, cold-hearted. Basic profile, a giant bear lord from the polar regions, the ruler of the glaciers, possessing a superhuman physique and intelligence far surpassing that of other bears. It can channel the power of lightning to enhance itself. It has a haughty demeanor but obeys its master, Lin, without question. Done. After finishing, Lin pressed the confirm button and smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the successfully modified panel before him. To make it even more realistic, he also had Xingqian use special materials to add the attract lightning attribute and lightning resistance to this giant bear mech, naming it Lord of Thunder. It wasn't tea until noon. Master, Thunder Lord has been modified and its energy is fully charged. Would you like to conduct a simulation training session? No need. Lin waved his hand, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Let us go straight for the big one. Huaxia, Astra Guild. After the cyber apocalypse struck, he assembled a cyber Autobot legion numbering in the thousands, with over 100 trucks alone. Their combat prowess was extraordinary. They could even go head-to-head with the local World Cyber Alliance in Huadu, making them true local powerhouses. At that moment, Chairman Long was sitting in his office, leisurely sipping coffee while watching a movie. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Long, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, called out casually. Come in. As soon as his voice trailed off, a woman in a uniform walked in. It was Long as secretary. Reporting, Chairman, we've located Lin. You've located him? Long suddenly froze, set down his coffee, pressed the spacebar on his keyboard, and then looked at the visitor with a sense of urgency. Where is he now? As Lin's uncle, he was still very concerned about him. After all, his father, Yu, had been a close friend of his. Before Yu died, he had promised to take good care of Lin, so as soon as he had regained his composure, he immediately sent people to search for Lin. Reporting to the chairman, Lin is currently at the largest shipyard in Maozi, Huadu, headquarters of the World Cyber Alliance. At that moment, a group of strategic representatives was gathered in the conference room for a meeting. Presiding over the meeting was the Russian representative, Blev. This is footage of the Lesness mech captured by our satellite surveillance. The screen in the conference room displayed the stretch of ocean where Lin's Body Zero mech was located. As everyone knows, satellite images are taken from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even MOCDS landmarks appear as mere dots on satellite maps. Yet the mech in this image was as large as a small island. This naturally prompted questions from the representatives present. Mr. Lev, although we aren't very familiar with the types and origins of cybermechs, are you certain the mech in this image is from that aircraft carrier of yours that was already auctioned off? It doesn't seem possible for it to be that big, does it? The question came from the representative of Xiaoping Cohen. Since his country was only about 4 or 5 times that size on satellite maps, he felt insulted. But Blev replied firmly. I'm sorry, Mr. Jingxia, but this is a fact. Furthermore, this aircraft carrier was purchased at auction by a wealthy businessman from Huaxia. If you have any doubts about this, you can ask the Huaxia delegation. He directly passed the question on to the Huaxia delegation. This caused everyone to instinctively turn their gaze toward Mr. Long, the Huaxia representative seated at the head of the table. At that moment, Long was sitting with his hands folded in front of him, looking deep in thought. After a moment, Long spoke slowly. It's true. The purchaser of this aircraft carrier is a businessman from Huaxia named Lin. 2 days ago, when the Great Emperor contacted us, we also had our doubts about this. But when we used the Shenzhou Sky Eye system to scan that area of the sea, we captured this image. What Mr. Blev is showing us right now is exactly what we sent to the Russians. What? Do you perhaps doubt the accuracy of our Huaxia Heaven SI system? After speaking, Long fixed his gaze on Jingxia. Due to the cyber apocalypse, he hadn't slept a wink in 2 days, and now he was dragging his exhausted body to this meeting, so his gaze was somewhat fierce. This immediately deflated Inashita's spirit. No, I wouldn't dare. Although Inashita felt he had powerful backing, when faced with a tough opponent, he knew when to back down. Since there are no objections, please continue, Mr. Blev. Very well, Mr. Long. Blev nodded, and just as he was about to continue his presentation, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Black and red warning lights instantly began flashing throughout the conference room. This is the Jiajiao Penji Cyber Alliance. We detected an S-class alloy armored giant bear at the summit of Mount Futo. Requesting headquarters support. Requesting headquarters support. What's going on? Quick! Bring up the feed. Long calmly ordered his subordinates to switch the conference room screen to the live feed from Mount Fuji. At that moment, atop Mount Fuji, there stood a massive, blue and purple mech, its entire body shimmering silver, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. Its body was covered in lightning-shaped patterns that seemed to dance across its surface as if alive. Its name was the Thunder Lord. At that moment, it was carrying out an indiscriminate bombardment of the crater. Mount Fuji is one of the world's largest active volcanoes, so every bombardment caused molten lava to spill out of the crater. This lava, also known as the fire of the Earth's core, is rock melted at extremely high temperatures and has a very high viscosity. Its temperature generally ranges from 700 to 1200 degrees. At such temperatures, any carbon-based lifeform would be melted, so this overflow is an absolute catastrophe for the entire footbase in Kuan. Active volcanic eruptions do occur on Jayapenji from time to time. However, in most cases, the lava cools and solidifies into rock before it reaches the foot of the mountain. But the current situation is that the mech is deliberately subjecting the crater to extremely intense bombardment. Given the scale of this bombardment, not only would rock melt, even steel would be melted. So if the crater were to rupture, the magma that Mount Fuji has accumulated over many years would pour down, and it wouldn't just be the central and southern parts of the footbase in Kuan, the entire island would likely sink. Moreover, a volcanic eruption would trigger tectonic shifts, causing earthquakes, which in turn would drive up sea levels, ultimately submerging the entire island under the ocean. Damn it! What's going on? How the hell did this mech even show up? In the Cyber Alliance conference room in Huadu World, Inashida couldn't help but curse loudly. That was his homeland. If the volcano really erupted, he'd never be able to meet his ancestors again. Moreover, the eruption would undoubtedly erase what little history they had left. This disaster could easily rival the cyber apocalypse that erupted on March 7th. And on top of that, their country had only just finished slaughtering those giant mecha beasts that had invaded the cities, and now this suddenly happened. How could he not be furious? Although eliminating the giant mecha bear would eliminate the source of the volcanic eruption, that was precisely the problem. Who could possibly take down an S-class mecha giant bear? The South Koreans don't have any cybers who awaken special mechas. Most of them are just car people, and they're all driving local cars. As everyone knows, cars made in South Korea have always been famous for being lightweight. What does that mean? It means their mechas are as flimsy as paper, utterly fragile. A single Chinese-made car mech is worth 3 of theirs. That's why he chickened out the moment he saw the dragon. This means their local cyber forces are completely incapable of fighting this giant mech bear. They can only watch as it wreaks havoc. And on Mount Fuji, there isn't just this one. Before this, they already discovered a quasi-S-class mech lava beast lying dormant. If the bombing woke it up, the entire island would likely be destroyed before the seawater even had a chance to submerge it. So right now, all he could do was rage helplessly. At that moment, the representative of the big beauties, Yosef, patted him on the shoulder and offered some insincere consolation. Mr. Inashida, don't be too upset. Although your local forces can't stop that giant bear, we still have allies. As he spoke, Yosef turned his gaze toward the dragon seated in the seat of honor. Hearing this, Inashida immediately perked up and shot a pleading glance at the dragon. Dragon-san! You have to save us, we've got a contract, after all. Upon hearing this, the dragon narrowed his eyes slightly and turned the tables, asking, Mr. Yosef, why aren't you the ones offering help? It seems your cyber capabilities aren't half bad, are they? Hearing this, Yosef smiled and calmly wiggled his right index finger. No, Dragon-san, you're flattering us. Besides, we'd love to help, but we just can't get there in time. It would take our nearest mecha support unit 2 hours to reach the location, and by then, I'm afraid the island won't even exist anymore. So at this point, you're the only one who can lend a hand, aren't you? This guy's meaning was crystal clear. They intended to stand by and do nothing. Oh? Long raised an eyebrow. I thought I heard that your country has been helping with the construction of the foot basin? Or am I mistaken? Or is it that you, Mr. Yosef, and your colleagues simply don't want to help your ally? If I recall correctly, you too were opposed to our previous proposal, weren't you? In an instant, the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Lon's message was clear: you rejected us, so we can reject you too. On this side, Inashida's face turned crimson with suppressed anger. He dared not speak out after all, he couldn't afford to offend either of them and could only suffer in silence. Just then, the Korean who had been standing by watching the spectacle suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, "Look! What's that?" Everyone immediately turned their gaze to the screen. There, at the crater of Mount Fuji, a column of molten lava suddenly erupted, sending waves of magma spraying 100 meters into the air. However, the lava had absolutely no effect on the Thunder Lord. From within the volcano came a hissing sound and waves of low growls, sending an inexplicable chill down everyone's spine. It's finally coming out. Over here, at the Batian Zero. Lin watched the footage transmitted back by the Thunder Lord and let out a smile. He had sent the Thunder Lord to Mount Fuji for two reasons: first, to test the overall performance of this S-Class equivalent mecha; second, to capture this S-Class lava colossus, which would be crucial for his future plans. Master, a breach has been detected at the center of the crater. If not repaired promptly, magma will leak from the base of the mountain, potentially causing the deaths of 70% of the local population. Should repair commands be sent to the Thunder Lord? Repair? Why repair it? Increase the bombardment rate. This mecha lava colossus has some seriously tough skin. I'm curious to see exactly what kind of creature this thing is. Order transmitted. Lin was no saint. He saw no reason to rescue humans who had nothing to do with him, let alone the people of the Jiaoping family. If the entire island were to vanish, he might even laugh out loud. As Lin's command was transmitted, the Thunder Lord unleashed its full firepower, bombarding the crater with maximum intensity. Soon, the entire mountain finally gave way, shattering with a thunderous crash, and scalding lava surged down from halfway up the slope, engulfing everything in its path. Although many had already fled, some had gambled that it wouldn't erupt, and the result was that they were swallowed by the lava, leaving not even a trace behind. Moreover, the lava moved so fast that many were melted by the heat wave even while trying to escape. Under these circumstances, the cybers naturally piloted their mechs away first, leaving only the tiny, vulnerable humans behind. Without the cybers' protection, various mech beasts began crawling out of their hiding places one after another, launching frenzied attacks on the humans. Even those who managed to narrowly escape the lava disaster could not evade the assaults of these mech beasts. At that moment, the entire volcano became a veritable hell on Earth. About a minute later, as the lava surged forth, a fiery red mecha-like boulder was exposed at the volcano's center. Upon sensing the air, it shook its body and stood up. Its eyes emitted a pale golden glow, and its entire body was covered in streamlined armor. Most importantly, its size was roughly 1/10 that of Mount Fuji. And that massive metal boulder that had just been exposed was merely its head. A mecha of this caliber far surpassed the Thunder Lord in both size and power. Its massive frame, at least 300 meters long, blocked out the sky. The arrival of this creature plunged the already devastated foot basin chicken into even greater chaos. Warning! This colossus is a Super S-Class lava colossus. Analyzing its abilities. Abilities analyzed. S-Class lava mecha colossus. Base attack, 50,000. Base defense, 100,000. Speed, 700. Basic description: an ancient boulder that survived in lava has been transformed by cyber radiation into a colossal lava mechanical beast radiating intense heat throughout its body. Thunder Lord's chance of victory, 0%. Your overall chance of defeating it is 40%. These were the results analyzed by Xingqian's AI. One can only imagine just how terrifying this lava colossus must be. Seeing a colossus of this size, Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lin immediately issued an order to recall the Thunder Lord. But at that moment, Xingqian provided another analysis. Report, Master, if you recall the Thunder Lord, the lava mech colossus will set foot on the Huaxia continent in 30 minutes. Do you wish to proceed? This question stumped Lin instantly. Although in a post-apocalyptic world like this, there should be no room for pity or compassion, still. The fiery passion coursing through his veins would not allow him to do so. He still remembered what his father had said. The only thing one must hold fast to in this life is love for one's country, nothing else matters. You would repeat these words to Lin time and again, right up until his passing. He closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Then he pressed the nanomech platform on his right wrist. As a purple glow flared from the nanomech platform on his wrist, his body gradually fused with the mech. Xingqian, order the Thunder Lord to circle the lava colossus, then dispatch 3 number 1 mechs to provide support first. You must hold it off until I arrive. Roger that, Master. Once the order was relayed, the 3 Type 1 mechs Divine Eagle, Abyssal Dragon, and Apocalypse ejected and roared southward. Meanwhile, Lin slowly flexed the massive frame of his aircraft carrier mech. To his surprise, he discovered that this upgraded carrier mech had taken both its speed and agility to a whole new level. It could even execute the most subtle movements. The controls felt even more responsive than those of his mechs in his previous life. This made Lin marvel once again at just how useful the system really was. After finishing his warm-up, he activated all the curved path engines behind him and set course for the south as well. At that moment, at the Huaxia headquarters of the World Cyber Alliance. Due to a sudden emergency, they had calculated that the final destination of the mech lava colossus was the easternmost part of Huaxia. Therefore, the meeting was cut short. Long immediately mobilized tens of thousands of mech soldiers to the eastern coast, determined to prevent that colossal beast from setting foot in Huaxia. At the same time, Long launched a global livestream online, hoping to use it to call on all surviving Silbers across the nation to unite and jointly resist this lava mech colossus. The livestream was titled, "Those who offend Huaxia, no matter how far, shall be punished." Although the title was rather over the top, the moment the stream went live, nearly 1 million people flooded in instantly. Most of them were ordinary people, but among them were also many unregistered Silers. After all, the official military couldn't cover every corner. Furthermore, during the cyber apocalypse on March 7, there weren't many powerful creatures, at most, just cats and dogs, or at worst, mecha beasts based on small animals. So in remote cities or rural areas, the local Silers were naturally able to handle them with ease. Afterward, these cybers simply stayed indoors, so they were easy to hide. Now, upon learning that a gigantic lava-powered mecha beast was heading toward their country, it naturally caught their attention. The livestream was currently showing footage transmitted live by a drone on the scene. A colossal mecha beast, hundreds of meters tall, was moving slowly across the ocean's surface. With every step it took, the camera shook, and its scorching body caused the seawater to evaporate, sending up billowing plumes of steam. Even the sea level was visibly dropping. This enormous, never-before-seen mecha creature naturally sent the atmosphere in the livestream into a frenzy. Holy shit! You call this a mecha? Are you sure it's not a moving steam-powered koan? Plus, this thing looks like it's not to be messed with. What do you guys think? Can Dragon Team and the others stop it? Hard to say. Look at the condition of this monster-s mecha armor, it's definitely heat-resistant. And rumor has it this is the S-class mecha behemoth that's been slumbering under Mount Fuji. That means heavy firepower weapons will probably get detonated before they even make contact, right? And as for its body, even if ordinary weapons did detonate, it doesn't seem like it would do much damage. Whoa, dude above, what are you getting at? Are you suggesting we use nuclear weapons? No, what I mean is, we should eat and drink our fill beforehand so we're ready to wrap. Go to hell. Over here, Long led several thousand cyber soldiers in a sweeping assault from high in the sky, several hundred meters above the colossal lava mecha beast. But just as that person had said, all these attacks were detonated by the intense heat before they could even get close. Even some of the steel spears melted the instant they touched the colossal lava mecha beast's surface. Captain Long. We can't hit it at all. Should we? One of the squad leaders slowly flew toward Long, but before he could finish, Long held up his hand to cut him off. I know what you're going to say, but look at how fast it's moving, it's getting faster and faster. At this rate, it'll reach our coastline in less than 20 minutes. If we use nuclear weapons now, the coastal cities will definitely suffer devastating damage. But Captain Long. There's no but about it. Long waved his hand dismissively. Take your men back to resupply on ammunition and energy. What about you, Captain Long? I'll stay here and observe a little longer. Seeing this, the squad leader said nothing more and simply nodded. All right, then be careful out there, Captain Long. With that, the squad leader led the cyber team as they flew toward the temporary combat readiness base. Meanwhile, Long hovered in the air, pondering a solution. Heavy weapons and metal projectiles couldn't get close to it, and nuclear weapons couldn't be used from this position even if they were. It wasn't certain they'd be effective. For a moment, it felt like a dead end. But just then, he suddenly spotted a figure in the sky not far from the giant lava mech. What's that? There, hovering above the giant lava mech, was a blue-purple mech. It was none other than the Thunder Lord, who had received orders from Lin. At that moment, the Thunder Lord unleashed its full firepower, targeting the lava giant's head. A barrage of missiles erupted into the sky. The first missiles detonated just a few meters away from the lava colossus due to the intense heat, but upon exploding, they actually produced a white gas. The subsequent missiles followed closely behind, piercing through the white gas and striking the lava colossus's head directly. The lava colossus on the ocean floor seemed to feel the pain and let out a roar. This scene instantly sent the live chat into a frenzy. Wait, guys, what's the deal with this mecha bear? It's a mere mortal rivaling the gods. No idea. All I know is that it's the same mecha beast that destroyed Mount Fuji. I watched the live stream back then, it was intense. Wait, what? So that's the one that unleashed the lava beast? You were just making fun of it, but now we're all about to die too. What's the rush? Didn't you see it's actually stopping that lava beast? That means it's a patriotic bear. What the hell kind of patriotic bear is that? Do you think it's a giant panda or something? It wasn't just the netizens who were shocked. The dragon, who had witnessed the entire scene, was stunned as well. Is it stopping that thing from advancing? And that white gas, is that a freeze round? By this point, the dragon's thoughts were already becoming muddled. Originally, the dragon had assumed that this mecha giant bear was trying to take advantage of the chaos caused by releasing the lava mecha giant beast to hunt humans or something. But now it seemed that this creature's sole target was really just the lava giant beast. Moreover, the mecha giant bear's behavior didn't resemble that of a wild beast at all, it was more like that of a battle-hardened human. Just moments ago, it had even used a freeze round to lower the temperature around the lava mecha beast, allowing the missiles that followed to hit it and halt its advance. Could it be Lin? Long suddenly realized something. According to earlier intelligence from the Great Emperor, 3 super mechas had destroyed the mecha bear and recovered its remains aboard Lin's aircraft carrier. Then today, the S-class mecha giant bear appeared on Mount Fuji, acting with a clear and deliberate intent to cause destruction there. Now, as the lava mecha colossus he had unleashed was heading toward Huaxia, the mecha giant bear was doing everything in its power to stop it. Add to that Lin's unprecedented ability to simultaneously control multiple mechas and his prior purchase of an aircraft carrier. Putting all these circumstances together, Long's train of thought suddenly became crystal clear. A question also welled up in his mind. Who exactly is he? Watching the mecha bear on the ocean's surface, Long muttered to himself. Just then, the squad leader returned with a group of cyber soldiers who had replenished their energy, interrupting his train of thought. Captain Long, our troops have finished recharging. Please issue your next orders. Long snapped out of his thoughts, nodded, and ordered. All soldiers, listen up. Follow me. Work in full coordination with the mecha bear, load freeze rounds and attack the lava mecha beast's head. Captain Long, you said coordinate? It wasn't just the squad leader, the other soldiers were also taken aback. That was a mecha beast, after all. And it was the one that unleashed this lava mecha beast. Now he wanted them to go support it? Wasn't he that like the song Snow topping the Mandarin music charts utter nonsense? Don't ask questions you shouldn't he. If you want to stop it, obey my orders. Long's expression was grave. To be honest, the squad leader had never seen team leader Long look so serious. They believed that Long must have had his reasons for acting this way. So the mecha soldiers raised no objections. Instead, they returned to the supply center to replenish their supply of freeze rounds, then, led by Long, piloted their respective mechas toward the lava mecha giant bear. Upon reaching the giant bear, Long commanded all the mecha soldiers to fire a barrage of freeze rounds into the sky. In an instant, a chill spread across the ocean's surface for 3 kilometers in every direction. The water's edge had even frozen solid. The lava mech giant's intense body heat naturally reacted with the freeze rounds, emitting a sizzling sound. Such a dense barrage of freeze rounds naturally slowed the lava mech giant's movement and reduced the heat it was emitting. The Thunder Lord, possessing its own independent consciousness, seized the moment. Taking advantage of the drop in temperature, it raised both arms high, pointing them toward the sky. Then, 2 projectiles were fired from the tips of its arms. The 2 projectiles traveled at incredible speed, piercing straight through the cloud layer and exploding in midair. The next moment, a muffled rumble suddenly echoed from the heavens. It was thunder. Accompanied by the clap of thunder, a torrential downpour poured down. At that very moment, a massive golden bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting the Thunder Lord's arms head-on. This left the dragon and the mech soldiers standing nearby trembling with fear. They were grateful they hadn't been too close to that giant bear, otherwise, that bolt of lightning would have certainly killed them. Captain Long, what is it doing? Should we take this opportunity to attack? The squad leader asked tremblingly. Long shook his head indifferently. I don't know, let us wait and see. We'd better stay back for now. Sensing that this was bound to be an extremely powerful attack, he led the group of mecha soldiers as they flew back several hundred meters. At that moment, the Thunder Lord, drawing on his innate adaptability to lightning, had not only fully replenished his own energy but also gathered the excess lightning he'd just absorbed into his hands, forming a blinding golden ball of lightning. Gradually, the lightning orb grew larger and larger, ceasing to gather power only when it had reached a size equal to half his body. Then, like a slam dunk, he hurled the lightning orb in his hands toward the head of the lava mech colossus. Instantly, lightning shot out in all directions. Lasers flared. Roar! The intense heat of the lightning far exceeded that of the magma. As a result, the lava-armored colossus let out an agonized roar. The roar continued for 3 minutes before finally subsiding. Afterward, the red glow emanating from its body dimmed, and thick, billowing smoke began to rise around it. The footage transmitted back to the livestream via drone immediately sent the viewers into a frenzy. Holy crap, so this mecha giant bear is actually the lightning archmage? That was so awesome. Did it work? It definitely worked. Hey, with the way you guys are setting up this plot point, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Whether it was because this viewer's keyboard had been blessed or due to the smoke, but no harm law. As the smoke cleared, the entire sea surface suddenly began to tremble. The red glow on the lava mecha giant's body flared up once more. Scorching heat swept over the area once again. The rising temperature caused the sea level to drop lower and lower. As a result, its body, hidden beneath the waves, was revealed. Only then did people get a clear look at its true form. It turned out that what had just emerged from the sea was merely 1/3 of its total size. It could be said that it was the very embodiment of Mount Fuji. The Thunder Lord sensed something was wrong and was just about to gather his power again when the lava colossus grabbed him with its massive paw and slammed him hard onto the ocean's surface. The next second, it swung its arm with all its might, sending shockwaves through the water and creating a colossal wave hundreds of meters high that surged toward the Chinese mainland. In an instant, the live stream, which had been filled with celebration just moments before, went dead silent. Standing before the 100-meter-high wave, Long and the mecha soldiers' cybermechas seemed utterly insignificant. They, too, were overcome with despair. This is simply impossible to stop. Under these circumstances, they had only one option left: to flee from this towering wave. After all, with their mechanical bodies, there was no way they could halt the wave's advance. And there was certainly no way they could repel this colossal lava mech beast. But this group of mech soldiers had still underestimated the speed at which the wave was closing in. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward, engulfing the mechs from above. "Captain Long, we can't escape. Why don't we just fight it to the death?" Gazing up at the colossal wave hundreds of meters high, the mech soldiers led by Long knew their situation was hopeless. They might as well make a last-ditch stand against the giant lava mech beast, at least that way, they could die for their country. Team leader Long nodded. "It looks like we have no other choice." He knew that at the current rate of energy generation from their remaining power reserves, they had no chance of outrunning the oncoming wave. So rather than running away and being swallowed by the sea, they might as well take a chance and flee in the opposite direction. That would be their escape route. "Everyone, listen up. We..." But just as Long was about to explain his plan, a massive mech plummeted from the sky. Its body, as massive as a mountain, actually blocked the beast-like, towering wave like a dam. The waves crashed against the massive, lava-colored mech, sending plumes of mist into the air. Long and the soldiers instinctively looked up, and the sight left them speechless. The mech was bathed in a fiery glow, its metallic structure flowing with streamlined beauty. It was none other than Lin, the Ba-Tian Zero. Dragon Captain Dragon, this. Faced with such a colossal mecha warrior, the squad leader was momentarily at a loss for words. In a single day, he had seen 2 100-meter-tall mechas. Even a battle-hardened warrior couldn't help but feel a sense of dread toward such unfathomably massive creatures. "Don't worry, this is one of ours." This was exactly what Long had been waiting for. In fact, he'd already figured out the connection between that giant mecha bear and Lin. So the decision he'd made was essentially a gamble, a bet on whether Lin would come to save his hometown. Now it seemed he'd bet right. "Ha? Captain Long, one of our own?" The squad leader scratched his mechanical head. He didn't quite seem to understand what Long meant. Long patted him on the shoulder. "Well, you'll find out once this is over. Let us get out of here first, otherwise, we'll get in his way. After all, a battle of this magnitude wasn't something people like them could get involved in." "Oh, okay." The squad leader thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure out what it meant, so he decided to stop trying and followed Captain Long out. Meanwhile, Lin's appearance reignited hope in the livestream chat. "Holy crap! He actually blocked that tsunami head-on. That must be aircraft carrier class, right? Damn, he looks so damn cool. I just wonder who is stronger, him or that lava behemoth. No question about it, the cooler one is obviously stronger. Makes sense." Now that the intruder had left, Lin finally relaxed his posture. He gave his arms a quick stretch, producing the sound of mechanical gears turning. He swayed forward, as if searching for something. He was looking for the wreckage of the Thunder Lord. After all, this was his first mech imbued with a personality. He absolutely couldn't lose it. A man's first time is always the most precious. He slowly shuffled his massive frame over to the wreckage. The Thunder Lord's mechanical limbs were now in pieces, its mana core exposed, but its consciousness still seemed to be present. When it saw Lin, it slowly raised its right arm, which was already half severed. "Master, my mission is complete." Before it could finish speaking, the mana core, the symbol of its life force, had already dimmed. "Well done." Lin nodded and stowed it in the mech's storage bay. He then turned to face the colossal lava mech still slowly making its way toward land, and a surge of murderous intent instantly welled up within him. He slowly raised his right palm, and a laser burst from the center of his palm in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the searing laser pierced the lava mech colossus' body. But that wasn't all. With a single thought, Lin's exoskeleton began to reconfigure, and a series of weapons were exposed as the hatches opened. Full firepower. A deluge of missiles poured forth like a raging flood, all aimed directly at the lava colossus. Although the lava colossus' mechanical skeleton still radiated intense heat, Lin's modified projectiles remained unaffected and struck it squarely. In an instant, the missiles, packed with terrifying energy, exploded. The resulting shockwaves even reached the houses at the southernmost tip of the Korean peninsula. If there hadn't been Koreans watching the livestream, they would have thought some kind of colossal beast had invaded their precious land. Long, Captain Long, that's way too powerful. The squad leader watching from a distance swallowed hard and couldn't help but marvel at Long. Long said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Witnessing such terrifying power made him want to recruit him. In the livestream chat, a massive influx of South Korean netizens poured in after the explosion and immediately went into keyboard warrior mode. Hey, can you guys from China keep the fighting a little quieter? We're trying to take our afternoon nap here, you know. Damn, Korean netizen, you need evidence for everything. What makes you think it was us? Exactly. What if it was caused by unstable buildings on your side or a tectonic shift? Besides, look, the netizens from the Foot Basin Koan region, who are much closer to the battlefield, haven't said a word. Why are you guys getting so worked up? Come on. Do you think we're country bumpkins? That damn Foot Basin Koan is about to get wiped out by a volcano, isn't it? Ha! That'd be great tragic. Back in the ocean, after enduring Linna's full-throttle bombardment, the lava mech colossus wasn't just unaffected, it actually became even more active. It was as if his missiles had become its fuel. Seeing this, Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow. He finally understood why his chances of victory were only 40%. This ability was way too overpowered. In that case, I'll have to use this. Lin switched off full power mode and channeled all his energy into his chest. Moments later, the mechanical components in his chest began to shift and slowly reassemble into a massive metallic core glowing with blue light. Just looking at it, one could sense boundless energy. Its name was the Armstrong Ultimate Plasma Cannon. As the name suggests, this plasma cannon does not use ordinary gunpowder-based projectiles, but is instead filled with plasma energy generated by the mana core of its Bation Zero. This energy is equivalent to that emitted by the plasma spark tower in Ultraman SM-78 Nebula. This is the very energy that sustains the Ultramen on that planet. One can only imagine just how terrifying this thing is. Take this. As the light on Linna's chest grew ever brighter, a beam of energy no less powerful than a Kamehameha shot forth. Its target was the head of the lava mecha colossus. As if sensing the immense plasma energy contained within the beam, the lava mecha colossus suddenly shifted its form in an instant. It quickly lowered its body, tucking its head into the shelter formed by its mecha frame, just like a turtle. As a result, the plasma beam struck its hard, extremely hot outer shell dead on. The moment it made contact, the sky-high plasma energy was gradually absorbed by that sturdy mechanical shell. Wow, no way. A cannon that looks this powerful actually did no damage to this thing? Is there really no way? The Chinese viewers grew tense again upon seeing this scene. However, Lin wasn't as discouraged as they were, because he had just used Qingshan's AI to figure out how to break through its defenses. All he needed to do was increase the energy supply to the point where its shielded shell reached saturation that would break through its defenses. This was the only solution the AI had come up with. So, without hesitation, he channeled all his energy into the plasma cannon on his chest, leaving only about 10% of his energy reserves. This was the absolute limit he could push. Any more than that, and the remaining energy wouldn't be enough to sustain his own systems. Moreover, he didn't know if pouring all that energy into the cannon would actually shatter its defenses. In fact, this was a huge gamble. Fortunately, however, the odds were in his favor. As he continued to pour energy into the cannon from a distance, white cracks began to appear on the shell of the cowering lava beast. This was a sign that its defenses were about to break. This development reignited hope in the live chat, which had been as silent as ashes. Look! Cracks are actually appearing on the lava beast's exterior. This method works. You've got to hold on. Everyone in the live chat was praying. If even this mech, hundreds of meters tall, couldn't stop this thing, what could? By then, it would only be a matter of time before the Huaxia continent was trampled under its feet. Inside the Eastern Coastal Temporary Command Center, Long, who had already returned, stared intently at the screen. The squad leader was watching the livestream alongside him.
Captain Long, can he win? Yes, if it's him, he absolutely can.
Confidence shone in Long's resolute eyes. He was certain that Lin could do it.
Moreover, he believed Lin had to do it.
After all, this was being broadcast live across the globe. This world needed a savior, and that savior had to come from their own Huaxia.
And it had to be Lin, the one currently fighting.
That way, even if Lin later refused to join their alliance, it would still serve as a reassuring message to the people of the entire world.
So, Lin had to win.
Meanwhile, Lin had no idea that in Long's mind, he had already been morally coerced into the role of savior. Instead, he continued to channel his energy. It's no exaggeration to say that the beam of energy released from his plasma cannon was now like a pillar anchoring the sea.
Long and thick.
The collision between the energy and the shield produced intense vibrations. This triggered the compression and collision of surrounding tectonic plates, causing frequent earthquakes in neighboring countries. The tremors were most intense in Korea. Nearly the entire southern part of the Korean peninsula was hit by earthquakes measuring 6 to 7 on the Richter scale.
This forced some Korean netizens to lash out once again.
They cursed profusely, shouting things like SHT. But in the end, one Chinese keyboard warrior named Cyber berated them so viciously that they even smashed their phones in frustration. While the live stream was filled with cursing, the battle outside had reached a fever pitch.
As Lin energy continued to pour in, the entire plasma beam expanded to its limit.
This meant that the shell of the giant lava mech had begun to repel the energy. In other words, its body couldn't absorb that much energy, so it was overflowing outward. More and more white patterns were appearing. This situation continued for about another minute. Roar! With a deafening roar from the colossal lava mech, its outer mechanical armor shattered, turning into shards of metal that scattered across the ocean's surface. The shedding of its exoskeleton exposed the metal wiring inside its body.
You could even see the pulsating mana core.
It looked incredibly beautiful. That mana core was actually as large as half its head, and the energy it emitted far exceeded even that of an S-class.
And that was undoubtedly its most vulnerable spot.
But the lava-armored colossus seemed to sense that its weakness had been exposed. It struggled to its feet from the seawater, flipped its body upside down, and charged straight at Lin. But Lin had almost no energy left. In close-quarters combat, victory would be difficult.
However, this was exactly what he had anticipated. Divine Eagle, Apocalypse.
Stop him. Lin summoned 2 number 1 mechs to tie down the lava mech colossus. Then, seizing the opportunity, Lin prepared to deliver the final blow to its mana core. But he had somewhat underestimated the lava colossus's capabilities. Although it had lost its armor, its speed had increased as a result. In the blink of an eye, it knocked both the Apocalypse and the Abyssal Dragon out of the air, leaving only the Divine Eagle number 1. It was originally a speed-type mech. While its combat power was respectable, it was truly powerless against this colossal beast.
Even its missiles struck the lava mech's mana core without eliciting the slightest reaction.
At this moment, the lava mech had only one goal: to take out Lin, the greatest threat. But this, too, was part of Lin's plan. Watching the lava mech slowly approach him, he didn't run away. Instead, he stood motionless in the seawater and even crossed his legs and sat down right there in his mechanical form.
Whoa, what is going on? Is he meditating right there? No idea.
I thought human-on-human PvP and dancing were already crazy enough, but I never expected mechs to do this too.
Wait, can mechs meditate? Since the viewers in the livestream didn't understand what was happening, how could the simple-minded, honest lava mech colossus possibly know what this meant?
So it charged headlong toward Lin, determined to grab him and give him a good thrashing. But just as it closed to within a few meters, it suddenly sensed something was wrong.
Its body was sinking downward against its will.
This situation caused it to let out a series of wails.
Captain Long. What is going on? After struggling for a moment, the lava mech behemoth sank deep into the seawater, unable to free itself.
Then, from the water beneath the lava behemoth's feet, a massive steel beast suddenly emerged. It was none other than the Abyss Dragon. The Abyss Dragon was originally modeled after a nuclear-powered submarine, so after its cyberization, underwater combat was naturally its specialty. The Apocalypse and Divine Eagle that Lin had just summoned were meant to draw the lava mech giant's attention away from the Abyss Dragon Eye. Taking advantage of its distraction, they set a trap in the ocean. This was to restrict its movements. Temporary Operations Center. So this was his plan all along. Long stared at the screen, his expression relaxing after having been tense the entire time. He knew that Lin had won this battle. This only strengthened his resolve to win Lin over. Deprived of its mobility and defenses, the lava mech colossus was now as helpless as a fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of its executioner. And Lin was that executioner. He was no longer sitting cross-legged. Instead, he had risen to his full height, a mechanical form hundreds of meters tall, and was walking step by step toward the trapped lava mech colossus. Then, without mercy, he slammed a heavy mech punch into its head. Despite its formidable defenses, the lava mech colossus's head was left with a massive dent. Roar! It let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens. Lin immediately followed up with another punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. The collision of the mechs produced a deafening, shrill metallic clang, sending up layers of sparks. Under such a fierce onslaught, even the rock-solid lava mech behemoth could not hold out. Its struggles grew increasingly frantic. It knew full well it was no match for its opponent and was already tempted to flee. But there was no way Lin was going to let it get away. Gripping its head with his left hand, he raised his mechanical right arm high and, using his last ounce of energy, brought it crashing down. The punch pierced straight through its skull, seizing its mana core. With a powerful yank, the mana core, spewing flames and metal shards, was ripped from its body by Lin. Deprived of its mana core, the lava mech colossus let out one final roar before losing consciousness and collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. This scene left everyone watching the livestream completely stunned. He actually just ripped that monstrous mana core right out? Holy crap, that's so freaking cool. Nothing else matters. I'm totally loving how every punch landed with such force. Astra Guild, Chairman's Office. Long, of course, had watched the entire battle between Lin and the lava mech beast. When he saw Lin rip out the mana core with a single punch, he couldn't help but shudder. After all, the outer shells of these cybernetic beasts aren't made of simple man-made metal. They're crafted from an entirely unprecedented metallic material. Its hardness is 10 times greater than even the hardest man-made steel. And judging by the lava-armored colossus's metal shell, it was undoubtedly even tougher than the shells of ordinary mecha beasts. Yet despite all that, Lin still managed to punch right through it. One can only imagine just how terrifying his strength truly is. When Long saw this, his first thought wasn't about recruiting him. It was a sense of relief as his heart settled. After all, he had promised his best friend that he would take good care of Lin. It's safe to say that Long is a truly worthy brother and elder. The sea was unusually calm after the battle ended. As Lin had just extracted the mana core from the lava mecha beast, a long-missed voice echoed in his mind. Ding! S-class mana core detected. The mech upgrade system is ready. Proceed with the upgrade? Estimated upgrade time, 24 hours. During the upgrade, the mech will activate automatic defense mode and deploy small mechs to provide you with all-around protection. Should you face a life-threatening situation during the upgrade, the emergency universal peace mode will be activated, inflicting indiscriminate punishment upon the entire world until all life is eradicated. Upon completion of the upgrade, all damage will be repaired and all energy reserves restored. Do you wish to proceed with the mech upgrade? Listening to this string of enticing benefits, he found it hard not to upgrade. He nodded. Yes, go ahead with the upgrade. He had originally planned to find a safe stretch of ocean before upgrading, but it seemed that the waters off the coast of Huaxia were the safest of all, and with the top-tier automatic defense system in place, surely no one would be foolish enough to court death here? Received. Upgrade mode activated. As the system's voice slowly sounded, the mech switched to autopilot mode, and Linus' body was ejected from a metal pod, floating gently toward the Chinese mainland. About 2 minutes later, Lin was transported to land, where Long and a group of official personnel had been waiting for quite some time. The moment he stepped out of the metal pod, the group surrounded him. The live streaming drone followed close behind. Long took the lead, extending a hand warmly as he introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Long, the strategic representative of the World Cyber Alliance's Huaxia headquarters."
Welcome back. Long wore a gentle smile, neither too broad nor too subdued, as if he were quite familiar with Lin.
Lin paid him no mind, instead glancing at the drone circling in the sky.
He pointed at it and asked, "What's that?" Long replied immediately, "That's our live streaming drone.
Your spectacular battle just now has been recorded and uploaded online."
Live stream? Lin raised an eyebrow.
No wonder he felt like he was being watched the whole time.
He quickly waved his hand. "The battle's over now. Turn that thing off."
Long immediately took the hint and ordered his men to recall all the drones and shut down the livestream. He knew that the more powerful a person was, the more low-key they tended to be. After the drones were withdrawn, Lin finally addressed Long. "Sorry, Mr. Long, I know why you're here, but I refuse." He knew that once he joined the organization, his actions and decisions would likely be subject to orders.
"I'm already invincible, why should I be bound by restrictions? What's the point of that?"
These words left Long, who hadn't yet had a chance to present his case, momentarily at a loss. However, Long had already anticipated this outcome. He knew that the truly powerful yearned for freedom and refused to be constrained.
Just like that hero from years ago.
Even though he was mocked and despised by the world, he remained steadfast in his beliefs, going down in history, and his deeds are still widely recounted today. That is the true spirit of a powerful individual.
They never bow to anyone.
So Long stopped making a fuss and instead extended an invitation in his personal capacity.
"Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood.
I had intended to do this before, but after witnessing your battle, I realized you're not the type to be bound by constraints. That is why I simply want to invite you to attend the meeting of our World Cyber Alliance. Afterward, we'll provide you with the utmost support. Rest assured, even if you choose not to participate, we'll still offer you assistance." Well, now that Long had said all that, both the good and the bad, it was hard for Lin to refuse. It was just attending a meeting afterward, he'd receive resource aid equivalent to that of an entire country.
Why not take advantage of it?
So Lin nodded. "All right, when does the meeting start?"
Long replied immediately, 8 o'clock tonight.
8 p.m., World Cyber Alliance headquarters in Huadu. In the familiar conference room, all the strategic representatives had already gathered except for the initiator. This meeting had been called by Long. The main agenda concerned the follow-up measures regarding the revival of the Futsuyama lava mech colossus, as well as emergency measures to address the situation.
Since Long hadn't arrived yet, the conference room was buzzing with chatter. "Damn it!
Look at this video. That mecha giant bear was taken away by that man, so this was definitely deliberate sabotage on his part.
He's breaking the rules." Inashita was seething with indignation. It was no exaggeration to say that his hometown had been destroyed by that very mecha giant bear.
And it wasn't just his hometown, now their entire island was in a state of utter despair. Apart from the local official mecha forces, all civilian cyber units had fled to various countries around the world. This had led to the mecha beasts, which had previously been kept in check, storming into residential areas, where they carried out mass slaughter and predation against unarmed civilians. As a result, the already small island had shrunk further and further, and its population was now only 1/10 of what it had been.
The only place that hadn't fallen was their capital city.
This filled Inashita, stationed at the Huaxia headquarters, with profound grief and indignation. Although he resented Long for not sending troops at the time, what angered him most was the giant mecha bear that Lin had unleashed. He had come to this meeting specifically to confront Long and demand an explanation.
Tisk, TSK, TSK. Kim Young-jun, the South Korean representative, suddenly clicked his tongue. "Mr. Inashita, what good does it do to bring this up now? Why didn't you stop it back then? As we say in Huaxia, isn't this just second guessing after the fact?" Kim Young-jun. What do you mean by that?
Kim Young-jun's words were like pouring gasoline on a fire, pushing Inashita to the brink of rage. He even reached for the nanoplatform on his arm, ready to summon his mecha.
Mr. Inashita, have you forgotten where we are? Yosef, sitting to the side, said calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, Yosef-san, I was being reckless.
Inashita bowed his head in apology, just like a child apologizing to a parent, and shot Kim Young-jun a fierce glare from the corner of his eye.
Bangzi and Japan Koan were like half-brothers. They'd never gotten along. If it weren't for the beautiful country acting as their parent, they'd likely come to blows in a single night.
Of course, Yosef wasn't speaking up for Huaxia. He was simply afraid that these two idiots would end up hurting each other in a fight. If a fight broke out, they'd be at least one tool guy short in the future. Of course, he wasn't taking sides with either of them. He turned to Jin Ing-jun. And Jin sir, you shouldn't be laughing at Jing Xia. You should know that the battle at noon affected your team as well.
Are you going to laugh at your own people too? Yosef's meaning was crystal clear. He was driving a wedge between them.
Everyone else in the room understood this clearly, but Kim Young-jun, upon hearing it, seemed to think there was actually some truth to it, and his expression darkened for a moment. Just then, the sound of a doorknob turning came from outside the conference room.
Well, you're all here early.
The conference room door swung open, and Long, dressed in uniform, walked in, a smile on his face, looking quite content.
Mr. Long, it's already 8:10. As the organizer of this meeting, aren't you being a bit disrespectful to us?
Right off the bat, an indignant Inashita launched into his sarcastic tirade to vent his frustration. Long, however, didn't engage in a verbal sparring match. Instead, he apologized directly.
I'm sorry, everyone. I had to pick up someone very important, so I was held up for a bit. Picking someone up? Is that supposed to be an excuse for being late? Kim Young-jun asked, clearly dissatisfied. However, Long remained silent.
Instead, a voice came from outside the door.
Can't you wait just a little while for someone who's a bit late?
As the words fell, Lin walked in through the door and fixed his gaze on Kim Young-jun, who had just spoken up. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Kim Young-jun forced himself to swallow the rest of his words.
It wasn't just Kim Young-jun. All the national representatives present were suddenly stunned. Lin. The person Long had invited was actually Lin?
Seeing that Kim Young-jun didn't dare utter a word, Lin asked again.
Sir, do you have a problem with this? Or are you not welcoming me? Kim Young-jun was dumbfounded. A problem? Yes, he did have a problem. But he watched today's battle from start to finish.
A mech of Lin's caliber was absolutely beyond his ability to match. Especially for them Koreans, their country's strongest cyber was nothing more than a tank discarded by the US. Its combat power was at best on par with an A-class mech beast. It was no match for Lin at all. If it weren't for the US military stationed in Korea at the time, they'd probably have been wiped out long ago. So how could he possibly dare to object?
No, I wouldn't dare. Of course you're welcome, Mr. Lin. Come whenever you like. That's the law of the jungle.
The weak get scolded and beaten, while the strong are always right, especially in the post-apocalyptic world. Lin has no reason to be polite to these weaklings. That's why Kim Young-jun dared not speak up, even though he was seething inside. Glad you have no objections. Lin nodded, walked over to the conference table, and sat down in a random seat. Long hurriedly pointed to his own seat.
Mr. Lin, your seat is right here.
Lin glanced at it and waved his hand.
Team leader Long, I'm not presiding over the meeting. Why would I sit in the head seat? Just say whatever you need to say.
He was just there to make up the numbers and save face. Otherwise, given the commotion he caused today, there was no telling if some people might try to make an issue out of it.
Long nodded and said nothing further. The meeting then began as Long took his seat.
Since the meeting had been convened to address the damage caused by the S-class lava mecha behemoth, Shinohara, the representative from the football chicken nation which had suffered the most damage in the battle, naturally spoke up first. Mr. Long, as you must be aware, The appearance of that colossus has led to a sharp decline in population, the deterioration of our homeland, and many people being displaced. I've long heard that your country's infrastructure is well developed, so I'd like to ask if your nation could lend us a hand? Inashita had originally planned to propose sanctions against Lin as well. But since Lin was right there in the room, wouldn't he bringing it up just make him look foolish? Faced with Inashita's request, Long spread his hands. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Inashita, but I think we need to take some time to consider this proposal internally. After all, we're in the midst of rebuilding here as well. His meaning was clear: no help, absolutely no help. Inashita grew anxious upon hearing this. Mr. Long, you. But before he could finish, Lin, who had been playing with his phone nearby, suddenly spoke up. Captain Long, help those in need, isn't that our principal? Upon hearing this, Long was taken aback but immediately nodded. Right, that is indeed our principal. Inashita was just as surprised. This kid from Huaxia was actually speaking up for those basin chickens. Could he be a long-lost friend? But Lin quickly added. However, our principle of providing support applies only to our allies. If you're not our ally, I'm afraid you won't get any help, Mr. Inashita. Lin shot Inashita a mocking glance. He'd known since childhood what constituted shame and what constituted honor. In his view, helping a former enemy was nothing short of a disgrace. Inashita could clearly hear the implication behind those words, and it completely shattered his composure. He slammed his fist on the table and rose angrily. Lin! Bastard! Don't push your luck. At that moment, Yosef also stood up and looked at Lin. If you're going to be so petty and hold on to the past like this, then I think I'd better withdraw from the Cyber Alliance. Yashav had long wanted to leave this organization. His desire to reign supreme was deeply ingrained. If a global organization wasn't led by them, he saw no reason to stay. Moreover, he thought that threatening Long this way would make them change their stance, but Long merely smiled and pointed toward the door. You're welcome to leave. This made Yashav clench his fists, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Since he'd already made such a bold statement, wouldn't it be a huge loss of face not to leave? Fine, Mr. Long, remember the decision you've just made, you'll regret it. After delivering that parting shot, Yosef left the conference room without looking back. Seeing this, several allies of the beautiful country also began to leave one after another, including the bull chicken and the stick people. The South Koreans, in particular, told Lin to just wait and see. As for the rest, they were all genuinely eager to build friendly relations with them. Watching them leave, Lin rose from his seat and patted Long on the shoulder. Captain Long, we've taken care of what we agreed on. You can handle the rest on your own. Now, about the energy I requested. Long smiled, pulled a card from his pocket, and placed it in Lin's hand. I've already given instructions to the soldiers at the energy depot. Just take my card and go get it. Lin was delighted. He tucked the card away and nodded. All right, Captain Long, you carry on. I'll be heading out now. With that, Lin left the conference room without looking back. Once Lin had left, Long's face, which had been smiling just moments before, immediately turned serious. He then addressed the people in the conference room. Everyone, in 4 days, an apocalyptic wave of beasts will descend upon us. After receiving Long's ID card, Lin arrived at the Huadu Energy Depot. Using the information he had and citing his role as the commander station in Huaxia, he secured 1,000 metric tons of energy in exchange. Although 1,000 metric tons sounds like a lot. This facility stores over 100 million metric tons of energy, 1/3 of Huaxia's current energy reserves, and covers an area roughly 1/5 the size of South Korea. In addition to powering daily electricity generation, this energy is specifically allocated to meet the basic energy needs of the awakened cyber mech warriors. As a result, mech soldiers maintain round-the-clock, all-around surveillance here, ensuring not even a mosquito can get in. Hello, Mr. Lin, please show your credentials. The soldiers guarding the energy storage facility blocked Lin's path with their massive frames upon seeing him approach. These two mecha warriors were both standardized humanoid mechas, their bodies encased in steel armor and armed with specialized laser weapons. They were derived from military jeep-type mechas. Their size was comparable to that of a large excavator, so they easily blocked Lin's path. Although these two mech soldiers had watched the morning's livestream and were both impressed by Lin's skills, they still had to stop him without a pass after all. This was ironclad discipline.
All right.
Lin nodded, took the ID card Long had given him out of his pocket, and held it high above his head. One of the mech soldiers examined it closely, nodded to the other standing beside him, and then the two stepped aside to clear a path. Immediately afterward, the massive steel gate behind them tens of meters high creaked open slowly.
Mr. Lin, once you're inside, someone will be there to greet you.
All right, thank you.
Lin nodded and strode into the energy warehouse. The interior of the energy warehouse was truly magnificent.
The ceiling alone was over 50 meters high, and the entire structure was built using mechanized turtle shells so sturdy it could even withstand a nuclear attack. The first thing that caught his eye was a series of neatly arranged square sections, each filled with energy blocks. In the passageways between the sections, he could see numerous forklifts carefully transporting the energy.
There were also several Autobots methodically transporting one mana core after another.
These mana cores had all been looted from mecha beasts slain by the Cylons within the city over the past few days. After the Cylons killed the beasts and obtained the mana cores, they were exchanged for supplies and then transported here by official, dedicated mana core transport vehicles. After processing, it becomes these energy blocks stacked outside. Under the current circumstances, we can produce 2,000 metric tons of energy every day. Setting aside half of our daily revenue to secure this peace of mind for Lin is more than worth it. As soon as Lin stepped inside, a man in his 30s wearing a white lab coat greeted him with a smile.
Mr. Lin, I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. My name is Zhang Chen. I'm the warehouse manager here, you can just call me Old Zhang.
The 1,000 metric tons of pure mechanical energy that Team Leader Long asked us to prepare has already been separated.
Please follow me.
All right, Old Zhang, please lead the way. Without further ado, Lin followed Zhang Chen to one of the energy storage areas.
Each storage area measured 400 by 20.
Although the energy appeared to be exposed within the area, it was actually protected by a layer of huaxia-made hardened glass, a material crafted by crushing the mechanical bodies of those exotic beasts and following a secret huaxia formula. Its hardness was so great that even a machine gun barrage couldn't damage it. This ensured that even if a problem arose in a particular area or an energy explosion occurred, it could be detected and addressed promptly, preventing large-scale losses. In addition to this glass protection, the entrance to each area was guarded by at least 2 cyber-mech soldiers with B-class strength. This made it virtually impossible for anyone to steal the energy. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Chen underwent iris verification, and a glass valve approximately 15 meters high and 20 meters wide slowly opened. Mr. Lin, your 1,000 metric tons of energy are inside here. Our energy transport convoy will arrive shortly, please wait here for a moment.
We'll transport it to your aircraft carrier's location.
This was a special request from Long. Although Lin was a native of Huaxia, that fact absolutely could not be used as a basis for making unlimited demands on him, especially in a post-apocalyptic situation like this. In a post-apocalyptic world, only an exchange of equal value was the clearest principle.
No need to wait. I brought a transport mech. Lin said casually.
Huh?
Is it outside the energy storage bay? Why didn't the guards mention it?
Zhang Chen was a bit puzzled. Even if transported by heavy-duty trucks, these 1,000 metric tons of energy would require at least 10 of them. And while Lin's mech could easily carry it away, it was said to be unlike ordinary mechs. It was currently docked in the eastern waters.
So how was he going to transport the energy? Could he possibly conjure a mech out of thin air? Mr. Lin, you.
Before he could finish saying "don't joke around," Lin's actions left him speechless.
He casually tapped the nanoplatform on his right arm a few times.
Immediately, a mecha walrus about the size of a car materialized out of thin air on the open ground.
Holy shit! That was Zhang Chen's first reaction. Did it really just materialize out of thin air? Before he could even process his shock, another one appeared, then 2, then 3.
Until the 30th one appeared.
Holy shit!
This time, even the two mecha soldiers on guard couldn't help but let out a deep, mechanical voice.
It's crazy enough for one to just pop out of thin air 30 at once? And they're all mecha beasts no less powerful than Class C. Is this some kind of magic trick? Old Zhang, can I go in and get the energy now?
Lin called out to Zhang Chen, who was standing there with a blank expression.
Zhang Chen finally snapped out of it, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and nodded repeatedly, sure, go right ahead.
After saying that, he stepped aside to clear a path. Under Lin's command, the mecha walruses entered one by one, picked up 2 energy blocks each, and headed back out. 2 energy blocks weighed roughly 30 plus metric tons, so 30 mecha walruses were just the right number to transport them. Once all the mecha walruses had carried away the 1,000 metric tons of energy, Lin bid farewell to Zhang Chen and left the energy storage facility. His final destination was the eastern coast, where the Batian Zero was docked. The purpose of this energy was to repair his Thunder Lord and Apocalypse number 1. He had to be fully prepared before the mechanical beast tide arrived. At the same time, a meeting at the Cyber Alliance headquarters in Huadu World had just concluded, and a provisional response plan for the Cyber Beast Tide had been jointly formulated.
The plan consisted of 3 points.
Point 1. Divide Huaxia into 3 major regions: East China, Central China, and South China, and gather cyber units to construct steel walls along the peripheries of these regions to withstand the mechanical beast tide. Second, within 2 days, relocate all citizens of Huaxia's vassal states to these 3 regions, construct air raid shelters capable of accommodating everyone, and stock them with enough food and purified water to sustain them for 1 month. Third, destroy all nuclear-armed nations except Huaxia to prevent mecha beasts from attacking nuclear facilities and causing irreparable damage to the territory. This plan was dubbed the Human Seed Plan. At 11 p.m., Lin's mecha team, the Walrus Squad, returned to the beach near the Body Zero with 1,000 metric tons of energy. At that moment, the Body Zero was surrounded by small engineering mechas equipped with the upgrade system. They were continuously retrieving fragments of the molten metal mecha behemoths from the sea. They then used their own tools to reprocess these metal fragments and attach them to the Batian Zero in a peculiar manner. It was less an attachment and more a fusion. The moment the metal fragments entered the Batian Zero, the mecha's appearance in that area changed.
The originally smooth metal hull transformed into armor covered in red quantum patterns.
Moreover, Lin was delighted to discover that these patterns actually flowed like molten lava, much like a human pulse. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be once it was fully upgraded to level 3. Although he was eager to test the Batian Zero's performance right away, the mecha was still in the middle of the upgrade process and would likely take another 13 hours to complete. Besides, he had even more important matters to attend to. Today is March 10th. At 6 a.m. on March 14th, the mecha beasts will riot for some reason, triggering a massive mecha beast invasion. When that happens, swarms of mecha beasts will descend upon the city like a deluge, and steel walls alone won't be enough to stop them. So he must use these 4 days to harness the Batian Zero's mecha manufacturing capabilities and build an army of mecha beasts. And he has to start right now. He counted the mechas currently at his disposal, roughly 70 C-class walrus mechas, 100 C-class crab mechas, and 1 B-class giant crab mecha. With a mecha beast force of this scale, combined with Abyss Dragon number 1 and Divine Eagle number 1, this lineup could even hold its own against an ordinary S-class mecha beast. As for the damaged Thunder Lord and Apocalypse number 1, their repairs would have to wait until the Batian Zero upgrade was complete before they could be deployed from the mecha hangar. So Lin had no choice but to temporarily unload the 1,000 metric tons of energy on the beach. He then began to ponder how to gather enough mana cores in a short amount of time. In other words, how to find as many mecha beasts as possible. But since the cyber apocalypse struck on March 7th, nearly all the mecha beasts in the city had been wiped out by the cybers. Furthermore, the World Cyber Alliance had issued a bounty for mana cores. Each mana core could be exchanged for food, water, and any other resources. So, driven by profit, the Silence in the city naturally wouldn't let a single mecha beast slip through their fingers. Their hunting speed was even faster than Kuan playing ball. Under these circumstances, the intelligent mecha beasts naturally hid in the shadows, while others retreated to the mountains. That's why, in the mountains, people could always hear all sorts of sounds. Originally, Lin had planned to head into the nearby mountains to hunt these beasts and seize their mana cores. But unfortunately, his current cyber army consisted entirely of aquatic specialists.
Wait a minute, underwater?
Lin thought to himself, turning to look at the vast ocean where the Ba Tian Zero stood. If there's one place in the world with the most life, it has to be the ocean. After all, the ocean covers 70% of the planet's surface. And the creatures in the ocean are truly bizarre and diverse. A single school of fish can number in the tens of thousands. And most importantly, there are countless giant creatures in the ocean. If he is lucky, he might even make an unexpected discovery. Looks like I really can't escape the ocean after all. Lin couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He'd been fighting in the ocean from the very beginning. He'd finally made it to land, only to have his mech upgraded, and after all that, he'd ended up back in the ocean. But that's fine, it gives me the perfect chance to test out the Abyssal Dragon number 1. However, before heading out to sea, he had to make absolutely sure everything was prepared. Xingqian, activate the Divine Eagle number 1's highest alert status. While I'm in the ocean, any hostile creature approaching the energy source or the Dominator Zero can be eliminated on sight. Oh, and leave that B-class mecha crab behind, too. After thinking it over for a while, Lin decided to leave Divine Eagle number 1 and the mecha crab on shore. After all, Divine Eagle number 1 was a mecha that was invincible against aerial threats, but underwater, it might as well be as useless as a cute house cat. It would be better to have it stay here to guard the Ba Tian Zero's upgrade and the energy sources on shore. That would also give Lin some peace of mind. As for the mecha crab, its original form was a hairy crab. It didn't seem quite right for a river crab to be out in the ocean, so he decided to leave it behind as well. Received. Orders have been relayed. As Xingqian acknowledged the command, the Divine Eagle number 1 suddenly soared into the sky and vanished from sight. This was Divine Eagle number 1's unique cloaking system, which concealed itself by adjusting the temperature and humidity of the surrounding air and adapting to its environment like a chameleon. After issuing the command, Lin felt confident enough to enter the ocean. This time, he decided to dive in personally. After all, an autopilot mech lacks the human mind's ability to adapt on the fly, let alone engage in nuanced thinking. Besides, he happened to want to test out Abyssal Dragon number 1. No sooner said than done, Lin didn't hesitate any longer and began operating the nanoplatform on his right arm. As a series of beeps sounded, his body slowly began to reorganize into the mech, and he was enveloped by quantum ripples from all sides. Gradually, his vision began to blur. A moment later, his vision cleared again, but his field of view had increased 100-fold, and his body had been replaced by the mech. At that moment, he was the Abyssal Dragon number 1. Lin casually flexed his limbs, and was immediately delighted. The Abyssal Dragon number 1 mech's adaptability was actually even higher than that of the Dominator Zero. He could perform extremely precise movements. He could even extend his ring finger while curling the others. It was as if this were his own body. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading. After practicing with the mech a bit more, Lin, without a moment's hesitation, headed straight for the depths of the ocean. Only when the seawater completely submerged his body did Lin activate the curved path engine and continue diving deeper toward the abyss. The mech walruses and mech crabs all lined up in neat formation, following closely behind him. Meanwhile, at a building on the outskirts, several mecha warriors, armed with weapons, were standing guard. However, these mecha warriors had rather ferocious-looking faces. Rather than warriors, they resembled monstrous beasts. Inside the building, 2 sofas and a table were simply arranged. 2 familiar figures were sitting on the sofas, engaged in conversation. Is that really true? Of course, Mr. Inashita. Our warriors all use this. As long as we give ordinary humans this modified mana core to ingest, we can turn them into invincible mecha warriors even more powerful than those top-tier cybers. He waved the mana core in his hand and looked at Inashita with a sinister grin. The mana core in his hand was different from the ones usually extracted from beasts. It radiated a soul-devouring glow, filled with the scent of death. Just one glance was enough to send a chill down one's spine.
This? Inashita looked at the object before him and hesitated. What's the matter, Mr. Inashita?
If you don't want the Foot Clan to perish, this is your best option. And although it looks terrifying, once you've truly experienced its power, you'll realize just how precious it is.
If you're lucky, you might even be able to take down an A-class mecha beast.
Inashita was indeed tempted by what he heard. Setting aside the side effects for now, just the abilities of those mutated mecha warriors he'd just seen outside were already on par with standard A-class cybers. A-class cybers are among the very best in the World Cyber Alliance, and yet the person standing before him was actually using one as a bodyguard.
That was an absolute luxury. He finally understood why they'd publicly fallen out.
Seeing that Inashita was already showing interest, he continued to tempt him. Mr. Inashita, if you don't take this now, once Yukio falls, it'll be too late to regret it.
That was no exaggeration. Yukio was currently barely hanging on. Every human in the entire Foot Basin Chicken had gathered there.
Once the official stronghold fell, nothing but annihilation awaited them. Moreover, his parents, wife, and daughter were all there. So this savior had to be him and only him. Thus, he hesitated no longer. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the mana core.
No problem at all.
As if he'd been prepared for this all along, he pulled a box from under the table. When he opened it, it was filled to his astonishment with nothing but identical mana cores. The deep sea region of the eastern waters of Huaxia.
500 meters below the surface, Lin, now transformed into Abyss Dragon No. 1, was battling a giant mechanized beast.
This mechanized beast was fish-shaped. About 30 meters long and covered in sturdy, streamlined scales, it wore a furious expression, its mouth filled with sharp, massive metal teeth. Each tooth was as huge as a car tire. A dorsal fin as massive as a tower stood erect on its back, and its razor-sharp tail was twitching menacingly. It looked as if it were about to tear Abyss Dragon No. 1 to shreds at any moment.
According to Xingqian's analysis, this is a Class A equivalent shark mecha beast.
Class A equivalent refers to a creature ranked above Class B but below Class A, one that comes infinitely close to Class A but has not quite reached that level. However, this is a juvenile tiger shark, likely having just hatched from its egg, which is why it attacks anything it sees, even the Abyss Dragon No. 1, a machine several times its size.
I suppose that's what they mean by a newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers, isn't it?
But don't let the fact that this thing is near a class fool you. Its attacks are truly ferocious, targeting every vulnerable joint in the Abyssal Dragon No. 1's mechanical arms.
But he is the Abyssal Dragon.
The Abyssal Dragon No. 1 evolved from a strategic nuclear submarine. For Abyss Dragon No. 1, with its super strong defenses, an attack of this magnitude was like a crane lifting a feather, not worth mentioning. After attempting a few attacks, the tiger shark mech realized it was no match for Yuanlong No. 1 and immediately turned around to flee at full speed. But Lin wasn't about to let it get away that easily. Using Yuanlong No. 1's vortex turbine engines, he charged toward it at breakneck speed and rammed it with the mech's massive bulk, knocking it over. Then, he grabbed its sturdy dorsal fin and tore it off with all his might.
Whoa!
In an instant, the mecha tiger shark let out an agonized roar and lost its balance. Yet, driven by its primal instinct for survival, it continued to glide through the water, flapping its pair of delicate pectoral fins.
Faced with this scene, Lin felt no pity. Instead, he aimed a punch straight at its head and slammed it down with a thunderous blow. Moments later, Lin ripped out its mana core. Whoa! It let out one final furious roar before its body ceased moving.
With the task completed, he stored the mana core in the Abyssal Dragon's energy bay and left the carcass for the mecha sea crabs he had brought along to dispose of. The mecha sea crabs had a unique body structure. Their two massive claws, each nearly a meter long, could easily tear through the mechanical tissues of Class A mecha beasts. Furthermore, beneath their bodies, they possessed a square storage compartment measuring roughly 3 by 3, perfect for storing these mechanical parts. So in no time, they had completely disassembled the entire mecha tiger shark. It was safe to say they were the perfect cleanup crew. Once the task was complete, Lin continued his descent. Since the Abyss Dragon No. 1 was originally a submarine, it could dive to a depth of 1,000 meters even before its cyberization. So now, with his enhanced capabilities, diving to 2,000 meters posed no problem. The deep sea is pitch black. The deeper one goes, the darker it becomes. Fortunately, the Yuanlong number 1 is equipped with deep sea night vision, allowing Lin to easily make out the seabed. Apart from the pitch black darkness, the deep sea seabed is also utterly silent. At a depth of 2,000 meters, the silence is downright eerie. Apart from the occasional odd-looking mecha fish, there was nothing else to be seen. But Lin's intuition told him that the quieter the place, the better the finds. Sure enough, just as he landed on the continental shelf at a depth of around 2,000 meters, a massive, bottomless underwater rift blocked his path. The rift was about 1,000 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep. Just looking at it, it resembled a black hole, sending shivers down Lin's spine. Fortunately, he didn't suffer from a fear of the deep sea, otherwise, he would have fainted on the spot. Xingchen scanned the conditions inside the rift. Faced with this situation, Lin didn't dare to dive any deeper recklessly. He could only have Xingchen use sonar to probe the rift's depth and assess the presence of any life forms. Roger that. Xingchen acknowledged the order and immediately emitted sound waves from the ultrasonic terminal atop the Abyss Dragon number 1. As the waves collided with various media, they bounced back, revealing the topographical structure of the fissure. About 3 minutes later, instead of reporting the results, Xingchen issued a warning. Warning: the ultrasonic probe's sound waves are being blocked by some strange force. Unable to obtain acoustic feedback, unable to analyze results. Unable to analyze? Lin was suddenly taken aback. You can't detect it either? This was the first time he'd ever seen an AI at a loss. Seeming somewhat defiant, Xingchen offered a second solution. In response to the master, most organisms can alter sound waves, and given the diverse and complex media in seawater, ultrasonic detection isn't overly accurate, so this is a normal occurrence. I have already analyzed the most effective exploration method using my knowledge base. What method? Answer: use a quantum manipulation device implanted inside a mechanized crab, then place it into the rift. You will then be able to assess the situation within the rift through the footage transmitted via visual sharing. Visual sharing? Is that even possible? Answer: your human technology has long since mastered this capability, for example, in common devices like cell phones and drone photography. That's true. This answer left Lin with no room to argue. Wasn't this essentially the same as strapping a camera onto a crab? Alright, then go ahead and do it. Lin didn't waste any more time and immediately let Xingchen begin her demonstration. Received, command relayed. Upon receiving the command, one of the mechanized sea crabs broke ranks from the army of sea crabs and leaped straight into the depths of the ocean. At the same moment, a faintly glowing screen appeared before Lin. It displayed the sea crab's point of view. At first, as it descended, the environment around it looked no different from the surface. However, as it sank deeper, massive red algae and coral reefs gradually came into view. Yet there were still no other sea creatures in sight, which puzzled Lin. It was barely 3,000 meters below the surface. It shouldn't be the case that so many species had gone extinct already. But that was the reality. Even as the sea crab neared a depth of 2,500 meters, it still hadn't encountered any other life aside from the massive algae and coral. It had come across nothing. About 10 minutes later, the mecha crab effortlessly reached the very bottom of the rift, with the reported depth reading 2,899 meters below sea level. Lin had originally thought he might see something different at the bottom of the rift, but he had gotten his hopes up too high. The bottom was just as unremarkable as the area above. So he could only order the mecha crab to continue moving forward along the bottom of the rift. And that's when he actually made a discovery. Just as the mecha giant crab passed a large expanse of coral reef, it suddenly spotted a golden glow amidst a cluster of green algae. What's that? Lin was excited. He'd only ever seen that kind of glow on the lava mecha colossus. Quick, Xingchen, move forward. But before he could issue the command, the screen suddenly shook violently, then went dark. The connection with the mecha crab was lost. What's going on? Staring at the suddenly blank screen, Lin's heart sank. After all, it was a first-person perspective. No matter how mentally tough he was, he still couldn't help but be startled. Especially deep in the ocean, it sent a chill down his spine. Response: detected that the mecha sea crab's mana core has been stripped. Connection with the mecha sea crab has been lost. Lin slowly typed a question mark. Although his mecha sea crab wasn't exactly a high-level mecha beast, it had been upgraded in the mecha manufacturing bay inside the Ba Tian Zero. There is no way its mana core could have been snatched away so precisely and without him even noticing. Plus, that swift, accurate, and ruthless method, it's definitely not something a living creature could have come up with. Interesting. This piqued Lin's curiosity even more about what lay beneath the fissure. Who knows, maybe what he was looking for was right down there. So this time, he decided to go down himself to investigate. As for the danger, of course there was some. But you can't catch a tigress cub without entering the tigress den. To obtain something precious, one must put oneself in danger. Generally speaking, the reward is proportional to the risk. Besides, Lin wasn't going in completely unprotected. When the mecha crab went down alone earlier, it was inevitable that there would be some blind spots and overlooked details. But this time was different. He decided to lead all 199 of his remaining mecha beasts directly into the chasm. Full-scale assault. With the order given, Lin set off in a massive procession with his children. Although these mecha beasts weren't particularly large, their deterrent effect was still formidable. About 3 minutes later, Lin had already led his main force to the bottom of the gorge. As soon as he landed, he began searching for the wreckage of the mecha sea crab. But after searching the area thoroughly, he found nothing, not even a trace. Moreover, the golden glow he'd just seen on the screen had vanished without a trace. This situation suddenly gave Lin a sense of foreboding. He was in the open, while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Furthermore, this enemy possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, a deadly combination given Lin's current position. If he let his guard down even for a moment, even his incredibly powerful Abyss Dragon #1 could become trapped by the terrain and find itself caught between two fires. So Lin immediately ordered his mecha beast squad to remain on high alert. But after about 10 minutes, nothing had happened. Could it have already fled? After all, with his own presence combined with the imposing force of these 200 mecha beasts, even an S-class beast would be scared off, wouldn't it? Let alone a creature with human-level intelligence. It would be strange if it didn't run. Woo! But just as Lin was about to let his guard down, another sudden howl rang out. Lin turned to look behind him and suddenly saw a gigantic octopus, 200 or 300 meters tall, hovering in the air and staring right at him. Its entire body was pitch black, and it possessed over 100 mechanical tentacles, each covered with thousands of suction cups of varying sizes. On one of those suction cups, Lin spotted his own mecha crab. Clearly, it was this massive mecha octopus right in front of him that had caused all the commotion just now. Xingqian, recall all mecha beasts. Roger. Faced with this situation, Lin reacted quickly, recalling all his mecha beasts. After all, a mecha beast of this size and stature was clearly an S-class mecha beast. Lin himself wasn't even confident he could defeat this monster, let alone his minions. After recalling his mecha beasts, Lin immediately assumed a combat stance. As mentioned earlier, their current location was simply too dire. Escape was likely out of the question. However, the mecha octopus showed no intention of fighting. Instead, it slowly extended the tentacle that had been clinging to the mecha crab toward Lin and gently set it down. Immediately afterward, it lightly touched Lin with the tip of its tentacle. The very next second, the mecha crab came back to life as if an ancient tree had been rejuvenated by spring. This immediately put Lin on high alert. He assumed this was some kind of special ability possessed by the mecha octopus. But the very next second, the mecha octopus suddenly spoke. Don't worry. That mecha crab had simply run out of power. I've already recharged it for you. You're talking? Lin's surprise wasn't just that it could speak, but that the voice was actually a beautiful female voice. And from the sound of it, she seemed to be a young girl of only 17 or 18. However, the next moment, the mecha octopus suddenly shook its head. It slowly lowered its body and extended another tentacle, gently offering it toward Lin's face. This time, standing on the tentacle was a woman with a human torso and a fish tail. Her long, silvery hair, as luminous as moonlight, drifted gently in the ocean current. Her snow-white skin and sea-blue eyes seemed to hold a tranquility as deep as the ocean itself. A mermaid? Lin was taken aback. Could such a legendary creature as a mermaid actually exist? But then she thought about it. In a world where mechs existed, the existence of mermaids didn't seem all that far-fetched after all. And she has even got an octopus following her? What kind of tentacle play is this? Just as Lin was wondering what this mermaid was up to, she spoke again, her face brimming with excitement. Savior from the land, I've finally waited for you. Savior? Lin slowly typed out a string of question marks. It was one thing to run into a mermaid on his next trip out to sea. But to be called a savior? What kind of nonsense was this? No matter how fantastical things get, this was taking it too far, wasn't it? Perhaps sensing Lin's confusion, the mermaid continued. I know you have many questions, but I can't explain everything to you right now. If you're willing to trust me, follow me, and you'll understand in time. With that, the mecha octopus retracted its tentacles and placed her atop its head. Then it changed course and swam slowly toward the other end of the rift. The mermaid seemed certain that Lin would follow, so she didn't offer any further explanation. By his reckoning, it had been over 2 hours since Lin had dived beneath the surface to reach this spot. But along the way, he hadn't encountered anything unusual, let alone what he was looking for. So the appearance of a legendary creature like the mermaid and the fact that she seemed unaffected by cyber radiation naturally piqued his curiosity. Consequently, Lin could no longer contain his excitement. He retrieved the mecha crab from the ground, then fired up his turbine engines and followed after her. The path the mecha octopus was taking grew increasingly narrow in some places. It was barely over 100 meters wide. Lin had to turn sideways just to get through. After following it for about 3,000 meters. As they passed through an extremely narrow passage, the path ahead suddenly opened up. And the place was bathed in a light as bright as the sun. This scene couldn't help but remind Lin of a passage from Tao Yuan Ming's writings. At first, the path is extremely narrow, barely wide enough for a person. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly opens up. Wasn't this exactly what he had just experienced? As he followed the mecha octopus deeper, Lin realized that this was no longer the fissure passage from before, but a vast, enclosed cavern. This cavern was at least 800 or 900 meters high, and inside, the giant red algae and corals that had covered the fissure walls were gone. In their place were magnificent, massive, multicolored mechanical shells, each roughly 5 or 6 meters long. But at their centers were not pearls. Instead, there were mana cores, one after another. Judging by the amount of energy they emitted, they were all C-class mana cores. The light radiating from their cores illuminated the entire cavern. That radiance was coming from them. As far as the eye could see, these shells were intricately arranged along the cave walls, at least 1,000 of them. That was why the combined light they emitted was powerful enough to illuminate this vast cave. If he could, he'd really like to pack them all up and take them with him. But he hadn't come along just to make a quick profit. Moreover, such a large number of C-class mana cores might be a windfall for an ordinary cyber. But for him, it wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Your savior, we've arrived. At that moment, the octopus suddenly stopped in front of a stone gate hundreds of meters high, and the mermaid slowly swam from the top of the mecha octopus's head to Lin's side. The mermaid was about the same size as an average human, so standing before Abyss Dragon number 1, she looked like nothing more than a young kitten. I'm no savior, just call me Lin. I didn't come here with you to save you, I was simply driven by curiosity. Lin's tone was cold. Even though the mermaid before him looked incredibly beautiful, he really couldn't muster any interest in that form. Women only slow down the mech. The mermaid obediently flashed a smile. Yes, Lord Lin. My name is Xiaoyu. Alright, so Xiaoyu, what do you want to show me? You'll find out if you come in with me. As Xiaoyu spoke, she glanced at the mech octopus. Xiao Shang, open the door. The mecha octopus, whom she called Xiao Zhang, obediently extended a tentacle toward the stone door and gently touched it. Immediately, ancient and indecipherable characters appeared on the massive stone door, radiating a golden glow. This glow was exactly the same one Lin had seen above the rift through the mechanized sea crab. This also answered Lin's earlier question. Judging by this glow, Xiao Zhang's level was no less than S-class. As the glow gradually faded, the entire stone door burst open with a thunderous roar. He had expected to find some kind of treasure behind the stone gate, but what met his eyes was a large machine resembling a rocket launch bay. It was only 1/3 the size of the Abyss Dragon, with an extremely small entrance. It must have been designed for human use. Xingqian, analyze the object. He immediately ordered Xingqian to analyze this mechanical device. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Analysis results as follows. This machine is a time capsule capable of quantum time travel. Based on our analysis, current human technology does not possess such capabilities. It likely originates from human technology approximately 300 years in the future. A time capsule. Sure enough, when in doubt, turn to quantum mechanics. Lin, who had been passionate about science fiction since childhood, was all too familiar with this term. The ability to freely travel between the past and the future. But this is merely a figment of human imagination. After all, time is a parameter humans use to describe the movement of matter or the sequence of events. Time is defined by the pattern of periodic changes in matter that are unaffected by external factors. Therefore, with the current level of human civilization and technology, it is simply impossible to fathom time, let alone alter it. This is nothing more than a fantasy. But upon closer reflection, since he had already traveled through time, all of the above arguments were rendered invalid. Although he himself had returned in some form through a process of rebirth, this alone was enough to prove that time is reversible. So having a time machine wouldn't be a problem at all. Moreover, he had noticed one crucial detail: 300 years in the future. That's right, I've traveled back from 300 years in the future. My creator told me to wait here for your arrival. Only by doing so can we save the world 6 months from now. Xiao Yuan particularly surprised that Lin knew her origins. On the contrary, she remained calm, as if she'd known all along that he would ask this. Wait, why does what you're saying sound so strange to me? What do you mean, creator and the world 6 months from now? Aren't you from 300 years in the future? For a moment, Lin felt like his CPU was about to overheat. Lord Lin, once you've seen this, you should understand. Xiao Yu slowly glided over to the time capsule. After entering a string of commands on the control panel on the outside of the device, a holographic projection suddenly appeared on the top of the capsule. The projection showed a girl with a graceful figure. She looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. Hi. Old Lin, I know you have a lot of questions right now, but don't worry, I need to verify your identity first. Say something so I can hear you. Looking at the mischievous girl in the projection, Lin felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't quite put his finger on where he'd seen her before. And what the heck was this asking him to speak right off the bat? Wasn't this supposed to be something like a videotape? How come it looks like it can actually communicate with me? You'd probably need Doctor Strange to pull off this kind of technology, right? Still, he spoke up, his doubts lingering. Hi, hello? Not bad. It really is old Lin. The girl in the projection sounded noticeably excited upon hearing Lin's voice. Alright, old Lin, you can ask any question you want now, and I'll answer them all. Anything at all? Yep, anything at all. After testing to make sure the projection could indeed communicate with him normally, Lin asked his first question. Why do you call me Old Lin? To be honest, aside from his college roommate, no one else had ever called him Old Lin. I knew you'd ask that first. The girl in the projection crossed her arms smugly. I call you Old Lin because you're my great-great-great-grandfather, so I thought it was more appropriate to call you that. Great-great-great-grandfather? Lin was taken aback. Are you kidding me? The girl smiled as if she expected this, and said casually. It's normal that you don't believe me, but you should be very familiar with this sequence of numbers, 839452788, right? At first glance, it was just an ordinary string of numbers, but the more Lin heard it, the more familiar it sounded.
Damn, how do you know my secret code?
This sequence was the secret key Lin had stored on a cloud drive containing at least 100 million learning resources. He never told anyone about something so precious. But the fact that the girl in the projection could recite it so fluently meant someone he trusted must have told her. So Lin decided to believe, for the time being, that this was his great-granddaughter.
Ahem, okay, then, my great-granddaughter, call me great-grandpa and let me hear it.
Lin thought about it carefully. It didn't seem like such a bad deal after all. The girl rolled her eyes.
Like hell I will. I really don't know what my great-grandmother saw in you back then. Hurry up. If you have any more questions, ask them now.
I've got important things to discuss, and my quantum transmission can only last another 10 minutes at most.
Oh, so where are you right now? Lin asked offhandedly.
The girl sounded a bit impatient. 300 years in the future.
Why do you keep asking such stupid questions? So this really is a trans-temporal conversation? The girl's response confirmed Lin's earlier hunch.
The time capsule could project from the future back to the present. And humanity had mastered this technology in just 300 years. This made Lin admire the person who built the time machine even more. However, Lin knew when to be tactful. He didn't waste any more time on small talk and got straight to the point. What was your purpose in teleporting Xiaoyu here?
What is going to happen in half a year? And why did she say I'm the savior?
Faced with this barrage of questions, the girl patiently answered each one. First of all, Xiaoyu is an android mermaid I created to withstand the rifts in spacetime. I implanted human emotions and an affinity for marine life into her, enabling her to communicate with certain cybernetic marine creatures. I sent her to your timeline via a time capsule to save you after the mechanical beast tide.
Save me after the mecha beast tide? What does that mean? Lin asked.
Exactly what it says. In this timeline, you on March 10th piloted the Abyss Dragon I to dive down to where you are now. Then, in this rift, you went on a killing spree, slaughtering a mecha whale king and thousands of mecha sea beasts, and took their mana cores.
Damn, am I really that badass?
Lin exclaimed in surprise. A mecha whale king, that sounded pretty awesome. The girl ignored his over-the-top reaction, paused for a moment, and continued. But after coming ashore, you fell victim to the ocean's curse. You didn't realize it, though you thought it was just a minor cold, so you didn't pay it much mind. It wasn't until the third day after you repelled the Cyber Beast tide that the curse finally took effect, and you died at the World Cyber Alliance headquarters. After your death, your body Zero was somehow summoned on its own and activated something called Total Annihilation Mode, carrying out a full-scale bombing of China's 3 major regions. It's said that the World Cyber Alliance mobilized all its national cyber warriors to stop it, but even that wasn't enough. At that time, your Batian Zero could truly be called invincible.
In the end, it was the Silence and the Korean Silence who joined the alliance, who joined forces to extract the Batian Zero's mana core, finally resolving the crisis.
Strangely enough, however, before Huaxia had a chance to repair the steel walls of the 3 major regions, a premeditated tide of mecha beasts surged in from all directions once again, instantly engulfing the cities. The World Cyber Alliance's cyber warriors, having lost their combat effectiveness from battling the Batian Zero, were forced to deploy ordinary soldiers into battle. But how could ordinary soldiers possibly withstand these mecha beasts? So very quickly, all 3 major districts were destroyed by them. The mecha beasts entered the cities to slaughter humans, and the survivors were forced to hide in secret shelters.
There is more to come.
I know many of you have questions, but don't worry.
It's not over yet. Wait a minute, why does your description feel a bit abrupt?
As he listened, Lin sensed something was off. The girl gave him a casual glance and asked.
Then tell me, what exactly don't you understand?
Lin voiced his confusion. According to your timeline, I'll die 3 days after the beast horde arrives.
So how did you get here? It's not like I could found a girlfriend and had a child within those 3 days, right?
He felt that, given his personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to be that impulsive. The girl in the projection shrugged.
Sorry, old Lin, but I can't tell you that.
You know, tampering with time is, by its very nature, an act that defies the laws of the universe. If you change the past, the future will change as well. If I told you now how I met my great-grandmother, you might subconsciously avoid that situation later on, and if that happens, I might cease to exist. Then I wouldn't be able to build a time machine in the future, let alone save you right now. A simple deduction shows that things that have already happened cannot be changed, but using time travel would violate this fact and create an inexplicable paradox.
The long string of technical explanations gave Lin a headache, so he decided to stop dwelling on it. Never mind. Just tell me what happened next.
Why was it 6 months later, and not 3 days after the beast tide broke out?
And how were the Koreans and the South Koreans able to remove the mana core while my Batian Zero was in rampage mode? With their crappy cyber tech, how could they possibly do that? Lin had so many questions. If everything the girl had just said was true, then there were way too many inconsistencies. Sigh. The girl pressed her hand to her forehead and said with a headache, Old Lin, you really do ask a lot of questions, but you've hit the nail on the head. Actually, half a year after the mecha beast swarm swept through the city again, a powerful cyber faction suddenly appeared within China's 3 major regions. They had hideous faces and possessed immense power. But strangely, those mecha beasts didn't seem to attack them. Instead, they became their pets. Then, relying on their own brute force, they seized control of the 3 major regions and became the new rulers of the World Cyber Alliance. As for the original inhabitants of the 3 major regions, they were enslaved by these cyber and reduced to the lowest rung of society at that time. Hearing this, Lin furrowed his brow. Enslaving humans? Seizing the 3 major regions? The people of Huaxia reduced to the lowest rung? What about Dragon Squad? And the survivors of the World Cyber Alliance, didn't they put up a fight? The girl shook her head bitterly. No. Because the very first thing these cybers did after opening the sanctuary was to round up all the humans and kill them. As for the Dragon Squad you mentioned, they fought back alongside the Russian Emperor at the time, but they were no match for those cybers and were all wiped out. In the end, the 3 major regions, including the entire Huaxia continent, became their territory. According to my mother, grandma gave birth to my mother's father, my maternal grandfather, 10 months after you passed away. After that, she began developing a time machine, hoping to defy fate and rewrite destiny. However, due to her harsh living conditions and limited technical expertise, she never completed it before her death, and the task of building the time machine was passed on to my maternal grandfather. Then it was passed down to my mother, and from her to me. Finally, I completed the time machine, which is why I'm able to speak with you now. Oh, right, I forgot to mention, those powerful cybers are from the same group as the one from whom the runaway Batian Zero type mana core was extracted. As the girl finished speaking, all of Lin's previous questions came flooding back. At that moment, his mechanical fists clenched tightly, emitting sparks of electricity even in the seawater. One could sense the rage radiating from his body. Lin realized who was pulling the strings behind all this. It wasn't the Koreans, nor the South Koreans, it was the US. However, he didn't let his anger cloud his judgment. Instead, he asked calmly, so, regarding that curse of the ocean you mentioned earlier, if I hadn't hunted down that so-called whale king, I wouldn't have been cursed, right? The girl nodded. That's right. As long as you head back the way you came now, you won't be cursed by the ocean, and you won't die once the mechanical beast tide has passed. In that case, your history of death will be rewritten. Perhaps China won't perish either. Alright, then I'm off. Lin nodded upon hearing this and turned to leave immediately. But the girl stopped him. Old Lin, don't rush off, I'm not finished yet. She then glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu caught the hint and called out to the mechanical octopus. Xiao Zhang, bring that thing out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang obediently used its tentacles to pull out a golden glowing mana core and a capsule the size of a small car from beneath its head. The capsule looked exactly like the time machine, only a size smaller. It must have been brought by his granddaughter as well. Old Lin, this is an S-class mana core from an ancient creature. Inside the capsule is a set of nano armor. Once you put it on, it will fuse with your body and provide comprehensive healing whenever you're injured or sick. Upon hearing the explanation, Lin's expression shifted slightly.
After expressing his thanks, he accepted both items without hesitation.
You're welcome, old Lin. I just didn't want to upset my great-great-grandmother. Oh dear, it looks like time is up. Old Lin, no, great-grandpa, I'm counting on you from here on out.
With that, the video feed cut off, and Calm returned to the cave.
Time is up. I should be going now.
Lin watched the girl fade away, and to his surprise, he felt a pang of reluctance. But now was not the time to dwell on such things.
He still had work to do. So, Xiaoyu, are you coming with me?
Lin turned to look at Xiaoyu.
No, thank you.
Xiaoyu and Xiao Zhang still have other things to do here.
Please go back quickly.
I hope you can save our world.
All right, Xiaoyu. If you run into any danger, come straight to Huaxia to find me. After giving these instructions, Lin started the engine and left by the same route.
March 11, 1:30 a.m., the shallow waters of the East China Sea, Huaxia, the Batian 0's docking site.
The Batian 0 was still undergoing its third stage upgrade. Along the coast, a Class B mecha named Giant Crab was patrolling back and forth warily.
About 1 kilometer away, inside a seaside apartment, the Batian 0 could be clearly seen in its entirety through the floor-to-ceiling windows.
Lord Inashita, I feel brimming with power. Not even an A-class mecha beast could be my match.
In the living room, Inashita knelt before a mecha warrior whose entire body was encased in machinery.
However, unlike ordinary mecha warriors, he had a ferocious, beast-like appearance. Nakata-san, remember, once you've taken down that giant crab mecha, come right back.
We haven't fully figured out the capabilities of that aircraft carrier mecha yet, so we can't act rashly.
Just wait for Yosuke-san's next orders. Yes, Lord Inashita. Korean Nation, 500 meters below the central city.
The Mechanical Research Corps of the United States has excavated a massive pit here, measuring 1,000 meters long, 500 meters high, and 1,000 meters wide. At the center of the pit stands a colossal mecha. Standing nearly 500 meters tall, it looms underground like a colossal city, creating an overwhelming sense of awe and visual impact. On the platform on its chest, two men are conversing.
They are none other than Kim Young-jun of Korea and Yosef of the United States. What do you think, Mr. Kim? Isn't my Zeus truly magnificent? Yosef spread his arms wide, proudly showcasing his masterpiece. Kim Young-jun nodded obediently. Yes, Mr. Yosef. So, would you be willing to help me complete this great achievement? Yosef asked. Of course, sir. But what exactly do you want me to do for you?
Upon hearing this, Yosef looked at Kim Young-jun with great seriousness.
It's simple. I need you to help me seize the mana core from Linus Mech. And these will give you a helping hand.
Yosef clapped his hands, and suddenly a mechanical arm extended from the front of the Zeus, bearing one mana core after another, each emitting a dim, eerie glow.
Chapter 28, Extraordinary Combat Power, the Artificial Cyber. Mr. Yosef, what are these?
Looking at the mana cores, Kim Young-jun furrowed his brow, clearly feeling a sense of aversion toward them. But after composing himself, he stepped forward, reached out, picked up a mana core, and asked with a hint of anticipation.
Mr. Yosef, how exactly will this help me? Koreans are all like that, they're born with a peculiar obsession with cleanliness and tend to reject anything that looks unsavory at first glance, yet they're particularly fond of anything from the US. As long as it's a product of the US, they'll always consider it top-notch. From a modern perspective, this behavior is nothing short of sycophancy. Blatant sycophancy coupled with double standards. Mr. Kim, if I'm not mistaken, you're not a cyber, are you? Yosef asked out of the blue. Kim Young-jun scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. Right. I guess I'm just unlucky, otherwise, I'd have a BMW by now. Not bad, not bad. That works out perfectly. Yosef flashed a pleased smile. But that smile left Kim Young-jun completely baffled. He asked, Mr. Yosef, what do you mean by not bad? Yosef stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Right now, there is an opportunity for you to become a cyber. Are you willing? Become a cyber? Kim Young-jun's whole body trembled at the words. After all, only those chosen by Cyber Mana could become a cyber infused with their precious object. But if one wasn't chosen at the time, no amount of effort would ever make it possible. But Yosef standing before him claimed there was a way to make him a cyber. That was absolutely impossible. Back when the cyber apocalypse first struck, several nations had gathered at the World Cyber Alliance headquarters in Huaxia to discuss the matter. His thoughts immediately turned to the strange mana core in his hand, which seemed to emit a dim, eerie glow. He tentatively raised his head. Mr. Yosef, are you suggesting that this thing can turn me into a cyber? The only possibility Kim Young-jun could think of was this object. The mana core is essentially the heart of a mech. Without it, the mech is nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. So, if they wanted to create an artificial cyber, they would naturally have to focus on the mana core. However, he knew one thing. Since the goal was to turn humans into cybers, the United States would undoubtedly be conducting human genetic experiments somewhere. It was an old tradition, nothing new at all. This suddenly made Kim Young-jun think of something terrible. Could it be that they were going to use him as a guinea pig? This terrifying thought flashed through his mind. So frightened was he that he quickly put the mana core back where he found it. Seeing this, Yosef didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and reassured him. It's okay, Mr. Kim. After all, everyone feels fear toward the unknown. When I first encountered a mana core, I reacted just like you did. There is a saying in Huaxia, actions speak louder than words, so take a look at this first, then decide whether to use it or not. After saying this, Yosef snapped his fingers, and a projection suddenly appeared before them. The projection showed the East China Sea, where the Lin Body Zero was docked. It was nearly 2 a.m., and everyone had gone to bed early. The surroundings were pitch black. But the area around the Body Zero was bathed in light. The engineering mechs responsible for upgrading the Body Zero never took a break. So even at this hour, they were still diligently carrying out their work. Under the glow of these work lights, one could see the patrolling mech, the giant crab, still crisscrossing the beach, vigilantly monitoring every movement in the vicinity. Seeing the Batian Zero reminded Kim Young-jun of the footage he watched during the live stream of its battle. If he had to describe that scene in 2 words, it would be insane. Although, as an envoy traveling between nations, he seen his fair share of massive mechs. The power to punch right through that S-class lava mech behemoth with a single blow was simply beyond comparison to those ordinary cyber mechs. Mr. Yosef, why are you showing me this? Kim Young-jun wasn't quite sure what Yosef meant. Yosef smiled. Mr. Kim, don't worry, the show has only just begun. At that moment, on the beach, a humanoid mech encased in pitch-black armor was slowly advancing toward the giant crab mech. His frame was only twice the size of an ordinary human. His face was ghostly, as if he were wearing a beastess mask. He held a fangs-like weapon made of a mysterious, otherworldly metal that glinted with a cold, menacing light so sharp it seemed capable of slicing through anything. He was Nakata, who, 3 hours earlier, had fused with the mana core that Yosef had given to Anashida. In just a few hours, he had become a small mecha warrior reputed to be capable of overwhelming even A-class beast-type mechas. At that moment, the giant crab mecha patrolling the beach was the first to detect the anomaly and immediately switched to counterattack mode. It charged toward Nakata at an incredibly swift pace. Its massive body, standing over 10 meters tall, traced a dazzling, meteor-like trail through the air. Its massive, steel-forged claws cut through the air with a powerful, piercing whistle. To this mecha crab, Nakata was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Faced with such a ferocious and swift attack, an ordinary mecha pilot would likely have been terrified out of their wits. However, Nakata showed not the slightest sign of panic or fear. He simply raised his right hand calmly and deftly blocked the giant crab mecha's assault with the metal fangs in his hand. The moment the fangs made contact with those massive steel claws, a crisp clang rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. But that wasn't the end of it. Nakata applied a slight pressure with the metal fangs in his right hand, and the mecha crab's body was instantly hurled several meters away. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground,
instantly kicking up a cloud of dust.
This scene left Kim Young-joon, who was watching the battle, completely dumbfounded. Mr. Yosef, is that even human?
Just by fusing a single mana core, he was actually able to withstand the full force attack of that Class B mecha crab.
And he even sent it flying backward? Seeing Kim Young-joon's reaction, Yosef calmly explained.
Mr. Kim, what you're seeing are just the first batch of test subjects.
They're equipped with matching weapons and small mechs. Although they're smaller in size, their strength and speed are on par with the Class Mecha Beasts.
A Class Mecha Beasts? Keep in mind that a Class Mecha Beasts are evolved from those ferocious beasts. They were already the kings of the natural world before their cyberization, not to mention the terrifying power they possess after being transformed into mechs. Their combat power is even comparable to the coordinated bombardment of several tanks. That alone speaks to just how terrifying they are. But even such a powerful entity can apparently be created with just a single mana core like that. This man-made cyber technology is truly terrifying. And from what Yosef implied, it seems there are other batches of mana cores as well.
Could it be?
With this question in mind, he swallowed hard and pointed at the boxes of mana cores beside him.
So these are they, the second batch?
Upon hearing his question, Yosef flashed a smile, wiggled his index finger, and said casually, No, Mr. Kim, these are the latest, improved third batch. Please take a look. I haven't been put on display yet.
I'm so nervous.
I'll do my best to make it even better after I finish reviewing tomorrow.
Chapter 29, The Ultimate Weapon.
The third batch. Kim Young-joon swallowed hard, his eyes widening. After all, if the first batch of artificial cybers already possessed such formidable combat power, wouldn't the third batch be on a whole other level?
Don't be too surprised, Mr. Kim.
You know, we've always treated Korea as our best friend, while our relationship with the Foot Basin chickens has been nothing but insincere. The reason I gave them the first batch of mutated mana cores was precisely to use their bodies as guinea pigs. Your genes are roughly the same as those of the chicken bull people, so we only dared to hand these over to you after confirming they worked flawlessly on them. The mana cores you see now are the third batch, further improved and upgraded from the first batch. As for the second batch, it merely added stability and fixed some operational glitches. It was largely no different from the first batch. But this third batch is different. Building on the foundation of the first two batches, it has enhanced strength and speed. The artificial cybers from this third batch have strength that comes incredibly close to Class S. Even if they were to face a genuine Class S, they'd be evenly matched.
That's strong. Kim Young-joon looked utterly stunned.
Almost S-class. Doesn't that mean that if someone uses this third batch of mutated mana cores to become an artificial cyber, their strength could rival that of the giant mecha bear at Mount Fuji? Although no experiments had been conducted yet, Kim Young-joon had already been brainwashed by Yosef's smooth talk.
So, Mr. Yosef, are all of these for me?
Kim Young-joon gazed at the pile of mana cores with a greedy look in his eyes.
There were at least 30 of them. If he were given all of them, wouldn't that mean their stick country would effectively have an ultra-powerful cyber team? And since they were all S-class, Korea's status would undoubtedly become the strongest in the region. Of course, all of these are to assist you. I don't want you to do anything else, just bring back the mana core from Lin's aircraft carrier mech and hand it over to me. Then, my Zeus will become the most perfect creation. Once that happens, the whole world will be ours.
Ha 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 ha.
Yosef thought to himself, spreading his arms wide and breaking into a maniacal grin.
Seeing his somewhat deranged expression, Kim Young-joon instinctively flinched and asked timidly,
Mr. Yosef, can I take them and leave now?
He had never seen Yosef like this before.
He had some interactions with Yosef in the past and was quite familiar with his personality. But ever since Cyber Mana arrived, Yosef seemed like a completely different person.
There was no trace of the Yosef he once knew left in him now. With the Yosef of the past, Kim Young-joon had been able to communicate calmly and rationally. But now, he felt nothing but fear toward him. So all he wanted to do now was leave this place and find his subordinates to test whether this mutated cyber core was as miraculous as Yosef had claimed.
Of course, these all belong to you, Sir Kim. You may now take these mana cores to build your cyber army. But remember this, until I give the order, you must not take them into China under any circumstances. Do you understand? Yosef glared at Kim Young-jun with a menacing look.
That gaze sent a chill down his spine, and he nodded repeatedly to show he'd taken it to heart.
All right, then you may go. All right, then I won't keep you any longer. Kim Young-jun nodded timidly and left with the box of mana cores. Once Kim Young-jun had left, Yosef looked up at the screen again, admiring the battle of his first-generation masterpiece.
On the screen, the artificial cyber Nakata fused with the first batch of mutated mana cores was still battling the mecha cancer. Although the initial strike had indeed dealt damage to the mecha cancer and served as a deterrent, the mecha cancer upgraded through the Batian Zero Mecha Manufacturing Bay had defensive capabilities and power that had already surpassed its original B-class rating. Its strength was actually on par with that of a low-tier A-class mecha beast. The gap in strength between it and Nakata wasn't particularly large. However, in terms of speed and agility, the mecha crab was still slightly inferior. So Nakata seized the moment. Using agility as his breakthrough, he raised his metal fangs and charged toward the mecha crab at full engine power. The mecha crab reacted simultaneously, raising its giant claws high to shield itself. But just as Nakata was about to strike, he suddenly changed direction, soared into the sky, and then dove down like a bolt of lightning, driving the metal fangs deep into its body. This single strike pierced right through the mecha crab's central core. Instantly, molten metal flowed from the core, and the mana core dissipated. Deprived of power, the mecha crab's massive body toppled forward, scattering countless mechanical parts across the ground. There was no doubt about it, Nakata had won this battle. Excellent! Watching Nakata's clean and decisive victory, Inashita finally felt a surge of confidence. Now, on the international stage, they would no longer have to kowtow to anyone.
Especially China. His country, that chicken-foot nation, had spent a century cowering in Huaxia's shadow. Now, they finally possessed the strength to stand up to them. Just as he was lost in this fantasy, Nakata's agonized scream suddenly rang out over the walkie-talkie. "Boss, save me, boss." Hearing this, Inashita looked back at the screen and saw that an arm of the Divine Eagle appearing out of nowhere had actually pierced right through Nakata's body. Black liquid seeped from Nakata's mechanical body, giving off a strong, metallic stench. But since the blow hadn't struck a vital spot, Nakata was still struggling desperately, though he had absolutely no chance of escaping the Divine Eagle's grip. There was nothing he could do. The Divine Eagle's power was on par with a mid-tier unit. How could he possibly be a match for it? "Boss, save me, boss." Right now, Nakata's only hope lay with Inashita, the man who brought him here, and the only one who could save him. "Nakata-san, hang in there, I'll be right." Inashita frantically pulled out his phone to call for help, but just then, a call came in. Caller ID, Yoshibo. His heart skipped a beat, but he answered the call anyway. Forget about Nakata. Just let him fend for himself. Yosef cut straight to the chase. But there's no but about it. Lin is already 500 meters into the shallow waters. He'll be back in less than a minute. If you go out there now, you're just courting death. Yosef's tone was flat yet commanding, leaving Inashita with no courage to argue. Then, he asked timidly, "But what about Nakata? If Lin finds out I sent him, might he?" Upon hearing this, Yosef suddenly laughed and reassured him. "You don't need to worry about that. Leave the rest to me." With that, Yosef hung up the phone. At that very moment, a violent roar suddenly came over the walkie-talkie, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom! Inashita hurriedly looked out the window. The massive explosion came from the sky, illuminating the entire sky as if it were broad daylight. It was a force so immense it was beyond imagination. The entire coastline was shaking violently. The terrifying energy shockwaves even triggered a small earthquake. By this point, Nakata was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a vast scattering of mechanical parts. Inashita knew this was Yosef's doing. He had detonated Nakata's mana core.
But at that moment, Inashita felt no sorrow for the death of his comrade. Instead, he stared in stunned silence at the epicenter of the explosion, muttering to himself.
How is this possible? Chapter 30, The Artificial Cyber Legion Plan.
At the epicenter of the explosion, Divine Eagle number 1 still stood tall, its hands still clutching some of the mechanical debris left behind by Nakata's self-destruction. But if you looked closely, Divine Eagle number 1's mecha body showed faint signs of cracking, and its red metal armor had lost a bit of its luster. It looked just like a fighter jet that had served on the battlefield for a very long time. Yet despite this, it still hadn't fallen. If any other cyber had been in its place, facing an explosion of this magnitude, it would likely have been reduced to dust long ago, wouldn't it? But even under such force, Divine Eagle number 1 looked as if it had suffered nothing more than a few superficial scratches. A mech of this caliber would undoubtedly be considered top tier, no matter where it was deployed. If this had happened in the past, Inashita would certainly have kept his country far away from this Lin and resolutely avoided becoming his enemy. But now, he even found the whole situation intriguing. Because he suddenly realized that the explosion of a single mutated mana core was enough to inflict such damage on the Divine Eagle number 1. If there were a few more of them, then this battle mech that Lin was so proud of might not even exist anymore. At that point, with Yosef's assistance, he might even be able to take down Lin Esbation Zero. Just thinking about it kept Inashita so excited he couldn't sleep. He now had only one thought: to quickly use the mana cores Yosef had given him to build an invincible armored force, and thereby dominate Blue Star. But before that, Inashita knew he had to leave this place first, leaving no trace behind. Although it was the early hours of the morning, the shockwave from the recent self-destruction had already caught the attention of those nearby. They immediately reported it to the cyber agents of the World Cyber Alliance stationed in the area. Since Project Ember was currently underway, Silbers were on 24-hour rotating patrols throughout the city's various districts. Their mission was to prevent mecha beasts from attacking human residential areas in the dead of night. As soon as they heard about the massive explosion here, the nearby Silbers rushed to the scene. Once they arrived, they would undoubtedly cordon off the area if they discovered anything linking the incident to Inashita. The consequences would far outweigh the benefits. After all, he was still an envoy. He absolutely could not reveal his true identity before the plan was complete. Otherwise, Jing Xia would find himself in a bind. His grand ambitions would be nipped in the bud. So Jing Xia didn't linger any longer and left the hotel immediately. South Korea, underground RD base in the central city. Yosef stared at the footage being transmitted from the scene and let out a maniacal laugh. Lin, this time, I'll see just how you handle the surprise in 3 days' time. 2 a.m., March 11th. Shallow waters of the Eastern Sea. Members of the World Cyber Alliance rushed to the scene. When they saw that the commotion was coming from Lin Esbation Zero, they all breathed a sigh of relief. I was wondering what all the commotion was about. Turns out it's big brother Lin Esmech. Yeah, judging by the battle scars, it looks like he just took down some seriously formidable monster. I never would guess that big brother Lin could pilot multiple mechs at once. I was blown away watching the livestream. It's one thing to separate the pilot from the mech, but to control 3 different mechs simultaneously? That's just unbelievably cool. This was a 5-person squad. It consists of 1 A-class cyber and 4 B-class silers. Alright, enough chit-chat. Since we confirmed there's nothing wrong here, let us hurry back and continue our patrol. With Lin here, nothing unexpected should happen. The massive mech leading the group spoke slowly. Its name was Chen Su, the captain of this cyber squad. His mech was evolved from an excavator. He possessed immense strength and sturdy defenses. A pair of massive, blunt buckets served as his lethal weapons. Capable of effortlessly shattering the bodies of those mecha beasts and breaching their defenses, he was a truly deserving A-rank cyber. But Captain, at this point, there shouldn't be any surprises, right? Can I take a photo with Big Brother Lin S Mecha, that way, I can show off to everyone when I get back? One of the mecha warriors transformed from a Volkswagen spoke slowly. Just from watching a live stream yesterday afternoon, he'd become a die-hard fan of Lin. What can you do? Men have absolutely no resistance to mechas like this, especially oversized ones, which they simply can't get enough of.
But Chen Su was serious. No. We absolutely cannot let our guard down at a time like this. Look at Lin's mech, it's clearly sustained major damage, leaving it with almost no energy left and in standby mode.
Chen Su pointed at the Divine Eagle #1 standing in place. He mistakenly believed that Lin was currently piloting this mech and had exhausted its energy during the battle. After Chen Su said this, the other 4 members of the squad all came to the same conclusion.
So, Captain, should we go replenish his energy now? Someone in the squad suddenly asked in a low voice. Chen Su thought for a moment before nodding. Yes.
After all, he is a powerful representative of our country, Huaxia. If something were to happen to him now, it could have serious consequences. Besides, I've heard that the Spark project is apparently Lin's plan as well. Although Captain Long didn't explicitly tell us why he proposed this plan, judging solely by the scale of the joint meeting of all cyber participants he convened at 11 p.m. last night, something even more terrifying than that mecha lava colossus is definitely going to happen next. As for these analyses of the program, every cyber in the Huaxia Alliance had, to some extent, already considered this possibility. Otherwise, they wouldn't have convened an emergency meeting and emphasized that all aspects of the Spark project must be completed within 3 days. Such a demanding requirement clearly indicated that something major was bound to happen afterward. Just as everyone was about to step forward to ask Lin if he needed help, a violent tremor suddenly shook the sea surface not far away, sending waves several meters high crashing ashore.
Riding atop those waves was a massive megalodon mech.
Judging by its size and the energy fluctuations emanating from its core, its rank was no less than Class A.
In other words, this megalodon was the same type of mech as the giant bear.
This megalodon mech had been drawn here by the energy fluctuations caused by the explosion that had just occurred. However, since the mana core had been destroyed in the explosion, the megalodon mech shifted its target to the Batian 0, which was currently undergoing an upgrade.
Follow my orders. Emergency alert.
Number 1, you're in charge of refilling Big Brother Lin's mana core with the spare.
Numbers 2, 3, and 4, the 3 of you follow me. You must hold it off until Big Brother Lin is able to move. Under no circumstances can you let it get near the aircraft carrier class mecha.
Roger that.
Chapter 31, The Capsule from the Future.
Just as the 4 were preparing to act, a massive mech hand suddenly reached out from behind the megalodon mech. That mech hand mercilessly slammed the megalodon mech into the towering waves. It instantly crashed to the ground and shattered into a pile of metal debris, its mana core slowly rolling to a stop right in front of Chen Su and his team.
Wait! Everyone, halt the attack!
The members of the cyber squad naturally stopped in their tracks and assumed a combat stance. At that moment, Chen Su's expression was tense, and he was giving it 120%. After all, whatever was in the water had just killed that S-class equivalent mecha megalodon with a single palm strike. Such a disparity in combat power undoubtedly meant that whatever was in the water was absolutely no less powerful than an S-class. Apart from the S-plus mecha beast, the lava mecha beast he'd seen on a live broadcast on TV yesterday, he'd never actually encountered anything else like it. At most, they'd only faced some S-class equivalent mechs. But the gap between S-class and true S-class was vast, as evidenced by the fact that the mecha giant bear had been instantly killed by the lava mecha beast earlier. So, right now, they had to hold it off and wait for Divine Eagle #1 to finish recharging its energy. Only then would they stand a chance. But just as the 4 of them were on high alert, even preparing for a do-or-die battle, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from across the sea.
What are you doing here?
The voice belonged to none other than Lin. He had just successfully returned from the deep sea zone with 2 treasures in tow. Along the way, he'd also managed to snag a few mana cores from mecha megatooth sharks.
The one from just moments ago was one of them.
It hadn't been planning to attack the Batian 0, it was trying to escape the demon chasing it.
The Abyssal Dragon #1 was simply too overpowered. Lin had been killing these mecha megatooth sharks on sight.
Counting the one he'd just taken down, he now had 10 mecha megatooth shark mana cores.
10 S-class mecha beasts. That kind of combat power was quite formidable. Captain Chen, that S Big Brother Lin's other mecha.
Lin's die-hard fans recognized the Yuanlong number 1 immediately and shouted in excitement. Chen Su and the others also looked up, carefully observed it, and only after confirming it was indeed the Yuanlong number 1 did they finally relax.
You guys coming here at this hour, did team leader Lone send you?
Lin, who had just emerged from the sea, slowly walked up to them, picked up the mana core, and asked in a different tone. After all, if the Cyber Alliance came looking for him at this hour, it was almost certainly Dragon who had sent them. He suspected there must be some problem with the construction of the steel wall.
No, Mr. Lin, I think you must have misunderstood.
Chen Su hurriedly shook his head. By this time, Yuanlong number 1 had fully come ashore and stood towering before the cyber squad like a giant. The overwhelming presence made Chen Su so nervous he could barely form coherent sentences. However, as the squad leader, he quickly regained his composure and explained.
Mr. Lin, He recounted everything that had just happened in full detail.
Lin also pulled up the external footage from that moment and, combining it with Chen Su's account, pieced together the entire sequence of events.
All right, I understand the general situation. You guys go back to your patrol, I'll handle the rest.
Lin nodded, indicating he was aware of the situation. He didn't seem surprised by any of this after all. Deep beneath the ocean, he'd already learned the general outline of what was to come from his granddaughter. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that these artificial cybers would come knocking on his door so soon.
All right, Mr. Lin, we'll be on our way then. With that, Chen Su led his squad members away. For them, this outcome was as good as it could get.
After all, they were just ordinary people in this cyber apocalypse. They were merely pivotal pieces on a vast chessboard.
After Chen Su and his group left, Lin inspected the damage to Divine Eagle number 1.
His scan revealed that, although Divine Eagle number 1 appeared to be merely running out of power,
in reality,
large sections of its internal mechanical circuits had been virtually shattered, and even the mana core had sustained significant cracks. It was precisely because of this that Divine Eagle number 1 appeared to be running low on power. Fortunately, Divine Eagle number 1's mecha body was a system-generated construct. Had it been an ordinary mecha beast, it would likely have been blown to smithereens at such close proximity to the explosion's epicenter. Therefore, this level of damage was nowhere near comparable to the destruction suffered by Apocalypse number 1 or the Thunder Lord. It would take only an hour or two to fully repair. Still, this artificial cyber is actually quite something. Looking at the sandy ground before him, ravaged by the blast's impact, Lin muttered to himself. After all, his Divine Eagle number 1 had never suffered a defeat since its debut. It had even handled the Lava Colossus, the mech that had taken down both Apocalypse number 1 and Thunder Lord with ease. Yet today, it had been blown nearly to pieces by an artificial cyber that really didn't make much sense. However, Lin didn't find this particularly alarming. On the contrary, he began to look forward to facing this thing. After all, this made the challenge a bit more exciting. After confirming there were no major issues, Lin began to tally up the spoils from his dive. This time, he hadn't collected many mana cores, only a mere 11. Apart from the Class A Mecha Tiger Shark he encountered right at the start of his dive, the rest were the 10 Mecha Megalodons he took down as he was surfacing from the deep sea. They were all Class A, slightly inferior to the Mecha Tiger Shark. At the time, there was also a small mecha whale, appearing to be only 30 or 40 meters long, swimming with this group of Mecha Megalodons. At the time, the pack of mechanized Megalodons was attacking it, and Lin couldn't stand by and watch, so he stepped in to persuade them to back off. He had originally planned to take the mechanized whale with him as well, but then he remembered that in that timeline, he'd been cursed by the ocean precisely because he'd killed the Whale King. Although that tiny mecha whale was hardly worthy of the title Whale King, it was still better to err on the side of caution. After all, only the cautious survive to the end. How does that saying go? Survival is the ultimate strategy. In addition to these mana cores, there was also an S+ grade mana core. Its quality is roughly on par with the mana core from the Mecha Lava Colossus, perhaps even slightly superior. This item was actually a gift from my precious granddaughter. Although I have no idea how she managed to take down an S+ mecha beast in that environment, given that she was capable of developing a time machine, she might very well have plenty more mana cores of this caliber. In addition to the mana core, Lin's beloved granddaughter had also given him a mechanical capsule. Although it looked unremarkable, it did, after all, come from 300 years in the future. The technology and items contained within were likely beyond the capabilities of modern humanity. With that in mind, Lin took out the mechanical capsule and placed it on the sand, then lightly tapped the open button with his finger.
The capsule slowly opened. However, when he saw what was inside, he suddenly froze. It was actually a bright blue energy pistol. Go ahead and give it a click. I'll definitely post extra chapters during my vacation. For real this time? Chapter 32, Nano Battle Armor. Aside from this gun, there was nothing else in the capsule, not even an instruction manual. Plus, this was a damn human-sized firearm. Someone of his stature couldn't possibly use it. Wasn't it supposed to be a nano battle suit? For a moment, Lin wondered if her precious granddaughter had picked the wrong capsule. But doubts aside, Lin immediately deactivated the Yuanlong number 1 and, in human form, reached into the mechanical capsule to retrieve the nano armor given to her by her granddaughter. Although it was a firearm designed for humans, the gun was entirely azure blue. Under the moonlight, it refracted a peculiar rainbow of colors, and its grip was engraved with intricate patterns. Furthermore, complex runes were carved onto the barrel, giving it a very exquisite and ancient appearance. To the touch, it gave off a faint chill, but this coolness didn't make him feel cold. Rather, it seemed to balance the heat within his body. It had no magazine chamber for bullets, only a small circular recess, next to which was engraved the symbol of a miniature mana core. Clearly, this device used a mana core as its power source. But looking at this recess, Lin suddenly had a question. Even the lowest grade D-class mana core has a diameter of about half a meter. How am I supposed to fit something that big in there? That's asking a bit too much. Although Lin grumbled about it, his hand still obediently signaled Star to retrieve a D-class mana core. With a "let us give it a try" attitude, he slowly brought the mana core closer to the pistol's recess. The moment it made contact, the entire pistol suddenly glowed indigo and emitted a strange sound. What the hell was that noise? Lin thought there might be a stray cat nearby, but upon listening more closely, he realized the sound was coming from the gun in his hand. Moreover, the mana core had already vanished. Beep. Energy levels for the life nano armor are sufficient. Pull the trigger to fully activate. Estimated duration, 2.5 days. Damn, 2.5 days? And why the hell is this nano armor a pistol? Do you think you're Mrs. Haidong? Lin was a bit taken aback, with 1,000 sarcastic remarks swirling in his mind that he didn't know how to voice. Fortunately, though, this nano armor didn't consume much energy, which went some way toward easing his concerns. Lin didn't think twice and simply pulled the trigger. Immediately, a blue-purple glow flared up once more, enveloping Lin like an ocean. But this didn't make him feel suffocated. On the contrary, it felt incredibly comfortable, and the physical exhaustion from the underwater battle, as well as his mental fatigue, vanished completely. A moment later, the light faded, and the deep blue pistol had disappeared, replaced by a thin membrane covering his body that only he could see. He tried moving his body and found no discomfort whatsoever. Next, he tested his physical abilities. With just a light jump, he soared over 3 meters high. He picked up a random piece of metal scrap and, with a gentle squeeze, actually crumpled it into a solid iron ball. Even a minor cut from a metal shard healed instantly. Damn, he wouldn't even need a tetanus shot. It really is that amazing. Lin muttered to himself. Back when he was at the bottom of the ocean, he actually thought for a moment that the nano battlesuit his precious granddaughter had mentioned couldn't possibly have the ability to heal any injury. But now that he tried it for himself, he realized it's actually amazing. He also came to understand one thing: his granddaughter was a genius. Setting aside that time machine that defies the laws of time, this nano armor alone with its ability to heal injuries and relieve fatigue is already mind-blowing. Plus, this saves a lot of trouble. For instance, he originally planned to return to the Batian Zero for a nap, but now he doesn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. So he decided to check in on how long his Spark project was progressing. It was already 3 a.m. China Standard Time, but looking at the satellite map,
three vast areas on the map of China were still brightly lit. These three areas were precisely where the Spark project was being carried out. Although only a little over 5 hours had passed since the Spark project officially began, their construction speed was nothing short of top-notch. In just these few hours, they had already completed the foundation for the rough outlines of the outer perimeters of the three massive steel city walls. Such a construction pace is probably something that could only happen in China. After all, China has always been renowned for its infrastructure development. In the past, China completed in just half a year what other countries took 3 years to build. Moreover, the quality and speed of the finished projects are internationally recognized. Its reputation as a major infrastructure powerhouse is truly well-deserved. Lin was located in the East China region, one of the three major zones. The East China region happened to be under Long's personal supervision. Upon seeing Lin arrive, Long immediately came forward to greet him. "Mr. Lin, why have you come here so late? Has something happened?" Long held Lin in particularly high regard. After all, he was now the stabilizing force of Huaxia. Originally, the Spark project had very little chance of passing at the conference. 10% of the opposition came from the reckless southern equatorial cotton machine nations. They disagreed because they felt it was completely unnecessary. They believed that when the tide of mechanical beasts arrived, they could simply wipe them all out. Long did not argue with them. He merely made it clear that if they didn't contribute, they wouldn't be allocated spots in the future underground shelters. However, despite this, these cotton machine nations still stuck to their guns. They thought the Fireseed project was utter nonsense and even suspected that China's move was merely an attempt to dominate the world. Long simply laughed it off. Given China's current comprehensive strength, which had long since surpassed that of 99% of the world's nations, why would it need to seek global dominance? Nothing much, just checking in to see how your progress is going. Lin replied casually. "Oh, Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry about that. At our current pace, it should only take about 3 days to complete the construction of the steel walls in the three major districts. However, the internal shelters will take a bit longer, but rest assured, the underground shelters will definitely be finished before the mechanical beast horde arrives." Long's face was brimming with confidence. Construction work of this scale was clearly no challenge for them. "All right, in that case, I'm put at ease." Although Lin's expression was filled with concern, in reality, what became of these humans was of no concern to him. After all, in the apocalypse, all that mattered was taking care of himself. As for why he told the dragon about the mechanical beast tide, it was simply because he didn't want to see the people of his own country suffer. "However, Mr. Lin, you didn't come here just for that, did you?" the dragon asked out of the blue. Lin was taken aback for a moment, then let out a dry laugh. "As expected of a strategic representative from Huaxia, you managed to figure that out." "That's right. My main purpose in coming here today is actually to discuss this thing called artificial cyber." Lin assumed Long would be familiar with this matter. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Long suddenly furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. "Artificial cyber? Just as I thought." Chapter 33, The Eye of the Celestial God. "Oh?" Seeing Long's expression, Lin knew he'd made the right bet. Long definitely knew something about it. Still, he asked politely. "Captain Long, it seems you're familiar with this artificial cyber." Long furrowed his brow and nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I actually heard about this from an informant over in the US. He said they're developing a peculiar mana core there, one that can evolve ordinary people into cybers, turning them into artificial cybers. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. After all, something like this shouldn't even be possible. But yesterday afternoon, riots broke out in several areas. Since we were handling the post-battle cleanup from the mecha lava colossus, we weren't able to address them right away. However, according to those involved, the root cause of the riots was almost always a hideous-looking mecha warrior. Strangely enough, it was the size of a human, something we've never seen before. Then, after the meeting that evening, spies from the United States sent images of the artificial cybers, and they turned out to be identical to the cybers involved in the riots. Clearly, the United States artificial cybers have reached the prototype stage and have begun mass production. At this point, Long's face clouded with worry. Currently, 90% of the cybers within the three major regions had been drafted to build the steel wall. Most of the silbers within the regions were also helping to build shelters and simply didn't have time to deal with this. But then he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Lin and asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, are you facing any difficulties? Could it be that those things have been bothering you?" "Difficulties? I wouldn't call it that." Lin shook his head. "They're just disturbing my rest, that's all." "Captain Long, I can see you're troubled by these things as well. Why don't you grant me access to the Huaxia Eye of the Gods system? I'll track down their location." The Huaxia Eye of the Gods Huaxia satellite reconnaissance system allows one to investigate any location on Earth via satellite once access is granted. That was precisely why Lin had come here. He'd been wondering how to broach the subject, but now by using his role as an enforcer as an excuse he could naturally request access. Upon hearing this, Long hesitated slightly, but after a moment's thought, he nodded. "All right, Mr. Lin, I'll grant you access right away." As the ultimate administrator of the system, Long was fully aware of exactly what abilities other authorized users were employing. Moreover, this arrangement would allow him to openly request favors from Lin, which was certainly no bad thing. He was the highest level administrator of the Eye of the Heavenly Gods system. After modifications, he could delegate these permissions to anyone. Those with access could utilize all the functions of the Eye of the Heavenly God. Lin had known about this setup in his previous life. Although the Eye of the Celestial God sounded like just an ordinary satellite, it had actually been blessed by cyber mana. On the 7th day after the cyber mana surge, that is, when the beast tide erupted, those with permissions would further enhance its reconnaissance capabilities, enabling it to carry out a full-scale, global bombardment. Naturally, Lin had to get his hands on that global strike capability. Of course, it wasn't the firepower he wanted, it was the capability itself. Once he linked the star system to the Eye of the Gods, that would be a true all-around strike. Then, he could strike wherever he pleased. Just thinking about it got him excited. After Long made some adjustments on his nanomech platform, Linus Nano platform also received the authorization. "Alright, thanks a lot, Captain Long. I need to ask them a few questions first." "Alright, Mr. Lin, be careful. If you need any help, let me know right away." After receiving the permissions, Lin immediately left the outskirts, found a quiet neighborhood, and began experimenting with the Eye of the Gods system. But just as he brought up the Eye of the Gods interface, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! Host has been detected as having obtained access to the Eye of the Gods system. Changing administrator." "Ding! Administrator change complete. You now hold the highest level of access. Your actions will not be monitored. Note, only you are aware of this access level. The system will provide you with the utmost privacy." Is that even possible? Lin never would have imagined this. He just wanted to test out the Eye of the God to see how it worked, but instead, he was immediately granted the highest level of access. Wasn't the system being a little too generous with him? But then again, it made sense. After all, systems like this don't really follow common sense, they're just too over the top. His system was in a completely different league from those ordinary cheats. Just taking other people's stuff and making it his own, wasn't that the very definition of a feel-good story? After calming down a bit, Lin began his experiments. He first pulled up a view of the central city in the beautiful country. Due to the time difference, it was just starting to get dusk there. The streets were still bustling with traffic, as if there were absolutely no sense of the apocalypse approaching. However, he soon noticed something amiss. If you looked closely, you could see fully armed mecha warriors standing in some street corners. Their faces were grotesque, resembling ghostly masks, as if masks had been pasted onto human faces. Lin was certain these were the so-called artificial cybers. No wonder this bunch of newborns is still loitering on the streets, turns out they've got backing after all. Lin couldn't help but click his tongue. He then switched the satellite feed to another country. South Korea. The satellite footage of South Korea was truly a sight to make one's blood run cold. Due to yesterday's destruction of Mount Fuji and the invasion by the mecha lava behemoth, 80% of South Korea's land area had been burned to the ground. Some forests were still ablaze. It looked like the end of the world. However, when Lin zoomed in on the central city, he was taken aback. The entire city was brightly lit, and some nighttime shops were still open, as if the disaster hadn't affected them in the slightest. But come to think of it, that seemed to be the spirit ingrained in their very bones. After all, given that they were able to directly confront and defeat the enemy who had dropped the mushroom eggs back then, such behavior seemed only natural. Moreover, Lin also discovered those artificial cybers within the city. It was the same in Korea in every city, it was as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, Lin discovered something extraordinary in a certain part of the central city. Chapter 34, Delivery to Your Doorstep. It was a canning factory. At first glance, having a canning factory in this central city wasn't particularly unusual. But Lin noticed that goods were constantly coming in but never going out, and the shipments consisted of nothing but steel or mechanical parts. What the hell kind of cans are they making here? Steel cans? Lin naturally had his doubts. Based on his judgment, something was definitely fishy going on here. He suspected it was another military factory set up by that old beauty 9 times out of 10, that was the case. Looks like I'll have to go stir up some trouble with that little Korean first. However, Lin didn't rush off to Korea instead, he decided to deal with the internal threat first. After all, he'd only been granted access to the Eye of the Heavenly God on the condition that he help long take care of the artificial cyborgs within China. How does the saying go? He who takes a man's hand is bound to him, he who eats a man's food is soft-spoken. Using someone else's resources without helping them out would certainly damage his reputation. Although, given his current strength, he could easily do as he pleased without having to answer to anyone. But he figured this might actually be a bit of fun and it would give him a chance to test the nano-armor's capabilities. No sooner said than done, Lin used the Eye of the Heavenly God system to travel to the first gathering place of the artificial cybers. This was a small alley located in the eastern part of Huaxia's 3 major regions. Since it was situated at the westernmost tip of Huaxia's eastern region, it bordered a dense forest, most of which consisted of ancient Haotian trees hundreds of meters tall. After the cyber mana radiation on March 7, some of these 10,000-year-old ancient trees had their abilities awakened, transforming them into cyber giant trees. Although these giant trees do not actively attack humans, they possess a strong sense of territoriality. Anyone who enters their territory will be attacked indiscriminately. As a result, many local residents have migrated to the central cities in the east. However, these migrants are only cybers who have awakened their mecha. The majority of people lack the means to migrate and are forced to remain here. As a result, only the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and ordinary people who hadn't awakened remained here, turning the area into a haven for criminals. Moreover, after the wealthy families left, the vacant houses were taken over by the artificial cybers, effectively becoming their sanctuaries. At that moment, inside a luxurious villa, several people were gathered around a table, conversing in very broken Mandarin. "Boss, if you ask me, we should just launch a direct assault on the central city. We've been stuck here all this time, and I have no idea what the boss is up to." "Yeah, boss. Even though the boss told us to stand by for orders, you're the one in charge here now. As long as you give the order, we'll move in at full speed. We'll definitely take it down in no time. With China's current combat capabilities, there's no way they can match us cyber units equipped with mutant cores." This group was none other than the cyber units Yosef had deployed in China. However, they were mostly early prototypes, not even as advanced as the first batch of mutant mana cores, with the strongest among them barely reaching Class A level combat power. Even so, they remained unchallenged in this remote region, embodying the classic mindset of local bullies. Perhaps flattered by his subordinates' praise, the boss seated at the head of the table wore a look of pure satisfaction. His name was Joey. Originally the leader of a mercenary group composed of retired Special Forces soldiers, he was approached by Yosef after the cyber apocalypse broke out, who provided them with mana cores that allowed them to become cybers. He was then assigned to this location to seize control of the region, awaiting his orders before launching the next operation. After hearing his menace suggestions, he seemed to agree that if they simply launched an attack on the Eastern Front, the entire Eastern Theater might fall into their hands. In that case, why should he still take orders from Yosef? Why not just crown himself King Lun Ti? That'd be brilliant. With these thoughts in mind, he suddenly slammed his fist on the table and stood up. All right. Since that's the case, then tomorrow we'll. Before Joey could finish speaking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the house. As former Special Forces operatives, they immediately went on high alert. What's going on? Joey's nerves were on edge as he quietly walked to the window, pulled back a corner of the curtain, and peered out through the glass. Although it was the early hours of the morning, the villa's courtyard was still dimly lit. Through the light, Joey didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. But his intuition told him that something strange was there and that it was far more powerful than any of them present. Boss? Doesn't look like there's anything there? One of his men also pulled back the curtain to take a look but found nothing unusual. Shoo, don't say a word. Joey quickly made a shushing gesture. He knew things were definitely not that simple. It was precisely at times like this that he had to be extra cautious. At his words, everyone fell silent, but the silence was eerie. Even the sound of breathing had vanished. Moreover, that powerful presence he'd sensed moments ago now seemed to have shifted behind him. He could feel it. Instinctively, Joey spun around only to suddenly discover that his henchmen behind him were all lying motionless on the ground. And standing right in front of him was a man wearing a black casual shirt. There was no doubt about it, his henchmen had been knocked down by this man. And this man was none other than Lin. Since Joey had been in this remote area where cell service was spotty, he had no idea who Lin was. He certainly had no idea of Lin's strength. All he knew was that this was an intruder. So when Joey saw Lin, he didn't waste any words. He immediately summoned his mech and merged with it. He unleashed a punch straight at Lin. It was crisp and decisive, flowing like water. Because he knew that the source of the danger was the man standing right in front of him. Although most cyber constructs aren't particularly large. Forcing a summoning inside this villa in a room designed only for human habitation was a bit too much for the space to handle. Lin steadily blocked Joey's punch and countered with a palm strike of equal force. Joey, quick as a flash, raised his two mechanical arms to shield himself and counterattacked at lightning speed. After just a few exchanges, the house was already in utter chaos from their battle. Furniture, tables, and chairs were all shattered into pieces by the shockwaves of the fight. The mech Joey had summoned was roughly Class A, arguably one of the finest among the cybers. Yet Lin, in his human form, was able to stand up to Joey's cyber mech and even hold his own in the fight. This was beginning to weigh heavily on Joey. He was, after all, a full-fledged Class A mech. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? On top of that, his own henchmen were all solidly Class B or higher. Yet the man standing before him had silently taken them all down in the span of a single minute while he wasn't paying attention. Just imagine how terrifying Lin's strength must be? Joey concluded that this man's rank was definitely on par with Class A. However, he soon noticed a very serious problem. That was the fact that Lin was still just a human. This made Joey gasp in shock. Is this even human? Sorry, everyone. I'm sick. I have a headache. I didn't even study today. I just took some medicine and wrote a bit. Chapter 35, The Strongest Reigns Supreme. To block his A-class level mech body with just his bare hands, is this really a human? This was something Joey, who had been holed up here ever since the cyber apocalypse broke out, couldn't even begin to imagine. After all, having grown accustomed to this environment, the usually arrogant Joey had always considered himself superior to all these artificial cybers, the strongest being in this world. But after meeting Lin today, he changed his mind. It was at that moment that he truly understood what it meant to say, "There's always someone better than you, and there's always a higher realm." After a few exchanges, Lin kicked Joey out the window, and his mech body crashed heavily onto the ground in the villa's courtyard. The immense impact even left a massive crater in the ground. Moreover, the force had actually warped his mechanical body. His once exquisitely crafted mech body was now in pieces. Lin's kick had even caused his internal organs to be vaguely shattered. Despite the protection of his mech, Joey simply couldn't withstand that kind of force and died on the spot.
Notification: killed in action. Tisk, TSK. Dead already?
Lin looked at the huge hole he'd kicked into the ground and clicked his tongue.
I thought I'd been careful enough. He hadn't expected this nano armor to be this formidable.
Even Joey, who was using a mutated mana core, had been killed outright with a single kick.
That was a bit too powerful.
Just as Lin was reveling in the thrill of his overwhelming power, he suddenly realized a problem.
If that's the case, wouldn't that mean he couldn't ask them about their intentions? Ugh, I should ve left one alive.
Looking at the corpses strewn haphazardly across the floor, Lin couldn't help but slap his forehead. But soon, he picked up another faint human presence. Xingqian, scan for life signs inside the villa.
Yes, master. Scan complete. A human has been detected in the room directly across from yours. Gender, female. Age, 19. Emotion, fear, dread. Oh. Interesting.
Lin chuckled softly. He then slowly walked out of the room and kicked open the door diagonally across from him. As soon as he entered, he saw a girl in a JK-style skirt cowering in the corner, trembling.
No. Don't hurt me. I can tell you everything.
The girl trembled and spoke timidly as she saw Lin enter.
Oh? Really? The girl nodded cautiously. I'm Joey's little sister.
My name is Alice. My brother told me everything, absolutely everything. Her voice trembled. She was clearly afraid of Lin.
Joey? Who?
He is that guy, the girl pointed out the window.
Lin suddenly realized, so she was the younger sister of that cyber clone from earlier?
He thought this girl was just some kind of entertainment substitute, but it turned out to be an unexpected bonus. However, now that he knew this, Lin felt he might be able to make use of this Alice.
So, what is your decision? Lin asked.
Alice didn't dare hesitate for a moment.
Climbing awkwardly toward Lin on all fours, she nodded repeatedly. I'll tell you everything I know. And I'll do whatever you ask of me.
She knew this was her chance.
She had to seize it. Otherwise, she'd die. Oh? You don't hate me?
I did kill your brother, after all.
Alice shook her head.
No, he wasn't my brother. It turned out that although she was Joey's sister, she had been snatched from a wealthy family. When she was 10, she had witnessed her own family being killed by Joey. And yet, afterward, he had actually taken her in as his sister. After that, to stay alive, she had no choice but to obey. Although Joey hadn't done anything to her over the years, she still hated him with a passion. So, when Joey died, she was actually glad. Lin was both surprised and delighted by this. Because when it comes to hatred, the words spoken are always the absolute truth.
Alright, then I'll give you one chance. Tell me everything you know.
Although she might survive today by clinging to life, she would likely betray him in the future because of this.
However, as long as he possessed absolute power, he would never be betrayed.
After all, this is an unspoken rule among the world's strongest. And Lin happened to be one of the very few who fit that description. Moreover, he was the strongest in this world. It wasn't that he was arrogant, it was because he had absolute confidence. He had originally thought that the combat power of the nano battlesuit given to him by his beloved granddaughter would be, at most, Class A level. But after exchanging just a few moves with Joey, he realized it wasn't that simple. It seems this nano suit possesses the special abilities to grow stronger as the battle progresses and to absorb the opponent's energy. When he first fought Joey, it was still somewhat of a struggle, he was even at a slight disadvantage. But as he grew more accustomed to the battle, he was like a scion, gradually gaining the upper hand until he completely crushed his opponent. One strike, one kill. If his physical strength was just average Class A at the start, then he is now pre-Class A. To crush a Class A cyber or even a synthetic cyber powered by a mutated mana core with sheer physical strength.
He never experienced anything like this before. What is this? This is an insane cheat. Just having a system was already crazy enough, but now there's this granddaughter handing out gear combined, isn't that a game changer? So if he isn't the strongest, then no one else dares to call themselves the strongest. Lord Lin, that's all I know. About 10 minutes later, Alice laid out everything she knew. She decoaxed all of this out of Joey.
Basically, 6 days ago, Yosef had obtained a source of power from somewhere unknown.
This power could transform ordinary animal mana cores into mutated mana cores. Yosef then distributed these mana cores to the informants he de-arranged. These so-called informants were spread out like a spider's web across every corner. Joey was one of these informants. Their mission was to lie low and bide their time locally, waiting for Yosef's orders.
Once the order was given, they would all mobilize and attack the central city in their region. At that point, with their strength, they would undoubtedly be able to storm it with ease.
I see. After listening, Lin nodded thoughtfully, rubbing her chin. Since Joey held a relatively low rank, this was the extent of what she knew. However, these detailed insights were still quite useful to Lin.
Moreover, based on what her granddaughter had previously told her about future events, Joey wasn't lying. That explained why, when the mech beast tide struck, the cyber units inside had been eliminated so easily.
Chapter 36, The Dragon-S Plan. With this, Lin had a general understanding of Yosef's plan.
In addition, he noticed some points of suspicion.
Where exactly did Yosef's ability to transform ordinary mana cores into mutated mana cores come from?
Moreover, according to Alice, this Yosef seemed to have known about the impending cyber beast tide long before Huaxia had even built its steel walls.
Could it be that he, too, was a time traveler?
But Lin quickly dismissed the idea. After all, if Yosef were a time traveler as well, he would have prepared powerful mechs in advance, just like Lin had.
Never mind.
Let us just get through this stage first. Lin shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any further.
He glanced at Alice, who was half-seated in front of him. He spoke calmly. Your name is Alice, right? You just said you'd do whatever I asked you to do. Is that correct? Alice looked up and nodded. Yes. Just give me your orders.
Alice was capable of making decisions that aligned with her own interests. Seeing her like this, the corners of Lin's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile. At the sight of that smile, Alice swallowed hard. But she still nodded. She said softly, "That's right."
Very good.
Lin waved her hand, summoning 10 mecha walruses. From now on, this area will be under your jurisdiction, and these are your overseers.
They'll monitor your every move. As long as you don't betray me, you'll be fine. But if you do anything suspicious, don't blame me.
Lin's tone was icy. This wasn't a suggestion, but a threat.
Alice nodded again. Rest assured, I'll do everything I'm supposed to. She knew when to act and when to hold back. Good.
Then I'll leave the cleanup here to you.
Lin nodded, then turned and left to continue searching for the artificial cybers. Some, fearing Lin's power, chose to surrender immediately.
Others put up a desperate fight, only to meet their inevitable deaths. From then on until 9 a.m., Lin conducted a thorough search for artificial cybers throughout the entire Shouda area. He eliminated all the artificial cybers in these locations and replaced them with his own informants.
With that done, Lin had effectively eliminated some of the internal threats. However, one thing piqued his curiosity.
He hadn't found that group of Xiaodao people down in the mine. He suspected that Xiaodao was probably hiding somewhere right now.
Moreover, the fact that they managed to evade the surveillance of the Eye of the Heavens system proved that this group was quite skilled at hiding. Lin wasn't particularly surprised by this. After all, it's only natural for rat people to like hiding and sneaking around. Besides, even if they did emerge, they'd be no match for him at his current strength. So Lin didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he chose to head back and return to Long's side.
Because he'd been busy with the Spark project, Long hadn't slept a wink all night. Despite this, he was still full of energy. Seeing Lin return, he greeted him with great joy. "Mr. Lin, my informants have already told me that you raided all those artificial cyber strongholds and replaced everyone there. I wonder if you need my men to provide support." Long got straight to the point. Lin naturally saw right through his intentions and knew exactly what he was up to. He wanted to send his men in to conduct surveillance. The previous chapter was blocked. It'll be released tomorrow. Let us wait until tomorrow to read it. I'm feeling a little under the weather. That's all for now. I'm going to bed. Sorry. Chapter 37, Dragon Energy. However, Lin didn't call him out on it. Instead, he let him have his way. "Alright, team leader Long, I'll leave the remaining cleanup work to you." Anyway, before this, he had already replaced all the informants with his own people and set up hidden ambushes in the surrounding area using his subordinates. Now, even if Long assigned more people, there was no way they'd be as well informed as Lin himself. Moreover, at that time, with Long in the open and him in the shadows, he might even be able to lure some big fish out. Doing this would, at most, just give Long some peace of mind. Sure enough, when Long heard Lin say he could arrange personnel as he saw fit, a smile spread across his face. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'll have people assist you today." Although Long trusted Lin quite a bit, he still maintained a certain degree of caution. After all, the power Lin wielded was simply too overwhelming. Take today's Eye of the Heavenly God system, for example. Although he had long since uncovered some clues about artificial cybers through the Eye of the Heavenly God, he simply didn't dare to investigate any further. This was because his own power was completely insufficient. According to the current power ranking system, even equipped with the latest cyber weapons, his rank would reach no higher than Class A. This was already the absolute limit of his potential. Any further advancement was simply impossible. Moreover, even at Class A, it would be impossible to purge and replace all the informants within the organization overnight. Yet Lin had managed to do just that. One can only imagine just how powerful Lin's influence truly is. However, the more powerful he becomes, the greater the impact on the local lord. Outshining one's master is always detrimental to a ruler, no matter where you go. That's why he wanted to deploy additional personnel on top of the informants Lin had already arranged. It was precisely to keep Lin in check to some extent. "Alright, then, Dragon Team, you can make the arrangements as you see fit. I'll head back for now." After giving Long a sugar-coated pill, Lin headed toward the eastern seas. By the time he returned, it was already 1 p.m. Coincidentally, the Batian Zero had just finished upgrading. Lin couldn't wait to begin researching the capabilities of the third-generation Batian Zero. First, he checked the Batian Zero's stats panel. Ultimate Class Aircraft Carrier Mech Batian Zero. Base Attack. Base Defense. Speed, 3000. Mecha Manufacturing Bay Pro allows mecha manufacturing via the mana core and metal components. Beyond the standard capabilities, it enables the assembly of any core and any parts. Mechs in the Mech Bay, 6th generation fighter Cybermech Divine Eagle Eye damaged currently under automatic repair, nuclear-powered submarine Cybermech Abyssal Dragon Eye fully charged, 4th generation Army main battle tank Cybermech Apocalypse Eye damaged currently under automatic repair, Thunderlord Giant Bear Mech damaged currently under automatic repair. Description: a level 3 aircraft carrier class cyber mech equipped with a super CNC AI. The main control AI can intelligently operate the mechs within the mech platform and summon or recall any mech via the nanomech platform on your right wrist. Compared to second generation mechs, third generation mechs are more powerful, faster, and have higher defense. Lin glanced at the basic stats panel. Compared to before, it wasn't much different, just a slight increase in strength and more than triple the defense. But he noticed the mecha fabrication bay. It had actually been upgraded to the Pro version. And most importantly, it now had the ability to freely assemble mechas. Compared to the rigid rule of one mana core corresponding to one metal fragment, this offered much more flexibility. For example, what if he paired a mana core from a mecha bear with metal parts from a fighter jet?
Wouldn't he combining the two give rise to a mecha beast that balances strength and speed?
But this was just Lin's speculation. As for the actual hybrid mecha beast, it would still require a case-by-case analysis.
No time for hesitation. Lin entered the area where the mecha fabrication bay was located.
He then checked the parts he currently had on hand. He happened to have an S-class mana core and some metal fragments left over from the mecha lava beast. This S-class mana core was the very one his beloved granddaughter had given him. I wonder which mecha beast this mana core came from, Lin muttered.
His intuition told him this mana core was definitely no ordinary item.
So, to test his hypothesis, he operated the mecha manufacturing bay Pro S control panel and inserted the S-class mana core into it.
He then added the remaining metal fragments from the mecha lava colossus.
After these two key components were inserted, the mecha manufacturing bay Pro vibrated briefly before emitting a faint glow. The status indicator on the manufacturing bay also changed from idle to running.
About 10 to 20 minutes later,
billowing white smoke emerged from the mech fabrication chamber.
This signaled that the mech had been fully fabricated.
As the white smoke dissipated, a massive mech appeared at the chamber's exit. This mech looked rather peculiar. Its entire body was grayish-brown, and its frame was immense, resembling a giant mountain. The front section of the mech was seamless, featuring a massive cannon muzzle with a ring of metal ions encircling the barrel.
Looking further down, its outer shell was composed of two colors, gold and red.
Embedded in the shell were red gemstones, giving it an incredibly luxurious yet sturdy appearance. The surrounding area was dotted with numerous small cannons, lending it a formidable presence. Most notably, on its chest sat a jewel encircled by a starry cosmos. Surrounding it was a dragon's head with its massive jaws wide open. This was the mech's core component and also its most powerful cannon. After taking in the mech's appearance, Lin was left speechless.
Wow, so this mana core is actually a dragon?
He didn't understand it, but he was deeply shaken.
Had his granddaughter sent a dragon all the way from the future? No, wait. Lin suddenly realized he'd overlooked something. Did dragons even exist in the future? Damn it!
As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lin slapped his forehead.
We've got time travel and all that, and here I am fretting over whether dragons exist or not. Looks like I'll have to fix this habit in the future. That's right.
The world already has mecha beasts in these mechs.
And he was still fretting over whether dragons actually existed? Isn't that like nitpicking and making a fool of himself?
After shaking off these distracting thoughts, Lin couldn't wait to take a look at its stats panel.
Mecha type, hybrid of dragon and lava colossus unnamed. Rank, S+. Attack. Defense. Speed.
Mecha description, a steel colossus equipped with a dragon mana core, capable of all-around combat on land, sea, and air, and possessing the flame-coated exoskeleton of the lava colossus mecha. Incredibly tough. Unique abilities, immune to fire, water manipulation, elemental manipulation. Inherent abilities, energy plunder, infinite growth.
Chapter 38, Energy Plunder.
Although the stats of this S+ rank beast seem to be even lower than those of Lin S level 2 Bation 0.
Its skills were nothing short of insane. Water manipulation, fire immunity, and even elemental manipulation. Is this even a mech anymore?
Moreover, that wasn't the strangest part. At the very bottom of the stats panel, there was a line of text.
Energy plunder, infinite growth. Infinite growth.
That phrase alone is enough to outclass 99% of all skills. After all, this thing just keeps getting stronger. Naturally, Lin didn't hesitate to click on its detailed description. Energy plunder, this skill is an exclusive mecha ability derived from a future S-class core.
Upon activation, the user can devour the energy of a designated unit and convert it for their own use. Skill cooldown, 10s. Current energy extraction level, see the energy extraction level will gradually increase as the host absorbs energy.
After reading the description, only one word came to Lin's mind.
Awesome. It can directly absorb C-class mana cores, and the cooldown is only 10 seconds. What does this mean? Doesn't that mean he can devour a sea-level mecha beast's mana core every 10 seconds?
Keep in mind that in the midst of this cyber apocalypse, these mana cores are the very hearts of the mecha beasts. Once they lose their hearts, it's just like Iron Man losing his nuclear reactor. Simply put, losing a mana core means losing life. Although C-rank mana cores might not sound like much, and he mostly uses B-rank mana cores anyway, he can take out a whole bunch of C-rank mecha beasts in one go.
Isn't that much faster than replenishing his mana every 10 seconds?
But putting himself in the mecha beast's shoes, Lin believes this is an absolute game changer.
That's right. It also has a special passive ability: infinite growth. Doesn't that mean that if he uses this skill to absorb enough C-rank mana cores, the skill will level up? If that happens, wouldn't he be able to absorb B-rank mana cores? B-rank. When you put it that way, it's absolutely an incredible ability.
Keep in mind that it takes 2 or 3 B-rank cybers to kill a single B-rank mecha beast.
And he only needs 10 seconds. And if he devours enough B-rank ones, wouldn't that mean he could take down an A-rank one in 10 seconds?
If that is the case, the mecha beast tied 3 days from now would truly become his all-you-can-eat buffet.
Just thinking about it gets him excited.
So Lin didn't waste a single moment. He immediately fused with this mecha and named it Divine Dragon Venerable. Once he was ready, Lin used the Divine Dragon Venerable to travel to the ancient forest, located just outside the city walls at the westernmost tip of the eastern region. Lin had previously discovered through the eye of the celestial god that this place was truly a gathering of the finest.
Here, mecha beasts of varying levels abounded. This was due to the ancient tree's natural affinity for animals.
As a result, the area had become their natural sanctuary. Consequently, mecha beasts of all kinds had gathered here.
From A rank to C rank, everything was represented. It wouldn't even be surprising to find S rank mecha beasts here. However, none of that mattered.
After all, Lin's goal this time was to level up his skills, so his targets were the C-rank mecha beasts in this ancient forest.
Lin had already ventured into the forest, searching for prey.
And sure enough, Lin's haul was quite substantial. Before even venturing deep into the forest, he had already encountered at least several dozen Class C mecha beasts. There were even 2 or 3 Class B ones. Naturally, Lin easily devoured them all using his skill.
This was followed by one mechanical system notification after another. Ding! Devoured a C-rank mana core.
Energy extraction level increased by 0.1%.
Ding! Devoured a C-rank mana core.
Energy extraction level increased by 0.1%. After devouring 50 of them in a row, his energy plunder level reached 5%. Not bad. Leveling up doesn't seem that hard after all. Lin felt a slight sense of relief as he watched the progress bar rise rapidly. After all, it had taken him only 500 seconds to devour 50 of them, not even 10 minutes. If he kept up this pace, he'd reach 100% in no more than 200 minutes. In other words, in less than 4 hours, he'd be able to farm enough experience points in this giant tree forest. After that, he'd be able to devour the energy of B-rank mecha beasts. With a skill like this, what else could he possibly ask for? This is freaking awesome. As for whether there were enough mecha beasts in this forest for him to farm experience, the answer is absolutely. In his previous life, Lin had commissioned a study of this forest. The center of this forest appears to be a core area of cyber radiation. Moreover, it's the largest virgin forest in all of Huaxia. There are at least hundreds of thousands of animals here. So there is absolutely no need to worry about whether there are enough. As for these cyber giant trees, they possess sentience. Knowing that Lin was not someone to mess with, they didn't stop him from advancing. In fact, they even pushed those mecha beasts right into his path.
What's that called? It's called, I'm giving them to you, so you can't kill us, right?
Lin, of course, spared them. After all, these cyber giant trees were a natural spawning ground for monsters. If he destroyed them, where would he farm monsters in the future?
This perfectly illustrates the saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. So, after dispatching the mecha beasts in this outer area, Lin continued deeper into the forest. After about 2 hours, his energy plunder experience had reached 70%. This was faster than he imagined. The forest floor was littered with the corpses of mecha beasts. Naturally, Lin didn't let them go to waste. He summoned mecha crabs and mecha walruses to collect the carcasses. After all, these were flesh and metal creatures born from cyber radiation, much harder than those found in nature. However, he had already wiped out nearly all the C-rank mecha beasts in this area. Further ahead, most of them were B-rank mecha beasts. These weren't the targets he was after on this expedition. So, Lin decided to change course. He shifted from his previous straight-ahead advance to circling around the heart of the forest. Sure enough, after changing direction, the number of C-rank mecha beasts began to increase again. Lin stuck to his usual routine, using energy plunder to drain their mana cores. About an hour later, he successfully upgraded his energy plunder to level 2. His stats improved accordingly. Energy plunder LV2, the user can devour a target's energy and convert it for their own use. Skill cooldown, 15s. Current plunderable energy grade, B. Chapter 39, Ancient Beasts. Sure enough, the energy level he could now consume had reached grade B. The only catch was that the cooldown had increased by 5 seconds. But that wasn't a big deal after all. Even though it took 5 seconds longer, the mana cores he obtained had jumped up by an entire grade. If we were to compare different mana cores to currencies of various countries, this grade C mana core would be like the Korean one. Then a grade B mana core would be like pretty currency. The difference in value between the two is no small matter. Moreover, a grade B mana core is just enough for Lin's daily needs. After all, his mecha and beast legions mostly run on these grade B mana cores. Although he had stockpiled quite a few before, he hadn't expected these legions to consume energy like primordial behemoths. The energy drain is simply too fast. Especially his top-tier mechs, they're like bottomless pits. Just to barely keep them running, he needs at least 100 grade B mana cores every day. If you do the math, those grade B mana cores are equivalent to over 1,000 grade C mana cores. In other words, all those grade C mana cores he just absorbed are barely enough to cover a single day's energy costs. Even with the Lin family's vast wealth and resources, they simply couldn't afford to keep this up. That's why the skill energy plunder was now more crucial than ever. Immediately after upgrading energy plunder to level 2, Lin didn't waste a single moment and resumed his hunt. This time, he didn't linger on the outskirts. Instead, he changed course and headed straight for the center of the forest. The upgraded energy plunder was practically invincible. Since the central area of the forest was mostly populated by B-rank and lower creatures, Lin was guaranteed to absorb a mecha beast's mana core every 15 seconds. It was practically reaping the rewards without lifting a finger. On top of that, he didn't sit idly by while keeping his passive ability active. He also used his main body to attack the surrounding mecha beasts. With this two-pronged approach, his efficiency naturally doubled. In just over 10 minutes, he had already collected nearly 140 grade B mana cores. This was exactly what Lin had expected. However, the fly in the ointment was that, despite farming over 100 grade B mana cores, energy plunder's charge was still less than 1%. Excluding the B-rank mecha beasts he had actively eliminated himself, the mana cores obtained through energy plunder amounted to at least 70 or 80. Yet, even so, it was still less than 1%. If 1% equaled 100 B-rank mana cores, wouldn't reaching 100% require 10,000 B-rank mana cores? Even if converted to RMB, that figure would be equivalent to 2 months' salary for an average person. Not to mention these B-rank mana cores. Even if he scoured every corner of a city, he might not be able to find that many B-rank mana cores. Fortunately, the area where Lin was located had the highest concentration of mecha beasts in the entire eastern region. There are at least 20,000 to 30,000 grade B mecha beasts here. Collecting 10,000 of them is, at most, just a matter of time. And right now, what he lacks most is time. Even if he acquires 4 per minute 240 per hour, it would take at least 40 hours to use his plunder skill to gather 10,000 grade B mana cores. And that's only if he didn't eat or drink. But now, there were less than 3 days left before the mecha beast tide erupted. All things considered, the timeline was a bit too tight.
He didn't want to spend nearly 2 days in this place.
He had other things to do.
So, Lin came up with a different plan.
He decided to stop thinking about it and give up on collecting B-rank mana cores.
Instead, he decided to head straight into the heart of the forest in search of some rare mecha beasts. A single A-rank mecha beast was worth as much as 10 B-rank mecha beasts.
If he could find any S-rank mecha beasts, that would be an unexpected bonus.
With this in mind, he maneuvered his massive mech deep into the forest. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when Lin stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. Right there, perched on a giant mechanical tree before him, was a mechanical egg that looked exceptionally rare. The egg was oval-shaped, with a diameter of about 3 meters. Its shell was covered with strange symbols. Some runes resembled streaks of shooting stars, while others looked like ancient script.
Naturally, Lin was intrigued by this giant egg.
He slowly extended his mechanical arm and carefully cradled the giant mechanical egg in his palm. He then conducted a thorough, meticulous scan of it from every angle. Xingshan analyzed the origin of this egg.
Received, analyzing.
Immediately, the egg's data panel appeared before him.
Name, an unhatched giant mechanical egg, unknown organism.
Description: judging by its color, this giant egg is the offspring of an ancient beast left behind after the cyber apocalypse. While still in its biological egg form, it was exposed to cyber mana radiation, resulting in this shape. According to the system's analysis, there are biological life fluctuations inside this giant mechanical egg.
Biological life fluctuations. Lin suddenly noticed this detail.
After all, following the outbreak of the cyber apocalypse, every living creature other than humans had been transformed into cybernetic beings. And now the system had actually analyzed that biological life fluctuations still existed within this mechanical egg.
This was absolutely a mind-blowing discovery.
Moreover, why had only the outer shell of this mechanical egg undergone cyberization, while the life inside remained unchanged? If this had happened in his previous life, he would never have believed it. After all, back then, organizations all over the world were searching for non-cyberized organisms to study them and uncover the root cause of cyberization.
But they found absolutely nothing.
Because after March 7th, it was simply impossible for non-cyberized organisms to exist in this world. Yet the system had detected life fluctuations within this massive cyber egg.
Didn't this mean he discovered a glitch-like anomaly in this world?
At this thought, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, in this era where every living creature had been mechanized, a flesh and blood creature had actually appeared. By all logic, flesh and blood bodies and mechanical bodies were simply incomparable.
But considering the information from the system panel just now, the fact that this giant mechanical egg shell can block cyberization, isn't that ability, in a way, even more mind-blowing? Moreover, Lin noticed a crucial detail. This is the offspring of an ancient creature.
This is Huaxia's territory, after all.
What does an ancient creature mean in Huaxia? Let us not even mention those ancient divine beasts like the Tingsha, Inglong, and Kuanpeng.
Even just any one of these mythical beasts, the Phoenix, Qilan, Taodai, or Qiangqi, would produce a cyberized being that's absolutely S+ tier.
Chapter 40, The Polar Regions. If even one of these mythical beasts were to hatch, the resulting beast horde would be utterly devastating. However, the question now is, how does one hatch this egg?
Lin had previously studied ordinary biological eggs. All they required was the right temperature and a suitable location for incubation.
But how does one hatch a giant mechanical egg? Surely he couldn't just find some random cyber chicken to sit on it and hatch it? That would be completely ridiculous.
So, when in doubt, turn to quantum mechanics.
Lin went straight to his invincible system. System, is there a way to hatch this egg? Soon, the all-powerful system provided an answer. Ding! The Batian Zero-type Mech Manufacturing Bay Pro can perform incubation. Wow, so the Mech Manufacturing Bay is that versatile? Lin couldn't help but marvel.
This mecha manufacturing bay had been non-stop since the very beginning. Whether it was deploying mecha legions, supplying energy, or even repairing mechas, it could handle it all. And now, it could even hatch a giant mechanical egg. This was absolutely awesome. Lin had originally planned to venture deeper into the forest to look for other high-level mecha beasts. But he knew when to quit while he was ahead. Plus, he was a bit eager to see exactly what kind of creature this was, so Lin decided to head back immediately. The Divine Dragon Venerable was incredibly fast. It took about 10 minutes to return to the Ba-Tian Zero. By then, the Thunder Lord, Divine Eagle number 1, and Apocalypse number 1 had all been fully repaired. The Megatooth Shark Mecha Legion was also ready for action. This freed up some cargo space. After placing the mechanical egg in the cargo bay to incubate, Lin deactivated his Divine Dragon Venerable and set it aside to recharge. The system had estimated that incubation would take 5 hours. So he planned to take a shower and get a good night's sleep during that time. Beneath the central city of the Land of Styx. Just as Yosef was admiring his masterpiece, he suddenly received a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" As Yosef asked, a rough male voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, Lord Yosef, this is William." "William? How did things go?" This man named William was part of the cyber squad Yosef had dispatched. They were responsible for exploring Earth's uninhabited regions and the habitats of certain ancient creatures. "Lord Yosef, we discovered a dead S-class behemoth at the center of the polar region. Judging by its condition, it appears to have been struck directly by lightning." "What about its mana core?" Yosef asked indifferently. "Reporting, sir, its mana core was also destroyed by the lightning." "I'm sorry, Mr. Yosef, it seems we're too late." William's voice grew quieter and quieter. He was feeling a bit timid. After all, their team had been on the mission for about 3 days and had only discovered this one S-class mecha beast, whose mana core had already been removed. Given Yosef's temperament, they were sure to be reprimanded. However, upon hearing this, Yosef didn't get angry at all. On the contrary, he grew even more excited. "Hurry! Send me the coordinates. I'll dispatch a team immediately." If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have definitely seen the fervor and anticipation on his face. Perhaps even a hint of ferocity? "Ha? Yes, sir." William was so taken aback by this reaction that he almost didn't respond in time. If this were the usual Yosef, he'd probably have flown into a rage the moment he heard the word failure. But now he seemed like a completely different person, actually urging them so eagerly to send the coordinates. Was he seriously going to call a thug to come beat them up? Still, fear aside, William obediently sent the coordinates to Yosef after hanging up the phone. A minute later, Yosef received the coordinates from the Arctic. Upon seeing them, the expression on his face grew even more ferocious. He was muttering some strange language under his breath. It was as if he were possessed by an evil spirit. "Just as I thought. I've found you. I didn't expect yesterday's temporal rift to activate you early. This time, let us see how far you can run." Then he let out a frenzied, piercing howl to the heavens. A moment later, he regained his composure and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. "Mr. Yosef, do you have any orders?" It was none other than Kim Young-jun on the line. "Mr. Kim, I just sent you some coordinates. Take your 3rd-generation cybernetic legion there, and when the time comes." 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin had merely taken a shower and napped a bit, and it was already past noon on March 12. In 2 more days, the mechanical beast tide would arrive. But Lin wasn't particularly concerned about that right now. After all, this beast tide was, to put it bluntly, just a minor sideshow. His real target was still that guy, Yosef. So the first thing he did upon waking was have Xingqian use the Eye of the Gods system to analyze the important events that had occurred while he was asleep. The analysis report is as follows. Report: no incidents have occurred in South Korea. Kim Young-jun of South Korea formed a cyber legion 4 hours ago and is currently advancing toward the center of the polar region. No incidents have occurred in the United States either, but I detected a sudden satellite call originating from the polar region's central frequency band 5 hours ago, deep underground in a major city. Subsequently, another call from the same location was transmitted to Kim Young-jun, who was elsewhere.
The polar region? Lin learned this crucial detail from the analysis. His intuition told him that something was definitely happening at the pole.
Quick, pull up the coordinates of the signal transmitted from the polar region at that time, as well as the coordinates received by the land of the morning calm.
Copy that. Retrieving now.
Received coordinates 3651 foot N, 12533 E.
Polar coordinates 90S, 0 EW. Upon receiving the coordinates, Lin immediately pulled up the satellite imagery for the corresponding location.
Just as I thought.
The result was exactly as he'd expected. The coordinates provided by South Korea were indeed those of the canning factory he'd seen before. He knew there was definitely something fishy going on there.
Moreover, he was certain that Yosef, whom they'd been unable to locate, was definitely underground at that canning factory. As for what strange things Yosef was up to, Lin had no way of knowing. But this polar location was definitely connected to him. So Lin shifted his focus to the polar coordinates.
These polar coordinates, are they actually right at the center of Antarctica? This fact did surprise him a bit.
Generally speaking, the more unique a place is, the more likely it is for strange things to happen there.
Or perhaps there were some rare treasures to be found. Otherwise, Yosef wouldn't have sent so many people there.
So, naturally, Lin had to go as well. Before that, he first went to the mech manufacturing bay, where the mechanical egg had already hatched. The moment Lin opened the hatch to the incubation chamber, his expression suddenly froze.
This? Chapter 41, The Thor. Lin's expression was as if he had seen something utterly extraordinary.
Inside the mecha incubation chamber was a fish-like creature, entirely emerald blue.
It was about the size of a motorcycle wheel.
Its body hovered in the air inside the chamber in a peculiar manner, as if being held aloft by an invisible giant hand. Seeing this, Lin could only associate it with a single ancient divine beast. That was the Kuanping. However, when Lin eagerly opened the system panel, the information that appeared left him somewhat at a loss.
Species name, flash lightning. Juvenile form. HP. Attack. Defense. Speed. Description: a hybrid juvenile form of an ancient.
And an ancient, immune to all damage and negative effects at this stage, and possessing extraordinary lightning powers.
Upon reaching adulthood, it will gain the power to manipulate time and space. Attributes: lightning, time. Bound to Lin.
Wow, putting aside the attribute values, which are just a screen full of question marks, that description alone is enough to make this creature utterly mind-blowing. Immune to all damage and capable of manipulating lightning.
Isn't that even cooler than Thor?
And most importantly, once it reaches adulthood, it will be able to manipulate time.
This is just too outrageous. Manipulate time? Could she be related to this child? Lin suddenly thought of this. Could his granddaughter from the future also have been created using a time capsule made by this creature?
After all, no matter how advanced human technology becomes, it can never truly control time. And yet, his so-called granddaughter was actually able to travel through time and space to deliver gear.
Lin didn't believe there was no connection whatsoever. He figured he could look into this in more detail once everything was settled. For now, he just wanted to figure out what exactly this creature was.
The description stated that it was a hybrid of two ancient divine beasts.
Judging by its appearance, it was almost certainly half Kuanping.
As for the other half, it was likely related to lightning. But there were simply too many divine beasts capable of harnessing lightning for Lin to pinpoint one right away.
Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it.
After mulling it over for a while, he finally decided not to dwell on what species it was. There was no way around it, there were no records of such a creature, so dwelling on it was a waste of time. Besides, while he'd been thinking about it, he suddenly realized he had more important things to do.
The polar regions. That's right. While he'd been waiting for the hatching, the eye of the heavenly god had detected some suspicious activity from Yosef and the land of the morning calm.
Lin was certainly not going to stand idly by in the face of this. Since that group was so desperate to get there, he had to go see for himself what exactly was down there. So, Lin decided to put this Kuan on hold for now. He summoned Divine Eagle number 1 and prepared to head for the center of Antarctica. But just as he was about to take off, that Kuan from earlier suddenly floated right in front of him. It let out a series of gaga sounds. Gaga gaga. The sound felt both familiar and unfamiliar to Lin. Moreover, even though it was making these noises, Lin seemed to possess a built-in animal translator, allowing him to understand exactly what it was trying to say.
Are you saying you want to go too?
Cluck. It nodded excitedly, hovering in the air and tracing a graceful arc. Clearly, it was delighted. Lin, for his part, was no exception. After all, the system had just made it crystal clear, it had already bonded with him. After a moment's thought, Lin nodded, "All right, then come with me." Lin figured this creature wouldn't get hurt anyway. Even if a battle broke out, it probably wouldn't be caught in the crossfire.
Gak! It swam around in the air, as happy as a child. Lin had originally thought that this kind of divine beast would be majestic or aloof and unapproachable.
But he never expected it to be so friendly. It seemed that all young ones were this playful.
Koan, stay close to me, we're leaving.
After giving this instruction, Lin started the engines and ejected from the Ba-Tian Zero. Originally, adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, he intended to let it go first, but to his surprise, in the blink of an eye, it had already overtaken the Divine Eagle number 1. Then, flying at an extremely steady pace, it stayed right ahead of Lin.
His competitive spirit immediately kicked in.
He pushed the Divine Eagle number 1 to its maximum speed. But even so, he was still left in the dust by Kuan. Little Kuan even turned his body around, striking a strange pose. He let out a slightly smug cackle. It was as if he were saying, "Pretty impressive, huh, big bro Kuan? Holy shit." Faced with this scene, Lin couldn't help but swear. After all, the speed of his Divine Eagle number 1 was undoubtedly among the very best of all mechs. This was a 6th-generation fighter jet, after all. Even before it was cyberized, it could reach Mach 5. After cyberization, it could even reach Mach 15. But despite all that, he still couldn't outpace his pet Kuan.
Did that make sense?
It made perfect sense. Doesn't this precisely prove that little Kuan's other parent also possesses extraordinary speed? His pet combined strength and speed. He felt incredibly proud. He even had a vague feeling that this little guy's rank was S+ or higher.
Stronger than the mecha lava colossus back then.
About 10 minutes later, Lin and little Kuan arrived at the very center of Antarctica. At the very center of Antarctica, this area could no longer be called land, as it had completely transformed into a glacier. And right in the middle of the glacier, several mecha warriors were encircling a single mecha on the ice. It was entirely silver gray, standing there like a massive boulder, much like a slumbering monster, creating a powerful visual impact. Beneath the mech stood several humans clad in ultra-thick protective suits. They appeared to be plotting something.
Since Lin's Divine Eagle number 1 was equipped with a top-tier environmental chameleon cloaking system, those people did not notice him.
Taking advantage of this, Lin slowly descended behind a massive block of ice. As he crept closer, Lin finally realized that one of them was none other than Kim Young-jun.
"Boss,
the S-Class energy shard has been secured.
We can now activate the synthetic mech,"
one of the henchmen reported to Kim Young-jun.
"Good, got it.
Set up the trap exactly as Mr. Yosef instructed. As soon as that guy arrives, flip the switch."
"Roger that."
After receiving the order, Kim Young-jun turned to look at the towering mech behind him. This was the S-Class artificial mech Yosef had given him, named the Thor. It possessed ultra-high-level lightning resistance. Chapter 42, The Call of the Polar Creature. Although it wasn't as massive as the Zeus, its speed far surpassed that of the latter. Furthermore, it was constructed from a metal he had never seen before. In addition to its lightning resistance, this metal also possessed first-rate heat resistance. On top of that, its combat capabilities were impressive. Therefore, it was a standard S-class mech.
It was also the first mech Joseph had ever built.
However, no one knew how he had managed to create such a colossal machine using human technology. Although Kim Young-joon had his doubts about this, he didn't dare ask. He knew full well that this Joseph was definitely not the Joseph he used to know.
In fact, he wasn't even human.
So he understood that the less he knew, the better. He just needed to do as Joseph asked. Besides, he didn't care about anything else. All he wanted was immense power.
As for those human conflicts, he had absolutely no interest in them.
After all, his position wasn't high, and he was still under the shadow of Joseph's country. Even if he managed to climb to the upper echelons, it wouldn't make the slightest difference.
He'd still end up working for them anyway.
He might as well just throw his lot in with Joseph. That way, he could not only break free from those constraints but also gain enough power to ensure his survival.
Moreover, this power would even allow him to rise above everyone else. With such an outcome, why not go for it? Thanks to this decision, Kim Young-joon truly avoided decades of detours. He essentially became a celestial dragon in one fell swoop.
So now, as soon as he received the order, he immediately set out for the very heart of Antarctica with his cyber squad in this Thor.
The boss said this Thor has the ability to devour lightning and convert it into energy. I wonder if that's true.
One of the cyber units asked Kim Young-joon curiously. After all, humans have never, from the very beginning, developed a device capable of converting lightning into a usable resource. This is because the voltage of a lightning strike can reach 100 million volts or even higher, and its current can reach hundreds of thousands of amperes.
This is even more astonishing than Pikachu's 100,000 volt electric shock.
Furthermore, lightning generates extremely high temperatures. Such temperatures can melt any hard object in an instant.
For mechanical devices in particular, lightning is their absolute nemesis.
Therefore, there is simply no such thing as a machine capable of withstanding a lightning strike. Yet, in just the few days since the cyber apocalypse began,
Joseph has actually managed to create an artificial cyber mech capable of harnessing lightning to generate energy. Is this guy seriously Tony Stark reincarnated? Of course, if Mr. Joseph says it's possible, then it absolutely is.
Kim Young-joon had absolute faith in this. After all, he had truly and tangibly felt the power of the artificial cyber manicore. That thing had actually managed to transform him, an unarmed human, into a cyber.
Just yesterday, he was still an ordinary human.
But now, he was already a cyber whose power surpassed even Class A.
If yesterday's him was Peter Parker, then today he is Spider-Man.
Although this artificial creation lacks the massive physiques of natural cybers and the special abilities granted by cyber radiation, his strength is on par with that of ordinary cybers.
He can even surpass cybers of the same rank.
It was precisely this surge of power that made him feel one less bit of suspicion and one more bit of awe toward Joseph. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, power is everything. Everything else is just fluff. So, whoever gives him power is the one he'll follow. As for whether they're right or wrong, for someone who believes in the supremacy of strength, whatever they say is always right.
But, boss.
Just as this cyber was about to ask something else, Kim Young-joon cut him off.
Enough. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking.
Our top priority right now is to capture that thing Mr. Joseph mentioned. It's a matter of whether we can keep our own lives.
Huh? Boss, if we can't catch this thing, does that mean the boss might?
The cyber made a throat-slitting gesture. Upon hearing this, Kim Young-joon shook his head. No, the boss still needs us, so it doesn't matter if we can't catch it. He paused for a moment before explaining. What I meant was, if we can't catch this thing, we won't be able to get its mana core. From what I've observed, the boss likely wants this mana core to serve as the heart of the Zeus. But if we can't get this mana core, then we'll have no choice but to find a replacement for the Zeus. And as far as I know, the only alternative right now is the mana core from that man's aircraft carrier mech in Huaxia. Hearing this, the cyber suddenly had a realization.
Are you saying that if we can't get this mana core, we'll have to defeat that man?
At the thought, he immediately wore an agonized expression.
That's a monster.
These words sent a wave of fear through the other artificial cybers present.
He had watched the live stream of Lin's battle against the lava colossus mech back then. A single punch from him could trigger landslides, earthquakes, and tsunamis.
That kind of power had likely long since surpassed S-Class. Even if all several dozen of them A-Class cyber organs joined forces with the Thor, they still wouldn't stand a chance. Facing his speculation, Kim Young-joon didn't speak. Instead, he nodded in silent agreement. There was no way around it. Lin's mech was simply too overpowered. He felt that only the Zeus would stand a chance against it.
Any other mech wouldn't even stand a fighting chance.
The reason he agreed yesterday to help Yosef retrieve Lin's mana core was, in reality, simply because he wanted the power of that synthetic cyber. If he were actually sent on that mission, he would almost certainly lose his life. So today, as soon as he heard Yosef say he'd found a substitute, he rushed over without delay, leading the squad he'd just assembled.
He felt that capturing an animal should be far easier than capturing a human.
After all, humans in a certain sense are the rulers of this world, beings that stand above all other creatures. If he had to choose right now between a do-or-die battle against Lin's Badian Zero and the giant lava mech that appeared on Mount Fuji,
he would definitely choose the giant lava mech without hesitation. The reason was simple.
After all, he knew full well which was stronger, mindless, haphazard attacks or ordinary yet ruthless ones. After a moment of silence, Kim Young-joon waved his hand, reassuring his men.
All right.
As long as we take care of this thing now, the boss should be able to personally face off against the Chinese guy later. I saw the boss's Zeus with my own eyes. Its power definitely surpasses the damn Western guy's, so you guys better hurry up and get the Thor ready.
Now, here comes the main event. Chapter 43, Shao Koen is a troll.
The artificial cyber squad's operations were highly skilled.
After a few minutes of preparation, the Thor finally came to life.
Its body was activated by an S-Class mana core, radiating flecks of starlight.
The glow was a pale blue,
interlaced with bursts of electromagnetic light. It emitted a crackling sound.
The light was so bright it even overshadowed the surrounding ambient glow.
This sight made Lin, hiding behind the glacier, tremble. His instincts told him that this massive machine, which had Kim Young-joon so excited, was definitely not someone to mess with. Although he could summon the Batian Zero to easily crush it. But it had a more important mission to carry out, and Huaxia and couldn't be summoned here.
Gak. Be careful. It's dangerous.
In this situation, even his little Koen let out a series of cries.
Little Koen, are you saying this thing is dangerous? Lin hadn't expected even little Koen to say this thing was dangerous. That meant he dared not act rashly.
Although Shao Koen was still a cub, its abilities were certainly superior to those of his own Divine Eagle number 1.
If even Shao Koen found it dangerous, how could he possibly go and throw his life away?
However, upon thinking this through, Lin tentatively asked,
"Well then, Shao Koen, if the two of us team up, do we stand a chance?"
Gak. I was just saying that for you, it could wipe you out in an instant. It's dangerous.
But for me? I could wipe it out in an instant. It's a piece of cake.
Ha!
Hearing Shao Koen's confident reply, Lin was suddenly at a loss for words.
Damn it, why didn't you just say half of that earlier?
What do you mean dangerous for me? Am I that weak?
After all, his Divine Eagle number 1 was, after all, one of the top mechs in this world. Although it might be a bit of a struggle against this Thor, it wasn't as if he stood no chance.
There was no way he'd end up getting taken out in an instant, right?
He. Stop talking so much, watch me in action. As soon as it said that, Shao Koen was about to charge out, but luckily Lin was quick on the draw and grabbed it by the back. Hold on, let us see what these guys are up to first. After all, since they were in the shadows, they definitely held the upper hand. And judging by Shao Koen's confident expression, it should be a breeze to take them down. So what he needed to do now was gather intelligence. Or see exactly what Yosef and his crew were up to. Otherwise, if he mindlessly took them out, he'd have no idea what their plan was. Wouldn't he that make this whole trip a waste? He might even end up exposing himself right under Yosef's nose. That would definitely be a case of the ends not justifying the means. Ha ha! What's so funny? Just take them out. Shao Cohen looked utterly disdainful. He was just like one of those street thugs who's ready to fight at the drop of a hat. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush into it just yet. Lin had originally wondered if this thing even had a gender. But now that he looked at it, it was definitely male and a total hothead at that. Ha! What's that sound? Over here, it seemed Shao Cohen and Lin were making a bit too much noise, and Jining Jun took notice. Fortunately, one of the cyber units put his mind at ease. It's nothing, boss. I just saw a few penguins over there, they're probably laying eggs. Oh, then it's fine. Although Kim Young-jun had only ever heard chickens lay eggs, his mind automatically associated the sound of any animal laying eggs with a cluck. So he simply assumed it really was penguins laying eggs. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Even though being discovered wasn't a big deal. If they were found out, they wouldn't be able to find out about their next plan. Plus, the others would surely be on guard, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. That would have ruined everything. So Lin extended his metal finger and held it up to Shenying No. 1's beak, making a shushing gesture. He whispered, "If you make another sound, do you think I'll go back and get you neutered?" But upon hearing this, Shao Cohen not only failed to behave but suddenly flew into a rage. Gak! Gak! What the hell are you barking about? I'll neuter you, I'll neuter your whole family. F you. Hearing these words, Lin's face fell. Holy crap, is this thing actually a troll? Who the hell taught you all this? Were you just born? Lin's mind was filled with question marks. He picked up an ancient divine beast's egg, and out of it hatched a Kuan. Although its combat power was off the charts, a keyboard warrior? What kind of surreal start was this? Lin didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. However, the next second, Xingqian's analysis shattered his composure even further. Note, when this creature hatched, its eggshell intermittently absorbed the satellite network connected to the Ba Tian Zero. During the hatching process, the eggshell became part of its body. Consequently, upon hatching, its astonishing learning ability allowed it to absorb all data from the satellite network and store it in its brain, resulting in this miraculous phenomenon. Ha! After hearing the explanation, Lin suddenly felt like he'd stumbled upon something incredible. All the data on the internet had been converted into its memory? This is the damn internet, for crying out loud. That volume of data would be impossible to store even on tens of millions of terabytes of hard drives. Just the educational materials alone would take up several million terabytes. Not to mention all the data on the internet. That's an absolutely massive amount. But the analysis said that this hairy beast in his hands had learned all the knowledge on the internet and stored it all in its brain? Is its brain a black hole? A black hole? He suddenly realized what kind of creature this was. As Zhuangzi's Free and Easy Wandering states, in the Northern Ocean there is a fish named Kuan. The size of Kuan is so vast that no one knows how many thousands of li it spans. As soon as Lin thought of this, it suddenly made sense to him. Although it's said to be unknown how many thousand li in size. In fact, according to ancient mythology, its size is infinite. It can devour anything including time, memory, and space, and can even swallow black holes. In that case, it doesn't seem unreasonable at all for it to have swallowed the entire internet. In light of this, Lin was actually quite relieved that he retrieved this egg from the forest of behemoths. It would definitely be an extraordinary combat asset in the future. Gak gak. Can you fucking stop scratching my back? It's really ticklish, okay? It's just that the things it's been learning seem a bit too infuriating. Lin looked down again at little Cohen, who was causing a ruckus on the mechanical arm of the Divine Eagle number 1. Although it looked cute and adorable, its tongue was truly sharp. If he couldn't understand what it was saying, he might not even realize he was being cursed at.
Little Cohen, I'm sorry,
Lin said, slowly opening the hatch to the storage compartment at the center of his body, preparing to put it inside.
Out of sight, out of mind, right? Gak? What are you doing? Ouch.
Before Xiao Cohen could finish speaking, it was shut inside. Although it had the ability to break free, there was nothing it could do. The Bation Zero's energy incubation chamber had forcibly bound it to Lin immediately after hatching it.
This prevented it from attacking Lin.
Otherwise, when Lin mentioned he was going to neuter it just a moment ago, it might have already smashed the Divine Eagle number 1 to pieces.
So Xiao Cohen could only obediently let itself be locked inside.
Phew, no noise, much more comfortable.
Chapter 44, An Ancient Beast?
With Xiao Cohen no longer causing a disturbance, Lin was able to focus more intently on Jining Jun's every move. He saw the activated Thor being flanked by a dozen or so cyber units flying back and forth around it. These cyber units were all uniformly A+ grade.
Moreover, unlike the older generation artificial cybers, they didn't wear those hideous masks.
It could be said that aside from their bodies being slightly smaller than average, they were no different from ordinary cybers. Furthermore, the armor covering their bodies was much harder than the metal of a typical mecha beast.
Who could have imagined that this was all due to a single mutated mana core?
Each of these artificial cybers held pieces of metal in various shapes. They were attaching these metal pieces to the body of the Thor, which stood hundreds of meters tall, by splicing them together.
Notice, they are manufacturing equipment for the giant mecha. I see.
Lin could sense that the entire body of the Thor was assembled from special metals. And that metal was identical to the metal on the artificial cybers' bodies. He could also vaguely guess that the metal was nothing more than the corpses of one artificial cyber after another. The thought that the colossal Thor was a moving grave built from piled-up corpses sent a chill down Lin's spine.
This thing was just too terrifying.
About 10 minutes later, all the cyber units had finished assembling and came to a halt.
They then stood in 2 neat rows before Kim Young-jun, awaiting orders.
Reporting to the boss, the Thor's weapons have been assembled.
Power systems are deployed. Awaiting your orders.
One of the lead cyber units stood tall, its mechanical body at attention, as it reported.
Very good. Then, commence operations. Kim Young-jun nodded and pressed a button on his nanomech platform.
In an instant, an ethereal mech suit enveloped his body and gradually solidified. A mech body that looked different from the other cyber units appeared at the feet of the Thor. This was the super mutated mana core that Yosef had given him. It was more powerful, larger in size, and faster. At a single command, the neatly assembled squad of artificial cybers scattered and took their positions atop several icebergs. Kim Young-jun also leaped into the air and stood atop the Thor. He gazed silently at the massive glacier in the distance, as if waiting for something. About 3 minutes later, the Thor suddenly emitted a bright flash of light. Mixed within this light was a faint, strange sound. As the sound rang out, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from within the glacier.
Roar! This was followed by the ice trembling.
The tremors grew increasingly intense, and some of the more fragile ice even began to crack faintly.
Roar! Another roar!
This roar was accompanied by lightning. Crack! Above the Thor, a bolt of lightning resembling a fiery dragon suddenly struck from the sky.
It hurtled straight toward Kim Young-jun.
But he didn't flinch. Looking completely confident, he slowly raised his hands. As if receiving a command, the Thor beneath his feet mimicked Kim Young-jun's gesture, raising its massive hand filled with lightning.
Boom!
That bolt of lightning struck the palm of the Thor as if it were a divine punishment. If it had been an ordinary mech, it would likely have been shattered and melted long ago. But the Thor showed no reaction whatsoever, and streaks of golden light gradually began to emanate from its body. This light flowed along its palm, enveloping the lightning like a balloon and gradually coalescing into a ball of lightning. This ball of light was pure, concentrated lightning. If Luffy were hit by it, he'd likely be finished. After all, pure lightning doesn't care whether you're an insulator or not. Seeing this scene, Lin felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of fear welled up inside him. This wasn't a fear he could simply control at will. It was an involuntary fear. It was like the feeling you get when, even though you've graduated from high school, you still feel intimidated by the toughest teacher from your high school days. What on earth is going on here? Lin found himself asking this question. Could such a massive cluster of lightning be some kind of energy source? And that dragoness roar, what kind of creature was it? What did this lightning have to do with that dragon? He was still completely in the dark. As far as he was concerned, too many things were still hazy right now. He wasn't quite sure. He suddenly realized that this world seemed to be about more than just some cyber apocalypse. Perhaps there were even more mysterious things at play. Take Shao Cohen, for example. That guy's physical strength might even surpass his own Badian Zero. Then there were the artificial cybers he'd never even seen in his previous life. And now, this unknown creature and the time capsule at the center of Antarctica, not to mention Yosef, the one who created these artificial cybers. Although he didn't know if there was any inevitable connection between these events, he was certain that all of this was absolutely tied to Yosef. Perhaps the only way to understand what this world was really like was to find Yosef? Just as Lin was pondering these thoughts, a piercing roar snapped him back to reality. He looked in the direction the sound came from. Suddenly, a massive, deep blue beast appeared right where the sound had come from. The beast's body was immense, roughly several hundred meters long. It soared proudly through the sky, its cold eyes gazing down at Jining Jun and the Thor below. Its entire body radiated an intense purple glow, intermingled with pure, raw lightning. Clearly, the lightning from moments ago was its doing. And Lin recognized its form. It was the classic dragon from ancient mythology. When it came to dragons, the first thing that came to Lin's mind was Yinglong from ancient Chinese mythology. Yinglong was a divine dragon from ancient myths and legends. According to the classic of Mountains and Seas, the Great Wilderness North, when the Yellow Emperor fought Qiyu, Yinglong, Ba, and others aided the Yellow Emperor, ultimately leading to Qiyu's defeat and death. Its dragoness body was covered in scales, it had a pair of wings on its back, and its feet stood upon clouds and long branches bearing flowers. This description clearly did not match the appearance of this dragon. Moreover, due to the effects of cyber radiation, its body was encased in metal. This made it impossible for Lin to determine exactly what kind of dragon it was. However, he could confirm that this dragon was also an S+ tier being. In fact, it was even higher tier than that mecha lava behemoth. Although the mecha form lacked some of the majesty typical of a dragon, the aura it exuded was still awe-inspiring. The mecha dragon was now glaring furiously at Kim Young-jun below. That man was encroaching on its territory and blocking its energy as a direct provocation. So the mecha dragon let out a series of low growls to express its displeasure. Seeing this, Kim Young-jun showed no fear. Instead, he became even more defiant. "Oh? You want this? Then I'll give it to you." With that, he swung his arm, and the Thor fired the ball of lightning. Boom! As a dragon, the mecha dragon's pride prevented it from dodging. Instead, it took the blow head-on. But it had underestimated the power of this counterattack. Chapter 45, The Thunder Dragon. Like a kite whose string had snapped, the mecha dragon's body was suddenly knocked back dozens of meters. Cracks actually appeared in its formidable mechanical body where the ball of lightning had struck. How terrifying! This sight caused Lin to break out in a cold sweat. He knew that this mecha dragon's rank was definitely above S-class. A mecha beast capable of reaching S-class transcends other ranks in terms of speed, power, and defense. Not to mention this S+ model, which surpasses even S-class. Its defensive capabilities are undoubtedly superior to those of other S-class units. Yet despite this, Kim Young-jun's Thor was able to intercept its attack. In fact, a crack had even appeared where the mecha dragon was struck. What did that mean? It meant that Kim Young-joon as Thor had also surpassed the S-class. Lin was relieved he hadn't acted rashly just now. Otherwise, he would have been blown to smithereens. Now, Lin dared not make a single move. I'd better just watch and see. He was just a bystander watching the two fight it out. He felt that in this situation, it was best to play it by ear. How does the saying go? You have to outsmart your opponent, you can't force the issue. If Chen Daozi could win 37 million with just 20 yuan, then it would be no problem for him, Lin, to take down the S-plus class Thor with his S-class Divine Eagle number 1. Because he had the system. It could only be described with 2 words, cheat. Meanwhile, the battle between the two giant mechs continued. The mecha dragon didn't seem to be affected by the damage at all, on the contrary, it grew even more ferocious. It let out a long roar, and its mechanical dragon body swelled violently, while the cracks from the hits gradually healed. It then condensed a ball of lightning in front of itself, larger and rounder than the one from before. This ball of lightning was roughly 10 meters in diameter. Looking up, one could see strands of pure lightning converging within it, while thunderclouds in the sky gradually gathered around it. The ball of lightning emitted a blue, eerie glow as it flew rapidly through the air. Wherever it passed, arcs of lightning of varying sizes formed. These arcs twisted and writhed like snakes, spreading out in all directions. Then came a thunderous boom. Dozens of bolts of lightning rained down from the sky. These bolts were not fleeting like ordinary lightning. Instead, they transformed into giant lightning dragons swimming through the air. Finally, they all converged into that ball of lightning. The overwhelming pressure it radiated caused everyone present to shudder, including Lin. Compared to the Thor from just moments ago, it was like a regular artillery shell facing off against a nuclear bomb. They were simply in different leagues. It's so huge. Lin was already prepared. The moment the mecha dragon released the orb, he quickly moved away, trying his best to avoid being caught in its blast. Just judging by the energy radiating from that orb of lightning alone, it was clear that it was truly furious. The mecha dragon charged up quickly. In just about half a minute, that orb of pure lightning 10 meters in diameter roared toward him. Its speed was so staggering that it seemed to defy the laws of physics. It was practically teleportation. Yet Kim Young-joon, witnessing this scene, broke into a smile. Here it comes. Finally. Mr. Yosef, I hope you haven't lied to me. If this were an ordinary cyber, he might have already run home to his mother in fear, but Kim Young-joon charged straight toward it. He spread his arms wide, as if relishing a bath of lightning. The Thor beneath him did the same, spreading its arms wide. However, a red energy portal suddenly opened at the center of the Thor's body. This energy portal was circular, with a diameter of roughly 10 meters. Just as the ball of lightning was about to make contact with the Thor, it was miraculously held in place before him by the portal's mysterious power in a strange manner. Moreover, the lightning dragons within the ball were pulled out and channeled into the energy portal, as if drawn by some uncontrollable force. Once the lightning dragons entered the energy gate, they were all absorbed by the Thor and transformed into power it could wield at will. Immediately afterward, as the lightning dragons were infused into it, an energy sphere gradually began to materialize behind the Thor. The mecha dragon wasn't stupid. It could tell that the Thor was absorbing its power. Its pride, of course, would not tolerate this, so it once again released 3 lightning orbs simultaneously, sending them hurtling toward Kim Young-joon. This wasn't to force the Thor to give up any more power. It was to make the Thor burst from this pure energy. It could see right through it. The Thor's energy gate was specifically designed to target it, capable of absorbing the pure lightning power it summoned. However, there was a limit to the amount of pure lightning power that gate could withstand. Once that limit was exceeded, the ship would explode and be destroyed due to an overload of energy. And that is exactly what happened after the first ball of lightning. The other 2 were completely absorbed into the gate. The diameter of the first ball of lightning swelled dramatically as a result. It grew to over 30 meters. The thunder dragons grew increasingly frenzied. The 10-meter diameter energy gate on the Thor simply couldn't absorb it all. Some of the thunder dragons even broke free, bursting through the energy gate's constraints and crashing into the Thor's hull. Clearly, the Thor was nearing saturation.
However, faced with this, Kim Young-joon didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a long, loud roar. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Lord Yosef, he even anticipated this situation. Thunder Dragon, this time, you've lost. Kim Young-joon extended his right finger toward the sky. He issued a command. Immediately, the surrounding area was suddenly illuminated by blue-purple lightning. It was none other than those artificial cyber units that had just dispersed. Each of them held a blue-purple longsword in their hands. The swords were 3 meters long, and upon closer inspection, the blue-purple glow was actually streams of flowing lightning. That glow from earlier was actually these bolts of lightning. Under Kim Young-joon's command, the Cyber Squad channeled energy to power the lightning swords in their hands. Immediately, the lightning dragons that had just dispersed began swimming toward the swords. The scene was like a young bull seeing a mother cow. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Holy shit! Seeing this scene of 10,000 dragons in motion, Lin suddenly blurted out, "Holy shit." No words, there's simply nothing to say. These are fucking mechs, for crying out loud. Are you pulling a magic trick on me? Condensing lightning into mechs, playing its cyber immortality, is that it? At this level, there's no way this could be something created by the cyber apocalypse that just broke out. Something is fishy. Something is definitely up. Lin's intuition told him that this Yosef was definitely up to something. Chapter 46, The Mecha Dragon's Request. The energy contained within these lightning orbs was so immense that even Lin's Badian Zero might not be able to withstand it. But the Thor under Kim Young-joon's feet was actually able to absorb it. Even the thunder swords wielded by those artificial cybers were able to harness the raw power of lightning for themselves. Capabilities of this magnitude could absolutely not be the product of human technology. It can't be human technology. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin suddenly realized something. Could this Yosef be connected to the source of the cyber apocalypse? This was the only plausible explanation. After all, in such a short time, Yosef had managed to create the artificial cybers and this non-human technology using power far beyond human capabilities. Lin simply couldn't believe that Yosef had no connection to the source of the cyber apocalypse. However, another thought crossed his mind: could Yosef also be a time traveler? After all, if his own genius granddaughter could build a time machine, perhaps the United States of the future could do the same? But Lin quickly dismissed this idea. After all, this man was from the same era as him. No matter how far back in time he traveled, it would likely take 100 or 200 years to develop a time machine, right? As everyone knows, human lifespans are, at most, 70 or 80 years. Some live longer, but even then, only up to about 100 years. That lifespan is already the absolute limit. Even if he developed a time machine at around 100 years old, he wouldn't be able to turn back the clock and become young again. So this scenario simply doesn't hold water. But if he were an alien, the kind depicted in sci-fi movies, aliens generally have extremely long lifespans. In that case, after going around in circles, the question comes back to whether Yosef is connected to the cyber apocalypse. If so, the theory might actually hold water. However, Lin didn't delve any deeper into this. After all, no matter what it is, it's his greatest enemy at this stage. In his previous life, Lin didn't have the ability to access this level of information. There were many things he simply didn't know about. He didn't even survive the beast tide. But things are different now. He now possesses the most powerful mech. He also has a system that's even more powerful than a cheat and cheats themselves. With this, he might actually be able to go head-to-head with this unknown creature. For now, though, his priority is to resolve the immediate problem. The battle between the USS Thor and the mech dragon had reached a fever pitch. Although the pure lightning orbs unleashed by the mecha dragon were highly intimidating, the weapons and abilities possessed by the artificial cybers and the Thor under Kim Young-joon's command were simply too effective against this mecha dragon. The mecha dragon's attacks involved drawing pure lightning energy from the sky into its body. It then uses the power within its body to release that pure lightning energy. Generally speaking, the power of pure lightning far exceeds that of any weapon.
Lightning typically refers to atmospheric discharges in the troposphere and is a type of electrostatic discharge. When air serves as a medium, collisions and friction between various particles in the air cause positive and negative charges to accumulate continuously on either side of the air medium. At this point, the voltage applied to the air medium also increases when the local voltage reaches the breakdown voltage of the air under those conditions. A local electrical breakdown occurs in the air medium, transforming it into plasma, allowing an extremely powerful current to flow through what was previously insulating air.
This is lightning.
The temperature of lightning generally ranges from 15,000 to 28,000 degrees Celsius.
This is equivalent to 3 to 5 times the temperature of the sun.
Therefore, the power of lightning goes without saying.
The current in lightning is typically around tens of thousands of amperes. However, the power of an ordinary lightning strike is fleeting.
From the moment it is generated to the moment it strikes, it takes at most a few tenths of a second. Although its duration is very short and the energy it delivers is relatively small, it can still cause irreversible damage to any living being. If ordinary lightning alone can cause such damage, then the energy contained in pure lightning power goes without saying. And yet, a mere speck of this pure power was actually intercepted by Kim Young-joon and his group of artificial cybers, who then harnessed it for their own use.
Does that make sense? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Humans have never, from the very beginning, found a way to convert the power of lightning into usable energy. Even the Thunder Lord that Lin had previously created using the system could only channel lightning into its internal energy reservoir and then release it through controlled discharge. While this method does allow for the utilization of lightning, it actually places a significant strain on the machine's systems. It is fundamentally different from the method we're seeing here, one that truly converts the energy for its own use. It could be said that the Thunder Lord was no match for the Thor. It was like a minor sorcerer facing a grandmaster.
After a general analysis, Lin was certain this was absolutely not human technology. Moreover, he had a premonition that this mecha dragon would be no match for these beings. Sure enough, after the mecha dragon released another lightning orb, it entered a period of energy exhaustion. The so-called energy depletion phase is a sign that the mana cores within these powerful mecha beasts have been completely exhausted. Although cyberization has granted them greater power than before, it has also meant that they now possess a mana core within their bodies. Once they use too much cyber power, their energy is slowly depleted, much like a cell phone battery. If not replenished in time, they would gradually lose their formidable power. This is the energy depletion phase. Once this phase is reached, it means the mecha dragon has reached its limit. If it couldn't even damage the Thor beneath Kim Young-joon's feet when it was fully charged, then now it has no way out but death. Kim Young-joon and his team had clearly anticipated this all along. As they watched the mecha dragon's massive body gradually shrink, Kim Young-joon immediately issued an order. Now, boost your thunder swords to maximum power and expel all the thunder dragons. Then, capture it. Roger that. Upon receiving the order, the cyber engineers channeled all their energy into the thunder swords they held. The thunder swords then emitted an even more intense blue-purple glow. Upon seeing this light, the thunder dragons within the massive thunder orb began scattering in all directions. Soon, deprived of the support from these thunder dragons, the lightning orb in front of the Thor gradually shrank. Reclaim it. Kim Young-joon seized the opportunity to increase the power of the energy portal on the Thor's chest. Immediately afterward, the energy portal emitted a dazzling golden beam, sucking in the last remnants of the lightning orb. Having absorbed all the energy, the Thor materialized a giant lightning axe out of thin air. The moment the giant lightning axe appeared, the fleeing lightning dragons, as if they defound their anchor, swam toward it one after another. Gradually, a rune glowing with blue-purple light formed on the surface of the giant lightning axe. Upon seeing the giant lightning axe, the mecha dragon suddenly let out a furious roar. Is it asking for help? Lin suddenly realized that the dragon was directly transmitting a distress signal into his mind. He could also see just how dangerous this giant lightning axe was. The energy and sense of oppression emanating from it far surpassed the lightning orbs the mecha dragon had just released. But should he stop these people? This dragon was clearly a species unique to Huaxia.
Although so-called dragons also existed in Western countries. Those dragons were evil creatures of legend, with vicious claws and wings.
Moreover, they could only cast inferior magic or employ clumsy attacks.
Their speed was also incredibly slow.
In contrast, Huaxia dragons are mythical beasts that have existed in Huaxia's legends since ancient times.
They summon winds and rains, obscure the sky and block out the sun, and some legendary dragons can even manipulate time to reverse day
and night. This power is absolutely overwhelming.
Therefore, Western dragons are simply not worth mentioning when compared to Huaxia dragons. It can be said that dragons are the divine beasts revered as objects of faith in Huaxia.
But I refuse.
Lin responded to its plea for help.
I'm not stupid.
That giant lightning axe of his, I bet even you couldn't withstand a single swing.
Why would I risk certain death to help you?
His meaning was clear, he wouldn't gain anything by helping the mecha dragon, so why on earth would he bother?
The mecha dragon understood this perfectly well.
So, it laid out its own conditions.
What if I told you I know everything you want to know? Like the time machine, or that Kunping inside you? Chapter 47, You're the One. Oh? Can I take that as a threat?
A hint of irritation crept into Lin's tone. Although he was dying to know these things, he knew better than to reveal his bottom line so quickly. That was why he was acting so confident and unconcerned. This way, the mecha dragon would definitely think twice before speaking.
After all, it was the one seeking help now, not Lin.
No, I just want to propose a deal. The mecha dragon immediately changed its tone and manner of speaking. It shifted from the haughty, commanding tone of a moment ago to a pleading one. It knew that, under the current circumstances, Lin was likely the only one who could save it.
If it remained aloof and arrogant any longer, it would be cut down by that giant axe imbued with the power of pure lightning. A deal? If you're only talking about a tiny bit of intelligence, then I don't think this deal is worth it. After all, such a meager amount of intelligence isn't enough to make me risk my life. If you want me to save you, you'll have to offer sufficient compensation to make the deal worthwhile. At the very least, that compensation must be equivalent to my life. Although Lin was very interested in this intelligence, he wasn't about to risk his life for such a trivial matter. How does the saying go? If you earn money but don't spend it, you might as well not have earned it at all.
Not to mention this intelligence to obtain it, he'd have to ensure he had enough strength to defeat the Thunder Great Axe wielded by Kim Young-jun on the Thor.
That Thunder Great Axe, imbued with pure lightning power, wasn't something he could simply claim to be a match for.
So, unless there was a reward substantial enough to catch his interest, he wouldn't readily step in to help.
I understand.
If you help me take care of these people, in addition to the intelligence I just mentioned, I can give you a Dragon Ball.
A Dragon Ball? Sure enough, upon hearing the words Dragon Ball, Lin suddenly perked up. A Dragon Ball? Is it the kind I'm thinking of?
When it came to Dragon Balls, the first thing that came to his mind was gathering all 7 to summon a divine dragon and have a wish granted. However, it was clear that this was a Chinese dragon. The Dragon Ball in its mouth was likely one condensed from its own energy after cultivation. Such a Dragon Ball could be considered a manifestation of these dragons' energy. Generally speaking, the stronger a dragon is, the more powerful the Dragon Ball it condenses. Clearly, this mecha dragon before him wasn't exactly weak. It was just that he'd run into an opponent who had the upper hand over him right now. Against an ordinary opponent, he might have crushed them. Although I don't know what kind of Dragon Ball you're thinking of, I can tell you this. The energy intensity of the Dragon Ball I'm going to give you is dozens of times greater than the energy of your current mecha.
Does that give you a better idea of what I mean?
I think so. Upon hearing this, Lin nodded thoughtfully.
However, a question quickly came to mind. If you have the Dragon Pearl, why do you need my support? Wouldn't it be enough to simply replenish your own energy with the power it provides? Also, aren't you a dragon that controls lightning? Why are you afraid of your own power? Faced with Lin's pointed questions, the mecha dragon didn't answer but instead transmitted telepathically. I'll explain these things later. For now, can you help me stop this thing first?
Hearing his urging, Lin slowly turned his gaze toward the two mechas. He saw the Thor raising its massive thunder axe high in the air.
It channeled all the power of lightning into the axe.
Slowly, a massive, purple, lightning-charged axe materialized as a phantom image above its head. Jin, standing above the Thor, actually undid his cyber mecha suit. In his human form, he raised his right hand high. Then, the phantom image of a massive palm materialized. In the next second, the phantom palm seized the phantom thunder axe and swung it toward the mecha dragon with lightning speed. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon-esque roar that pierced the heavens. A colossal lightning dragon, dozens of meters long, burst forth from the phantom. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth, the lightning dragon and the mecha dragon collided violently. Intense shockwaves radiated outward from the center of the collision in an instant. Crack, crack. Thunder roared unceasingly, and lightning raged. At that moment, the entire polar center was illuminated by the blinding light generated by the collision. Even the sun seemed to pale in comparison. A terrifying energy storm raged wildly, centered on the two combatants, sweeping through 100 li in all directions with devastating force. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the heavens. Immediately afterward, a streak of purple-gold light abruptly pierced through the dazzling blue and purple interplay of lightning, shooting straight up into the sky. Aya! Another high-pitched, stirring dragon-esque roar echoed across the entire sky. Amid the lightning, a semi-translucent thunder dragon soul slowly coalesced into form. By now, it had fully materialized, appearing as if it truly existed. Its entire body radiated an incredibly intense purple-gold lightning. With every breath, massive bursts of lightning erupted from its nostrils and mouth. And hovering above its head was a massive lightning orb. Its brilliant radiance radiated boundless might. This was the Thunder Spirit. A form born from pure lightning. The Thunder Spirit did not attack the mecha dragon, but instead greedily absorbed the pure lightning energy within its body. The mecha dragon's body gradually shrank, as if it were about to be drained dry at any moment. The Thunder Spirit. It's here, just as I expected. A maniacal grin spread across Kim Young-jun's face. Yosef had told him before he arrived that if he absorbed enough pure lightning energy, he would summon a Thunder Spirit from the Thunder Giant Axe. A Thunder Spirit possesses an independent consciousness and remains loyal to the one who summoned it. A Thunder Spirit S rank is at least S-class. Moreover, it is a creature with limitless growth potential. If there were enough pure lightning energy, its rank could even surpass S-class. After all, if he had the Thunder Spirit absorb all the pure lightning energy from the mecha dragon before him, it would grow to an unrivaled level. By then, neither the artificial cyber units nor Huaxia's super mechas would be a match for him. He would become the strongest in the world. That's why Kim Young-jun was so excited. Roar! Trapped by the Thunder Spirit, the mecha dragon couldn't free itself at all. All it could do was let out a heart-wrenching dragon-esque roar. It once again called out to Lin for help. Kid, if you don't come help me now, you'll end up with nothing. Plus, this Thunder Spirit has already spotted your location. If I die, you'll be its next target. Alright, stop yapping. I'm coming to save you right now. Go! Koan, it's decided it's you. Chapter 48, Koan's Dignity. It's decided it's you, Koan. Just as the Thunder Spirit was absorbing the lightning power from the mecha dragon's body, a mysterious round creature no bigger than an ordinary car wheel suddenly flew out from behind a massive glacier. Its target was none other than the Thunder Spirit summoned by the Thunder Giant Axe. Holy shit, what the hell is that noise? The Thunder Spirit sensed a powerful force, absorbing energy, and hurriedly dodged the attack from the unidentified creature. Then, unable to dodge in time, the creature crashed directly into the glacier opposite Lin. The powerful impact shattered several icicles before coming to a halt. Kim Young-jun witnessed this entire scene. However, he hadn't seen the extremely fast, unidentified creature. He simply assumed it was the mecha dragon's death throes. So he laughed somewhat mockingly and said,
Give it up. You're no match for the Thunder Spirit right now. You'd better just obediently become nourishment for my Thunder Spirit. Thunder Spirit, keep going.
But to his surprise, Lei Ling completely ignored him, merely turning its head to glance at him indifferently.
Then, in a cold tone, it said, "Do you even deserve to give me orders?"
Lei Ling's voice carried the majesty of thunder. It seemed to hold no regard for this so-called master.
Hearing Lei Ling's rebuke, Kim Young-jun was completely baffled. What was going on? Hadn't he summoned it himself? Why was it being so aggressive toward him?
This was completely different from what Yu Shifu had said. For a moment, Kim Young-jun began to question the meaning of life.
If even his own summoned creature disrespected him, how could he ever conquer the world?
However, whether out of stubbornness or a desire to salvage a shred of dignity in front of his subordinates,
Kim Young-jun commanded once more, "Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the one who summoned you. Hurry up and devour that mecha dragon for me. I told you, don't give me orders."
A long, pure bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the Thunder Spirit. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the glacier behind Kim Young-jun.
And this attack came within just half a meter of Kim Young-jun. Had it been even slightly off course, Kim Young-jun would have died on the spot. It was clear that this Thunder Spirit was truly furious. This also made it evident that Kim Young-jun was completely incapable of subduing this Thunder Spirit. "How dare you?" Kim Young-jun stopped mid-sentence. He knew that if he continued speaking, he would likely be the one to lose his life.
So this time, he chose to remain silent. He had no choice. He knew that under the current circumstances, he couldn't make the Thunder Spirit submit.
Yosef would probably give him a strategy later.
So this time, he chose not to intervene and simply stood by, watching from the sidelines. Meanwhile, upon seeing Kim Young-jun fall silent, the Thunder Spirit shifted its gaze and attention to the ruins of the glacier that had just been pierced. It had completely forgotten about the mecha dragon.
Because it knew that whatever was over there was even more dangerous than the mecha dragon.
About half a minute later, an intense aura suddenly erupted from that spot. A long, piercing howl rang out from within. As the roar echoed, a creature slowly rose from the glacial ruins.
Cackle! Damn you, Lin! Why the hell did you throw me so hard? I'm your contract beast, not a projectile, you asshole.
This creature was none other than the Kuan that had hatched from Lin's egg.
It was in a terrible mood right now. Because its master had tossed it out like a projectile.
He could still hear his master muttering something like, "It's decided it's going to be him." It made him feel like some kind of Pokemon.
Gak gak. I'm a fucking divine beast. Not a Pokemon. Koan let out a sound of deep dissatisfaction.
Of course, those words were meant for Lin. Moreover, aside from Lin, the mecha dragon, and that Thunder Spirit, no one else could understand what he was saying. The members of the Cyber Squad just assumed the creature was barking up a dead tree.
"Boss, the Thunder Spirit you summoned seems to be afraid of that thing." One of the Cyber Squad leaders stepped up to Jin Young-jun and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?
My Thunder Spirit may not be entirely under my control, but I can clearly sense that he isn't afraid. On the contrary, he is excited." Jin Young-jun gazed at the Thunder Spirit not far away and praised him. If the Thunder Spirit had heard what Jin Young-jun said, he might have killed him on the spot. Because it was genuinely afraid of that creature that had suddenly appeared. Its instincts told it that this thing was definitely not to be messed with and that it was its nemesis. The Thunder Spirit was also well aware that this creature was currently speaking with its master, so it didn't make any rash moves but instead waited for the right moment to escape.
As for Kim Young-jun and the mech dragon, they weren't its concern.
Lei Ling knew that even if it absorbed all the pure lightning power from the mecha dragon today, it still wouldn't stand a chance against it.
Ha ha!
Lin, you bastard, say something.
Don't just hide behind that thing, cowering like a scaredy cat. What kind of man are you?
If you've got the guts, come out and face me in a one-on-one duel.
Koan didn't give a damn about anyone else present. All he wanted right now was to tear Lin to shreds.
Of course, that was just a fantasy after all. Bound by the contract, all he could do was vent his anger with insults. Seeing that he was enjoying his tirade, the thunder spirit instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and tried to flee. But just as it was about to leave, it was intercepted by a golden flash of lightning. "Hey, where do you think you're running off to?" The source of that golden lightning bolt was none other than Koan. "Did I say you could leave? You're about to walk out, but it seems we haven't had our little fun yet, have we?" At that moment, Koan was brimming with swagger. Although it resented Lin, it kept business and personal matters separate. Since it had been released by the contract holder, it had to do something for Lin. Otherwise, its dignity as a divine beast would be completely shattered. "Brother, let us talk this out. We have no grudge between us. I know you're only acting on that person's orders because of the contract's constraints. So I can tell you how to break those bonds. In exchange, you have to guarantee that I can leave here safely. How about it?" Upon hearing this condition, Koan clearly hesitated. Obviously, this offer was quite extraordinary. After all, as a divine beast, it was naturally reluctant to submit to a human. So it asked in return, "Are you saying you can find a way to break the bonds of that contract?" Koan's tone was calm yet full of anticipation. He seemed genuinely interested. Lei Ling immediately nodded, "Yes. I can help you break these bonds. And on top of that, I can tell you where to find things to enhance your power." After Lei Ling finished speaking, he pressed his advantage. "What do you say? Do you want to join forces with me? If the two of us join forces, we'll take care of this thunder dragon right in front of us first. After that, there won't be a single creature in this world that can stop us." "Oh? Is that so?" Koan suddenly burst out laughing. "Yes. I guarantee it." Seeing that Koan was about to take the bait, Lei Ling declared with absolute confidence. But the very next second, Koan's expression suddenly changed, and he mused. "However, I refuse." Chapter 49, The Thunder Dragon Acknowledges Its Master. "What? What do you mean?" Koan's words suddenly made Lei Ling's expression tense. "What do you mean?" "My meaning is very clear. I don't think you're worthy of being my ally. You're not even as good as my human friend." Koan had always been proud creatures like this were unworthy of being his friends. Moreover, the contract binding him to Lin could never be broken by anyone. This was a contract signed between them divine beasts and a human. Once this contract is signed, the only way to cancel it is through the death of one party. Although this sounds simple, their lives are bound together. If the human dies, the divine beast will also fall into eternal slumber, only to awaken again when that human is reincarnated. Koan wasn't stupid. Waiting for Lin to be reincarnated would take a very long time. It had only just hatched and had learned a great deal about humans from Lin. That's what had helped it understand so many truths. One of those truths was never to break a promise. So, as a divine beast, it was impossible for it to betray its master. Or rather, more than a master, Lin was its dearest friend. How could it possibly betray him? "I see." Lei Ling suddenly let out a dejected sound, seemingly giving up on trying to win him over. But the very next second, its form suddenly shifted. A bolt of lightning shot toward the glacier in front of Lin with lightning-like speed. Boom! Struck by the lightning, the glacier shattered instantly. Lin's divine eagle number 1 appeared before everyone's eyes. "Lin! It's you again." Upon seeing divine eagle number 1, Jun roared furiously, gritting his teeth. "Why do you keep thwarting my plans time and time again? Could it be that you summoned that unidentified creature? It seems you really don't know when to back down. With that feeble creature of yours, how could it possibly stand a chance against my thunder spirit?" At that moment, Jun had no idea what the thunder spirit was discussing with Koan. He only knew that his thunder spirit had detected Lin, and had subsequently shifted its focus to this side. He didn't notice the thunder spirit's furious glare at all. That strike it had just unleashed was actually a gamble, an attempt to use its ultra-high level, pure lightning power to eliminate Koen's contract holder.
That way, Koen would never pose a threat again.
But who could have known that its strike, which had gathered all its power, would be blocked by an unknown force after piercing through the glacier? This force did not come from Koen, but from Lin himself. It could vaguely sense that Lin possessed something that did not belong to this era. That power already surpassed that of his mech. This was precisely the function of Lin's nano battle armor. Just as that pure lightning dragon was about to strike him, the nano battle armor suddenly and spontaneously enveloped the Divine Eagle #1 in a protective shield. Thus, it blocked that powerful strike from the lightning dragon. This is what caused the phenomenon witnessed moments ago. Lin only realized this after the fact. Given this, he had absolutely no reason to fear the power of lightning. Because his nano armor functioned in much the same way as the lightning swords wielded moments ago by the Thor and those artificial cybers. It could convert the power of lightning into energy and harness it for his own use. This further convinced him that Elite Jun Yosef and these artificial cybers were all connected to the future.
Oh? You recognize me? Who are you?
Lin replied with a smile to Kim Young-jun's question.
He acted as if he didn't recognize him at all. This sent Kim Young-jun into a complete rage.
The previous battle in the waters off eastern China had affected his hometown, which had already left him deeply resentful. On top of that, during the subsequent meeting, Lin had publicly humiliated him. Kim Young-jun had harbored a deep grudge ever since. So when he saw Lin again today, it was as if he'd encountered an enemy he'd been feuding with for hundreds of years.
Lin. You're dead. You don't recognize me, do you? Well, I'll beat you until you do. Lei Ling, attack. Take him down. Put. Before Kim Young-jun could finish his sentence,
his body was suddenly pierced by a bolt of purple lightning. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his pierced body collapsed to the ground.
Kim Young-jun was dead. I told you, don't give me orders.
Lei Ling said coldly and viciously to Kim Young-jun's lifeless body on the ground.
Boss. Boss.
Furthermore, the fact that you were able to make such an ancient divine beast submit is proof enough that your power far surpasses mine. So I believe I should seek out a true enlightened ruler, and the person I've chosen is you, and it can only be you. Lei Ling is the embodiment of the purest lightning in the world.
It understands human emotions. And it possesses extraordinary intelligence. It knows who is right and who is wrong. It also knows that this is the only way it can survive. Sure enough, Lin was very satisfied after hearing his explanation. I understand what you mean, but since you're capable of killing these summoners, how can I be sure of your loyalty?
The Thunder Spirit took the hint and summoned the pure lightning in the sky to descend. Then, the massive thunder axe mounted on the arm of the ship slowly flew toward Lin.
This is my summoned creature. You may now enter into a contract with him. Afterward, I will obey your every command and will never betray you. Chapter 50, The Same Planet.
Oh? Are you sure this will work? I just saw you kill those summoners with your own hands. Lin caught the flying thunder axe, examined it carefully, and asked. It wasn't that he didn't believe her, it was because of what he just witnessed with his own eyes.
The summoned Kim Young-jun had also wielded this very thunder giant axe. In the end, hadn't he been taken down by his own summoned thunder spirit?
So he didn't believe a word of this thing's nonsense.
No, I think you've misunderstood.
The thunder spirit hurriedly explained.
Actually, strictly speaking, these people are merely my summoners. Not my contract partners. A contract is an ultimate bond between two beings forged by the laws of the Tao. The bound party will unconditionally obey the contract partner. If you don't believe me, you can ask that big brother over there. Lei Ling timidly pointed at Koen, who was standing not far away.
To be honest, there was a huge disparity in their sizes. Lei Ling calling Koen big brother was something Lin really wasn't used to.
Upon seeing this, Koen nodded calmly. That's right, that's how a contract works.
Otherwise, why do you think I didn't smash it to pieces inside your mech bay? It was precisely because I was bound by that contract that I couldn't attack you at all. Generally speaking, even if the Tao of Heaven signs a contract with you, it cannot defy the terms of the contract it has established. So, don't worry about him turning against you as long as he has signed a contract with you, he won't betray you. At that moment, the mecha dragon suddenly chimed in, that's exactly right. This contract is meant to serve as a binding condition. Moreover, the party bound by the contract cannot break free from the heavenly Taoist restraints, just as he said earlier. Not even the heavenly Tao itself can break free from its own restraints. With the confirmation from both the mecha dragon and Koan, Lin no longer feared that Lei Ling would betray him. However, another problem arose: should he take him in or not? Lin didn't dwell on it but instead asked Koan for his opinion. Little Koan, what do you think, should we take him in or not? Upon hearing this, Koan replied nonchalantly, either way is fine. It's up to you. If it were me, I'd probably take him in. After all, this guy was able to corner that old thing into a desperate situation. Koan glanced at the Mecha Dragon King hovering in the air. The Mecha Dragon King gave an awkward smile. What can I do? He is my natural nemesis. Send him a spirit with a different element, and we'll see if I can't smash it to pieces. The Mecha Dragon King was brimming with confidence, trying to save face with these words. After all, this thunder spirit was the very embodiment of pure lightning. Strictly speaking, it was something he had created himself. And to be unable to defeat something he had created himself, that was truly too humiliating. He then awkwardly changed the subject. Brother Lin, I also think you should just subdue it outright. It'd make a pretty good enforcer. Hearing this, Koan agreed, that's right. If you do that, you won't need me for anything in the future. This kid will be more than capable of running rampant in this world. From this, it was clear that Koan harbored no ill will toward this thunder spirit. On the contrary, he actually admired it somewhat. After all, this thunder spirit was formed purely from lightning, and since Koan himself was connected to lightning, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship toward it. It was a strange feeling, much like that of a grandfather seeing his grandson. Alright, then I'll sign a contract with it. After pondering for a moment, Lin decided to go ahead and sign the contract. After all, aside from Koan, this mecha dragon had also said a contract could be formed, which meant that this so-called contract was indeed effective, and that this thunder spirit was worth utilizing. Awesome, master. Upon hearing this, the thunder spirit's face lit up with a smile, and it rushed over to Lin at lightning speed. Kneeling in a posture of reverence, it swore. I, the pure thunder spirit, swear upon my spirit, I voluntarily enter into a contract with the human before me and will obey unconditionally. Should I go back on my word, may my spirit be reduced to ashes. I will never live on in shame. The wording of this oath was both novel and down to earth. As soon as the thunder spirit finished swearing, a bolt of lightning suddenly lit up the sky. Immediately afterward, a thunder dragon darted through the thunderclouds. This sight caused the mecha dragon to suddenly lose its composure. This a celestial phenomenon, a thunder dragon. Isn't that the true form of the thunder spirit? It must be noted that even this mecha dragon from the Upper Valley era had never tapped into the power of the true form of lightning. Let alone its thunder spirit, the embodiment of its power. But things turned out quite differently from what it had imagined. Lin's contract ceremony with this thunder spirit had actually summoned the true form of lightning to serve as a witness to the ritual. What's the matter, old man? Why are you getting so worked up? Koan knew nothing about this so-called true form of thunder and lightning. After all, it had only just been born, and the only thing it understood was judging a person's strength by their power. In Koan's eyes, this true form of thunder and lightning dragon showed absolutely no energy surging. It was even weaker than the mecha dragon standing right beside it. So, seeing the mecha dragon so flustered, it couldn't quite figure out what the old thing was afraid of. Faced with Koan's confusion, the mecha dragon explained calmly. You weren't born in our era, so you wouldn't understand the significance of this. If your father were here right now, he'd probably burst into tears. The mecha dragon's speech carried a peculiar, ancient air. Its words were always laced with cryptic hints. This was a real headache for Cohen, who had just been born and knew only modern concepts.
Wait, you old geezer, why are you talking in riddles? I don't even know who my father is, how could you possibly know? Of course I know. The mecha dragon answered without hesitation.
Not only do I know who your father is, but I also know where he went.
Cohen? Keep going.
Why did you stop?
Cohen didn't understand, but it was deeply shaken. Do you old-timers all like to speak in riddles? Why stop mid-sentence? Faced with the question, the mecha dragon merely smiled and said nothing. Damn it, are you just trying to pick a fight? Are you going to tell me or not? Although Cohen's tone was sharp, there wasn't a hint of hostility.
He spouted internet memes left and right, and the conversation felt like nothing more than a joke. This condition is known as Internet Meme King Syndrome.
They're constantly coming up with memes. Cohen had become this way precisely because he had absorbed the entire global internet.
If we were to draw a comparison to a certain magical index would be a walking encyclopedia.
No, kid. Don't be so hot-headed. You'll find out about all this later. As for your father, all I can say is that he is no longer on this planet. Cohen? Not on this planet? What the hell are you talking about? In response to Cohen's questions, the mecha dragon just chuckled.
The secrets of heaven must not be revealed.
Cohen.
I really do have things to do, only 5 days left until vacation.
Wait for me, dear readers. CAC. Chapter 51, The Awakening of Time.
The hell with the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Stop playing all these mystical games with me.
Hurry up and tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I'll rip off your dragon scale armor, you old fart. Of course, Cohen was just trying to scare the old Dragon King.
After all, without orders from its master, it wouldn't dare act rashly. Such is the power of a contract.
Faced with Cohen's threat, the mecha dragon nearly smiled faintly.
Then it shifted its gaze to Lin.
Rather than that, you'd better pay attention to the strange phenomenon your master is currently causing.
At that moment, Lin's contract with the Thunder Spirit was still underway. Thunderclouds gathered, flashes of lightning intertwined, and the roar of thunder echoed across the entire sky.
What's this? What's going on? It's terrifying. What on earth is happening? News of Lin's contract ceremony with the Thunder Spirit had even spread across the globe. It triggered various phenomena in different regions.
Countless people gazed up at the strange spectacle in the sky, speechless with astonishment. They felt as if the end of the world had arrived, overcome by a sense of impending doom.
China.
Long was staring at the screen in his office, lost in thought. These were on-site videos captured by netizens.
So, did you find anything? Long's intuition told him that this strange phenomenon was definitely related to Lin.
Captain Long, based on the footage transmitted by the satellite at the time, this phenomenon originated at the center of the polar region.
And according to our Eye of the Heavens system, we've confirmed that this is indeed inextricably linked to Mr. Lin. It's safe to say that Mr. Lin is the one behind this. Captain Long, should we go over there now to check out the situation?
Upon hearing this, Long shook head slightly.
No need.
Since Mr. Lin did it, let him be. A weight was lifted from Captain Long's mind. Ever since that day, he had adhered to one principle. Whatever Lin says is right. Whatever he does is right.
There is absolutely no need to argue with him.
Otherwise, it could very well lead to irreversible consequences. Such was Long's current philosophy in life. If one didn't know their true identities, one might think Long was just a love-struck fool.
Okay, Captain Long, I got it. Seoul, Underground Research Facility.
Yosef was shouting at the computer screen. Bunch of useless good-for-nothings.
You can't even handle this little task. I really don't know what good this bunch of people is.
But just then, even though the room was completely empty, a voice actually replied to him.
Mr. Yosef, don't worry just yet, we'll find a way.
Since we can't handle this thunder spirit and can't get its energy, perhaps we can take advantage of the energy fluctuations generated by that spacetime rift.
Hearing this, Yosef was completely baffled. Sir, are you saying we can use the spacetime rift that has been torn open to activate the Zeus? Isn't that a bit too risky?
I think it would be safer to have someone extract the Chinese man's mana core and transplant it into our Zeus, don't you think?
Oh? Yosef, are you questioning me?
The voice suddenly took on a displeased tone.
Or do you think your understanding surpasses mine?
Or perhaps, just because you've parasitized a human body, you've come to truly regard yourself as one of these native humans?
These words left Yosef completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly replied, No, boss. Of course not, I'd never dare. I'll always obey you, whatever you say goes.
Since you've said we need to use the power
generated by the spacetime rift to activate the Zeus, I'll go do it right away. Yosef shed his earlier arrogant demeanor and bowed his head in humility. Only then did the voice seem satisfied.
However, a hint of threat still lingered in its tone.
Good to know.
I hope you never forget where you came from or how you rose to your current position. You must activate the Zeus within 3 days, or you know the consequences. After speaking, the voice vanished into thin air.
I know, I certainly know.
Yosef's voice grew increasingly quiet, and then a sinister smile spread across his face. That smile was somewhat unsettling to behold. A moment later, he composed himself. Then he dialed a number.
Ring, ring, ring. The call connected. Hello, who is this? It's me, Yosef. Boss, we figured it out.
This strange phenomenon in the sky was created by that Chinese man. Upon hearing this, the man lying on the bed suddenly grew somber.
It's him, after all.
His tone suggested he had known all along that this had something to do with Lin.
Oh? Are you saying this Chinese man knew what would happen later, that he foresaw the future?
Even though he didn't understand time travel, given the current situation, it really did seem to be the case. He is also capable of countering those people's artificial cyber project. The man spoke with such conviction that the leader began to feel a twinge of sympathy.
After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Pass on my orders, stay away from that man.
Yes, boss, I'll take care of it right away.
The Antarctic Center. As the epicenter of the Contract S formation, the celestial and earthly imagery generated here was truly breathtaking.
Linus' body was surrounded by a dense purple mist so thick it was almost tangible within the mist. 2 faint beams of light, 1 gold, 1 silver, could be glimpsed. The 2 beams converged and flowed into his body.
This gave rise to the ethereal image of a massive golden axe, which fused with Lin.
A moment later, a flash of purple light shone within Linus' pupils.
The contract is sealed. This development made the mecha dragon even more excited. Just as I thought, it really is like this. Seeing the mecha dragoness expression, Cohen clicked his tongue in exasperation. Oh come on, you geezer, you're always so dramatic. When I asked what you knew, you wouldn't say a word. You're just trying to keep us in suspense, aren't you?
Upon hearing this, the mecha dragon replied nonchalantly.
Well. But before he could finish, Cohen suddenly cut in. Ah, right, you just want to say that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed, don't you? Fine, I won't ask anymore.
Cohen wasn't particularly interested in the matter anyway, so he decided to just give up and said it half-heartedly. But to his surprise, the mecha dragon replied. No, you've got it wrong.
I can actually tell you about this. Cohen, N. Then why the hell are you keeping us in the dark? Just spit it out already.
Alright, don't get ahead of yourself.
Let me explain it all to you step by step. You won't hold it against me, right? Okay, I'm really about to go on vacation. 3 days. After that, there'll be a massive update spree. Chapter 52, The 52nd Time Law.
I told you just now, if your father were to come here, this phenomenon would definitely make him burst into tears.
This isn't me trying to be mysterious, it's a fact.
In the dawn of ancient chaos, Pango sacrificed himself to form heaven and earth, creating the world. His flesh, blood, and vital energy contained boundless power. After Pango's death, his essence and blood fused with the Tao of heaven, giving rise to 8 of the supreme laws among the 3,000 great Taos: primordial chaos, creation, yin and yang, time, space, destruction, devouring, and reincarnation. These were all things that did not exist on the primordial earth. However, even a being as extraordinary as Pango could not withstand the erosion of the river of fate. He was ultimately swallowed up by the passage of time, leaving only fragments of his primordial spirit on his spine. These shattered fragments of his primordial spirit gradually dissipated into the void as the years passed. What remained were the 8 supreme laws, which fused with the creation of heaven and earth to become part of the way of heaven. The way of heaven then dispersed across this world, randomly fusing these 8 supreme laws into 8 different entities. Among them, primordial chaos, creation, yin and yang, space, devouring, and reincarnation all entered the bodies of the 8 ancient divine beasts of this world in a strange way through this cyber-apocalypse. Of these, 6 originate from our Huaxia. The remaining 2 are peculiar creatures born in the Atlantic, creatures you have certainly never seen before. Your father is one of them. He is known as Destruction. As soon as the mecha dragon said this, he cast a mysterious glance at him. Koan not only failed to look at him but instead blinked in a daze. Go on, keep talking. Why did you stop? It was as if he wasn't the least bit interested in the subject.
The mecha dragon refused to believe it. He'd gone to all that trouble to explain, even revealing that Koan's father was the embodiment of destruction, and yet Koan didn't seem the least bit curious?
So he asked tentatively,
"Don't you really want to know about your father's connection to destruction? Or about the relationship between me and your father?" Upon hearing this, Koan replied firmly, "Sorry, but I don't want to know any of that. Besides, when I asked you about this earlier, you didn't say a word. You said the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Does that mean you can reveal them now?" Koan was a bit speechless. Why do you old guys always have to be so mysterious? To be honest, this was the first time Koan had ever encountered an old creature like this. However, based on his internet-shaped worldview, old people generally like to play up the supernatural and mysterious. Fortunately, he didn't have much curiosity and didn't want to know about the older generation's affairs. The reason he let the old man continue was that he now wanted to know the cause of the strange phenomenon currently unfolding around Lin. Ahem, alright, I'll continue then. Seeing that Koan wasn't interested in his father, the mecha dragon was at a loss for words and had no choice but to keep going. As I was saying, those 7 supreme laws have all entered the bodies of the 7 ancient creatures through this cyber-apocalypse. As for the law of time, it was originally meant to enter my body. But due to some kind of temporal paradox, the fusion between me and the law of time resulted in a slight deviation. Basically, a temporal rift, one that didn't belong to this timeline, activated a certain power within me, causing the timeline to deviate. The resulting multiverse caused the law of time within me to be evenly distributed across various space-time continua. And so, I obtained only a wisp of the time law's power. Time amplified the thunder and lightning within me, shaping me into what I am today. So, what are you trying to say? Upon hearing this, Koan suddenly realized that the mecha dragon seemed to have said something, yet also seemed to have said nothing at all. Don't rush. Let me continue. The power of the law of time is the strongest among these 8 supreme laws. Because once you possess the law of time, you'll be able to travel between the past and the future, and do whatever you want within those timelines. In other words, once you possess the law of time, you'll be able to alter the timeline. It will tamper with and correct time in any way you please, even pause, accelerate, or change time itself. Simply put, do whatever you want. Pause time? That's so awesome? Even Koan, who had been completely indifferent just moments ago, found this rather intriguing. After all, time freezing is something that has always been a huge sensation in videos online. So what Koan was really interested in wasn't the act of freezing time itself, but what you could do once time was frozen. That Koan had finally perked up, the mecha dragon perked up as well. He said in a mysterious, rambling tone, "That's right. The power of time allows you to do whatever you want. Just as I said earlier, possessing this law enables you to accomplish anything you set your mind to. So can you stop time?" Koan's question suddenly left the mecha dragon at a loss for words. Not yet. Not yet, my ass. Just keep talking about the rest." Upon hearing that the mecha dragon couldn't pause time, Koan suddenly lost interest. "Ahem, although I haven't obtained the power to pause time, I still possess a fragment of the time law within me. This time law has enhanced my original lightning power, allowing me to harness the pure lightning energy of the heavens at will. And... Okay, I get it, you're really powerful. Just hurry up and keep going." Koan wasn't the least bit interested in this, since even he could use that tiny bit of pure power. Besides, he wasn't limited to just pure lightning power, he could also use other pure elements to some extent. "Yeah, go on. I want to know what's going on, too." At that moment, Lin's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Both the mecha dragon and Koan had their attention drawn to him. "Huh? When did you get here?" Lin was standing right there, yet he hadn't sensed him at all. "Oh, I was here just when you mentioned that time law thing." "So, does that mean the contract ceremony is over?" Lin nodded, "Right. The thunder spirit has now fused with that giant thunder axe inside my body, so I can use pure power however I please." Okay. A hint of disappointment suddenly flashed in the mecha dragon's eyes, then vanished. It seemed that Lin's acquisition of this pure thunder power had made him a little unhappy. "Lin dog, watch your back." Just then, Koan suddenly shouted at Lin. "Huh?" Lin heard the voice, turned to look, and upon seeing the situation, his pupils contracted slightly. "Some people say I'm trying to write a cyber Xianxia story, but in reality, I'm just drawing inspiration from the mechanization of ancient divine beasts to give you a sense of Xianxia. Actually, I feel like it's a bit." Chapter 53, Mecha Dragon. Suddenly, the Thor, which had been standing still just moments ago, automatically launched an attack. Its target was none other than Lin. At that moment, lightning surged all around the Thor's hull. The entire ship shook and spun incessantly amid the thunder, as if it were about to explode at any moment. "Lin, get out of the way." At that speed and from that distance, Koan had absolutely no way to block the attack directly. So all he could do was shout for Lin to get out of the way. But to everyone's surprise, not only did Lin not dodge, he actually extended one of his mechanical arms and raised it high. Immediately, a dazzling purple light radiated from the palm of his hand. It was merely a glow, yet it was accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder. Immediately afterward, the phantom image of the thunder giant axe materialized in Lin's hand. As he swung his arms, flashes of lightning erupted, as if capable of tearing the sky apart. In the next second, the thunder giant axe transformed into streaks of light, slashing out in all directions. Wave after wave of thunderous dragons, interlaced with flashes of lightning, collided with the Thor. The spectacle was so immense that it caused the entire glacier to tremble. Some glaciers were even affected by this overwhelming energy and began to slowly melt. In the next instant, Lin's mecha body radiated a purple glow. It was saturated with the power of lightning and emitted unusual energy fluctuations. At that moment, it was as if the entire world had fallen silent. The sky and earth grew dim, with only that dazzling purple light illuminating the surroundings, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Lin charged forward with tremendous force. Wherever he passed, he devastated vast areas like a cannonball. The resulting energy shockwave shattered the Thor's mecha body. A massive surge of energy poured out. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and the entire glacier sent up thousands of ice spikes. At the same moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning split the darkness, dancing like silver serpents. A terrifying aura of power rose from the depths of the ocean. Anyone who witnessed it would feel fear. It was a fear and awe that came from the very depths of the soul. This energy. Seeing this scene, the mecha dragon's expression grew grave. Even a well-traveled ancient dragon like him couldn't help but feel a sense of awe toward this energy. That's really impressive. Even Koan praised Lin's ability. After fusing with the thunder spirit, the positive energy fluctuations this kid generates are actually stronger than mine. This thing is pretty amazing. Hey, old man, hurry up and tell me, is that thing inside him the so-called wisp of time law you were talking about? For a moment, Koan, too, became intrigued by this phenomenon. He couldn't help it, this power had emerged far too suddenly. Just moments ago, Lin had been nothing more than a sub-S-class cyber, yet after sealing a contract with the Thunder Spirit, he had actually attained such power. This stark contrast forced him to re-evaluate the power of these laws and principles. Originally, in his understanding, the power of these laws was similar to that of cultivators. So-called laws were, in reality, nothing more than the enforced implementation of a certain order. Within this universe, there existed many planes, each with its own unique order and laws. However, any law can be broken. Just as in human civilization, there once emerged an incredibly glorious myth, Pango creating the heavens and the earth. However, all of this was knowledge he had gained from the internet. Basically, he had never truly experienced the power of these laws, nor had he come into contact with them. Having witnessed this today, he now had a new understanding of these laws. Faced with Koan's inquiry, the mecha dragon chose not to conceal anything this time. Instead, it laid everything bare. That's right. The strand of time law that was originally meant to be imbued within my body is now within him. That strand of time law belongs to the advanced time realm. It has enhanced the power of lightning within my body. Originally, according to the normal timeline, this strand of time law within me had not yet been activated. And I should have remained dormant within this glacier. But because a slight temporal disruption occurred in our world, that spacetime rift had caused me to awaken prematurely. As a result, that time law within me became a target. Then these artificial cybers suddenly appeared here. They used a strange power to strip away the pure lightning energy within me, that is, the advanced time law. You know everything that happened afterward. Moreover, I'm certain these artificial cybers are definitely connected to that temporal rift. And their master isn't from this world either. The mecha dragon's expression grew grave, as if recounting something of immense significance. Oh, I see. Koan had a sudden realization. Then where did the other time laws go? At that moment, Lin, who had just dealt with the Thor, rushed back and asked the mecha dragon. He, too, was very interested in this matter, and he was certain that it must be related to his granddaughter. The mecha dragon sighed silently. Then, gazing up at the sky, he said, "Those time laws have entered the bodies of several supreme divine beasts. As far as I know, they are the divine beasts that embody the powers guarding the four cardinal directions. Specifically, the four great divine beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Each of them suppresses the evil spirits in its respective direction. Once these divine beasts depart, those evil spirits will surge forth in a frantic scramble. At that time, these evil spirits, having been exposed to cyber radiation, will possess invincible power. And the time law has granted them the power to suppress these evil spirits. As for the remaining time law, it all flowed into the bodies of those ancient divine beasts. These ancient divine beasts ascended long after obtaining the cyber radiation energy and have completely transcended this world. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Chapter 54, Dragon Balls. I think we do. Koan nodded. To be honest, listening to all this felt to him like reading a book on astronomy. Perhaps it was because he paid no heed whatsoever to the existence of these powers. Moreover, although this power surpassed his own, Koan possessed more than just the power of lightning. Within him lay another kind of hybrid energy fluctuation, whose power far exceeded that of lightning itself. Even Koan itself didn't know where this energy fluctuation came from. That was why it felt not the slightest bit of fear toward this power. As a result, it merely remarked that the power of lightning simply surpassed its own. I think I understand the gist of it. Lin, on the other hand, was listening with great interest.
He analyzed every word thoroughly. So you're saying that the law of time was divided into 8 parts. And these 8 parts were each infused into the bodies of different divine beasts. 4 of them reside within the 4 guardian divine beasts, who are currently suppressing those legendary demons. If these demons ever break free from their seals, they will receive the blessing of cyberization, and the world will face unimaginable consequences. The other 3 were carried away by those ancient divine beasts after they were cyberized and ascended, which is why only 5 fragments of the time law remain in this world. As for the remaining fragment, it was originally meant to be bestowed upon you. You were supposed to be in a state of slumber, protecting this power, but due to a twist of fate, it has now been infused into my body. And the reason this happened is that a space-time rift appeared in this world, and the disruption of time caused this world to veer off its original course, correct? After hearing Lin's explanation, the mecha dragon replied in a very high-pitched and ethereal mechanical voice. That is exactly right. Then, could the cause of the space-time rift be? Lin stopped mid-sentence. He then looked up at the mecha dragon. It seemed as though he was seeking the answer he wanted. The mecha dragon nodded solemnly. I know what you're thinking. This space-time rift is indeed related to the one from the future in the deep sea. But she is only part of the reason for my early awakening, not the whole reason. Not the whole reason? What do you mean? The mecha dragon's cryptic remarks left Lin completely baffled. Before the golden mecha dragon could answer Lin's question, Koan spoke up first. That old man just told me that the leader of those so-called artificial cybers is also someone capable of traveling through time. And those guys' goal is also that so-called law inside him. Lin slowly typed a question mark. Then he turned his gaze back to the mecha dragon. The mecha dragon nodded silently. Right, that is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Now, Lin felt even more at a loss. Damn it, just how much had he missed while he wasn't here? Isn't the leader behind that group that guy, Yosef? Logically speaking, the timelines just don't add up. Unless he... Mid-sentence, Lin suddenly realized something. He tentatively asked, could it be that the leader of these artificial cybers isn't Yosef after all? Upon hearing this, the mecha dragon nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder. Lin muttered to himself for quite a while before finally realizing that his previous understanding had been completely wrong. With this new understanding, everything that had happened before suddenly made sense. For example, why the artificial cybers had appeared in the space of just a few days. And why their ranks were all grade B or higher. Or, for instance, why Yosef had been able to leave that day's meeting so easily. It turned out he wasn't afraid of the so-called cyber beast tide at all. After all, he had something even more powerful backing him than that tide. Why on earth would he rely on a tiny world like the Cyber Alliance? Thinking about it this way, all his previous doubts vanished into thin air. So that's how it is. But soon, even more questions surfaced in his mind. Who was the person behind him? How did they appear? Where did they come from? And what were they planning to do? Why were they helping Yosef? All of a sudden, he was completely stumped. With so many questions, he couldn't even begin to guess. The mecha dragon seemed to sense his hesitation and continued, picking up where he left off. I know what you're thinking. You want to know who the person behind them really is, don't you? And what his purpose is. Am I right? Seeing how confident the mecha dragon was, Lin asked in return. So, do you know the answers to these questions? Hearing this, the mecha dragon shook its head firmly. No, I don't. All I can tell you is what I said when you first saw me. As for the answers to these questions, you'll have to find them yourself. With that, the mecha dragon extended its massive mechanical claw and gently tapped Divine Eagle number 1 on the forehead. Then its colossal form gradually dissipated, transforming into a streak of purple light that vanished into the distance. Amidst this, a wisp of purple light slowly drifted toward the palm of Lin Divine Eagle number 1. The light gradually solidified into a pearl that glowed with a faint purple radiance. This purple pearl was completely transparent.
Bathed in light, it emitted dazzling iridescent hues.
Inside the dragon pearl, a vague silhouette could be faintly discerned. It was a massive silver-gray dragon. Coiled in a spiral, its body stretched several meters long. Its massive head bore eyes that flashed with a cold, nether-blue glow. As if capable of captivating the soul, yet exuding a sacred and untouchable majesty. A black chain as thick as a child's arm was coiled around its tail. Its appearance was exactly that of the mecha dragon from earlier. At that very moment, a commanding voice rang out once more.
This is a Dragon Ball formed from the of my true form.
I now bestow this Dragon Ball upon you, and I hope you will make good use of it. The dragon spirit within the dragon pearl and the black chain behind it will break free once a certain threshold is reached. At that time, my special energy will be at your disposal.
What about the answers I'm seeking? You'll know the answers right now.
As the mecha dragon's voice faded, a beam of light once again shot out from within the dragon orb and entered the forehead of the divine eagle. Immediately afterward, a flood of memories unrelated to this world rushed into Lin's mind. After waiting a moment, Lin finally managed to process all of these memories.
I see. Starting tomorrow, there will be 4 updates a day. If I miss even one chapter, you can all yell at me. Chapter 55, The Primary Mission. Through the fragment of memory transmitted by the Mecha Dragon King, Lin finally understood the general origin of this temporal rift.
It turned out that his granddaughter, at some point in the future, had also obtained a wisp of time law power. She applied that power to a time machine, thereby achieving the ability to reverse time and space. However, the temporal rift created by reversing time and space also attracted another faction that did not belong to this world. The moment his granddaughter built the time machine and teleported Xiaoyu to this timeline, they seized the opportunity to cross through the rift. It was these very individuals who brought the mutated mana cores, took control of Yosef in a strange manner, and used them to mass-produce artificial cybers. And their purpose for coming here was precisely the time law that had not yet dissipated in this world. So now, Lin's objective was clear. All he has to do is find those invaders from other worlds. That is, the mysterious figure behind Yosef. He might just hold the key to solving this mystery. According to what the Mecha Dragon just said, after the cyber apocalypse erupted, this world's chaotic order fragmented into 8 supreme laws. 6 of these laws were scattered across Huaxia, while the remaining 2 were infused into 2 unidentified creatures in the Atlantic Ocean. Among the 6 supreme laws in Huaxia, destruction was the father of his own Kuan. Having obtained the destruction law in cyber mana, its power far exceeded what this world could bear, so the destruction law ascended to a higher dimension. As a result, only 7 supreme laws remained in this world. Excluding the 2 unidentified creatures in the Atlantic Ocean, only 5 remained. However, based on his remaining memories, Lin discovered that among the 5 law divine beasts in Huaxia, 2 yin-yang and space were currently in a dormant state. The other 2 primordial chaos and creation had ascended alongside destruction, Kuan's father. Therefore, the only law remaining in Huaxia now is the time law. However, the power of the time law is scattered across every corner of this world, with a total of 8 distinct fragments. Among them, 3 strands of power had also ascended, a fact that clearly demonstrates just how terrifying the power of the time law truly is. One of these fragments is even capable of producing the same effects as the original entities possessing the supreme law. Therefore, it can now be confirmed that there are a total of 5 strands of the law of time. 1 strand has just been absorbed by him, while the remaining 4 have entered the bodies of the guardian divine beasts that protect the 4 cardinal directions of Huaxia. These 4 divine beasts suppress the most vicious and evil demons from China's ancient past. Once released and exposed to cyber radiation, this world alone might not be enough to contain their rampage. After all, in this world, the powerful ancient divine beasts have already ascended to higher dimensional realms. The strongest remaining ones are likely divine beasts of a similar caliber to the Mecha Dragon we just encountered. It still possessed a wisp of time law, and even so, the Mecha Dragon had nearly had that wisp of time law extracted by the capture trap set by Jining Jun. If he hadn't summoned Kuan in time, Jining Jun would likely have extracted that wisp of time law and made a clean getaway long ago. Before that, he thought the Mecha Dragon was just bragging when it claimed its time law was so powerful. But after obtaining that wisp of time law, he finally truly understood what it meant to be supreme.
It was a power capable of crushing anyone and anything.
Now, even his divine eagle number 1, empowered by this power of time, had surpassed the S-class tier. It was even more powerful than that mecha lava colossus had been back then. If he could get another creature like that, he was certain that within 10 minutes, his divine eagle number 1 would shatter that lava colossus to pieces.
This is no joke, it's a fact.
However, even having fused with such immense power, he still couldn't fathom Kuan Kuan's true strength.
He slowly turned his gaze toward Kuan Kuan. At that moment, Kuan Kuan was floating in midair, circling like a cat chasing its own tail. It looked carefree and completely harmless.
Yet, even in this state, Lin could still sense its supreme majesty.
An invisible aura of power formed a barrier behind it, striking fear into anyone who looked upon it.
This power was undoubtedly stronger than the sliver of law power he had obtained.
Kuan Kuan, let us go. Ha! Kuan Kuan snapped out of it upon hearing Lin's call, asking with an expression that seemed to say, "Didn't you see I was playing?"
Where?
Where are we going again? Kuan Kuan was very unhappy, especially since he'd just been tossed aside like a Pokemon.
He was a noble divine beast, after all. How could those stupid, stuffed animal-like Pokemon even compare to him?
Where to? Back home, of course.
Lin shrugged. After all, the cyber beast tide was set to arrive in 2 days. He'd better deal with this problem first. As for finding those 4 guardian divine beasts, he'd have to wait a bit longer. There was no mention of those 4 legendary beasts in that fragment of memory, so he couldn't possibly expend such enormous energy searching for them right now. He'd better head back first to rest up and regain his strength, then tackle the beast tide before moving on to his next plan.
Go back. Okay. Finally, we can go back.
Although Kuan Kuan had only been out for a few hours. But it had absolutely no desire to stay here any longer. There was nothing here worth having, just snow-white glaciers everywhere, and not even a single female Kuan in sight.
It might as well go back and get a good night's sleep.
So the moment it heard the word back, it perked right up. About half an hour later, Lin's divine eagle number 1 and Kuan Kuan returned to the waters where the Bation 0 was located. Lin disengaged from divine eagle number 1 and headed to the mecha manufacturing bay, with Kuan Kuan close behind. By this time, all his mecha energy reserves had been replenished, and the damaged mechas had been fully repaired. He summoned the system and checked the number of mechas he currently possessed.
Ding! Your current mechas and items are as follows. Ultimate Class Mech, Bation 0 with Lava Defense LV3. Hybrid Mech, Divine Dragon Venerable. S-Class Mechs, Divine Eagle number 1, Apocalypse number 1, Abyssal Dragon number 1, Thunder Lord. A-Class Mechs, Mech Megatooth Shark X10, Mech Tiger Shark X1. B-Class Mecha, Mecha Giant Crab X1. C-Class Mecha, Mecha Walrus X70, Mecha Sea Crab X100. Lin did the math, there were still roughly over 200 units in total. Although there hadn't been any major changes, his overall strength had definitely improved across the board. System, deploy all these mechas to support construction in the 3 major districts.
Shinshin, contact Team Dragon for me and tell him Lin needs to speak with him.
Roger that. Chapter 56, Kuan Kuan, do you want some energy? 2:30 a.m. on March 13th.
World Cyber Alliance Headquarters. Team Dragon, I didn't expect you guys to be this efficient. I thought it would take until at least 10 p.m. tonight to finish. Lin was leaning back in his office chair, and his tousled black hair and sleepy expression making it clear he'd just woken up. And that was indeed the case. After ordering his mecha units to assist with the construction of the 3 major zones, he'd come to Long's lounge, changed into his pajamas, and fallen asleep. To be honest, this was the most restful sleep he'd had since the outbreak of the cyber apocalypse.
Mr. Lin, you flatter me.
Faced with Lin's praise, Long wore the expression of a model student who'd scored a perfect 100 but wasn't making a big deal out of it. He also spoke with great humility.
It's really thanks to the efficiency of your assistance. Our original estimated completion time was around 8:30 p.m. tonight.
But because of your help, we managed to finish a full 18 hours ahead of schedule. This means we'll be able to complete the repairs on the underground shelters in the 3 major zones before the beast horde arrives.
All of this is thanks to you. Long bowed deeply.
He knew that without Lin's help, they might have been finished the very day the mecha-type lava behemoth appeared.
Oh, that's not appropriate, not at all. It was just a small favor. Besides, the reason I did this was to ask for something from you.
Lin quickly stood up and helped Long to his feet.
That bow isn't exactly a good gift.
You'd make me much happier if you just gave me some more energy. That's right, the reason Lin did this was, of course, for Huaxia's energy warehouse.
It's already made energy isn't that much more convenient than having to search for it bit by bit? There's now just over a day left until the mecha beast tide erupts. At noon tomorrow, thousands upon thousands of mecha beasts will swarm down from the mountains surrounding the city.
Although he still has plenty of time to stockpile energy.
But he is just too lazy. Why go looking for it himself when it's already right there? Alright, Mr. Lin, I understand what you mean. Here is my secondary ID card.
I'll transfer access to the energy warehouse to you right now.
From now on, if you need energy, just go in and take it.
It doesn't matter how much you take, as long as you leave us enough to keep the city running.
Long was a man with emotional intelligence.
Otherwise, he might not have risen to the position of leader of this world's cyber alliance. He knew that, given the current situation, Lin was undoubtedly the ruler of this world. Before today, he hadn't thought so at all. But after witnessing Lin's heroic feat at the very center of Antarctica through the eye of the heavenly god system, his heart remained unsettled for a long time. That power, it was simply godlike.
No, that was a god.
The god of cyber. He was actually able to channel the power of lightning through his mechanical body and even punched right through that seemingly formidable Thor with a single blow. A mech of that caliber is, at the very least, S-class or higher.
Lin obliterated it with a single punch. What does that mean? It means his strength far surpasses S-class. And this is just one of his mechs. He has 4 more mechs of the same caliber as the divine eagle eye he used in Antarctica. Each one is more formidable than the last.
Especially the giant mech with dragon markings supporting the eastern region.
Divine Dragon Venerable.
Standing before that mech, his own mech looked as if a grandson had just met his grandfather.
Fear, deep, bone-chilling fear.
The sheer power radiating from that mech even made him forget how to fight.
So much so that all he could think of was running away.
If Lin hadn't contacted him in time to explain that it was a mech assigned to support construction, he might have fled without looking back right then and there. And this is just their ordinary mech.
Lin also has that colossal behemoth, the Batian Zero. That's the true supreme being. If the divine dragon venerable is a devil, then the Batian Zero is Satan.
The ultimate boss who rules over all demons and devils.
For someone who possesses these mechs, ruling this planet might not even be a problem.
So, for now, he had no choice but to grant Lin's wish.
He knew that this man could only be a friend, never an enemy. Those who oppose him, people like Kim Young-jun, Inashida Shisa, or Yosef, probably definitely aren't a match for Lin. And, in a way, he was actually somewhat relieved.
Lin wasn't the kind of person who craved bloodshed.
Otherwise, there would be absolutely no room for negotiation.
Now, all they had to do was provide a little energy in exchange for his support under these terms. Wouldn't anyone agree?
Ha! Captain Long, what are you doing?
Seeing Long being so generous, Lin suddenly broke into a relieved smile.
You're making me feel a little embarrassed.
Actually, just a little bit would be enough. I don't need that much. Come on, Mr. Lin, just take it.
Captain Long was well aware of this common trait among Chinese people.
They always start by being polite, but in the end, they take what's offered.
If he didn't want this, he certainly wouldn't have reacted this way.
So, he decided to go with the flow and solemnly placed the duplicate ID card into Lin's hand. Well, since Captain Long is giving it to me, I have no reason to refuse.
I really am a bit embarrassed.
Although he said this, he quickly withdrew his hand, afraid that Captain Long might change his mind the next second. Originally, his goal had been just to get a few thousand metric tons of energy. But he never expected the other party to hand him the secondary ID card outright. On top of that, he was solemnly assured that he could take as much as he wanted, as long as he left a reserve for them. Who wouldn't he be tempted by that? After all of Huaxia's energy was stored there, and he'd just been given an ID card that allowed him to take as much as he wanted. It would be a lie to say he wasn't thrilled.
Then I'd like to thank Captain Long.
Lin smiled as he stowed the ID card in the storage compartment of his nanomech.
Alright, then, Mr. Lin, please get some rest. I won't keep you any longer. I still need to oversee the construction of the underground shelters within the city.
Long knew that leaving now was his best chance. Otherwise, if Lin came up with other demands later, it would be a disaster.
Alright, goodbye, Captain Long.
After saying goodbye to Captain Long, Lin didn't stop for a moment. He rushed straight to the inner room of the lounge.
He shook Cohen, who was curled up asleep. Bro Cohen, wake up, wake up.
Ugh,
what's the matter? It's the middle of the night, can't you let Cohen sleep? Cohen woke up groggily, a lazy expression on his face.
That expression was mixed with a hint of annoyance. Clearly, he was displeased with Lin's crazy behavior.
Cohen, do you want energy or not?
If you do, just nod your head, and I'll get it for you.
Chapter 2. You're all in for it. Chapter 3 is coming soon. Chapter 57, Basketball. What the hell? Energy? Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell would I need that for?
Cohen woke up from his bed, which was 5 or 6 meters wide, a look of contempt crossing his face.
He looked at Lin as if to say, look at my body and say that again, you bastard.
Hey, don't get so worked up just yet. I know you're an ancient divine beast and probably don't need energy, but look, we're in the cyber apocalypse now, right? And after being exposed to this energy radiation, it can boost a mecha beast's power. I've got plenty of energy here, use as much as you want.
Don't you want to get stronger?
Lin offered these tempting terms, smiling as he waved the ID card in his hand.
He thought this would make Cohen take the bait. But to his surprise, Cohen didn't even glance at it and flatly refused. Not interested.
After tossing out that line, he lay back down, not forgetting to roll over.
Hey, brother Cohen, hear me out.
Lin stepped forward, wanting to say something more, but Cohen immediately held him back with a wave of his hand.
Don't say another word.
I don't think you quite understand the situation right now.
Let me ask you this, what am I? Faced with Cohen's question, Lin spoke his mind bluntly. You're a Cohen? Cohen? Damn it. Upon hearing this, Cohen nearly reared up to bite him.
Fortunately, once it lay down, it was hard for it to roll over, so Lin narrowly escaped unscathed.
Hey, brother Cohen, don't get so worked up. What did you say you were?
Seeing this, Lin hurried to calm Cohen down. He knew he couldn't make this creature angry, otherwise, getting his request granted would be out of the question.
Brother Cohen, I know what you're trying to say, but I really need your help right now. But even after Lin finished speaking, Cohen remained unmoved.
His massive body lazily shifted into a more comfortable position, just like a human would.
It was as if he were saying, I'm not satisfied with your answer, is that any way to ask for a favor? Lin got it instantly. He knew full well that Brother Cohen was feeling resentful.
After all, Brother Cohen had worked himself to the bone for him without even a token reward and had even been tossed aside like a Pikachu. It would be strange if he weren't angry. Fortunately, Lin knew exactly what Brother Cohen liked.
Okay, I get it, Brother Cohen. Just wait a sec.
After saying that, Lin got up and left the lounge, heading to the gym at the Cyber League headquarters. Although it was called a gym, it was actually a massive indoor sports arena, fully stocked with all kinds of sports and fitness equipment. Once inside, he quickly found a basketball and brought it back to the lounge.
Hearing the sound of Lin returning, Cohen still pretended to be angry. Bro Cohen, look what I brought back. What did you bring? After all, Cohen was still a kid unable to resist his natural curiosity about new things. He looked at Lin with feigned interest upon hearing he'd brought something back. I brought back a basketball. This is definitely going to be your favorite treasure. Lin excitedly played with the basketball in his hands. First, he dribbled it a few times on the ground, then spun around skillfully, making it spin a few times on his right hand. As he spun it, his body swayed rhythmically, as if he were performing a very solemn ritual. Cohen froze suddenly after seeing this series of movements. He. You call this a treasure? Are you sure you're not messing with me? Cohen was seriously annoyed. After all, what was inside him? It was the mobile internet itself. How could he not get this reference? Lin's behavior had crossed the line. You bastard, don't let me catch you. Seeing Cohen react like this, Lin was now a bit baffled. What, you don't like this? Although he didn't know why he'd brought a basketball over, his instincts told him it was the right thing to do. What's so great about a ball? I really don't like your attitude when asking for a favor. Go back. I'm going back to sleep. But Lin wasn't giving up. He held the basketball right in front of him and asked, with a very tempting tone. Bro Cohen, are you really not interested? Want to give it a try? Come on, it's really fun. The devil's whisper. Cohen was getting a bit impatient from that voice. Hey, what are you doing? Spit it out. What's this all about? What's got you so worked up? Cohen sat up in bed and asked. It's nothing too big, I just want to ask you to bring me back some energy. Didn't I already send out all the other mechs to help? The Battalion Zero is too big to get through, so I've got no choice but to rely on you. Is that it? Upon hearing Lin's request, Cohen was somewhat dismissive. He shot him a look of contempt. Expecting an ancient divine beast like him to handle this? Wasn't that a bit too dismissive of him? Or rather, wasn't that a bit disrespectful? Yeah, please. Sigh. Fine, let us go. Cohen was all talk but had a soft heart. He knew that if he didn't help Lin, the guy would keep pestering him. That way, he wouldn't even be able to rest. Alright, thanks a lot, brother Cohen. Hand it over. Just as the two were about to set off, Cohen suddenly blurted out. What? Lin was a bit flustered. The basketball, of course, what else? Oh. Okay. Lin hurriedly handed over the basketball. After taking it, Cohen dribbled it a few times just for show. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that this thing was actually quite fun. The moment he touched it, he couldn't put it down. Lin hadn't expected Cohen to actually like it this much. He noticed the faint smile that had just flashed across Cohen's lips, which convinced him of the first law of loving Cohen: true fans are genuinely passionate about basketball. After convincing Cohen to help him, the two quickly set off for the World Cyber Alliance's energy warehouse. About 10 minutes later, the man and the Cohen arrived at their destination. The same two Dr. Psy soldiers were still on guard. This time, they were quite perceptive. They saluted in unison. Hello, Mr. Lin. Alright, no need to be so formal. I'm here again, following Team Dragon's instructions, to pick up some energy. Lin waved his hand and pulled out his Team Dragon subcard. After the cyber soldiers on guard verified the ID card in Lin's hand, they stood at attention. Alright, Mr. Lin, your identity has been verified. You may enter. Alright, thanks for your hard work. Lin nodded with satisfaction, as if he were a superior, then led Cohen inside. Cohen hadn't expected this kid to possess such abilities. It truly opened his eyes. Chapter 3. 4. Chapter 58, Cohen's strange ability. Upon entering the energy warehouse, Zhang Chen was once again there to greet Lin. Still clad in a white lab coat, he bowed to Lin with a beaming smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Oh? You've been waiting for me for quite a while? Lin raised an eyebrow.
Clearly, Long must have notified them in advance.
That's right, Mr. Lin.
While you were on your way here, Team Leader Long already informed us that you were coming.
May I ask, Mr. Lin, how much energy do you need this time?
Although Zhang Chen was smiling, there was a hint of concern in his tone. He had learned that the ID card Long had provided this time was his own secondary card.
Aside from any restrictions set by the primary card, the secondary card had no limit on the amount of energy that could be withdrawn. Moreover, this did not require Long's approval. As long as the sub-card holder requests energy, the energy warehouse must provide it. This rule is absolute and cannot be violated. That is why this type of sub-ID card is generally only issued to those who are extremely trusted. Yet Lin was simply a person of unknown background who possessed immense power. If, by any chance, he were to use this energy to do something against the rules, they wouldn't be able to stop him, and that was precisely the source of his concern. All right.
Lin nodded. I don't need much energy this time, just enough to feed my pet Wei Di, and then I'll take some energy back with me. After saying this, Zhang Chen glanced at Koan following behind Lin, then broke into a relieved smile. Since Koan could freely change its size, it was currently only as big as an ordinary child, so it wouldn't cause anyone to panic. Moreover, Koan was now examining the small energy storage facility around it with a curious gaze. It also kept glancing at its own tail from time to time,
playing a game of hide and seek with it. Just like a cat floating in midair. This put Zhang Chen's mind at ease. Judging by Koan's appearance, he probably didn't have that big of an appetite. He likely wouldn't even be able to finish 500 metric tons of energy. Add to that what Lin needed, probably the same amount as last time, which was a few thousand metric tons. For their Huaxia Energy Warehouse headquarters, that was a drop in the bucket. Please follow me. After saying that, Zhang Chen turned and walked straight toward the small warehouse where the energy was stored. Let us go. Lin patted Koan, who was playing with his tail, and then followed Zhang Chen on his own. Giggle. After being tapped, Koan snapped out of it and quickly caught up with Lin. Of course, it was cursing under its breath the whole time. The gist of it was, if you're gonna leave, just leave. Why the hell did you have to slap my ass? Soon, Koan still cursing all the way followed Zhang Chen and Lin to an energy storage warehouse, where they stopped. Mr. Lin, this is where you retrieved energy before. Right now, there are roughly 5,000 metric tons of energy stored inside. Would you prefer to have those mecha beasts transported, or should we find people to handle the shipment for you? To be honest, ever since Lin had summoned so many mecha walruses out of thin air to haul energy last time, Zhang Chen had been on his guard. He specifically recorded the total number of mecha walruses and their maximum carrying capacity. However, it seemed all that record keeping had been for nothing. According to his investigation, those mecha walruses had apparently been deployed to the central region to help construct the steel wall. The same went for his other mechs this time. Lin likely had no helpers. So he was confident that Lin couldn't possibly transport all the energy from this warehouse in a single trip. That meant Lin would have to rely on him to help transport the energy. If he personally escorted the shipment, he'd get to see that luxurious and incredibly powerful Batian Zero up close. He'd been obsessed with mechs since childhood. He really wanted to experience what it felt like to pilot one. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. The cyber radiation this time had no effect on him at all. So he never became a cyber. Still, that hadn't diminished his for mechs in the slightest. He especially loved Lin's Gundam-style mecha, the Batian Zero. Even if he couldn't pilot it, just getting a glimpse of it from afar would be enough to satisfy him. A man remains a boy until the day he dies. No need to go to all that trouble, brother Zhang. I can handle this on my own, don't worry about me. Ha! Hearing Lin speak with such confidence left Zhang Chen a bit at a loss. With so much energy required, who was he counting on? Just that chicken behind him? Koan is enough, right? Lin smiled and patted Koan's head beneath him. Gak. Damn it, just talk. Why are you touching me? Clearly, Koan was not happy that Lin was petting it like a pet dog. Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't trust you.
It's just that our warehouse is packed with a full 5,000 metric tons of energy.
Can your pet really carry that much? I guess so. Lin replied, sounding a bit unsure. He knew Koan possessed the ability to devour everything. But he never actually put that ability to the test. Come to think of it, his system couldn't even parse Koan's abilities. He didn't even know if Koan truly possessed the ability to devour everything, as described in the classic of mountains and seas. So, looking down at Koan with some concern, he asked in a low voice, Koan, can you handle it? Gak? You little brat, are you looking down on me? Lin's question left Koan completely baffled. Gak? Don't you know I'm a primordial creature?
Forget this little bit of energy, I could swallow this entire energy warehouse, or even the whole planet, right before your eyes.
Is that really true?
Lin raised an eyebrow skeptically.
Gak? You don't believe me?
Then just watch this.
After saying that, Koan took half a step back, then charged into the energy warehouse.
Zhang Chen, who had watched Lin mutter to his pet for quite a while, briefly wondered if Lin was out of his mind.
Or maybe he understood Koan's language?
He couldn't make head or tail of it. He was even more baffled by Koan's behavior, diving headfirst into the pile of energy blocks and then clutching one of them to gnaw on it.
Mr. Lin, is this okay?
Lin shrugged.
It should be fine, right? Lin hadn't expected this to be Koan's way of telling him to wait and see.
He thought Koan's confidence meant it could actually devour energy in some special way, but instead, the little rascal just went straight for it and started gnawing on it, which made him laugh.
Was this Koan really here to be a joke?
However, Lin soon noticed something peculiar. Although Koan appeared to be gnawing on them, in reality, the moment his teeth touched these energy blocks, they were sucked into his body in a strange way.
It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Chapter 59, The Koan God. At first, Koan's pace was fairly normal.
But gradually, the speed at which it devoured the energy increased. After about 10 or so minutes, all 5,000 metric tons of energy in the small energy warehouse had been swallowed whole by Koan.
Afterward, its size didn't even change at all. Its belly was like a bottomless pit.
When it was done, Koan floated upside down in the air, clutching its belly, and patted its belly lazily.
Is that it? Is that all?
That tone, those words, it was as if the pile of energy from just now had posed no challenge at all to it.
Whoa, brother Koan, you're a god. How did you do that?
Lin didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked.
Could it be that his Koan truly possessed the abilities described in the classic of mountains and seized the power to move mountains and fill the seas?
You don't need to worry about that.
Is there any more? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Koan urged impatiently.
Don't rush.
Let me ask. Lin had originally thought that Koan's ability to carry away over 3,000 metric tons of energy might already be its limit. But now it seemed like it could carry even more.
However, just as he looked at Zhang Chen, preparing to ask for some more energy,
he was surprised to find Zhang Chen standing respectfully before Koan.
He was bowing earnestly while muttering under his breath.
May the god of Koan bless us, seeing Koan brings wealth.
Ha! This sudden action left Lin a bit at a loss. He asked,
Brother Zhang Chen, what are you doing?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen turned around and scratched his head apologetically. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I hope you didn't find that ridiculous.
Then, with great solemnity, he turned back to face Koan and explained.
Actually, my family is the AI Koan clan, a lineage passed down through generations.
The AI Koan clan?
Upon hearing this, Lin suddenly felt a sense of familiarity mixed with a strong urge to point out the absurdity, though he couldn't quite put his finger on where the familiarity came from.
That's right, the AI Koan clan.
There's a legendary story in our family genealogy. 2,500 years ago, the first generation AI Kuan. My ancestor had not yet founded the AI Kuan clan at that time.
Back then, my ancestor was born into a wealthy family.
He could have spent his days eating, drinking, and enjoying himself, living a carefree life. But he didn't do that. Instead, he used his own strength to help those in need. One day, however, the family was suddenly struck by tragedy. The patriarch passed away, and the struggle over the estate and the right of succession led to escalating internal conflicts within the family. Then, due to the slander of some scheming individuals, the entire vast family fell apart and went into a tailspin. My ancestor should have been the eldest son and heir, but he was ostracized by his own brothers and sisters and stripped of his right to inherit. They even falsely accused him of heinous crimes he never committed, and he was arrested by the authorities of the time, who prepared to behead him as a public example. On the day of his execution, nearly everyone gathered around, eager to witness the death of this heinous criminal. They seem to have forgotten that my ancestor had once helped them as well. At that time, not only did they fail to support him, but they mocked and scorned him. This left my ancestor feeling utterly powerless. For the place where they lived was Shin, the very place we now call the Magic City. Because it was near the ocean, whether due to a natural disaster or out of pity for my ancestor that day, 100-meter-high wave swept in from across the sea, obscuring the sky and the sun. Like a whale opening its gaping maw to the abyss, it threatened to swallow the very land where my ancestor was born and raised. Behind the colossal wave lay the boundless ocean, so it seemed as though this wave could devour everything in the world. Just at that critical moment, a fish 100 meters long appeared above my ancestor's homeland. Facing the towering wave, it calmly and slowly opened its massive jaws, swallowing the entire wave in a strange manner. Only then did the waves subside. And after the giant wave vanished, that enormous fish disappeared as well, transforming into a streak of light that entered my ancestor's body. It was only after being bathed in that light that everyone realized my ancestor was the one who had saved their city. It was my ancestor's will that drove back the waves. But even my ancestor himself did not understand what had happened at the time. However, later on, in order to uncover the truth, my ancestor decided to travel to the capital to investigate the origins of the fish within his body. Finally, he found a clue in Lizi, Tangwon, which states, far to the north of the north lies the Ming Sea, known as the Celestial Pool. There dwells a fish whose width spans several thousand li, and whose length is commensurate with its width. Its name is Kuan. This means that to the north of the northern kingdom lies a place called the Ming Sea, known as the Celestial Pool, where there is a fish several thousand li long, with a width equally vast, named Kuan. This description closely resembles the fish that had blocked the giant waves at that time. Afterward, he searched for other accounts regarding the Kuan and discovered that this creature is the ruler of the deep sea, capable of devouring the essence of all things under heaven, possessing extraordinary flight abilities, and wielding the power to control the 4 great oceans. It is said that the Kuan can also evolve into the ancient Kuan, whose power even surpasses that of the Dragon Clan, and whose true form possesses the power to control thunder and lightning. My ancestor could sense at that moment that the creature within him must be a Kuan. And a newborn Kuan at that. He sensed that the Kuan was extremely weak, so my ancestor founded the Kuan sect to help it evolve. He intended to use people's worship and offerings to enhance the vitality of the Kuan within him, thereby nourishing it. Originally, my ancestor did not expect such a large following or so many devotees. But gradually, he discovered that there were actually hundreds of thousands of people who worshipped the Kuan, and their numbers were still growing. This was something he hadn't anticipated. But precisely because of this, the spiritual power of that creature within my ancestor's body gradually recovered, bringing endless good fortune to the followers of the Kuan sect. It also brought favorable weather, good health, and harmony within families, leading to prosperity in all matters. Afterward, my ancestor came to be known as the first Grand Master of the Love Kuan sect. By the time it reached me, it had already become the 250th generation of the Love Kuan sect. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, a smug smile spread across his face. It was as if he were saying that their Love Kuan sect was the most beautiful religious order in the world. So, what exactly are you trying to get at with all this? Lin wasn't particularly interested in this so-called Kuan sect. He just wanted to know what Zhang Chen was really up to. Hearing Lin's question, Zhang Chen hurried to explain, "It's like this, Mr. Lin.
The creature you brought with you gives me a very familiar feeling. Familiar? Lin suddenly sensed something was off.
So, pointing at Koan with a look of disbelief, he asked tentatively.
You're not trying to tell me that this creature, which looks like a total airhead, is actually the Koan left behind by your ancestors, are you? Hearing this, Koan naturally leaped to its feet and shouted furiously. Giggle! Lin Go, who are you calling a dumb-looking creature? Come on, say that again right in front of me. Gak gak. Don't forget that pile of energy of yours is still in my belly.
Lin ignored it and waited for Zhang Chen's response.
After a moment's thought, Zhang Chen nodded. That's right.
The aura it exudes and the tone of its voice, it must be the Koan that saved my ancestors. But halfway through, he suddenly corrected himself.
No. According to legend, Koan are divided into 3 categories.
The first is the ordinary Koan, which can only swim in the sea and harness the power of the ocean. The second type is the Kuanping, a divine beast of ancient times that soars through the heavens and delves into the earth, capable of anything. It is massive in size and possesses sentience. The third type is the Koan god, which possesses all the abilities of the first 2 types of Koan. It can freely change its size, devour all things in the world, and most importantly, its majesty is undeniable. Moreover, it can form an incredible connection with our AI Koan clan. To be honest, before this, I didn't believe in the existence of the Koan. After all, it's a creature from legend, and our world simply doesn't have such strange beings.
However, on the 7th day of the 3rd month, Cyber Mana appeared.
Coupled with the strange connection I just sensed, I can confidently assert that the creature you've brought before me is undoubtedly a being that transcends all power in this world, one capable of devouring all things, possessing the power of thunder and lightning, and existing beyond the bounds of this world.
The Koan God. Chapter 60, May the Koan God protect us. The Koan God? What kind of bizarre nonsense are you talking about? As far as Lin could recall, he'd never heard of Koan coming in different varieties. However, he had heard of the Koan sect.
There was a rumor circulating online these days. Almost all the influential figures in the world had joined the Koan sect. As for whether it was true or not, Lin had no way of knowing. Let us go back to the abilities of the Koan god that Zhang Chen just described. Things like swallowing clouds and spitting mist, manipulating power, devouring all things, and transforming at will.
They do bear some resemblance to Koan. Especially the ability to wield the power of lightning that aligns quite well with Koan. If the Koan god truly exists, then perhaps his own Koan really is the Koan god.
But the character Godshin, God.
Its ancient form consists of Revealshur, which represents an altar, and Stateshin, which represents thunder and lightning.
The original meaning of the character God is heavenly deity, referring broadly to the spirit within people's bodies and to ethereal, elusive deities. This means that a god is absolutely a supreme and unassailable being.
The concept already existed during the Western Zhou dynasty.
But as soon as Lin thought of this, he turned his gaze toward the smug-looking Koan over there. At that moment, its face was beaming with a smile, and to describe that smile as sleazy would not be an exaggeration. It was just like the smirk of a petty person who has gotten the better of others.
Plus, it looked downright dim-witted. That's nothing like a god at all. Lin muttered under his breath, shaking his head in disappointment. Clearly, he didn't think this creature had anything to do with a god.
Ha ha!
Damn it, what else with that look on your face, kid? Am I not worthy of being a god? Koan grew flustered. It realized Lin really did have some inexplicable grudge against it. No way. Its competitive spirit flared up instantly.
Besides, its loyal follower was right there. It couldn't lose face. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Lindog, just you wait and see why I'm called a god.
After out a loud cry, Koan's body actually began to glow with a purple light. The glow was intertwined with the power of lightning, which constantly danced and flashed around it.
The energy and aura it generated were so intense that they even triggered the alarm in the entire energy warehouse.
Alert! Alert! A massive concentration of energy entities detected in Area B2. Authorized personnel, proceed immediately. Repeat. Alert! Alert! A massive concentration of energy entities detected in Area B2. Authorized personnel, proceed immediately. Authorized personnel, proceed immediately. What is going on? Could it be a mecha beast invasion? No idea. Hurry, 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 head to B2. We have to defend the energy warehouse.
In an instant, all the cybers in the entire energy warehouse rushed toward Zone B2. They knew that this was their only remaining energy warehouse. If it were destroyed, they would face a severe energy shortage. Then, the cyber beast tide predicted to strike in a day would erupt, and their defenses would crumble without a fight. Therefore, this situation absolutely had to be stopped. They weren't afraid of death. What they feared was this place being overrun by mecha beasts.
It really is the Koan god. Over here, Zhang Chen gazed at Koan's massive form with deep reverence. He even bent his knees and knelt down. Koan god, please withdraw your divine power.
If this continues, our energy storage facility won't be able to hold out.
He knew full well that the power Koan was unleashing right now was extremely dangerous. It was equivalent to a mobile Tsar Bomba. No matter where it exploded, it would wipe out all life. But Koan showed no signs of stopping.
It loomed high above, looking down at Lin standing below, muttering.
Ha ha ha. So, what do you think? With this much energy, do you consider me a god? Had ha.
Or to put it another way, are you scared?
It's okay. Lin gave such an ambiguous reply.
In truth, it would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. He was human, after all, so he could naturally sense the immense power radiating from Koan's body. What's more, to make himself look even more intimidating, this creature had deliberately added color to his aura. It was that purple glow behind him that allowed Lin to clearly observe the surging energy within his body, instilling a sense of fear.
Lin certainly sensed this. He could even discern a hint of the god of destruction within that aura. It had to be said that if Koan were human-shaped, Lin would probably be truly terrified. After all, the sense of oppression conveyed by a cute Koan and a human-shaped Koan are two very different things. Giggle? Ha, what do you mean not bad? You could at least give me a compliment. Koan was really annoyed.
He laid his strength out in the open, yet he still couldn't get a single word of praise from his pet owner.
He was furious. Manager Zhang. We're here. Please stay away from here. Just as Koan and Lin were showing off, the Silvers in charge of guarding the energy warehouse rushed to the scene, intent on stopping the massive concentration of energy Koan was generating.
They even took the time to remind Zhang Chen to evacuate.
No, you've got the wrong idea. The Koan god is just demonstrating its abilities. It has no intention of destroying this place.
Zhang Chen hurriedly explained.
He wasn't afraid that these cybers would attack Koan. Rather, he feared that attacking Koan would lead to irreversible consequences.
After all, the power Koan was currently unleashing was merely the energy fluctuations enveloped within that glow. If they collided with other energy sources, it would result in unimaginable consequences. Although no one knew exactly what would happen, these cybers would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire of this energy.
Koan the Koan god?
This term, which they never heard before, left the cybers who come to provide support completely baffled. So, one of the cybers asked.
Chief Shang, what is the Koan god?
It can't be that deity worshipped by the Koan sect, can it? After all, Zhang Chen had been here for quite some time, and his status was relatively high. As a result, more or less all the cybers here had been brought in by him. Among them were members of the Koan sect. Naturally, they were familiar with the Koan sect and the Koan god. 60% of the cybers who had arrived were followers of the Koan sect.
Yes, that is exactly it. Zhang Chen nodded.
He knew that the very name of the Koan god
surely dispel the panic among these cybers. It is the deity of our Koan sect.
Upon hearing this, the crowd of followers instantly bowed, kneeling on one knee with their mechanical bodies.
We pay homage to the Koan god. May the Koan god protect us. Ha! Lin slowly typed a question mark.
Some say I'm padding the story, but all this is necessary for the plot.
The big battle starts within 3 chapters, and after that, the pace will be breakneck. Don't complain about the speed then. Chapter 61, The Wolf is Coming. Koan God?
Lin's mouth twitched.
Seriously, guys, do you have to be this over the top? Is the Koan God really that awesome?
He get it, he just didn't get it at all.
Does such a thing really exist in this world?
He originally thought Zhang Chen was just joking. After all, as a native-born Chinese person, he only ever heard of Buddhism and Taoism.
He only ever heard about it online. And it was a very peculiar organization, at that.
But in real life, no matter how you looked at it, there was no way something like this could exist.
Zhang Chen seemed to sense Lin's confusion.
He stepped forward with a smug expression and explained.
Mr. Lin, I know you have a lot of questions.
But I can tell you that it does indeed exist. As for the hundreds of thousands I just mentioned, not to mention those not registered in our charter, there are tens of thousands more. Based on my rough estimates over the past few years, there are roughly over 30 million members.
As for overseas, there may be as many as 1 million.
Their professions vary widely from penniless beggars to millionaires with vast fortunes.
And according to incomplete statistics, they all received corresponding blessings.
Those beggars have secured jobs that allow them to rise above their circumstances and earn a stable income, while those wealthy individuals have seen their businesses thrive and enjoy good health.
This is the blessing of believing in us. So, Mr. Lin, would you like to join us?
I swear, in the name of my 250th generation ancestor, that I will definitely have your name written on the front page of our doctrine. Listening to Zhang Chen's rambling speech, Lin actually felt a pang of compassion. This was some damn outlandish nonsense. If he hadn't had a shred of common sense, he almost would believed it. Zhang Chen was now the spitting image of one of those telecom scam telemarketers, spouting all sorts of outlandish nonsense. Fortunately, though, he was a staunch materialist, or so he thought, anyway. So he refused.
No thanks. This Koan is my pet. Have you ever seen an owner who worships their own pet? I certainly haven't.
Lin shrugged, indicating he had no interest in any of this. Then, in a superior tone, he looked at Koan.
All right, little Koan, come down already. It's time to go home. Stop showing off here. Giggle? Can I keep showing off a little longer? Haven't you shown off enough already? Hurry up, we got more important things to do. Or do you want to get neutered? Gack. Got it. You're always pulling this crap. Koan really did have a bone to pick with Lin, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the power of the contract is unbreakable. Plus, Koan's tone, expression, and attitude instantly made Lin look like a total badass. Keep in mind, everyone present right now is a member. Who do they worship? Isn't at this Koan right in front of them?
And this Koan is, in fact, his own pet. The god they worship is his pet.
So, with that in mind, wasn't it obvious at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker?
In the eyes of these cybers, Lin was the king of their Koan god.
Whoa, does it have to be this dramatic?
I've heard our leaders say that the Koan god is a deity who soars through the heavens and descends to the earth, controls thunder and lightning, and devours the universe. Why would such a being fear a mere human? Well, he is Lin, after all.
Lin? Who asked that?
The cyber who asked this question had been conscripted by the dragon and sent here to work tirelessly ever since the cyber apocalypse broke out. He hadn't paid any attention to what was happening outside, so naturally, he had no recollection of Lin.
You don't even know Lin? Do you remember that mecha controlled lava behemoth from a few days ago? Yeah, I remember the news reports back then. Wasn't there a story about some giant lava behemoth trying to storm into our city? And then it got beaten up by a Gundam mecha. I do know about that much.
After all, that incident made headlines all over the world. Even Cyber, who usually kept to himself, had heard about it.
Right, that Gundam mecha that's Lin. No way. That awesome? As soon as those words left his mouth, his eyes lit up with golden radiance as he looked at Lin once more. A man capable of taming even the Koan god, just how powerful must he be? With that, his admiration shifted entirely toward Lin.
After Koan finished speaking, he reined in his surging aura, shrank his body, and floated leisurely over to Lin.
Well then, brother Zhang Chen, Koan and I will be heading back now. Sure, take your time.
Please come visit us often when you have time, we have plenty of energy to offer you.
Zhang Chen felt the same way at that moment.
If Lin could actually tame the Koan god, then his own strength must certainly be on par with the Koan goddess. This pushed his admiration for Lin to new heights.
After Lin left with Koan, he returned to the location of the Ba Tian Zero. He then had Koan expel all its energy, which was added to the Ba Tian Zero's energy reserve chamber.
The energy reserve chamber, as the name suggests, is where energy is stored. From here, energy can be transported to various parts of the machine via the Ba Tian Zero's built-in mechanical reactor. Much like how the human heart pumps blood throughout the body. Once that was taken care of, Long Yi called Lin.
Mr. Lin, let me thank you once again for your help. The preparations for our Spark project are now complete.
The steel walls surrounding the three major regions, as well as the underground shelters within them, have all been fully repaired.
We're evacuating residents into the underground shelters as quickly as possible. All right, I understand.
Lin was relieved to hear this. Now he wouldn't have to worry about the aftermath of the battle with the beast horde harming ordinary people. Although he had no emotional attachment to these ordinary people, he still possessed a sense of humanity. If ordinary people were to die because of his battle, his conscience might not let him rest easy.
However, Mr. Lin, I have one more question I'd like to ask. What asked the question? Well, Mr. Lin, this cyber beast tide you mentioned, is it really coming?
I scanned the entire area with the eye of the heavenly god, and it doesn't seem like there are thousands upon thousands of mecha beasts gathering, as you described. Plus, the US has also issued a statement saying that such a situation is impossible. Long pondered for a moment on the other end of the line before deciding to ask Lin. Faced with Long's skepticism, Lin didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled softly and asked in return.
Captain Long, have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Chapter 62, The Beast Tide Erupts. The boy who cried wolf?
Captain Long paused for a moment, then said.
I should know that, right?
Lin ignored his response and continued in a somewhat meaningful tone. The story of the boy who cried wolf is about a shepherd boy who, one day out of boredom while tending his sheep on the mountain, tricked the villagers at the foot of the mountain by shouting, "The wolf is coming." At first, people believed him, but over time, whenever he shouted "the wolf is coming," no one paid him any attention.
Finally, one day, the wolf really did come.
After Lin finished speaking, Long seemed to have realized something.
All right, Mr. Lin, I understand.
I'll take care of the follow-up arrangements.
I won't bother you any further. Then, Long hung up the phone.
Lin, however, didn't dwell on these matters too much. He'd already done more than enough. So now, he should treat himself to some well-deserved rest.
After Lin dropped Koan off at the Ba Tian Zero basketball court, he returned to his room at the Manacor.
He planned to rest up, that is, get a good night's sleep to relieve the fatigue he'd accumulated over the past few days.
As for everything else, he'd left it all to his star AI. How does the saying go? When in doubt, let the system handle it.
He lay down on his bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. At the same time, in the underground laboratory of Yosef in Korea.
It's done. It's finally done. Ha 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 ha. Inside the massive laboratory, Yosef let out a shrill, maniacal laugh.
Before him, the once dull Zeus was now bathed in a golden glow. It radiated energy fluctuations that made one's heart race. The energy it emitted could even rival that of Lin's Batian Zero.
This time, I will definitely make Lin and the nation behind him pay the price.
Yosef appeared to be talking to himself, but his tone suggested he was addressing someone else.
And indeed, that was exactly the case. Yosef, I hope you don't let me down. This is my last energy particle for time-space travel. I'm entrusting it to you to activate the Zeus knot so you can seek revenge, do you understand? Suddenly, a voice echoed from all corners of the laboratory. The voice carried a mix of command and endless oppression. Just hearing it sent a chill down one's spine. Boss, of course I know all that. I'll definitely find the power of the laws you want for you. That voice belonged to Yosef's immediate superior. It was clear from his words that he, too, was a time leaper. Oof. The voice let out a cold snort. I recall that when I sent you to capture time law, you swore the same thing to me, didn't you? And what was the result? That bunch of good-for-nothing underlings you keep around, one more useless than the next. That Kim Young-jun not only failed to capture that Thunder Dragon, but he even lost the Time Law Shard? In the end, even the Thor was destroyed. Do you really think promises like that are worth anything anymore? From this exchange, it's not hard to deduce that these artificial cybers created from mutated mana cores, as well as the mechs Thor and Zeus, were all crafted by the owner of that voice. This clearly shows that this person is no ordinary figure. Faced with the boss's reprimand, Yosef could only nod repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right. But this time, with the help of the Zeus, we'll definitely be able to defeat that man, and I swear we'll retrieve the power of the laws you desire. I hope so. Remember, don't act until after the beast tide appears on March 14th. That will be the most opportune moment. Yes, boss. About 6 hours later, at 11 a.m. on March 13th. Lin woke up in his room. He felt refreshed and full of energy after that sleep. As soon as he woke up and ate some of his stored food, he dove straight into his mech fabrication bay to begin his experiments. This time, he planned to hybridize some unusual mechs. Although he had experienced something like this in his past life, he still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. After all, these mecha beasts were no ordinary creatures. Moreover, he could sense the intensity of the life force and energy emanating from this single claw. It was simply incomparable to any other mecha beast. In his past life, although he had survived the cyber beast tide for a few days, he had only encountered relatively low-level mecha beasts. They were no match for the owner of this massive purple claw. Come on out. Lin's gaze was resolute. Surprisingly, he had actually begun to look forward to facing this monster. After all, he was no longer the timid and helpless person he had been in his past life. He now possessed the power to take on the entire cyber beast horde. After about half a minute, the giant purple claw, clinging to the portal, inched its way out, step by step. When Lin saw the owner of that massive form, his brow suddenly furrowed. It's you! Copied a few more. Edited. Chapter 63, The Unknown Enemy. It's you! This massive purple mecha beast was entirely covered in heavy, ornate black and gold armor. 2 pairs of wings extended from its back. When spread, they were wide enough to obscure half the sky. A faint silvery white sheen shimmered on the surface of those ornate metallic feathers, giving it an air of immense mystery. Even more shocking was that the streams of energy spewing from this mechanized beast's eyes, nostrils, mouth, and even ears were no longer blue or green, but had turned a dark red and an eerie shade of deep crimson. At this very moment, its blood-red eyes fixed on the ground like a deathly stare. Wherever that icy gaze fell, people couldn't help but shudder, as if even their souls were about to freeze solid. Its right hand was raised in a clenched fist, ready to strike at any moment, while its left hand dragged 2 incredibly thick cannon barrels. Such a mecha beast could undoubtedly be described as terrifying. Moreover, its rank was certainly no less than Class A. However, this Class A was not like any other. This mecha beast that emerged from the portal, whether in terms of vitality or energy reserves, far surpassed ordinary mecha beasts of the same rank. In fact, the sense of oppression it exuded was even more intense than that of the S-rank mecha beasts he had encountered. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that this mecha beast looked exactly like the one that had killed him in his previous life. So, with the resentment he'd been harboring for so long, Lin's anger flared up instantly. He revved his engines and dove downward, aiming straight for the purple mecha beast below. Roar! Seeing someone flying toward it, the mecha beast let out a deep roar, its voice brimming with intimidation.
It didn't seem in any hurry to engage, but instead raised its head to look at the mecha in the sky, its eyes filled with mockery and derision. Clearly, it believed that this fool who dared to approach it was asking for death. Boom! When they were 10 meters apart, both accelerated violently and collided in an instant. Accompanied by a massive explosion, Divine Eagle number 1 was sent flying. However, Lin showed no signs of injury. Instead, the mecha beast let out an agonized roar, its body shaking violently. Originally standing upright, it now found itself half kneeling on the ground, sparks and flashes of lightning erupting from its chest. How is this possible, you actually? The mecha beast struggled to open its mouth, utterly astonished. But Lin gave it no chance to vent its anger. He revved the engines once more, and the mecha shot toward its opponent like an arrow leaving the bow. Roar! Seeing this, the mecha beast let out a furious roar, struggled to its feet, and opened its massive steel jaws to lunge at Lin. This mecha beast, having been exposed to cyber mana, had gained intelligence. Its intelligence came incredibly close to that of humans. It could use various techniques to attack its opponent and even knew how to dodge attacks. It possessed immense combat experience. However, it was, after all, merely a mechanical lifeform, not a true human. So even though its intelligence was high, it ultimately lacked a soul. Although it had just blocked Lin's attack, it knew it was no match for the Divine Eagle number 1 standing before it. Therefore, it was now a last-ditch effort, determined to take Lin down with it. At that moment, Lin gave it no chance to catch its breath. He launched a surprise attack from the beast's side, his sharp, massive metal claw slicing through the air as it swung toward its neck. The mecha beast spun around, swiping at Lin with its massive mechanical claws. But faced with such an onslaught, Lin didn't flinch. Instead, he raised his left arm to block, then slammed his right fist into the beast's abdomen while twisting his body to use the momentum to leap aside. Boom! It was a fatal blow. The beast's abdomen took the heavy impact, instantly caving in as its bones shattered. Thud! With that, the beast crashed to the ground, completely incapacitated. Lin walked up to the beast, towering over it as he stared down at it and said, "Tell me, what are you? Why are you here on Earth, and who is the master behind you?" After saying this, he furrowed his brow. In his previous life, he hadn't examined it closely. He'd been too consumed by fear. Now, upon examining it closely up close, he realized that the mecha beast's appearance was utterly hideous and terrifying. It made Lin feel that this didn't look like a beast transformed from a wild animal, but rather a machine created by human hands. Moreover, the aura emanating from it was quite strange. He vaguely suspected that this might be some kind of mecha created by unknown technology. Arg! The mecha beast let out a series of wails from its throat, part plea, part venomous resentment. It didn't answer Lin's question. Instead, after the wails subsided, a light suddenly flared from its core. Holy crap! Lin was suddenly startled. He knew this thing was about to self-destruct. He hurriedly fired up the engines and put distance between himself and the creature. Sure enough, the moment he moved away, the entire mecha beast's body began to glow ever more brightly, followed by a surge of scorching heat. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire area where the mecha beast was illuminated. The ground began to shake violently from the blast. Even the steel forest surrounding the teleportation gate melted from the scorching heat generated by the explosion. The ground, which had been intact just moments ago, now resembled a living hell. Lin hovered in midair, staring at the area in disbelief. He knew this explosion was definitely not the mecha beast's own doing. It was the entity behind it, targeting him. Chapter 64, Interstellar Championship. However, based on the clues he currently had, it was still quite difficult to figure out who that person behind the scenes was. The only thing he knew for certain was the memory provided by the mecha dragon. The mastermind behind Yosef was a time traveler. As for any other relevant information, Lin really had no idea. But for now, he didn't dwell on these matters any further. After all, at this stage, these matters were undoubtedly of no use whatsoever. If he kept analyzing them on his own like this, he might never figure out who was behind it all. The most pressing task right now was to deal with the cyber beast horde. He pushed these useless thoughts aside, turned around, and looked once more at the faintly glowing purple teleportation gate on the ground. After the mecha beast that had just emerged from the portal had returned to its original state of calm. Lin knew this was likely the calm before the storm. Moreover, judging by the scale of what had just occurred, there was likely more than one such portal. He had detected life energy fluctuations similar to those of this portal in other directions as well. Moreover, the locations of these energy fluctuations were quite peculiar, spreading out in a spiderweb-like pattern. The center of this pattern was precisely the portal where he now stood. From this portal, the energy radiated outward in all directions in a truly astonishing manner. This portal served as the central hub for all the others. Why exactly was this happening? Lin, of course, had no way of knowing. However, he did know one thing. If the portals were arranged according to this pattern, they could cover the 3 surrounding major regions to the greatest extent possible. Moreover, they were evenly distributed in order of distance. In other words, once those mecha beasts emerged their respective portals, they would all have clear targets. They would launch simultaneous attacks on the 3 major regions. If that happened, the situation would become quite dire. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin immediately sent the locations of all these portals to Long. He simply didn't have the energy to manage such a massive network of portals. Even the legendary red hair would be exhausted by the task. So Lin decided to have Long deploy troops to these portal locations in advance, before the mecha beast tide erupted. Of course, by deployment, he didn't simply mean having them fight the mecha beasts emerging from the portals. After all, the combined strength of the World Cyber Alliance's cyber warriors was currently far too weak. So weak, in fact, that they couldn't even stand up to that Mecha lava colossus from back then. Not to mention the portals now scattered across the outskirts of the 3 major regions. Naturally, Lin didn't order Long to set up defenses in advance just to send them to their deaths. Instead, he instructed them to deploy cyber mecha traps around these portals. Using special methods, they would lure the cyber beast horde to this central location in the central battle zone. That way, Lin would be able to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Understood, Mr. Lin. I know what to do. Upon receiving Lin's instructions, Long quickly gathered all the cybers from the World Cyber Alliance. At that moment, at the World Cyber Alliance headquarters, all the cybers were assembled in a vast plaza. Everyone, the moment of life and death has finally arrived. I know that ever since the Spark project began, none of you have had a good night's sleep or a proper meal. I'd like to start by apologizing to everyone. But this is something we simply must do. Once this is accomplished, it will ensure that all our fellow humans have a place to call home. It will ensure we have a peaceful homeland. So, we have no choice but to do this. Now, what I'm about to say is the final task we must undertake. Using your partner's mechs, place the cyber trap specially crafted for us by Mr. Lin at the coordinates I'm about to send you. You don't need to fight these monsters, you can withdraw once the traps are set. Of course, if any mecha beasts break into our city, you must eliminate them at all costs, that is our bottom line as humans. Can you do this? After Long finished speaking, silence fell over the square. But soon, one cyber raised his fist high. We'll complete the mission. Immediately, a roar like a torrent spread like wildfire throughout the entire cyber square. Long was very pleased with this. It also served to highlight, from another perspective, the powerful sense of unity that Long possessed. This sense of unity was undoubtedly the most dazzling new star of our time. Meanwhile, after briefing Long on the situation, Lin had originally planned to lie in wait at the teleportation gate in this central location. After waiting in vain for about 10 minutes, not a single other mecha beast emerged from the portal. However, the portal itself was growing larger by the minute, from the size of half an SUV just moments ago to the size of an entire truck now. The oppressive aura emanating from the portal was becoming increasingly mysterious. If this were anyone else, they would have fled the scene immediately, as if they stumbled into the scariest part of a horror movie. But Lin didn't feel that way at all. Instead, within the eerie glow emanating from the portal, he sensed a faint, familiar energy fluctuation.
This energy, why does it feel so familiar? It's as it were time law.
Lin pondered for a moment and finally realized why this energy fluctuation felt so familiar. He remembered that fragment of the law of the world he had obtained at the pole. It felt exactly like this.
No way. Lin suddenly had a bold idea.
If these portals were the result of time law's influence, then one of the creatures possessing time law was right inside this portal. With that thought, he couldn't help but take another careful, thorough look at the central portal. As if sensing Lin's intense gaze,
the portal actually stopped expanding at that very moment.
The light radiating from it also began to gradually fade.
It was as if it were afraid. That's interesting.
Seeing this, Lin chuckled softly. He could sense that the portal was afraid of him. Moreover, through his earlier energy scan, he had already confirmed that the power of the time law fragments emanating from within this portal was incomparable to those he had obtained previously.
Therefore, it was this portal, no, rather, the possessor of the time law that was so terrified.
Meanwhile, the portal continued to change. After shrinking to a certain size, it stopped changing. At the same time, it emitted wave after wave of wailing. It sounded just like a blue whale in the deep sea crying out for help. If an ordinary person were to pass by and hear the sound, they would likely be bewildered and drawn inside. But Lin, of course, was different. Upon hearing the sound, the nanotech battle armor on his body filtered out the sound, immunizing him against its side effects.
Still, Lin thought it might be much more interesting to play along with this phenomenon.
Perhaps he could even find that fragment of the time law. So, Lin decided to play along. After a moment's hesitation, he fired up his engines and instantly shot through the portal. As soon as he entered, he discovered he was in a cyberpunk-style world. All sorts of robots and aircraft were darting through the sky, and many humanoid robots were descending from the heavens, only to take off again immediately
after landing.
Some were patrolling the area with weapons in hand, while others were constantly chasing and roughhousing with one another.
Of course, none of that was the main point.
What was most astonishing was the enormous, almost boundless screen before him, which was displaying a holographic projection.
This is the StarCraft Grand Finals.
Please get ready, everyone.
A magnetic, synthesized voice boomed from the screen. The holographic projection looked incredibly lifelike, created by hundreds of unmanned projection helicopters. Directly beneath the giant screen
stood a platform, and on that platform sat a metal cylinder over 100 meters in diameter. The interior of the cylinder seemed to be filled with electric currents, creating a dazzling display.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the StarCraft Global Joint Grand Finals.
The voice rang out once more. The rules for this Global Grand Finals are simple.
You can issue challenges through this metal cylinder. Successful challenges will earn you rewards. Failed challenges will result in elimination.
As long as you make it into the top 5 of the finals by any means, that's a victory.
Of course, if you fail 3 times in a row, you'll be eliminated. After the competition, the top 5 contestants, ranked by their results, will advance to the next round.
After the host finished speaking, he stepped back to his position beside the stage backdrop. The entire competition area had already been marked out in a fan-shaped layout, with each group of contestants assigned their own designated competition zone. Meanwhile, quite a few people were already seated beneath the billboard. In addition to the competing contestants, there were also some staff members and other spectators.
This is.
Lin looked around, glancing at his arm at the same time.
By now, he had deactivated Divine Eagle number 1.
Moreover, no matter how he manipulated the nanoplatform on his arm, there was no response whatsoever. The teleportation gate he just entered through had also vanished. Because he only just arrived here, combined with this series of events,
Lin was feeling a bit at a loss. He wasn't quite sure where exactly he was in this world.
He tried his best to stay calm. Then he began to reflect on what had just happened. I just walked through that teleportation gate, and then I ended up in this world. And then this interstellar championship started.
Hey, buddy, are you coming or not?
The match has already started. If you're not going, let me through.
Just as Lin was pondering, a rough voice suddenly snapped him back to reality.
He turned his head and saw a small blue mech standing behind him.
The mech was entirely azure blue, with a somewhat awkward-looking body. On its head were two things resembling motorcycle handlebars. On its back, it carried two small tires. It wasn't hard to tell that this thing was a motorcycle Autobot. Oh, wait, a motorbot. Hey, I'm asking if you're coming or not. What are you staring at?
Seeing that Lin hadn't reacted, the motorcycle man shouted again.
Lin finally snapped out of it and asked him. Excuse me, can I ask where this place is? And what exactly is this interstellar championship?
Hearing Lin's questions, the motorcycle man suddenly shot him a disdainful look.
Kid, are you really that dumb, or are you just pretending?
He then pointed at Lin's chest.
Right there on your chest, isn't that the tournament badge?
Huh?
Is that so?
Lin was suddenly startled and looked down at his chest. Sure enough, hanging from the collar on his left chest was a small, nearly transparent holographic screen.
Written on it in standard font were the words, number 136. This number 136, it can't be contestant number 136, can it?
After seeing the display, Lin fired a soul-searching question at the motorcycle robot in front of him.
Huh? No, are you fucking trying to pick a fight or something? The robot had a short fuse. As soon as Lin asked that question, it realized he was making fun of it.
It flew into a rage on the spot.
Hey, I was just joking.
Lin hurried to defuse the situation. Although he was still protected by his nanomech, given the current circumstances, it was better to conserve his strength.
The race is about to start, and you're joking with me? Go on, get out of my way, don't block me from competing.
Hearing this, Lin suddenly noticed that the robot's chest also had an identical small holographic screen displaying the number 250.
You're a contestant too? Isn't that obvious? Hey, kid, you aren't just stalling for time here, are you? Get up already. If it weren't for I'd have beaten you up a long time ago. After saying that, the mech was about to circle around Lin and leave.
Lin hurriedly stopped it again.
Hey, buddy, don't rush. I just have one last question.
Seeing Lin being so persistent, the motorcycle mech grew impatient and picked at its ear.
Hurry up. Ask your question already. Ahem. Lin cleared his throat. Here's the thing, buddy. I want to ask you, what are the rules for this StarCraft tournament?
Lin had expected the mech to quickly explain the rules to him. Instead, a look of contempt flashed across its high-tech face. Then, as if looking at a fool, it asked him. Seriously, are you really that dumb, or are you just pretending? Aren't the rules for the StarCraft tournament right above your head? Can't you just look up yourself? After saying that, it walked into the arena without looking back, leaving Lin standing there dumbfounded. Right above my head? On a whim, he looked up. The next second, sure enough, he saw a massive screen banner. It read 4 large characters, Game Rules. I wonder if you guys like chapters this long. Chapter 65, Xiangqi. Game Rules. Rule 1, contestants with medals will be randomly assigned based on the numbers they carry. 2 contestants with different assigned numbers will compete on a 100 by 100 arena. Rule 2, each of the 2 competitors has a maximum of 3 chances to battle on the arena. Each loss deducts 1 chance. Once all 3 chances are used up, the contestant is eliminated. Rule 3, each victory earns 1 point. Players with the same number of points will face each other in the next match, continuing until the player with the highest total points is determined. Rule 4, this StarCraft tournament is divided into 5 regions. Ultimately, the player with the most points across all 5 regions will advance to the grand finale. Rule 5, the winner among the 5 finalists will receive the mana core of an ancient divine beast from a distant civilization. That was the end of the rules, and Lin had more or less figured out how the game worked. It was actually quite simple. It wasn't much different from the rules of those so-called world-class leagues. However, the reward offered at the end of this tournament did pique his interest. After all, the rules explicitly mention a mana core from an ancient divine beast of a distant civilization. Just from the word civilization alone, it was clear that this world belonged to a higher dimensional civilization. Moreover, this civilization did not reject alien species. This explained why the tournament was called the Interstellar Championship. Furthermore, based on his observations, the participants in this tournament were not limited to a single species. The species were incredibly diverse. For example, there were undead, elves, lunar, orcs, and even some motorcycle riding races. Of course, among this vast array of contestants, the human race still made up the largest proportion. Lin was now one of the human contestants. After understanding the rules of the game, he made his way toward the competition arena ahead of him. After passing through a massive mechanical gate, the scene suddenly opened up before him. The view here was even more expansive. The outer walls of the entire city were covered with countless metal wires. Every 5 meters, there was a large electronic device. And in the center of the city was a passageway so wide it seemed to stretch all the way to the sky. Viewed from above, those metal wires and the passageway connected to form a web-like pattern. What is this? Lin was so astonished he could. From then on, he would become his slave. If this were an ordinary person, they might have agreed on the spot. But for Lin, that would be the ultimate form of bondage. Because if that happened, everything he did would be monitored by this supreme god, and all his privacy would be laid bare before him. So how could he possibly agree to such terms? However, he didn't refuse outright. Instead, he asked the supreme god standing before him a question. Before I answer you, I want to ask, how did you know I would ultimately emerge victorious? Ha ha ha, it's simple. The white figure smiled contemptuously and said, because I am the ruler of this world, and I am the one who controls it. I can observe everything in this world. If it weren't for the energy fluctuations Lin could sense emanating from him, he would have almost thought this guy was some angsty teenager just entering the real world. And judging by the look on his face, he seemed to be thoroughly reveling in it. Looks like I won be getting an answer to that question. Lin muttered under his breath, then continued, since you're the supreme god, you must know what the grand prize for winning this interstellar championship actually is, right? Hearing this, the supreme god paused for a moment, then asked a question that was practically a given. Grand prize? Isn't that reward supposed to be the mana core of an ancient divine beast from a certain civilization? You don't even know what that means? Lin nearly spat blood upon hearing that answer. Damn it, how could he not know the reward was this mana core? But upon closer reflection, the supreme goddess' answer was actually spot on. The reward was indeed the mana core of an ancient divine beast. So he refined his question a bit further. No. I think you might have misunderstood. What I'm asking is, which civilization does this ancient creature come from? What does it look like, and what is its name? Which civilization? I honestly have no idea about that. Because all I need is for it to die in this world, that's enough. As for the rest, that's none of my business. The white figure shrugged and spread his hands, looking as if to say, believe it or not. Aren't you the supreme god? How come you don't even know something this basic? At that moment, Lin began to harbor profound doubts about this supreme god's identity. A god is supposed to be all-knowing and all-powerful, isn't he? Yet he didn't even know the answer to his own question. Who told you that gods are omnipotent? Although I am a god, my power is limited to this universe. I am merely the most powerful being in this universe, the one who wields power and authority. As for everything else, I don't know at all. Then, how did you capture this ancient divine beast? Lin furrowed his brow and asked. Oh, that? We didn't capture it. It seemed to have been battling another creature at the time. Since it was outmatched, it fell into our world. By the time we found the site of its crash, it had already become a very peculiar-looking energy cluster, what we call a mana core. Since this ancient creature attracted a lot of attention from civilizations across many worlds, I and the other 4 Supreme Gods jointly launched this game called StarCraft in this world. And it was designated as our ultimate prize, awarded to those who wanted it. Whoa! So, you're saying that you so-called Supreme Gods are just the organizers? Lin had finally figured out what this StarCraft game hosted by their civilization was all about. That's right. If you put it that way, that's exactly how it is. So it's no wonder I don't know what kind of creature this actually is, right? The Supreme God suddenly steered the conversation back to this point. Oh, since you don't know, then I'm out of here. Lin knew he wouldn't get much useful information from this thing, so he simply turned and walked away. Hey, don't go yet, buddy. Seeing Lin about to leave, the main god hurriedly stopped him. Is there something else? Lin frowned at the main god. He felt this guy was no longer of any use to him. There was no point in him staying here, and as for becoming this thing's follower? Lin had absolutely no interest. But this supreme god seemed to have other motives and laid out his terms. Here's the deal, if you agree to be my follower, I'll let you take an early peek at this reward. How about it? Hearing this, Lin finally turned around, a smile spreading across his face. Although he didn't know what this supreme god was after. He was well aware that the supreme god needed something from him. Otherwise, there was no way he would have lowered himself to talk to him at such length. After all, in the eyes of a supreme god, he was nothing more than an ant not worth paying any attention to. So Lin wanted to see just how far this supreme god was willing to go. He pretended not to hear and kept walking. This made the supreme god a little flustered. Hey, how about this? After you've seen this, whether you want to or not, I want to force you to become my follower. How about that? Although the supreme god didn't know which world civilization Lin came from, he was well aware that Lin, just like the other contestants, was interested in the mana core of this ancient creature. So he figured that if he let Lin see this ultimate reward in advance, Lin might become his follower just to obtain it. Deal. Under these non-coercive conditions, Lin nodded and said, "Let us get this straight first. You, the Supreme God, want to impose your will on me. That's what you said, right?" The Supreme God nodded, "That's right. Since I've said it, I'll definitely keep my word." Then he produced a sphere of light and handed it to Lin. Lin took the sphere, and his heart suddenly began to race. The orb's appearance was essentially identical to that of an ordinary light orb, except that it radiated a rainbow-colored glow and was inscribed with various strange symbols, nothing more. I'll place it in your mind now, and all you need to do is read the information inside. You'll know all the details about this object once you've finished reading. Seeing that Lin had taken the orb, the Supreme God said calmly. Lin nodded. The moment he took the light sphere, at the same time, its appearance reminded him of a creature he had once read about in the classic of mountains and seas. Xiangqi. The classic of mountains and seas, northern seas within records. The Xiangqi resembles a tiger in appearance, is as large as an ox, and possesses a pair of strings. Furthermore, judging by the energy it was currently emitting, the creature that had wounded it was undoubtedly more powerful than this Xiangqi. Xiangqi's strength is clearly inferior to that of the creature it captured, which is why its current power is estimated to be less than 1% of what it once was. Heh, you're quite confident, aren't you? Xiangqi said again. What do you want from me? Lin didn't bother with small talk and got straight to the point. Nothing much, I just want to know where the time law inside you came from. Ha ha. You're direct, not bad. I do indeed possess the time law, but you don't need to ask about that. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Oh? Are you saying I'm not worthy of knowing? Lin paused for a moment, then continued in a conciliatory tone, You must have noticed that I possess a trace of the time law within me. Of course, we time lawbearers are naturally drawn to one another, that's why you see me like this. However, that doesn't give you a reason to want to know the answer. Xiangqi shook his head with a smile, but then quickly changed the subject and continued. Of course, if you really want to know the answer to this question, there is a way. What way? Make a deal with me. Oh? Interesting.
Lin chuckled softly. Then go ahead and tell me what kind of deal it is. If it's feasible, I might consider it. Lin knew this, of course he'd guessed as much long ago. After all, to gain some benefit, one must exchange it for an equivalent cost. Otherwise, the value Shinkong received would only make him wonder if it was real. Kid, you've got some guts, I like that. Cut the crap. Just spit it out, what do you want? Lin felt he didn't have time to waste here. In the end, he would get that sliver of temporal power anyway. That was absolutely beyond doubt. My demand is simple, you help me take down that monster that's hunting me, and I'll hand over the sliver of time within me right here. How about it? Xiangqi stared at Lin and spoke calmly, showing no sign that it was trying to strike a deal with him. Help you take down that monster? Lin furrowed his brow. He wasn't afraid that Xiangqi would try to pull a fast one after all. Xiangqi was currently operating at less than half its full power, and if he wanted to leave, Xiangqi wouldn't be able to stop him. However, he was very interested in the creature capable of defeating an ancient divine beast like Xiangqi. So he asked, Xiangqi-san, you said you want me to defeat the creature that's hunting you down. Where is it right now? Or rather, what is its name, and what does it look like? Upon hearing this, Xiangqi paused for a moment, then smiled and said, he is a contestant in this tournament. As for his appearance or his name, you'll find out once you meet him. In response, Lin raised another question. How do you know I'm bound to run into him? Xiangqi shook his head and smiled, you will run into him. In this universe, in this civilization, I doubt there is anyone else who can stand up to him. The only one who can defeat him in this competition is you and you alone. So I want you to defeat him in the competition, expose his true colors, and then leave the rest to me. After I defeat him? What then? It'll be a piece of cake for you. Once the job is done, I'll hand over this strand of time law within me to you. How does that sound? As Xiangqi spoke, his eyes narrowed, revealing a cruel smile. I've decided I'm going to slaughter him with my own hands. As Xiangqi spoke, a deep, metallic grinding sound echoed in Lin's ears as piercing as molten iron flowing, evoking a terrifying sensation as if his heart were about to burst. His words were laced with overwhelming hatred and venom. Lin stared coldly at Xiangqi. After a moment of silence, he nodded, no problem. But before that, I need to know why you were sealed here. Or rather, why did those people outside say you were already dead? And what exactly is going on in this world? What is this competition, and who are these so-called supreme gods? Lin was eager to know everything about these matters. After all, his very reason for coming here was that he'd been drawn by this wisp of time law. But a civilization capable of trapping the time law was certainly no ordinary civilization. Upon hearing this, Xiangqi suddenly burst into laughter. This civilization is indeed highly advanced, but compared to our Earth, it's still light years behind. Far behind? Are you sure? Setting aside all this dazzling cyberpunk style for a moment, just their high-tech innovations, the kind we've never seen on Earth, are enough to completely outclass Earth. It wasn't that Lin lacked confidence in his own planet. Rather, he was well aware of the gap between them. Earth should, after all, be considered a low-level civilization. After all, both the civilization itself and the technology of Earth's humans are manifestations of an ultra-low-level galaxy. As if sensing Lin's thoughts, Xiangqi explained with a smile. I know that humans in our part of the universe all consider Earth to be a low-level civilization. But do you really think that is the case? Faced with Xiangqi's question, Lin suddenly felt a bit unsure. What do you mean by that? Xiangqi replied calmly, although Earth's level of civilization is very low, its origin is extremely unique. One could even say that Earth itself is a very advanced civilization. That, Lin was taken aback. Xiangqi said, I've encountered some humans who survived the chaos. Their memories include the legacy of Earth's civilization. And according to the descriptions in their legacy, Earth's level of civilization far surpasses that of this galaxy. Even if it doesn't qualify as a highly advanced civilization, it is certainly no less than any low-level civilization. Because Earth itself is an unparalleled, colossal formation that has created countless living beings by altering the trajectory of the time law. Over the course of countless ages, Earth's evolution has brought Earth's civilization to its pinnacle. Lin's face betrayed his shock. He never imagined Earth could be such an advanced civilization. When Xiangqi said Earth's civilization far surpassed the Milky Way, it was clearly no lie after all. No one could possibly fathom how long Earth had been evolving to reach its current state. And according to Xiangqi, Earth itself was a formation capable of creating living beings. This was even more astonishing. Xiangqi said, "That's all I know. What do you plan to do next?" It looked at Lin, seemingly waiting for his reply. "Let us go find that guy you mentioned first. I have a feeling he has something I need." Lin pondered for a moment, said slowly, "Also, since I'm going to compete, I'll obviously need a weapon. Otherwise, what if I fail before even reaching the finals? What am I supposed to do then?" Xiangqi laughed and scolded, "Greedy mortal." He knew exactly what Lin meant. He just wanted to ask for gear from him. However, Xiangqi didn't refuse. A golden orb of light flew out from between its eyebrows. As the light faded, a fist-sized metal block appeared inside. The surface of the metal block was covered with dense, honeycomb-like patterns. "Here, take this. It's a warhammer called the Underworld Hammer. Although its power isn't particularly high, it's more than enough to deal with that guy. Are you sure this thing will work?" It wasn't that Lin didn't believe him, it was just that the whole thing sounded a bit too outlandish. "Are you questioning me?" Xiangqi asked in return. Lin quickly waved his hands, smiling broadly. No. I just want to know why you didn't use this warhammer when you fought him? If you'd used this warhammer back then, with your strength, you should have been even stronger than him, right?" Xiangqi shook her head. "The reason is simple, I can't use this weapon. This weapon was derived from the time law within me. But this power conflicts with my beliefs, so I can't use it. And when you first entered here, I sensed its anticipation toward you. It seems that trace of time law within you attracted it." "Oh? Is there another explanation for this?" Lin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Although he was reluctant to believe it, he had indeed felt a faint call the moment he entered this world. He then took the warhammer and sensed the power within it. At that moment, he finally understood what kind of power this was. It was power sufficient to destroy an entire world. Don't you get it yet? The only reason he agreed to the main goddess terms earlier was to see what this final reward actually was. As for becoming his follower? No way in hell. Far from getting angry at Lin's words, the main god actually laughed. All right. So this is how you want to play, huh? Fine, I respect your choice, but let me tell you this, if you don't cooperate with me, even if you end up winning, it'll all be for nothing." He became a legend right after that battle. The local authorities were actually going to give him a reward, but he flat out refused to accept it. Because he often goes scavenging in the outer rings of other star systems. So, the locals all call him the Wanderer. Chapter 67, Interstellar Championship Part 2. The Wanderer. Lin heard all of this. And most importantly, he noticed one detail. This man named Vanguard had a dilapidated mech. In other words, this person was also connected to mechs. Perhaps their world, the M99 galaxy, had also been exposed to cyber mana radiation. Or perhaps their civilization had advanced to the point where everyone owned a mech. Of course, these were all just speculations. To find out more, he'd just have to keep watching. "Mr. Vanguard, do you have anything to say to our audience down below?" The host handed the microphone to Lin. "Hello, everyone. My name is Vanguard, but I also go by another name, the Wanderer. I'm sure you've all heard of me. I'm thrilled to be standing on this stage and meeting all of you. I will claim this ultimate reward so we can rebuild our homeworld." At this point, the residents of the M99 galaxy in the audience could no longer sit still. They began cheering for him in droves. "Vanguard is so cool. You're definitely going to succeed. We'll always support you." The cheers from the audience grew louder and louder. Even residents from other galaxies began to get excited. But what I want to say is this,
those who criticize me will never be able to stand on this stage, and they'll never hear your cheers.
At Vanguard's shout, the cheers from the audience grew even more intense.
Seeing this scene, Lin's mouth twitched. It all felt a little too familiar to him, giving him an overwhelming urge to go up there and punch him.
Just then, the female hostess' gaze settled on the edge of the ring.
With a radiant smile, she called out loudly,
"Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Next, we'd like to introduce our second contestant."
Following the direction of her finger, everyone turned their gaze to the other side of the ring.
Instantly, everyone froze.
For, to their surprise, there was actually another person on the other side of the ring, though this person wasn't as physically imposing as Vanguard. That person looked frail and small, with dark skin, standing about 1.6 meters tall, and wearing a guileless smile.
Who is this guy? Someone so scrawny probably can't even block a single blow from the Vanguard, yet he dares to enter the championship tournament? Ha ha. He is probably just here to be a pushover. I really don't get what these people are thinking. He is probably just bored out of his mind and came to join the fun. I can't believe he actually dared to show up.
A wave of mocking voices rose from the audience, their tones full of contempt. On the ring, Vanguard's face broke into a cold smile. He was actually quite pleased.
After all, this scrawny guy didn't look like he had much of a fighting chance. That meant his odds of winning had just gone up a bit.
Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, the host let out an awkward laugh and changed the subject.
"This is Laifu, from the A01 Nebula."
As soon as those words were spoken, the audience suddenly grew tense.
The A01 Nebula. ISNT, that's said to be the home of the gods? The home of the gods? What does that mean? Could this be a descendant of a god?
No, according to legend, the descendants of gods possess divine power, but this person doesn't. But even as an ordinary person, he must be formidable after all. Gods are incredibly powerful.
That's not necessarily true.
No matter how powerful a descendant of a god may be, that power is limited to other descendants of the same tier. When it comes to mecha piloting, he certainly can't hold a candle to the Vanguard.
That makes sense.
I've heard that while the descendants of gods possess divine power, their mecha piloting skills are pretty lackluster. They're in a completely different league.
So, does that mean this Laifu was bound to lose?
Although skepticism was rampant all around, only Lin knew that this Laifu would definitely win. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the slender young man named Laifu.
Lin could sense something special about Laifu.
It felt as if he were looking at a battle-hardened general.
That feeling was truly terrifying. He knew that Laifu was definitely no ordinary person. At that moment, he wanted to see for himself what this tournament was all about.
On the arena stage, two mechs crisscrossed at breakneck speed, locked in a fierce battle. However, this first round was clearly a one-sided affair, with the two mechs simply trading blows.
Lin frowned.
This first match was a complete foregone conclusion. The gap between the two sides was just too great.
Player Laifu was being overwhelmed. It looks like he won last 5 minutes before losing the match.
The host shook his head inside, as if the outcome were already a foregone conclusion. The rest of the audience also shook their heads, feeling that the first match had already lost all suspense. However, just then, a scene that stunned everyone unfolded. Laifu, who had been on the defensive, suddenly swung his leg up and kicked his opponent squarely in the chest.
Boom!
The Vanguard mech was sent flying, and its pilot crashed to the ground.
Holy crap! What just happened?
The host was utterly shocked, his face a picture of bewilderment. The rest of the crowd erupted in an uproar, buzzing with speculation. None of them could figure out what was going on. How had Laifu's mech suddenly gone berserk?
Laifu had actually managed to drive the Vanguard's mech back? What was going on? Could it be that he was a hidden master? But that didn't make sense.
Just a moment ago, he clearly seemed like a total noob. Lin, however, wasn't all that surprised, because he'd already noticed during the opening ceremony that Laifu had been deliberately holding back. First, he used his frail frame and exhausted expression to lull Vanguard into a false sense of security.
Then, he delivered a fatal blow by catching him off guard. It was probably due to the game's rules. That prevented Lai Fu from going all out.
Otherwise, the vanguard might be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal by now.
Even so, Lai Fu's performance was already impressive enough.
After all, this vanguard was reputed to be the strongest fighter on their planet.
And for Lai Fu to defeat him so effortlessly, how could that not be surprising? Humph. The vanguard on the ring let out a cold snort and stood up.
His expression was dark as night. He never expected to be humiliated like this in the very first round by some second-rate nobody. It made him feel utterly disgraced.
Don't say I didn't warn you, you're about to become a useless wreck.
With that, he piloted his massive mechanical arm toward Lai Fu, ready to fight to the death. However, this time Lai Fu didn't dodge. Instead, his eyes icy cold, he fixed his gaze on the direction the vanguard was charging from and unleashed a ferocious punch.
Boom!
As the punch landed, accompanied by a crack, the vanguard's mechanical arm instantly twisted and snapped in two. Lai Fu followed up with several rapid-fire punches to the vanguard's body.
Bang, thud,
the vanguard was sent flying, crashing into the floor before sliding several meters further before coming to a stop.
What is going on with this guy?
Only now did the crowd finally snap out of it, filled with utter shock. They had originally thought the vanguard would go all out this time. Yet things had taken a turn they never expected. Not only had the vanguard lost, but he had lost completely. His right arm was crippled, his sternum severely crushed, and he lay on the ring, barely clinging to life.
Lai Fu walked slowly up to him, looked down at him, and said in a chilling tone, "You're weak."
As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped off the ring and vanished. This match was, without a doubt, a victory for Lai Fu.
Lin could see it, too. This Lai Fu has got some real skill.
It wasn't until Lai Fu had vanished that the audience erupted in cheers.
It's been ages since I've seen such an exciting match.
No wonder from the Divine Star system. Lai Fu is truly strong.
What a spectacular win.
Hey! I bet 1,000 star coins on this round. I hit the jackpot. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. The host was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected the first match to end so quickly.
This left them feeling a bit deflated. Sigh. What a shame. How could the vanguard lose so easily? Exactly. I was actually hoping the vanguard would pull off a surprise for me.
Some people felt a bit disappointed too, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they didn't dare break the rules of the competition.
A loss is a loss. No one can go against that. I hereby declare the winner of the first match to be Mr. Lai Fu. The host shouted into the microphone.
Instantly, enthusiastic applause filled the arena. Lai Fu had won the match, and they were naturally delighted.
Not bad. Looks like this Lai Fu was pretty impressive after all.
Looks like I'm going to make a killing on the 500 star coins I bet on this round.
Me too, I bet 100 star coins.
This match had clearly become a paradise for these people. They didn't care who won or lost. All they cared about was whether their bets had paid off.
Damn it.
I even went out of my way to find Vanguard, and I still lost.
I should have known this guy wasn't ordinary. Too bad I underestimated him.
This phenomenon made Lin realize that this group wasn't some high and mighty crowd. They, too, had greedy hearts, no different from ordinary humans. After the first match ended, the host announced the start of the second match. The first contestant in the second match immediately took the stage upon hearing his name called. He was dressed in a white shirt and black pants, with blue hair and gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a refined, scholarly appearance. However, the arrogance radiating from his face and the ferocity in his eyes stood in stark contrast to his appearance.
At that moment, he was glaring defiantly at the audience below.
Lin was momentarily taken aback when he saw the man in glasses. Immediately, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, and his gaze grew even sharper as he thought to himself, "Finally, I've run into someone I know.
This guy is also from Earth. He probably came through that teleportation gate that suddenly appeared, too."
Of course, this is just Lin's guess. After all, to enter the teleportation gate, you'd first have to take out the mecha beasts guarding it. That alone is something most ordinary cybers probably couldn't pull off. Not to mention this guy right in front of him, who looks completely harmless. Of course, you can't judge a book by its cover. That's exactly what happened with Lai Fu earlier. Plus, the more Lin looked at this man, the more familiar he seemed. But he just couldn't remember the name. So Lin decided to observe him a little longer. This contestant's background is somewhat unique. According to his profile card, he comes from a distant, low-level civilization planet. His name is Jonathan. Jonathan. Upon hearing that name, Lin finally realized why this man seemed so familiar. Jonathan Joestar. This was a character who existed only in the world of anime. And this anime was set in a world of vampires and Hammon. Jonathan was one of the main characters. His descendants went on to become the protagonists of subsequent generations. And he, Jonathan Joestar, was also known as the last gentleman of the Joestar family. After introducing Jonathan's background, the host continued. The contestant who will face off against Jonathan is. However, just as he was about to finish speaking, an aura of extreme danger suddenly erupted from a certain direction, sweeping across the entire arena. Ha! The host and the audience all turned pale with fear. They sensed an extremely brutal force. It was as if a primordial beast were about to burst forth from the depths of darkness to destroy everything. Boom! In the next instant, a colossal spaceship appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. The ship hovered in midair, blocking out the sky and the sun, as if the end of the world had arrived. This is Countazir of the Vampire Galaxy's spaceship. So it's actually him who is competing against Jonathan? Chapter 68, The Ripple Shield. The host was petrified with shock. His head was buzzing, and he had no idea where this thing had come from. Some of the audience members were also frozen in place. Although they'd all seen all kinds of sci-fi movies and TV shows, those were all fiction. But what on earth was this? What are vampires? And they're flying a warship? Lin frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the spaceship hovering in midair, his eyes narrowing. He sensed that the aura emanating from that spaceship was far more terrifying than any battle armor or weapon on Earth. Could this be the vampire's weapon of war? He grew secretly wary. Roar! A furious roar erupted from within the spacecraft. In the next second, a red beam shot out. The beam traveled at incredible speed, reaching the competition arena in the blink of an eye and transforming into a giant bat. It was over 20 meters long, covered in blood-red scales. As its wings flapped, the surrounding air distorted violently. With its wings spread wide, it covered an area of several hundred square meters, enveloping the entire competition arena. The giant bat appeared at the very top of the arena, looking down on everyone from above with contempt and cruelty in its eyes. This is. Before the announcer could even introduce it, the giant bat launched its attack. Roar! With a piercing screech, it flapped its wings and shot downward like an arrow, closing the distance to Jonathan in an instant. The giant bat's claws lashed out, aiming straight for Jonathan's chest. Jonathan's pupils contracted. His reaction was swift as he raised his fist to block. Boom! A dull thud. Jonathan stumbled back several steps, nearly falling to the ground, but managed to steady himself. The giant bat, too, stumbled backward a few steps before coming to a halt, its right claw trembling slightly. This scene left both the host and the audience bewildered. They couldn't make sense of what was happening. However, at that moment, they all noticed a long sword lodged in the giant bat's abdomen. That was Jonathan's attack. What are you? Jonathan's cold gaze swept over the giant bat. The bat was so enormous that even from a great distance, they could see the gruesome scars covering its body. These scars had a powerful visual impact. They were downright spine-chilling. Jonathan stared at the bat, a look of confusion in his eyes. He'd never heard of such a monster. He didn't recognize it at all. He was supposed to be studying the ripple. Why had he suddenly appeared here? And then, for some inexplicable reason, ended up participating in this tournament. He had a premonition that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed.
I'm the one who's going to put an end to you.
The giant bat let out a sinister laugh, then flapped its wings. Instantly, its body turned into a red mist and vanished from where it stood. Jonathan hurriedly dodged, but he was still a split second too slow, and several claws slashed across his chest. Splatter! Several bloody gashes appeared on Jonathan's body. His flesh was torn open so badly that his bones were visible. Terror filled Jonathan's eyes. He simply couldn't fathom how such a terrifying creature had suddenly appeared.
Just then, the giant bat launched another attack. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Jonathan gave it his all, pulling out every trick in the book, but to no avail. He simply couldn't fend off the giant bat's onslaught. His body was already covered in wounds, and blood had stained his clothes red, making him look utterly pitiful.
You bastard! I won't let you get away with this! Jonathan roared and suddenly swung a punch.
This punch, fueled by boundless rage, seemed to burn with fire, its power overwhelming.
Oh!
A mocking smile flashed across the giant bat's eyes.
Thud! It raised one leg and kicked straight at Jonathan's fist.
Their attacks collided. Jonathan's body was sent flying backward, while the giant bat remained completely unmoved.
You've lost! The giant bat's indifferent voice rang out.
I lost?
No! I haven't lost yet.
My bloodline hasn't awakened yet. I haven't won yet. Jonathan scrambled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness, and then lunged at the giant bat once more. This time, their attacks collided once again.
Crack!
The sound of shattering bones echoed. Jonathan's other arm was also broken, yet he still refused to admit defeat, gritting his teeth and pressing on with his attack.
Crack!
Once again, the sound of snapping bones rang out.
Ah!
The pain made the veins on Jonathan's forehead throb as he let out an agonized howl.
At that moment, his right arm was completely dislocated.
Blood gushed out, dripping onto the ring and making his footprints even more glaring and striking.
You've lost! The giant bat spoke again, its voice icy and piercing. I haven't lost yet. Jonathan roared, channeling the ripple power within his body.
Instantly, waves of golden light began to swirl around his body.
As if possessed by magic, the light enveloped Jonathan. Immediately afterward, a layer of golden radiance surged from his skin.
He now resembled a golden statue, his entire body radiant and exuding an aura of sacred solemnity.
What's going on?
The host exclaimed in shock, while the rest of the audience stared wide-eyed in astonishment. It was the first time they had ever witnessed such a bizarre sight.
Whoosh!
However, the giant bat showed no fear in the face of the golden light and charged straight into the light barrier. As soon as it entered, it immediately sensed a colossal sense of oppression, but it paid no heed. It flapped its wings, whipping up a gale as it flew toward the center of the golden light barrier.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Yet when these gales struck the barrier, they vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the ocean, failing to even create a splash, let alone shake the barrier in the slightest. A hint of astonishment flashed in the giant bat's eyes.
What kind of power is this?
Even as the king of vampires, it had never encountered such power before. However, it had no time to dwell on the question now. Its body shot upward suddenly, its wings spreading to a span of 3 or 4 meters, while it bared its sharp fangs in a wide grin.
Ha!
In the next instant, with a mighty roar, it spewed billowing black smoke from its throat. The smoke coalesced into 2 pitch-black venomous snakes, their foul-smelling, blood-stained jaws wide open as they lunged toward Jonathan to devour him.
Jonathan's face turned deathly pale.
But he refused to back down. The ripple power within him surged wildly, converging in his left hand.
Hum!
In the next instant, Jonathan extended his index finger and lightly traced a line across the 2 giant black serpents. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, countless beams of light, as fine as needles, appeared dense and overwhelming, filling the sky and piercing through the void at a terrifying speed, shooting into the 2 black serpents.
Aya!
In an instant, the 2 giant black pythons let out a mournful wail, and immediately, 2 streams of crimson liquid spurted from their bodies. The two black snakes were killed on the spot. Jonathan staggered, his face growing even paler. His lips were parched, and crimson blood seeped from multiple wounds across his body. Those two beams of light were his most powerful technique, the art of ripples. Casting this move consumed an enormous amount of mental energy and ripple power, so Jonathan was always left utterly exhausted after using it. Moreover, while the technique was powerful, its flaw was all too obvious. Once unleashed, he would inevitably fall into a coma due to severe mental exhaustion. If an enemy took advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, it could very well lead to his demise. However, Jonathan couldn't afford to worry about that right now. He knew he had to fight with everything he had today, otherwise, he might truly lose his life. "You are quite impressive." The giant bat looked down at Jonathan from above. "Too bad you're nowhere near my level." With that, it took slow, deliberate steps toward Jonathan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, golden arrows of light, radiating a sharp, piercing aura, instantly appeared in front of the giant bat. However, the moment these arrows neared the giant bat, they were blocked by that terrifying dark energy and couldn't harm it in the slightest. "Ha ha ha ha. You can't touch me, your energy is far too weak. Don't." Immediately, a ring of ripples appeared on Jonathan's right arm, shimmering with a dazzling silver light. The giant bat narrowed its eyes slightly. "Ripple shield?" The giant bat's pupils contracted slightly. It could clearly sense the immense defensive power contained within the ripple shield. Although it was formidable, breaking through the ripple shield would likely be no easy task. At that moment, the silver light within the giant bat let out a cry of grief and rage, its heart filled with horror and disbelief. This attack of ripple energy had actually caused it to feel pain. How could this be possible? A look of shock and disbelief flashed across the giant bat's eyes. After all, it had already reached the count rank and possessed a special innate ability. This ability made it impervious to blades and bullets, immune to fire and water, and even unafraid of sunlight, the natural enemy of. It could sense that this ripple shield contained even more powerful energy. "Let us see how many layers you have." The giant bat sneered coldly. "Today, I will slay you." Black smoke surged from the giant bat's body, its form flickered, and it lunged forward once more. Clang! Just as the giant bat closed in, Jonathan slammed his left hand down on the ripple shield. Instantly, a dazzling silver light erupted from the shield, and a ring of ripples spread outward. Chapter 69, The First Battle. "Ha!" The giant bat's expression froze instantly. It felt as though its body had been immobilized mid-air. And in the very next instant, another dazzling silver ripple burst forth from the ripple shield. Whoosh! The ripple pierced right through the giant bat's chest. Crimson blood spurted out. Ah! The giant bat let out an agonized scream. Its body convulsed violently in midair before finally crashing down with a thunderous thud, smashing through the ground. Every bone in its body was shattered, and its internal organs were severely damaged. It was on the verge of death. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of move is that? How could it actually hurt me? The giant bat struggled to lift its head, its gaze fixed on Jonathan with a hint of terror. Take a guess. Jonathan grinned, his mental energy nearly depleted. That attack had already drained all his ripple power. You bastard! Seeing Jonathan's deathly pale face, the giant bat flew into a rage. Jonathan was clearly exhausted, yet he still pretended to be completely unfazed. He was deliberately provoking it. The giant bat gritted its teeth, a torrent of murderous intent surging within it. It was determined to kill Jonathan. Not even these rules could hold it back. Buzz. But just then, the void trembled slightly, and a wisp of golden mist drifted down, enveloping the entire area. The golden mist shrouded the giant bat and Jonathan, allowing their wounds to slowly heal. At the same time, a detached yet authoritative voice rang out. This match is now over. The winner is Jonathan. It was the voice of the Supreme God. The giant bat's face turned ashen. After casting a venomous, resentful glance at Jonathan, it turned and left the arena. Because it knew that the Supreme God here was not to be trifled with. Pant pant.
Jonathan lay on the ring. He never underestimated any opponent that had been his guiding principle throughout his life. Contestant Lin, your opponent is Contestant Orman from the advanced cultivation civilization known as the Empire of Magic Flames. The host introduced him. Contestant Orman is approximately 24 years old. Contestant Orman is a mage. His weapon is a magic wand, which is said to possess the power to destroy all things. He once destroyed an entire planet of a medium-level civilization with just a single wand. Orman? Hearing that name, Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Although they had never faced each other, judging from the information provided by the host, this Orman was likely to be an even tougher opponent than himself. I hope I'm lucky enough not to face some kind of monstrous freak, Lin thought to himself. He stepped onto the arena, scanning the surroundings, but could not spot Orman anywhere. The announcer said, "Contestant Orman has arrived in the competition area. Please take note, the match is about to begin." Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by a rush of wind, almost the moment the announcer finished speaking, a figure shot skyward and hovered above the ring. This figure was massive and burly, with bulging muscles that exuded an overwhelming sense of power as if the slightest touch from him could shatter stone and snap wood. At that moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Lin with a cold and arrogant gaze. The announcer continued, "Contestant Orman's origins are shrouded in mystery. No one knows exactly which civilization he comes from. However, he is incredibly powerful. He once defeated 8 mech pilots from lower-tier civilizations in a single month. He is an absolute powerhouse. He is piloting a new model of mech. This mech is called the Yi-Flame mech. It possesses an affinity for fire elemental energy and boasts combat power equivalent to the supernatural third realm. This mech is constructed from fire element energy crystals and possesses extreme heat attributes. The Flame mech's speed, defense, and attack are all near perfect, especially its sturdy frame, which is practically like a suit of alloy armor." At this point, the host paused and looked at Lin. Lin said nothing, quietly staring at the Flame mech with intense excitement in his eyes. This mech was indeed exceptional, but for Lin, it was a bit too weak. Even his own Divine Eagle #1 would be more than enough to defeat it. "Contestant Lin, may I ask, which mech will you be fielding?" the host asked. Lin snapped his fingers, and in the next second, a fiery red mech appeared beside him. The mech's appearance was unremarkable, just like the one seen every day, but it exuded a heart-stopping sense of danger. The host's pupils contracted as he stared in astonishment at the Divine Eagle #1, gulping and swallowing hard. This guy's battle mech is way too bizarre and overpowered. Lin paid no heed to what the host was thinking. He immediately fused with the Divine Eagle. The battle was about to begin. By the time the host realized what was happening, Lin had already moved, slamming a punch into the Flame mech. Boom! The Flame mech was sent flying by the single punch. Boom! The Fire mech slammed into the wall, instantly causing it to crack and collapse. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. No one had expected the match to kick off with such ferocity. Boom! The ground shook as the Fire mech crashed to the floor, only to bounce back up and lunge at Lin once more. Boom! Lin unleashed another punch. The Flame mech was sent flying by Lin, crashing into the opposite wall and completely smashing through it. Roar! Orman roared furiously, bellowing, "You bastard! How dare you damage my mech? Die!" He leaped into the air, his body soaring toward Lin as he lunged to attack. Ha ha! Orman is so fast, Lin probably won't be able to defend against him. That's right. Orman's speed is like teleportation. It's his most powerful move. Lin has no way to dodge it. He truly lives up to his reputation as the prodigy of the Magic Flame Empire. This battle is going to be spectacular. The stands erupted in a frenzy of noise. Lin, however, seemed completely unfazed. As he watched the Fire Flame mech charge toward him once more, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Fire Flame mech. Bang, bang, bang. Lin slammed his palm into the Fire Flame mech's spine. The mech emitted a series of muffled thuds before plummeting to the ground like a cannonball, leaving a crater in its wake. Put!
Orman's voice, filled with anger and humiliation, echoed from inside the fireflame mech as he maneuvered the giant hammer to chase after Lin. There's definitely something strange about this mech. Lin furrowed his brow. He noticed that whenever the giant hammer struck the ground, it generated a shockwave that caused a slight discomfort in his body. Boom! The giant hammer struck again with terrifying force. Lin swept his right leg out and kicked the hammer, but it merely trembled slightly before swinging down once more. His entire leg went numb from the impact, and he nearly collapsed to his knees.
What a heavy hammer! Lin was taken aback. The mech's weight clearly exceeded his expectations.
Although he wasn't too afraid, there was no need to take the blow head-on, so he immediately dodged out of the way.
Bang, bang, bang.
With each strike, the massive hammer carved deep pits into the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin and Orman had exchanged hundreds of blows. Many spectators were left dumbfounded, some even felt a bit dizzy because the two were moving so fast that they could barely make out anything but after images. Boom! Lin kicked the giant hammer, using the recoil to propel himself 20 meters backward. What terrifying power! Lin was secretly startled. He'd already put 80% of his strength into that kick, yet the giant hammer hadn't budged an inch.
Ha 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 ha! Run! Keep running! Weren't you acting all cocky just now? Why are you running now?
Orman's taunting voice rang out from inside the fireflame mech. At that moment, the flames engulfing him blazed even more fiercely, and his form had grown a full size larger, making him appear even more imposing and towering.
Idiot!
Lin snorted coldly, his body darting toward the flame mech like lightning. At the same time, he clenched his left fist with a boom and a tornado formed right in front of it. Boom! His fist slammed into the mech's chest. Crack, crack! The armor on the fireflame mech's chest shattered, exposing its metal interior, where a black crystal was clearly visible. Lin's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab it. You're asking for death! Orman roared furiously, raising both arms and bringing his massive hammer crashing down. Kid, give it up. You're not taking that. However, Lin seemed to have anticipated his move. He twisted his body nimbly and grabbed the black crystal with both hands. You! Orman's eyes widened as he stared at the scene in disbelief. His giant hammer was forged from a special metal and was extremely sturdy. Even a Pekin 8-level powerhouse couldn't catch it bare-handed. You're done for. Lin grinned, then suddenly yanked his right hand downward, pulling the mech off. Boom! The giant hammer slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Orman, trapped inside the mech, was pinned beneath it and let out a series of agonized screams. Contestant Orman has been defeated, the announcer exclaimed with delight. Contestant Orman, do you concede? If you concede, you may leave the arena. The commentator shouted. Concede? No way. I'll never concede. That kid ambushed me. Otherwise, there is no way I'd lose to him. Orman's voice boomed from inside the mech. The surface of his mech was covered in dense cracks, looking as if it were about to explode. Since you're so determined to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold gleam flashed in Lin's eyes as he charged alongside Orman's mech and landed another punch. Boom! Cracks appeared on the surface of Orman's mech, but it didn't explode immediately. This made Lin's eyelid twitch, and a chill ran down his spine. Seeing this, Orman inside the mech said smugly, "Do you think you can destroy my mech with brute force alone? That's pure fantasy." It is indeed pure fantasy. Lin nodded and said indifferently, "But so what?" What do you mean? Orman asked, puzzled. I don't mean anything. Lin spoke, then raised his fist once more and struck at Orman's mech. This punch was faster and fiercer than the last. Boom! 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 In an instant, Lin's fists rained down on the mech like a storm. Orman had initially been somewhat mocking, but after Lin landed several hundred punches, he finally sensed something was wrong. Fine cracks had actually begun to appear in the mecha's defensive armor.
No, that is impossible.
Many spectators now gazed at Lin, standing on the field, with eyes full of reverence, as if looking up at a god.
How could he be that powerful? I don't believe it. He must have just been lucky he caught me off guard and pulled a fast one.
Orman's face was terrifyingly grim as he raged inwardly. In his eyes, Lin, a good-for-nothing from a low-level civilization, simply couldn't possibly possess such terrifying power.
Lin glanced at him, his tone flat. With something like this, do I even need to resort to tricks?
If you don't believe me, come back up here and try again. His words thoroughly provoked Orman, who let out a furious roar and charged forward.
I'll kill you.
Blue flames blazed on Orman's mech, his entire body transformed into a streak of light, carrying a rolling wave of heat as he lunged toward Lin.
Humph. You don't know when to back down.
Lin muttered coldly as his figure vanished from where
he stood. Orman's attack missed.
He heard a series of crackling sounds and turned to look. His expression instantly turned ashen.
Lin was gripping the leg of his mech, dragging him into the air, then kicked the other leg into the chest of his mech. Boom!
Orman's mech was sent flying, crashing through a tree before coming to a stop several thousand meters away. Lin took a single step forward, appearing right in front of Orman.
He planted his foot on Orman's chest and looked down at him from above.
Though he was wearing loose-fitting clothes, he exuded a towering presence that reached the heavens, as unshakable as a mountain.
My God!
I swear, I've never seen such a terrifying physique in my entire life. He is moving too fast, I can't even see him clearly. The crowd below stood speechless, their gazes fixed on Lin with awe and reverence.
No. You're not human. Who are you, exactly?
Orman looked down at himself and felt a strong sense of danger welling up inside him. At that moment, Lin gave him the suffocating illusion that he couldn't breathe. A thought suddenly surged through his mind: the man before him must be some starry sky-level powerhouse disguised as an earthling, here just to have some fun.
Panic gripped him.
If Lin really was a starry sky-level powerhouse, he wouldn't stand a chance against even a single move from him, no matter how hard he fought. Even their mechs were worlds apart in power.
Me? I'm just an ordinary passerby.
Since the outcome was already decided, Lin had no time to beat around the bush with him. After tossing out that line, he turned and walked straight off the arena. He had won this match without a doubt, and quite decisively.
Several more matches followed. Lin's opponents either surrendered out of fear or were instantly defeated.
In short, no one could hold a candle to him.
About an hour later, Lin finally encountered another formidable opponent.
This time, his opponent was a young man clad head to toe in metal armor. He was burly and muscular, with bronze-colored skin that looked strikingly handsome. Wrapped in thick steel armor, his eyes were unmatched in their sharpness, as sharp as two swords, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. He was Bloodblade, the deputy commander of the interstellar mercenary group Silver Fox, and a former ace soldier in the military. His combat record was illustrious. He had once gained fame by hunting down a giant serpent in a star system inhabited by cosmic behemoths during a mission.
Bloodblade?
Upon seeing the man's face, Lin raised an eyebrow and flashed an amused smile.
Bloodblade? Whoa! Among the onlookers, some recognized Bloodblade and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, while the rest wore expressions of shock. It's actually Bloodblade. He is a real terror.
He once stormed the headquarters of a mercenary alliance in a star sector all by himself, throwing the place into chaos.
There are even rumors that he single-handedly slaughtered the entire mercenary alliance.
No wonder he is ranked third among the most ruthless interstellar mercenaries.
Even though Orman lost, Bloodblade is even more ruthless and brutal.
I think this guy who is pretending to be weak has met his match this time. The crowd below chattered excitedly. At the same moment, the host announced the start of the match. Lin and Bloodblade struck almost simultaneously. Two streaks of light shot toward each other and collided almost instantly.
Boom!
A violent explosion rang out, sparks flew everywhere, and the crackling sounds of shattered bones mingled with the spatter of blood.
A dent appeared in Bloodblade's mecha's chest.
However, unlike Orman, he wasn't knocked out of the way. He remained standing in place, his body trembling slightly, as if he hadn't suffered a single scratch. Lin, on the other hand, was knocked back dozens of meters and crashed to the ground.
Damn it! This guy's defense is way too terrifying.
After slamming into the ground, Lin cursed under his breath. His attack just now would have been enough to destroy a heavily armored tank. Yet, when it struck Bloodblade's mech, it felt like a tickle utterly ineffective. It was simply beyond belief. At that moment, Bloodblade was also staring intently at Lin's mech, his face etched with gravity. No wonder you dared to be so cocky. It turns out your mech's got some real skills after all. Bloodblade snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid, on the contrary, he was eager to test his limits. Although he was one of the top fighters in the Mercenary Alliance, he had long wanted to find a formidable opponent to test just how strong he had become. Now, seeing Lin's mech, he felt his blood boil and his fighting spirit surge. Since you want to test my defenses, I don't mind exchanging a few blows with you. Whoosh! Bloodblade swung his fist violently and charged toward Lin. Clad in steel armor, his fist glowed red, giving him a ferocious appearance. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. With every clash, afterimages streaked across the sky, drawing startled shouts from the onlookers. However, Lin grew increasingly astonished. Bloodblade's combat skills were exceptionally polished and seasoned. Every punch carried staggering power, making him seem nothing like a novice participating in this kind of martial arts gathering for the first time. Moreover, the energy within Bloodblade and his control over it far surpassed Orman's, and the material of his armor appeared to be stronger than Orman's mech. Even if Lin's attacks managed to penetrate his mech, they would be virtually useless unless his body could no longer withstand. Lin uttered a few words indifferently, and in the next second, his body turned into a phantom and vanished from where he stood. Bloodblade's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately assumed a defensive stance, sensing a cold, piercing blow approaching. Thwack! The space beside Bloodblade suddenly warped, and then a fist appeared out of thin air, slamming into his left shoulder. With a thunderous crash, a fist-sized hole appeared where Bloodblade's shoulder had been. Bloodblade let out an agonized scream as his body was sent flying backward, slamming heavily into the ground. Only then did the crowd realize that Lin had somehow appeared at the spot where Bloodblade had been standing just moments ago, his foot planted firmly on the man's body. A faint smile played on Lin's face. I thought you were really strong. Turns out, you're nothing special after all. These words thoroughly enraged Bloodblade, and he growled through clenched teeth, you're asking for death. The color of his armor gradually deepened until it turned completely black, and a layer of pitch-black mist enveloped him. Lin furrowed his brow, sensing the intense killing intent surging from Bloodblade, and his expression grew serious. Roar! Suddenly, a low growl erupted from Bloodblade's throat. Immediately afterward, a layer of blood-red scales emerged on his armor, and 6 bat wings unfurled from his back, giving him an eerie and terrifying appearance. Bloodfang Beast. Seeing Bloodblade's current form, the crowd outside the arena couldn't help but erupt in a stir. The bloodthirsty fanged beast was the top ace mecha pilot in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. The blood flame armor he wore was personally designed and crafted by him, a piece comparable to a sacred artifact, with astonishing toughness and thickness. The bat wings on his back were a key component of the Bloodfang Beast's structure, providing powerful propulsion. He exuded a bloodthirsty, chilling aura, like a demon emerged from the depths of hell, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The bloodthirsty fanged beast. This is Lord Bloodblade's bloodthirsty fanged beast. Holy crap! How did his bloodthirsty fanged beast grow 6 wings? Could it be that he is the legendary bloodthirsty fanged beast? It's said that once the Bloodfang Beast's 6 pairs of wings are fully spread, it can hover briefly in midair, with speed and defense far surpassing those of ordinary king-class mecha pilots. In the stands, the crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes filled with awe. The Bloodfang Beast was a legendary creature they'd all heard of, but none of them had ever seen one in person. Yet at this moment, Bloodblade gave them the impression of being even stronger than the bloodthirsty fanged beast. Rumble! The armor-covering Blood Blade's body exploded, shattering into countless pieces. Blood Blade stared coldly at Lin, his gaze brimming with ferocity and brutality. He slowly raised his right hand, his index finger and thumb rubbing lightly together. "Hey!" The next second, he pointed sharply forward, and instantly, a thread of blood as fine as a spider's web shot toward Lin, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Mid-flight, the thread of blood suddenly burst apart, transforming into countless fine strands that coiled around Lin, binding him as if by countless venomous snakes, leaving him unable to move. A cold smile curled at the corner of Blood Blade's mouth. This move was called bind. The blood slaughter armor on Blood Blade's body not only possessed extraordinary defense but also had an extremely powerful binding effect, capable of rendering a person completely immobile. Ha ha ha. This guy is definitely going to lose. That's right. Even a peak Imperial level cultivator couldn't dodge the Bloodfang Beast's binding effect if caught off guard, let alone an ordinary person. I bet he'll be sucked dry into a mummy in the next second. Ha ha ha. He's done for now. Seeing Lin immobilized, the onlookers couldn't help but burst into uproarious laughter, their gazes filled with pity. Of course, most of it was mockery. After all, Lin had indeed come across as a bit of a show-off during his first match. Of course, none of that was the most important thing. What mattered most was that match had caused many people to lose their bets. That was why Lin was so despised by these spectators. Although he was restrained, Lin wasn't the least bit flustered. He could feel his nano armor gradually absorbing the restraining force. It wouldn't be long before the restraints broke on their own. Chapter 71, The Supreme God's Request. Your attacks are too weak, they can't even hurt me. Now I'm sending you straight to hell. Lin snorted coldly as a dense network of red patterns emerged on the surface of his armor. He actually broke free of the restraints outright. Seeing this, Bloodblade immediately unleashed a bloody, frenzied aura from his body. His body swelled in size, every part of him grew more massive, his muscles bulging, transforming him into a monstrous figure. Wielding a blood-red longsword, he lunged toward Lin. Is Bloodblade planning to take Lin out right away? That seems to be the case. Although Bloodblade has a volatile temper, he is a smart guy. He knows it's impossible to win this match relying solely on physical strength. Unless he goes all out, he'll have to rely on the mecha's own power. There is no doubt about the outcome of this match. Bloodblade's body moved as fast as a blood-red meteor streaking across the sky, instantly closing in on Lin. He swung the blood-red longsword in his hand downward, unleashing a blood-red blade aura from his body that, accompanied by the howling sound of wind and thunder, slashed toward Lin. Lin remained standing there, showing no intention of dodging or even of putting up a fight. Has this guy been scared out of his wits by the Bloodfang Beast? With such a golden opportunity, he has actually forgotten to even fight back, someone sighed. The next second. Boom, boom, boom. Bloodblade's crimson blade aura struck Lin's body, producing the sound of metal clanging against metal. Bloodblade's crimson longsword slashed at Lin, yet it left only a faint white mark. How is that possible? Bloodblade's face turned pale. His longsword had been forged using the blood slaughter armor in conjunction with his own blood art. Its power was terrifying. And yet, the guy standing before him had actually withstood the blow. That is impossible. In the stands, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, they felt as though the scene before them was strangely familiar. In that mecha tournament several years ago, Bloodblade's opponent had also been a warrior in red armor. Back then, that person had also used his mecha body to block Bloodblade's attack. He can't be that guy again, can he? Someone said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. That kid is nothing short of a freak. An elderly man in the audience exclaimed, I once participated in that mecha tournament, and I faced him in the third round as well. Back then, he showed absolutely no fear when facing my attacks. Bloodblade, however, showed no sign of shock at this turn of events. After all, he had already witnessed Lin's true strength just moments ago. Moreover, a defense of this caliber clearly didn't even register on his radar.
Bloodthirsty fanged beast, kill him for me.
Bloodblade growled lowly, and the blood-red bat he was controlling flew toward Lin once more, moving even faster than before.
A black glow flashed around Lin, and the bloodthirsty fanged beast appeared.
It opened its jaws and lunged at Lin.
Humph!
Lin landed a punch right on the bloodthirsty fanged beast's jaws. The creature stiffened, then fell to the ground, its body twisting and convulsing.
Die!
Bloodblade roared furiously, sweeping his blood-red longsword across the air, sending a fierce gust of wind toward Lin. However, Lin was faster. He summoned a pitch-black spear and thrust it forward, the tip aimed directly at Bloodblade's brow, like a venomous snake striking. Bloodblade recoiled in fear, and Lin pressed his advantage, thrusting the spear twice more.
Damn it, how did he suddenly get so fast?
Bloodblade cursed under his breath, his body flickering as he dodged Lin's spear.
However, Lin had anticipated this move. He took a step forward and, in the blink of an eye, appeared right in front of him, thrusting his spear once more. Whoosh! The mechs collided, sending sparks shooting into the sky.
Bloodblade was slammed backward by the immense force, his legs scraping the ground and leaving deep gouges on the arena floor.
Damn it!
My physical strength far surpasses his, yet his speed, attack power, and defense are all inferior to mine.
Why can't I beat him? Could it really be because my mech isn't powerful enough? Bloodblade roared inwardly, seething with resentment and unwillingness to accept defeat. Is dodging all you know how to do?
Lin's tone was mocking, his words brimming with contempt and disdain. His divine eagle number 1 had truly never met its match. Lin's words were nothing short of a provocation. Bloodblade's mech suddenly began to reconfigure, transforming into a blood-red, ferocious suit of armor. The aura emanating from within grew even more intense, as if it had become a ferocious beast poised to destroy the world.
Whoa!
A strange howl erupted from his throat, and the aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying.
The energy radiating from the mech was simply overwhelming. Blood curse armor.
Bloodblade growled, and a mist of blood surged over his mech. The stench of blood was so thick it seemed to freeze space, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was suffocating.
Lin's heart sank. He knew this guy was absolutely going all out.
His expression grew grave as he suddenly raised his right arm. His clenched right fist burst into a dazzling silver light.
The next moment. Rumble.
Dark clouds rolled across the sky, silver dragons coiled through them, and thunderous roars echoed throughout the heavens and earth as bolts of lightning converged on Lin.
What is this?
Upon seeing this scene, Bloodblade's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale with horror. At that moment, pillars of lightning surged toward Bloodblade, each one hundreds of meters thick.
Impossible. This can't be. How could such a technique exist? Bloodblade's pupils contracted violently. As the lightning descended, he was utterly helpless. He can actually channel the power of lightning. That's impossible. That's pure, unadulterated lightning power. It's over.
At this rate, I'll lose everything I bet on Bloodblade.
At the moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin. Some rejoiced, while others despaired.
Surrounded by lightning, Lin stood like a god, staring coldly at Bloodblade.
No!
Bloodblade let out a furious roar as he watched helplessly as the lightning engulfed him.
Boom! Bloodblade's figure vanished into the lightning.
When the lightning dissipated, Bloodblade's mech had been reduced to scrap metal, lying on the ground in billowing black smoke. Yet, at that very moment, Bloodblade's vital signs showed not the slightest decline. This meant he had actually survived and wasn't he dead after all. Lin frowned, surprised to discover that the blood slaughter armor this guy was wearing actually possessed the ability to immunize him against lightning damage.
Ha ha! I told you, you could never defeat me.
Bloodblade laughed maniacally.
You think just because you can channel the power of lightning, you can beat me? Don't even dream of it. Lin shook his head.
In that case, let us continue. Today, I'll make you experience true death. Hearing this, Bloodblade paused for a moment, then sneered.
What do you mean by that? Do you think victory is already yours?
In an instant, Bloodblade piloted his mech straight toward Lin and slammed a punch down. A blood-red phantom emerged above his mech, like a malevolent ghost, lunging toward Lin. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Bloodblade was sent flying backward. His sternum was crushed, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, his face as pale as paper. His mech was once again covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Lin didn't T-pause, teleporting instantly to Bloodblade's side. Bloodblade roared in fury and, like a madman, swung his longsword at Lin. Clang, clang, clang. Lin clashed with Bloodblade, wielding his black broken sword in just a split second. They exchanged over 100 strikes. In an instant, the entire arena was swept by massive energy fluctuations. Crack, crack. A crisp sound of shattering came from the edge of the arena. It was the alloy walls of the arena itself. Bloodblade's power was immense at that moment, and his mech was incredibly sturdy. However, although Lin's moves weren't as terrifying as Bloodblade's, his speed and power far surpassed Bloodblade's. With every attack, Bloodblade had to give it his all to defend, otherwise, it would mean certain death. How is this possible? Bloodblade's mind was filled with fear. He now realized that, while there was a significant gap between him and Lin, his opponent's abilities, mech size, speed, and power all completely overwhelmed him. A hint of panic finally flashed in his eyes. But now was not the time to back down. He decided to fight to the death. He slowly activated his mana core. You forced my hand. Reserve hidden energy, activate. As he pressed the mana core, a purple glow suddenly enveloped Bloodblade's mech. Lightning began to crackle all around him. Blood-red patterns emerged on the exterior of his mech. The patterns writhed and eventually merged into the mech's interior, transforming Bloodblade's mech shell into a massive boulder. Boom! The massive boulder plummeted from the sky, crashing down with such ferocious force that it seemed capable of shaking the very heavens. Holy shit! That's insane. What's going on? This guy's mech can actually absorb the power of lightning and turn into a meteorite. No! His energy output must be powered by this meteorite. This is practically defying the laws of nature. With this, I'm getting my bet back. The audience erupted in an uproar, many of their faces brimming with excitement and envy. Boom! The massive rock crashed down, smashing a hole in the arena, a visually stunning spectacle, while Bloodblade had already vanished from where he stood. The next moment, Bloodblade's mech appeared behind Lin. His expression was icy, his eyes filled with a ruthless killing intent, as he thrust his longsword viciously toward Lin's back. However, the very next second, Bloodblade's face froze in shock. The sword hadn't pierced him. This Bloodblade was stunned. This was a divine artifact capable of summoning lightning and piercing through anything. Lightning! He suddenly realized something. Lin's mech had also summoned lightning just now. No wonder he wasn't afraid of him. Boom! Almost simultaneously, lightning erupted around Lin's mech, and it was even more terrifying than Bloodblade's bloodslaughter armor. The lightning surged, enveloping Bloodblade. Bloodblade felt an unbearable tingling sensation throughout his body. His spiritual energy struggled to circulate. He was completely unable to control his mech's movements, let alone counterattack. No! This can't be real. Bloodblade cried out in shock. Of course it's fake. Did you really think you could harness the might of heaven and earth? Lin snorted coldly, then pushed his energy reserves to the absolute limit. Instantly, a colossal aura surged forth from Lin's body. The sheer intensity of this aura left everyone gasping for breath. The next moment, they looked at the mech on Lin's back and only then realized that it was no longer a deep red, but was now shimmering with a pale blue glow, like jade. Rumble! At that moment, a series of thunderclaps rang out from behind Lin's mech. Thick, purple bolts of lightning surged and coiled around the mech's body. Is that real lightning? Bloodblade's face was etched with deep fear. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a storm of lightning crashed down upon Bloodblade's mech, as if divine retribution had descended upon the world. Everyone was terrified out of their wits, overcome by the urge to flee. A look of despair spread across Bloodblade's face at that moment. He realized that in the face of this terrifying lightning, his blood slaughter armor was utterly useless. It simply couldn't withstand it. However, the next moment, as the lightning struck the blood slaughter armor, it failed to destroy it. Instead, a pale yellow energy shield materialized, blocking the lightning. At the same time, Schweren's mech regained its mobility. He hurriedly maneuvered the mech away from the lightning zone, his face filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Your lightning can't possibly break through my defenses. Boom! However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than another massive ball of lightning plummeted from the sky. Boom! The massive ball of lightning crashed down onto Bloodblade's mech, instantly engulfing him. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning exploded, and Bloodblade's mech was submerged in the storm. He let out a piercing scream before finally turning into a charred husk. Is Bloodblade dead? Staring at the charred corpse, the crowd below was left speechless. This outcome took them by surprise. It completely overturned their expectations. Meanwhile, many others were waiting for the hostess' verdict. After all, Lin had broken the rules of this competition. He had killed Bloodblade. But the hostess' face was now filled with astonishment. He had just received instructions from the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being had told him that no matter what Lin did, he must be allowed to advance. Clearly not expecting this outcome, it took him a moment to come to his senses. He shouted loudly. The winner is Lin. Congratulations on advancing to the final round. This time, the crowd turned to look at Lin in unison, their expressions somewhat unsettled. What does this mean? He broke the rules, yet he still advances? There is something fishy going on. Damn it! I've lost all my money. One by one, they cursed under their breath, wishing they could cut Lin into 1,000 pieces. However, no one dared to step forward to confront Lin. After all, the strength Lin had displayed was indeed enough to make them wary. However, Lin paid no attention to them at all. Instead, he looked at the host with keen interest. The host swallowed hard and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, Lin, your battle is over, you've won. He felt Lin's gaze and felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he was the host of this event, in reality, these contestants were all far stronger than him. He feared getting into a conflict with them, as that would cause unnecessary trouble. But no matter how powerful they were no match for the Supreme God. Therefore, with the Supreme God backing him, he would have nothing to fear. That was the deterrent power of the Supreme God. Oh? Can I leave now? Lin asked. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. This kid was actually so carefree he didn't even ask why he was allowed to leave despite breaking the rules? Yes, you may. We'll notify you via the badge on your chest when your next match begins. After the host agreed, Lin nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 72, The Space of Time. After leaving the arena, Lin did not return to his rest area but sought out the Supreme God once more. Is there a way for me to return to my home planet and still make it back in time for the competition? Lin got straight to the point. He didn't want to waste this rare opportunity. Nor did he want to waste any time. He intended to win the competition on his own terms even if the process seemed extremely dangerous to others. It was the fastest way to achieve his goal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take care of things back home. Although Koen was there, he absolutely couldn't rely entirely on that internet meme king that wouldn't be good for anyone. There is a way, but... Are you sure you can handle the strain of time-space transfer? And even if you can handle it, our rules state that you must remain on our planet throughout the competition. Doing this isn't exactly appropriate, is it? I've already given you one chance. The Supreme God narrowed his eyes slightly. The chance he was referring to was the very one he just granted him. It was the one that had saved him from elimination due to the rules. What if I told you I could sign a contract with you? Hearing this, the Supreme God immediately perked up. In that case, there would be no violation of the rules. After all, you're someone I personally selected. No one would have any objections. But why did you change your mind? the Supreme God asked, looking at the frail young man before him. After all, just moments ago, he had repeatedly refused to become the Supreme Goddess subordinate. Lin shook his head. I agree to sign a contract with you, but not to become your follower. In other words, we'll be treated as equals. You cannot pry into any of my affairs. His expression was serious and earnest. Upon hearing this, the Supreme God didn't get angry. Instead, he stood up with a hearty laugh. No problem, I agree. After all, as far as he was concerned, as long as Lin stood by his side, that was enough. He really had no need for a follower. Besides, he admired Lin. If anyone else had made a similar request, he would have dismissed it as a joke, but given Lin's unique status, he decided to offer the kid some help. Agreed. Lin nodded. The Supreme God was silent for a moment before saying, in that case, I'll make the necessary arrangements for you. But before that, there's a competition you need to participate in. What kind of competition? Lin frowned. He didn't have that much time to waste right now. After all, if he didn't get back soon, his home would be gone. It's very simple, and this competition won't waste your time. Won't waste time? What do you mean? Lin clearly didn't quite understand what the Supreme God meant. The Supreme God smiled slightly. Have you ever heard of the space of time? Space of time? What is that? Lin was even more puzzled. The Supreme God explained, it's a special kind of space that can teleport you to a specific timeline. Upon hearing this, Lin's heart began to race. He sensed that this had something to do with the time law. He hurriedly asked, what exactly is this space like? The Supreme God continued, it's actually quite similar to a parallel world. Whatever happens in that world will also happen in that era. Not only that, but it can also be called a parallel world, and the events that unfold within each parallel timeline are entirely different. Things that happen in your world may not have happened in that world. People in your world may not even know that people in the other world have died. At this point, the Supreme God paused briefly before saying, but don't worry. Our time travel system here can instantly return you to your own era, and then take you back to your world via a different route. Instantly? Upon hearing this, Lin's face lit up with joy, and he asked, so, when I return to my original world, it'll be the same, right? The Supreme Being replied, theoretically, yes. That's enough. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. If things really went as the Supreme Being had said, returning to his original world and then going back via the original method, he wouldn't have to worry about anything going wrong. That way, he could manage both situations at the same time. But what exactly did you mean by that competition you mentioned earlier? Lin suddenly thought of this. That competition involves you passing through the time-space dimension to directly engage the giant mecha we've observed. Perhaps we can gain the knowledge we seek from it. Oh, a giant mech? How big is it? That giant mech is about the size of a satellite, but it can shrink. Plus, it's equipped with a protective shield on its surface, so it won't shatter even if hit by a powerful attack. After giving this brief explanation, the Supreme God continued. I'll give you the details of the competition so you can familiarize yourself with them. In a moment, I'll teleport you there. Lin nodded and listened carefully. Once Lin had processed the main goddess words, a smile spread across his face, and he said, I see. So this competition involves battling a giant mech inside the space of time. Yes, that's right. You've already qualified to participate in this competition. The main god nodded. Alright, then let us get started right away. Lin couldn't wait. He wanted to find out as soon as possible whether the time realm could truly allow him to return to his original world. But before that, you'll need to summon your mech first. The main god added, of course, if you're unable to summon your mech, I'll arrange for another one to accompany you. Alright. Lin nodded. With a thought, the divine dragon Venerable appeared before him. This is my mech. Lin pointed at the divine dragon Venerable. The mech was entirely jade-colored, as if carved from jade itself, shimmering with radiant light and exceptionally beautiful. The Supreme God glanced at the divine dragon Venerable and nodded.
Not bad, it's an S-class mech.
Immediately afterward, he pressed his palm against the transparent glass in front of him. The glass rippled, and a portal-shaped entrance slowly materialized, flanked by two silvery white metal pillars. This was the teleportation gate leading to that giant mech.
Let us go.
Remember, during the competition, your goal is to take down that giant mech.
The main god looked at Lin and instructed him. Yeah, I got it.
Lin nodded, then stepped into the portal. After a moment of dizziness, Lin found himself in an unfamiliar world. He looked around but saw nothing but pitch darkness. Aside from him, there wasn't a single living creature in sight, not even the sound of the wind whistling through the air.
Is this the time-space?
What the hell is this place?
Is it dangerous here?
Lin frowned and muttered to himself, surprised that there was not a single sign of technological
civilization here.
However, he didn't dwell on it for long. Soon, he spotted a 20-story tall building.
He set off toward the building.
He hadn't gone far when Lin spotted a large door with the words Time-Space Training Room inscribed on it.
Outside the door were dozens of transparent screens.
After a quick glance, he realized these screens were monitoring everything inside the training room. Without hesitation, he walked up and touched one of the screens. Buzz. The next second, the scene on the screen shifted, and Lin found himself standing in front of a silvery white steel mech. It was a mech with a cool, imposing, and domineering appearance. Although it appeared to be made of metal, it was by no means an ordinary alloy, rather, it seemed to be crafted from a single piece of metal. On the back of the mech were 3 spikes, resembling a long spear, sharp and menacing, exuding a terrifying aura of lethality.
This was an S-class mech.
Lin was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter one here.
He wondered to himself, could this be a toy concocted by the Supreme God?
However, he quickly pushed that thought aside. He looked at the mech before him, a look of fervor spreading across his face.
Because he could find the mana core inside this mech.
With a thought, he pressed his right hand against the energy core on the mech's chest. In an instant, a massive surge of soul power poured into the mech's core. He could sense the energy as flow patterns and structure within the mech's body, and even its various functions. With a single thought, he commanded the mech to assume an attack stance. The next moment, hundreds of small mechs appeared beside him and charged straight at him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Shells rained down like a storm, exploding upon the mech's body, yet its surface remained completely unscathed.
Ha ha!
As expected of an S-class mech, its defense is truly off the charts. A look of excitement flashed across Lin's face as he maneuvered the mech to deflect the incoming shells, then destroyed them. Soon, the red patterns on the mech's surface flickered a few times before returning to their original color. This indicated that the mech had activated its self-preservation mode, otherwise, those shells striking it would have certainly caused significant damage.
Lin didn't rush to continue testing the mech. Instead, he exited the cockpit.
So, how do you like the mech I prepared for you?
At that moment, the main god's voice rang out.
Lin turned his head and saw that the main god had appeared beside him at some point.
He grinned and said, "I'm certainly satisfied."
Thanks. The main god replied with a smile, "You're welcome. The reason I chose to prepare this mech for you is so that, when the time comes, you can minimize close quarters combat and get as close to it as possible."
Get close to it?
Lin looked at the mech before him in confusion.
You mean I'm supposed to use the mech to launch a surprise attack on it, right?
Exactly.
The main god nodded. The main god explained, this mech is called Magic Shadow.
I've specially modified it, and most importantly, it contains approximately 5,000 micro-crystal cores.
Micro-crystal cores?
Lin froze upon hearing this.
That's right.
The main god continued. Each micro-crystal core represents a level 0 gene lock.
What on earth is that?
Lin was completely baffled. This string of terms left him struggling to grasp their meaning. The Supreme God explained, micro-crystal cores are energy cores. They're the source of energy.
Once the energy is depleted, they become useless.
But these aren't something just anyone can obtain. You must meet specific conditions, either reach B rank or A rank to acquire a microcrystal core. Upon hearing this, Lin finally understood, so a microcrystal core was a source of energy. He was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected such a source of energy to exist in this world.
The main god continued, this mech is considered top tier among B rank fighters. However, in the eyes of A rank fighters, it's practically nothing. If you rely on hand-to-hand combat to take on a typical early or even mid A rank opponent, you might stand a chance, but if you encounter a formidable foe, you won't stand a chance. Therefore, you must rely on your wits to defeat your enemies. After a brief pause, he chuckled, I'm sure you understand what I mean. After all, I once had the rulers of countless planets across the universe at my mercy. I get what you mean. Are you telling me I need to learn how to use my wits and how to dodge enemy attacks? Lin asked. Smart.
The Supreme God praised him, then continued, but that is far from enough. You'll need to work even harder.
This mech of mine is called Void.
My name is derived from the characters for Void, and I thought it was quite fitting, so I named it Void. This mech is a support unit. It can assist you in controlling your movement speed, defense, attack,
reaction time, and other abilities. That's not necessary. Just let me go fight him directly.
Lin was very confident. After all, his divine dragon Venerable was much stronger than this Void.
Are you sure?
The Supreme God seemed taken aback by Lin's attitude.
I'm sure. Lin said. Alright, since you insist, then so be it.
The Supreme God said indifferently. No sooner had he finished speaking than, in the next instant, a room opened up on the wall beside Lin, revealing a massive machine 2 meters tall. Above the machine was a display screen.
On the screen were several large characters, Void Mech. Go inside.
The Supreme God said, pointing toward the room.
What is this? Lin froze. Your opponent.
The Supreme God's lips curled into a smile.
Alright, bring it on.
Lin nodded and stepped into the room. After he entered, he closed the door, and in the next instant, the wall behind him vanished once more. The room was spacious. Aside from various instruments arranged around the perimeter, a platform resembling a boxing ring stood in the center. Standing on the platform was a man clad in
bronze armor. Hello. The man in bronze armor looked at Lin with a friendly smile.
He appeared to be only 27 or 28 years old, with a crew cut, handsome features, and slightly tanned skin. Not only that, but at that moment, his eyes were actually glowing green, like those of a wild beast, brimming with aggression. Lin stared at him, his brow furrowed. He sensed, vaguely, a powerful and dangerous aura emanating from within this man's body.
My name is Rodney. I'm a member of the main temple and one of the examiners for this assessment.
Seeing Lin's furrowed brow, Rodney assumed he didn't care for his introduction, so he added.
Oh.
Lin nodded, then looked at Rodney and asked, could you explain the rules of this battle to me?
A mocking smile appeared on Rodney's face as he said, aren't you going to concede defeat first?
Oh?
Concede defeat? No way. Chapter 73, The Baffling Mecha God.
Chen shook his head resolutely.
Rodney said, if you don't concede defeat first, then we can't begin. You should understand we're holding a martial arts competition to select a bride.
I can't possibly stop attacking you just because you say you've lost.
Where would my authority be then?
I said it's impossible, and it's impossible.
Lin replied. A flash of anger crossed Rodney's eyes. You're forcing my hand. Whoosh.
No sooner had he spoken than he vanished into thin air, materializing as a mecha phantom that lunged at Lin at blinding speed.
So fast. Lin's pupils contracted.
Although he long suspected Rodney's strength, he hadn't expected him to be this ferocious.
But he wasn't one to be pushed around either.
Lin immediately summoned the divine dragon Venerable to engage him in battle.
Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The two mechs collided, unleashing terrifying explosions that sent the entire room shaking violently, as if it had been thrown into an earthquake. What incredible defense! Lin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
At the same time, his fists and feet rained down on the machine before him like a storm. His speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he had already landed hundreds of kicks. However, he was stunned to discover that this machine's defenses were far stronger than he had anticipated. Even when he attacked with all his might, there wasn't the slightest opening. No wonder the Supreme God wanted this mech. It really is incredibly powerful. Lin sighed inwardly, then snorted coldly, "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Boom! His fist slammed viciously into the machinist's chest. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere. Lin's arm went numb. This machinist's defense was downright monstrous. He felt as if his bones and muscles were about to snap. Thank goodness it was the Divine Dragon Venerable's mech. And this only proved that the Dragon Venerable's mech was on par with the one worn by the man standing before him. What's going on? How can he be this strong? My punch hit metal, yet it didn't even leave a scratch? Rodney's face betrayed his surprise. Lin's offensive power exceeded his expectations, but he didn't panic. He knew Lin could never damage his mech. Seeing that his opponent wasn't retreating but advancing instead, Lin let out a cold snarl, shifted his stance, and charged toward Rodney. Boom! His right fist slammed toward Rodney's head. Bring it on! A look of excitement flashed in Rodney's eyes as he reached out with both hands to grab Lin's fist. In an instant, Lin's fist and Rodney's claws locked together. In the blink of an eye, flames shot skyward. The two mechs traded blows back and forth. The Divine Dragon Venerable's mech and Rodney's mech pulled apart, only to collide again at blinding speed. Boom! Boom! The sound of a violent explosion echoed across the entire sky. The Divine Dragon Venerable's fighting style was extremely aggressive. His approach was simple and direct. Ultimate, refined close-quarters combat. Rodney's fighting style, on the other hand, was more flexible and versatile. He excelled at using a variety of weapons, defensive and long-range attack methods to support his combat. Neither of them gained a significant advantage in the clash. The battle was a dead heat. But the Divine Dragon Venerable's offensive was simply too fierce. Every charge and every swing carried an almost overwhelming ferocity. This was why Rodney dared only to defend passively and could not launch a counterattack. The Divine Dragon Venerable's terrifying strength and ferocious attacks left Rodney with absolutely no room to strike back. And if he tried to counterattack, the Divine Dragon Venerable would have no qualms about fighting him to the death. After all, such a move would only result in mutual destruction, inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while sustaining 800 himself. Roar! A furious roar suddenly erupted from Rodney's mech. Watch this move! Immediately afterward, a ring of golden light burst forth. A giant golden serpent, lashing out with its fangs and claws, lunged toward the Divine Dragon Venerable. It was not a real snake, but a set of armor transformed into its form. Rodney's mech was in a fully enclosed configuration. It was a formidable suit of armor created by Rodney himself. It possessed an energy shield known as the Golden Shield. This shield was forged from a mixture of 37 rare metals, which had been refined and fused together under ultra-high temperatures before its final completion. That was why its defensive capabilities were so extraordinary. The Golden Shield's attack method involves concentrating all energy into a single point and releasing it. The instant the energy makes contact with an object, it unleashes terrifying power, enough to instantly shatter anything. Although the Divine Dragon Venerable was a warrior renowned for pure close-quarters combat, his expression changed slightly the moment he sensed this ferocious aura. He. A sinister chuckle echoed from Rodney's mech, and in the next instant, the Golden Shield had already charged toward the Divine Dragon Venerable's mech. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted instantly. Rodney's mech was once again sent flying hundreds of meters backward. Well, how was that move? A savage grin curled at the corners of Rodney's mouth. With that single strike, the Golden Shield had actually sent the Divine Dragon Venerable's mech flying. Even that brief contact filled Rodney with exhilaration. A burning fighting spirit also flashed in the Divine Dragon Venerable's eyes. This mech was simply perfect for him. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. His gaze suddenly grew intense. He lightly planted his right foot in midair and charged toward Rodney's mech like a cannonball. Boom! Another heavy blow. The golden shield remained intact, but this time, the divine dragon Venerable's mech was actually knocked back 5 meters, leaving a clear crack across its chest. Way to go! I'm liking you more and more. Rodney shouted excitedly. His mech quickly changed formation, trapping the divine dragon Venerable firmly inside. A cold gleam flashed in the divine dragon Venerable's eyes. He suddenly leaped into the air, bending his legs like propellers as he soared into the sky in an instant. Ha, 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 ha. Kid, you can't escape. Today, you're going to die by my hand. Accompanied by Rodney's frenzied roar, the golden shield abruptly contracted, enveloping his mech in a metal wall 20 centimeters thick. Immediately afterward, Rodney controlled his mech to rapidly tilt its head upward, as the thrusters on its back emitted a low hum. Boom! The golden shield suddenly expanded, transforming into a metal mountain peak. The metallic peak, over 4 meters in diameter, took on an elliptical shape. Its summit bore down on the divine dragon Venerable. In an instant, the space around the divine dragon Venerable seemed to freeze completely, leaving him utterly unable to evade it. Rodney's mech descended slowly from the summit of the metallic peak, as beam after beam of electromagnetic energy surged forth from within it. Each electromagnetic beam was incredibly thick and radiated an overwhelmingly destructive aura. Ha ha ha, kid, accept your fate. Accompanied by Rodney's maniacal laughter, the electromagnetic beams suddenly converged, transforming into a golden vortex that engulfed the divine dragon Venerable. That terrifying devouring power would shred even a titanium-class mech into countless fragments. But just at that moment, the divine dragon Venerable suddenly grinned. He took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and launched himself like a cannonball straight into the golden vortex. His movement was crisp and decisive. As he approached, the golden vortex began to twist violently, even emitting a faint series of groans. Instantly, the divine dragon Venerable's figure vanished completely, replaced by a colossal dragon. It was a true dragon. A dragon's head, deer antlers, a tortoise shell, and fish scales. Its entire body was covered in golden patterns. It hovered silently in midair, looking down upon the land. Panic flashed across Rodney's face. He hurriedly maneuvered his mech to the side, attempting to break free from this terrifying creature's encirclement. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that his opponent was not just a mech pilot, he was also the mech pilot's boss. When the divine dragon Venerable appeared on this battlefield riding his mount, he had already resolved to wipe out every last one of them. Roar! A piercing dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the sky. The wings on the divine dragon Venerable's back spread wide. Like an arrow piercing the clouds, he shot forward in an instant, heading straight for the golden shield. Boom! He tore a gaping crack through the golden shield. At the front of the barrel were 2 red buttons, representing destruction and survival, respectively. Destruction. Boom! A dense plume of flame erupted from the muzzle, transforming into a massive beam of light that hurtled straight toward the divine dragon Venerable. The divine dragon Venerable gave a cold snort, and his eyes instantly turned silvery white. Illusionary realm. His outstretched wings snapped shut in an instant, forming a resilient barrier before him. Boom! Sparks flew as the beam of light was blocked, but the barrier visibly dented. Illusionary realm. Boom! Another massive beam of light erupted from the machine gun's muzzle. The divine dragon Venerable let out a cold shout and struck out with both palms simultaneously. A powerful mental fluctuation instantly rippled out, forming a circle of ripples in the air. Wherever it passed, the illusions were instantly shattered. Illusion realm. Rodney held a laser sniper rifle in each hand and pulled the triggers, aiming at the sky. Clusters of dazzling sparks burst forth, and countless tons of fire shot out. They intertwined in the air, forming a dense shower of light. Yet, a silver glow swirled around the divine dragon Venerable, blocking all the bullets. Illusionary realm. The divine dragon Venerable narrowed his eyes slightly. A strange silver halo spread out from beneath his feet, radiating in all directions. Rodney felt the scene before him shift. The once familiar surroundings seemed to have transformed into a vast crystal world. Countless silvery white beams raged through the air, causing even his golden defense system to tremble slightly.
So this is a domain? Rodney's eyes narrowed. But immediately afterward, a furious roar echoed in his ears.
His mech transformed instantly on his chest plate. A massive golden gem burst into dazzling brilliance. In the next instant, his golden shield doubled in size, and a surging wave of energy erupted from it with overwhelming force.
Boom!
The silver light shattered, and the Dragon Venerable's dragon aura instantly crumbled. The Dragon Venerable grunted and stumbled backward. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. That explosive burst of energy had clearly come from the gem on Rodney's chest. It was a gem containing immense energy. It could provide the mech with a massive amount of energy in a short period, causing it to undergo a qualitative transformation.
Within the mech, Rodney was invincible.
However, outside of combat, this gem placed a tremendous burden on him and caused certain aftereffects. But none of that mattered, because Rodney knew full well that he had to win, otherwise, death would be his fate. Under these circumstances, he simply couldn't afford to worry about the consequences.
O Divine Dragon! Grant me infinite power!
Rodney cried out, raising his head as the gem on his chest blazed with intense light. In an instant, the surface of his mech was rapidly covered by a thick layer of golden armor, and 3 incredibly sharp golden spikes emerged from his wrists, each tip radiating a powerful aura of destruction. This weapon, known as the Pyramid of Destruction, was forged from the most
materials. It was highly renowned in the field of mecha research.
It was the Rodney family's most treasured heirloom. Faced with his Pyramid of Destruction, even a 9th-rank soul sage might not be able to withstand its sharpness. The Divine Dragon Venerable let out a cold laugh, and at that moment, his mecha suddenly vanished. A fierce glint flashed in Rodney's eyes. He knew this cunning enemy would surely use his invisibility skill to seek an opening. But he had already prepared a countermeasure. He raised his left arm, and a 5-meter-long, serrated golden hammer appeared in his grasp. The hammer's body was engraved with intricate runes, and a circular gemstone was embedded in its head.
Destruction! Rodney growled. Chapter 74, The Golden Holy Armor.
Instantly, the massive golden hammer of destruction shot from his hand, soaring into the sky. The golden hammer of destruction swelled in the wind, instantly growing to the size of a house, and crashed into the sky with terrifying force.
Boom! A dazzling burst of light erupted in midair, accompanied by countless sparks of electricity.
The hammer of destruction missed its mark. The figure of the Divine Dragon Venerable had already appeared behind his mech. A silver beam instantly pierced through its body.
Damn it! Rodney cursed.
He hurriedly maneuvered his mech to the side. But just then, the Divine Dragon Venerable's figure mysteriously appeared right beside him.
Spreading its wings, a ring of milky white psychic energy instantly enveloped Rodney's mech. In an instant, Rodney felt an indescribable tingling sensation coursing through his mech.
By then, the Divine Dragon Venerable had already extended its claws and seized the control stick on the side of his mech. With a forceful yank,
the mech instantly lost its balance and was violently dragged down. Rodney was taken aback.
He immediately let go of the control stick. The mech's legs bent, and it leaped backward in an attempt to escape. But to his surprise, the very moment the mech leaped, it was pulled by a powerful force, causing it to hover motionless in midair for an instant. Immediately afterward, a silvery white tail lashed out.
It lashed viciously against the mech.
Thud! A gaping hole appeared in the mech's abdomen. The Divine Dragon Venerable had already materialized beside his mech. With a single palm strike to his shoulder, he completely shattered Rodney's scapula.
The mech lost control and plummeted to the ground. Rodney collapsed to his knees.
At that very moment, his face was etched with terror and despair. Although he was still protected by his golden shield, it was nowhere near as sturdy as the protection afforded by a divine guardian. The Dragon Venerable's dragon might was too overwhelming, so powerful that it could even crush his mech. Without a moment's hesitation, the Dragon Venerable's hands, like hooks, violently plunged into the gap in the mech's abdomen.
Rodney's mech, though made of gold, was not true space metal.
So, when the Divine Dragon Venerable's dragon source claws pierced the mech, the immense impact instantly shattered the golden structure, tearing his mech to pieces. But in the very next moment, Rodney, who should have been defeated, suddenly reappeared before the Divine Dragon Venerable, piloting another mech. And the mech that had just been shattered was clearly nothing more than its outer shell. The Dragon Venerable's pupils contracted, and a flash of icy murderous intent swept unmasked across his eyes. He knew that this time, the enemy he was facing was far more powerful than he had imagined. Such extraordinary counter-surveillance and stealth twice in a row had nearly caused him to stumble at the final hurdle. This level of ability was simply unheard of. You've lost. The Divine Dragon Venerable's eyes suddenly turned red, and a blood-red glow surged forth instantly. An ethereal divine dragon totem materialized out of thin air, coiling around Rodney's mech and instantly immobilizing him. Yet, he broke free from the restraints in an instant. A golden rhombus-shaped crystal had appeared on his right fist. Engraved with intricate patterns, it resembled snake scales yet was distinctly different from those of ordinary snakes. Boom! Rodney's mech swung its fist, slamming it hard against the head of the Divine Dragon Venerable's mech. However, the moment the crystal-like rhombus touched the mech's helmet, it emitted a pale blue glow, blocking his attack. In the next instant, a brilliant golden radiance illuminated the mech's body. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. A majestic fire dragon, ablaze with golden flames, materialized out of thin air. Its terrifying might instantly sent Rodney's mech into violent tremors. The entire surface of the mech seemed to be enveloped in a layer of scorching heat. The Divine Dragon Venerable took a step forward, and the mech's mechanical legs sprang out instantly. Amid a series of sharp cracks, Rodney felt an immense force surge through the mech, causing him to lose control of its direction as his body was sent flying through the air. Boom! A massive crater appeared in its wake. Rodney's mech had been kicked into the massive crater. He frantically channeled his mech's energy, trying to get back on his feet, but his mech lay limp there like a heap of scrap metal, utterly unable to rise even an inch. Divine Dragon Venerable walked slowly toward the deep crater, his face filled with contempt. The outcome of this battle was already decided. Rodney's face was etched with regret, but he could only accept his fate. He hadn't expected his opponent to be this overwhelmingly powerful. Especially those earlier strikes, they had utterly destroyed his mech as if sweeping away withered branches and decaying wood. What kind of monster was this? How could anyone possess such terrifying power? You've lost. The Divine Dragon Venerable's voice rang out. No, you're the one who lost. Just as the Divine Dragon Venerable was about to deliver the final blow, Rodney's mech suddenly shot upward. A torrent of energy began surging into his body. The golden shield on the mech rapidly solidified. Oh no! The Divine Dragon Venerable's heart sank. He never imagined that Rodney would have such a trick up his sleeve. Boom! The Divine Dragon Venerable was violently knocked back over 100 meters before regaining his footing. But now, a look of horror flashed in his eyes, for he was horrified to discover that Rodney's mech, which had been in a state of utter ruin, had been completely restored after that brief burst of energy. A set of golden armor now covered his mech, making it look as if it had been cast from pure gold. Golden armor, golden mech. This was Rodney's only trump card for survival. The golden armor boasts extremely high defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding even attacks from planet-class weapons. The Golden Chariot is modified from the Federation's most powerful starships, and each one is valued at over 100 billion. Furthermore, the Golden Seat is extremely rare and is issued only to the elite military units. It is a special energy storage device. When activated, the pilot simply channels their internal energy into the seat, causing the suit to enter the golden state, where it can withstand a certain level of attack. At this point, the suit is naturally unable to attack, but it becomes immune to all physical damage. Once the golden seat is activated, it fully unleashes the suit's capabilities such as offensive and defensive power, speed, and more. The primary function of the golden suit is to integrate offense and defense.
It proves remarkably effective on the battlefield. However, the golden seat can only be activated when facing imminent danger. Otherwise, the drain on the mech pilot's own energy would be immense. At that moment, Rodney did not hesitate to channel his energy into the golden seat, making the mech even more resilient. The Divine Dragon Venerable also clearly sensed that the energy he had previously used to destroy the mech could no longer penetrate it seemed to be blocked by the golden seat. He was taken aback for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure, raised his left arm, and a dark purple energy cannon instantly materialized. A small dark purple orb shot straight toward the golden chariot. However, the golden seat continued to shimmer with a faint, lustrous glow, and the energy cannon was actually drawn to the chassis and absorbed by it. It then slowly melted away, vanishing without a trace. The Divine Dragon Venerable narrowed his eyes and, in a flash, lunged toward the golden vehicle. He knew full well that if this continued, his opponent's golden mech would inevitably recover. Meanwhile, his own energy reserves would inevitably be depleted to a certain extent by then. If he were to fight this guy again, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. However, Rodney's mech had sustained severe damage after being struck by the Divine Dragon Venerable's fire dragon just moments ago. It wouldn't be easy for him to escape. So, he chose to fight the Divine Dragon Venerable to the death. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Rodney's golden mech suddenly spewed a massive plume of silvery whiteness. A blinding burst of light erupted instantly, exploding mid-air. A dense silver-white halo scattered in all directions, transforming into specks of flowing light. Immediately afterward, countless beams of gunfire surged forth. A deluge of bullets, carrying devastating energy fluctuations, rained down furiously upon the Divine Dragon Venerable. In that instant, the sky seemed to be filled with a dense cascade of the Milky Way, with every bullet radiating a dazzling glow. Clink, 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 clink. Sparks flew as rings of light instantly blossomed from the Divine Dragon Venerable's scales, enveloping him. The bullets struck his scales. Though they pierced them, they did not truly penetrate. However, the Divine Dragon Venerable's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that his opponent's attack power seemed to have grown even stronger. This left him feeling caught off guard. Meanwhile, Rodney was already pressing his advantage, slashing out with a barrage of golden light blades whose gleaming edges crisscrossed the air. They sealed off the Divine Dragon Venerable's retreat. His golden mount was already activated. As long as he kept feeding it energy, even if he couldn't kill his enemy, buying time would be no problem at all. The Divine Dragon Venerable's expression fluctuated wildly. As he watched the golden light surrounding him gradually fade, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, a colossal surge of bloodline power erupted from his body. The bullets were actually deflected one after another upon striking the dragon scales around him. The Divine Dragon Venerable clenched his right fist, and a dark red halo instantly enveloped it. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar burst from his mouth. A dark red streak of light charged forward with ferocious force. The golden throne immediately began to creak. The golden light surrounding it fluctuated violently, even showing signs of collapse. The golden throne instantly contracted, clinging tightly to Rodney like a rubber band, while his own body vanished into the throne just as the dark red silhouette arrived. The dark red light roared past Rodney's side. Rodney was hurled violently through the air. The dark red light flashed and vanished in an instant. Rodney tumbled backward nearly 30 meters before he barely managed to come to a stop. Although his mech remained undamaged, the golden throne had actually sustained damage during that terrifying collision. This golden throne was the masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted over many years. And yet, it had been defeated by his opponent in a single move. At that very moment, he finally realized just how vast the gap was between himself and the Divine Dragon Venerable. The Divine Dragon Venerable looked at Rodney with a cold smile. "I told you, you must stay here today." Rodney took a deep breath. "If you want to kill me, let us see if you have what it takes." He raised his hand, and a palm-sized jade pendant materialized out of thin air in front of the mech. It was clearly a jade pendant shaped like a crystal-clear water droplet. The pendant swelled in the wind, rapidly expanding to a diameter of several hundred meters, firmly enveloping Rodney's mech within it. Hum! A low hum reverberated through the air.
The divine dragon Venerable felt the ground tremble slightly beneath his feet. In the next instant, a milky white light barrier had already risen up.
A defensive artifact?
The divine dragon Venerable raised an eyebrow slightly. He recognized this treasure.
It was Rodney's secret spiritual technique, the core of the Golden Holy Armor defense system.
It was called Golden Guardian.
It had been personally forged by Rodney's father and was said to provide protection against both elemental and psychic attacks. Its power was truly extraordinary.
The golden throne hovered in midair, with countless golden threads constantly flowing into every part of it. This was the sole connection unique to the golden armor. In that instant, Rodney had already connected with his armor.
The golden throne, which had been swaying slightly, instantly stabilized.
Meanwhile, the divine dragon Venerable brought his hands together in front of his chest, forming a seal. Immediately afterward, a massive sphere of light coalesced in the palms of his hands. The color of this sphere was very peculiar, an orange-red hue. The divine dragon Venerable's eyes were filled with disdain.
The power of the golden holy cloth? Rodney, you're still too green. Rumble, rumble. A violent clap of thunder rang out.
Suddenly, streaks of purple light erupted around the divine dragon Venerable. A purplish-red cloud enveloped the area, with bolts of lightning constantly leaping within it, unleashing dazzling thunder. The area around the divine dragon Venerable was instantly transformed into what looked like a vast ocean. In the next instant, the massive ball of lightning had already left his palm, streaking toward Rodney in the distance like a meteor chasing the moon. What a powerful energy fluctuation! Rodney had long since entered combat mode, but when the divine dragon Venerable's full-power thunderbolt struck, he still felt his heart skip a beat. Facing this attack, he dared not take it lightly. A radiance burst from his body, and 6 wings suddenly unfurled behind him. These wings were golden in color, and every feather looked lifelike.
Golden Guardian.
He had channeled nearly all of his spiritual energy into this Golden Guardian. In the next instant, the lightning unleashed by the divine dragon Venerable slammed violently into his Golden Guardian. With a dull thud, the entire world seemed to pause for a moment. Immediately afterward, the Golden Guardian began to crack inch by inch.
Eventually, it shattered completely.
The spiritual energy of the Golden Holy Armor automatically activates to fend off lightning attacks, and its defense is incredibly formidable. However, the divine dragon Venerable's attack this time was simply too ferocious. It was impossible to defend against. Faced with an attack of this magnitude, even the spiritual energy of the Golden Holy Armor proved far too fragile. Rodney's face paled with horror, and he hurriedly maneuvered his mech to dodge swiftly.
But he hadn't anticipated that the divine dragon Venerable's speed would be even faster than he'd imagined.
In the next instant, a gigantic sword over 100 meters long plummeted from the sky. Although the golden throne had grown many times larger, it was still unable to bear such immense weight.
Boom!
The golden throne shattered instantly, reduced to nothingness, while the gigantic sword plunged from the sky and slammed violently into the ground.
The golden holy armor fallen.
And the divine dragon Venerable's body plummeted down with it.
Boom! Chapter 75, the second phase of the battle.
He crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Put!
Amidst a torrent of spurting blood, the divine dragon Venerable slowly opened his eyes.
This fierce battle had left him injured.
His opponent, however, was unscathed.
Old man, you're indeed strong.
Unfortunately, you're still not at the pinnacle. You're no match for me.
Ha 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 ha.
Accompanied by a maniacal, rampaging laugh, Rodney once again took control of his mech and charged forward. The divine dragon Venerable gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with icy fury, yet his expression grew calm. Just as Rodney was about to strike, he suddenly stood up, clasped his hands to his head, and roared furiously toward the sky. A burst of pale green light instantly blossomed from within his body, enveloping his entire form. At the same time, his muscles began to swell, and ring after ring of blue-black light encircled his body.
Boom! Amid the deafening roar, his entire body exploded.
In an instant, a massive fireball erupted from him, sweeping out wildly in all directions.
Boom! Another thunderous explosion shook the entire square violently. The flames raged for a full 3 seconds before slowly dying down.
All that remained on the ground where the divine dragon Venerable had stood was a patch of scorched earth.
Cough, cough, cough.
Rodney's body emerged from beneath the ground. Now encased in a thick layer of ice crystals, he looked utterly bedraggled. His face was pale, and his body was covered in a dense network of cracks.
Damn bastard. He actually made me expend so much spiritual energy.
He was furious beyond measure. During the battle just now, although the divine dragon Venerable's ball of lightning hadn't hit him, the thunder had dealt him a massive blow, completely depleting his spiritual energy.
Moreover, his mech was already more than half destroyed. What should I do? Rodney furrowed his brow. Am I really going to have to fight him to the death?
His mind raced, trying to find a solution. Just as he was pondering this, a sudden, intense energy fluctuation erupted not far away.
Over there?
Rodney's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sprinted toward the source of the energy fluctuation. His mech was incredibly fast, and he soon charged toward the direction of the energy.
Boom!
As he raced at high speed, his body was suddenly struck by a colossal, terrifying force. In the next instant, the entire golden throne was shattered into countless fragments. The golden mech was sent flying backward, crashing nearly 20 meters away before shrinking back to its original size. At that moment, the divine dragon Venerable appeared in his field of vision. At that moment, a dense purple glow wrapped around the divine dragon Venerable's right arm, looking exceptionally dazzling. And a golden arrow was lodged in the divine dragon Venerable's left shoulder.
He is actually unharmed. Rodney's eyes betrayed a look of incredulous shock. The divine dragon Venerable wore the divine dragon armor, wielded the superweapon divine dragon battleblade, and was protected by the top-tier spiritual energy armor, the golden holy robe.
Logically speaking, unless attacked by an SSS rank or S rank powerhouse, it would be absolutely impossible for him to suffer any harm. Yet now, not only was the divine dragon Venerable injured, but the wound was clearly on his left arm.
A chill ran down Rodney's spine.
What special abilities did this divine dragon Venerable possess? Why was his defense so astonishingly strong? By then, the divine dragon Venerable already stepped forward. A bitterly cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Well? How does that feel? He raised his right foot and pressed it down on Rodney's mech helmet, gazing at him coldly. Rodney, you're definitely going to lose this time. Rodney took a deep breath. Humph, the outcome remains to be seen. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surface of his mech suddenly glowed with a dark golden light. The divine dragon Venerable's foot was repelled by a massive force. At that moment, Rodney used the thrust to launch himself into the air, soaring straight toward the heavens. Running, the divine dragon Venerable snorted coldly.
Since you've come this far, you're not leaving.
Before he had even finished speaking, a powerful mental fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body.
Under the influence of his mental energy, towering waves instantly surged through the sky.
Rodney struggled desperately, like a fish drowning. But the more he struggled, the deeper he sank into the abyss.
The divine dragon Venerable soared into the air, extending his right hand to grab Rodney, intending to yank him down from midair.
But Rodney's figure mysteriously vanished from where he stood. Immediately afterward, he materialized out of thin air 100 meters away, his wings spread behind him, ready to flee.
Hum!
A dazzling beam of light silently descended from the sky, transforming into a web of light that enveloped the entire sky.
A domain? Rodney's expression turned pale. How can you possess a domain too? He shouted in disbelief.
Why should it concern you how I obtained it? The divine dragon Venerable said haughtily.
Today, I will kill you.
You'd better stay right here.
Boom!
The battle between the two reached a fever pitch. Clothed in the golden holy armor and bolstered by the divine dragon set, the divine dragon Venerable exuded overwhelming might.
Moreover, the divine dragon Venerable possessed an unparalleled spiritual aura combined with the golden holy armor. The two forces made him seem capable of slaying gods and vanquishing demons alike.
Although Rodney possessed his signature soul-based martial arts, he could only retreat step by step in the face of the divine dragon Venerable's terrifying power and overwhelming physical might. His mech was completely destroyed, and he himself narrowly escaped being blown to pieces by a single punch. Fortunately, he possessed a divine artifact like the substitute gem, which saved his life at the critical moment. Rodney's expression fluctuated wildly, and finally, he made a difficult decision. Whoosh! The mech suddenly accelerated, instantly breaking free from the divine dragon Venerable's range of attack, then dove headfirst toward the ground. Boom! The mech slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Rodney, however, was nowhere to be seen inside the mech. Ha! He got away? The divine dragon Venerable furrowed his brow. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. But he didn't dwell on it for long. He turned and continued walking toward the temple. He knew full well that, given Rodney's strength, if he really wanted to escape, even with the suppressing power of his domain, he wouldn't be able to catch up to him in the short term. Moreover, he was well aware that his ability to hold out this long hadn't relied on any particularly powerful attacks, but rather on the combined effects of the divine dragon set's various abilities. The divine dragon set possessed numerous functions, providing superlative defense as well as buffs. If we were to consider offensive power alone, as long as Rodney was willing to abandon his mech, with his speed and agility, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Rodney. Moreover, he had his own pride. How could he just run away so easily? Therefore, in his view, although today's situation was extremely unfavorable for him, it wasn't as if he had no room to fight back. After all, he still had a hidden trump card. On the other side. What? Ah! He let out an agonized scream, staggered, and fell flat on his face. But he didn't hesitate for a moment. He rolled over, scrambled to his feet, and immediately fled. However, the divine dragon Venerable reacted even faster, swiftly dashing in front of him and unleashing another punch. Boom! His shoulder was shattered. The excruciating pain made Rodney let out an uncontrollable howl, his body swaying uncontrollably. But he didn't pause, continuing to flee frantically. The divine dragon Venerable caught up to him once more. Boom! 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 He unleashed punch after punch, each one dealing heavy blows to Rodney. Finally, the divine dragon Venerable seized his chance, driving Rodney to the edge of the cliff. Just one more punch, and he could finish Rodney off for good. A look of madness flashed in Rodney's eyes, and his mechanical eye glowed red. Divine art, Thunder Shield. In an instant, a surge of electric arcs coalesced into a thick barrier, enveloping Rodney. Boom! The divine dragon Venerable slammed his fist into the Thunder Shield, causing the barrier to shake violently. Yet a faint smile appeared on the divine dragon Venerable's face. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Thunder Shield actually developed a fine crack. Oh no! Rodney turned pale with shock and was about to flee. But the divine dragon Venerable had long since anticipated his move and intercepted him one step ahead. Lightning energy crackled and fizzed all around the mech. Die, the divine dragon Venerable growled. Boom! Lightning erupted, and a colossal force suddenly swept through the area. Crack! Crack! The lightning shield cracked inch by inch, then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Rodney let out a muffled groan as he was blasted away by the lightning, his chest a bloody mess, blood gushing everywhere. Thud! In the next instant, the divine dragon Venerable had already charged in front of him, delivering another crushing punch. Rodney's eyes widened with utter terror. Boom! He had been too severely injured just moments ago to dodge this attack. He raised his mechanical arm with all his might to block the blow, but it was to no avail. Boom! The entire mech shattered instantly, scattering into a shower of parts across the sky. Huff! The divine dragon Venerable took a breath. A blue flame burned across his body, incinerating all the mech's debris until it vanished completely. Huff huff! He panted heavily, his gaze betraying his exhaustion. This battle had taken a massive toll on him. In particular, his mech had sustained over 80% damage. It was essentially a write-off, and there was no way it could be repaired anytime soon.
But he had still succeeded in slaying Rodney. Mission accomplished. Lin's divine dragon venerable form dissipated. Lin returned to his human form. Congratulations, mission accomplished. But this is only the first stage. What do you mean? You're not telling me there's a second stage, are you? A hint of annoyance flashed across Lin's face. You're not messing with me, are you? Lin was beginning to suspect that this jerk had deliberately designed a tricky challenge. He never encountered such a strange mission before. He clearly defeated the opponent, yet the reward still hadn't appeared. He hadn't even seen the opponent's name. Still, Lin didn't get angry. He had anticipated this situation long ago. After all, he had planned it this way. Therefore, he remained calm and asked, "How many missions are left?" The main god smiled faintly. "This is the final stage." "Good. Let us begin. Just as I expected from the man I've chosen." The main god smiled indifferently, then snapped his fingers. Immediately, the environment around Lin transformed once more. However, when he opened his eyes, he froze in surprise. Before him stood a massive arena. This arena was even larger than the one used for the StarCraft tournament. Hundreds of pillars surrounded the arena, propping up the space. He was standing on the arena, and outside it, a vast crowd had gathered. These people were all clad in silver armor, wielding weapons, and possessed extraordinary strength. They seemed to be there either to watch the battle or to participate in the arena fight. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Where am I? Lin looked around at the scene, was stunned for a second, then quickly snapped back to reality. Wasn't he supposed to be in the virtual universe right now? Wait a minute. What is the deal with this arena? His gaze swept around, and he noticed that the arena floor was made of various materials. Although it looked ordinary, it contained extremely subtle fluctuations of power, giving off a feeling of being indestructible and as steady as a mountain. Aside from the arena itself, the spectators below were all clad in armor and wielding weapons. The designs of these weapons were quite similar to those in the StarCraft game: guns, swords, daggers, spears, and the like. However, unlike the weapons held by ordinary players, these were incredibly exaggerated in design. Some were long spears, some were longbows, and some were giant axes. There were 69 weapons in total, arranged around the arena to form a circle. At the center of the circle stood a small tower. The tower wasn't large, and at its peak, a white lotus blossomed. It looked somewhat eerie, like a flower in full bloom. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a melodious ringing reached Lin's ears. He looked toward the small tower and froze in place. Chapter 76, The Void Colossus. Holy shit! At the very top of the small tower hung a delicate, dainty bell. At that moment, it was swaying gently. And that crisp, melodious chime was coming from that very bell. The bell kept ringing, its sound growing increasingly urgent, causing Lin's head to buzz and his heart to race. His very soul was trembling, as if it were about to shatter. Is this an illusion? No, this is definitely not an illusion. Sweat beaded on Lin's forehead as he struggled to calm himself down. Unfortunately, it was no use. The melodious ringing continued to burrow into his mind, clouding his thoughts. Ding-ling-ling. The ringing persisted. A hint of fear flashed in Lin's eyes. He suddenly lifted his foot and, empowered by his nano armor, stomped down on a nearby pillar. He was trying to use the pillar to counteract the ringing in his head. However, the very next second, he realized the pillar hadn't budged an inch. Lin was stunned. Then his eyes widened in horror. Not only was the completely still, but it hadn't even left the slightest dent. It felt as if he'd been swallowed up by an invisible force. Terrifying. Lin shuddered with fear, then quickly withdrew his right leg, planting his left foot on the pillar and his right foot on the ring. Thud. 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 As Lin's feet struck the ring, a black mech burst out from the ceiling in an instant. Its gaze was sharp as it charged straight at Lin. Lin hurriedly summoned his Divine Eagle No. 1 mech to confront it. In an instant, The battle between the two mechs was on the verge of erupting. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The two mechs became entangled, colliding repeatedly and whipping up a gale. Lin was now drenched in cold sweat, his face as pale as paper, and his body teetering on the brink of collapse. He knew he was on the verge of giving up. Because that suddenly appearing mech possessed strength no less than his own. Lin had originally believed that, with his abilities, he could easily crush any enemy of the same tier, but now he had encountered an opponent who was his equal. Its energy reserves were even more powerful. Lin frantically fired his mech's laser cannons, desperate to destroy his opponent. However, while the mech's laser cannons were immensely powerful against opponents of the same tier, they were now unable to take down a single mech. They could only keep firing endlessly. Lin gritted his teeth and held on, recalling the words the Supreme God had spoken earlier, his eyes darting wildly. His mind raced. I get it, this is the arena, which means my opponent is something within the arena itself. If that's the case, then bring it on. Lin's eyes blazed with intensity as he focused all his attention on the mech's cockpit. He had to locate the mech's core. Only by finding that core could he break through its defenses. Boom! Another collision sent Lin's mech stumbling backward a few steps. Immediately afterward, he regained his composure and steered his mech toward the black-clad mech. Boom! The two mechs collided violently once more. Bang! 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 Lin piloted his mech, launching a frenzied barrage of attacks, giving his all with every move. His offensive was ferocious to the extreme. However, the black mech stood as solid as a rock, towering imposingly, completely unaffected. So, he charged forward once more, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Boom! 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 Finally, after Lin fired more than 20 shots in rapid succession, the black mech's chest was pierced through. Ha ha! I did it! A look of joy spread across Lin's face. The corners of his mouth curled upward as he thought to himself. Now I've definitely won. However, just as Lin's right foot landed on another pillar, preparing to use the recoil to launch himself away and target the core of the black-clad mech. Boom! The back of the black mech suddenly burst open. Lin's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively stepped back, but it was already too late. The black mech suddenly transformed. Its body swelled dramatically. With a thunderous roar, the black mech turned into a ferocious, colossal dragon. This dragon was over 50 meters long, its entire body covered in jet-black scales, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lin, brimming with murderous intent. Roar! In the next instant, the dragon let out a furious roar and lunged at Lin with its massive body. Damn it! Lin cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected his opponent to transform into such a monster. This dragon-like mecha had long been documented in ancient texts. It was the strongest colossal beast in the virtual world, known as the Void Colossus. Lin had once read in an ancient text that the Void Colossus possessed incredibly extraordinary abilities, with unparalleled defense and speed. Even the four divine beasts of yore would have met certain death if they had accidentally fallen into the hands of a Void Colossus. It's actually the Void Colossus. Lin was horrified, but he also realized it was too late to do anything now. He could only hope to escape, otherwise, he would meet his end right here today. The Void Colossus was constructed from various materials found in the cosmos, such as meteorite iron and meteorites. It possessed extremely formidable defensive capabilities and could convert attacks into energy to cast spells. Simply put, this creature was the true king of steel. Roar! The Void Colossus roared as it lunged at Lin. It opened its gaping maw and spat out a ball of flame that engulfed Lin. Ah! Lin let out a scream as his body turned charred black. Although he had dodged in time, he was still scorched. He silently cursed himself. He'd really been too overconfident. Knowing he stood no chance against the Void Colossus, he immediately activated his only instant thousandly rune ring and fled into the distance. He knew full well that if the Void Colossus caught him, he would surely die. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin vanished from where he stood. Ha!
Where did he go? The Void Colossus scanned its surroundings but found no trace of him.
Damn it! That guy Asura was clearly still here just now. How did he vanish so suddenly? Could he have escaped?
The Void Beast frowned and cursed under its breath, then sneered, "Humph.
So what if you ran? Where could you possibly go?"
"Within my domain, don't even think about escaping." A metallic sheen flared across the Void Beast's body. Its tail lashed out violently, and instantly, a deafening roar echoed as the massive rock wall behind it was shattered to pieces. Lin fled several hundred meters away. Only after confirming that the Void Beast wasn't pursuing him did he breathe a sigh of relief, then pull out a bottle of healing potion and drink it. The battle had left him with serious injuries, but fortunately, the potion worked wonders the moment he swallowed it. His wounds healed instantly. Lin stared at the Void Colossus before him with a grave expression.
The Void Colossus can manipulate space. This is its domain. If it uses its spatial abilities, I'm afraid I'll lose to it. But if it thinks it can kill me, it's dreaming.
Lin's gaze turned icy as he pondered whether to test its limits once more. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to take it down.
Rumble.
Suddenly, the ground beside Lin began to tremble, as if some colossal creature were burrowing up from beneath the earth.
What is that? Could it be a companion of that Void Colossus?
Lin's heart sank. He dared not let his guard down and watched that direction warily.
The next second,
the ground collapsed completely, revealing a pitch-black cavern, and immediately afterward, a massive serpent's head emerged from the earth.
Holy shit! A python?
Upon seeing the serpent's head, Lin froze for a moment, then couldn't help but curse. Because that serpent's head was, to his astonishment, the face of an old man, and it even had 8 whiskers. Hiss hiss. The old man stuck out his tongue and looked at Lin, seemingly finding this human rather interesting. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a drake's, and he said with a hint of mockery, "Hee.
Human.
I never expected a human to venture in here this time. What a rare guest.
You've got some nerve." Then, its mecha form materialized. It was a giant python.
It was over 3 meters long and incredibly thick, its entire body covered in dark blue-black scales that glinted coldly, with a fleshy growth on its forehead. At that moment, it raised its head slightly, looking down at Lin.
Void Python.
Lin's expression changed drastically. He had finally recognized this monster. It was none other than the legendary Void Colossus, and in fact, the overlord among them, the Void Dragon. The Void Behemoths are a race of demonic beasts that feed on the essence and blood of other living creatures, and the Void Dragon is the royal lineage among them.
It is said that their ancestors even vied with the Void Beasts for dominion over the planet. Their power is unmatched. Void Behemoth, are you here to avenge this Void Behemoth?
Lin took a deep breath and asked in a low voice.
Revenge? Ha! The Void Dragon sneered and said, I'm here to devour you. Boom!
No sooner had the words left its mouth than its massive body charged toward Lin like a high-speed train, moving at breakneck speed.
Damn it, are you taking advantage? Whoosh! 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 These spatial blades shot toward Lin like a dense volley of arrows.
Thud, thud, thud. Each spatial blade that swept past left several scars on Lin's body, though they were blocked by the thunder surrounding him.
Damn it! Lin cursed angrily. This Void Colossus clearly possessed some secret technique and could even manipulate space. Ha 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 ha.
My spatial blades are indestructible and fearless. Human, you have no chance of winning. The Void Colossus burst into loud laughter.
Is that so?
Then you're seriously underestimating humanity. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lin's mouth. Today, I'll show you just what humans are truly capable of.
Roar! Are you planning to fight to the death?
Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll tear you to shreds, the Void Colossus snarled coldly.
Boom!
In the next instant, the surrounding space began to tremble.
Ha! Lin's face betrayed his astonishment.
Then he saw the spatial blades which had been controlled by the Void Colossus and were flying toward him suddenly change course and charge straight at the Void Dragon.
What's going on? Lin froze. What was going on? Foolish human, do you think I'm playing hide and seek with you? Humph.
The Void Colossus snorted smugly and said, I do indeed wield a portion of the spatial laws here, but I'm merely borrowing them, I don't truly control them. Upon hearing this, Lin's expression changed drastically.
If that was the case, wasn't he doomed? However, now that you know of my existence, you must die.
I'll make you understand the price you'll pay for crossing me, the Void Colossus sneered.
Whoosh! In an instant, the spatial blades transformed into bolts of lightning, piercing toward Lin. Divine Eagle number 1 was now completely surrounded. Damn it! Lin cursed under his breath.
The only reason he dared to attack the Void Colossus earlier was because he controlled a portion of this space's laws, allowing him to easily dodge the Colossus's attacks. But now that the Void Colossus had taken control of the laws of this space, there was no way he could escape.
Ha 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 ha.
Human, die, I'll tear you to shreds. The Void Colossus's maniacal voice rang out, brimming with intense murderous intent.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the spatial blades surrounding Lin engulfed him. However, he quickly emerged from the swarm of blades.
Silver flames still burned on his body, but other than that, he was unharmed.
This guy's defense is way too over the top.
The Void Colossus was taken aback to see that Lin was unharmed, but then let out a savage laugh. Your strength is indeed greater than I expected, but this is where it ends.
Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the space around Lin suddenly exploded.
Spatial blades, imbued with destructive power, surged toward him, churning even the seawater in the distance.
I'll see if my thunder can split space.
Lin growled, raising his sword in his right hand and slashing forward with his left.
Boom! Instantly, a thunderous roar echoed.
The seawater, which had already been churned up, suddenly churned as if boiling, and then endless lightning surged forth.
Chapter 77, Subjugation.
It coalesced into a long river of lightning, rushing toward the Void Beast.
Shatter it!
The Void Beast roared, and the spatial turbulence surged even more violently. The silver lightning flashes on Linus' body grew increasingly dazzling, eventually colliding with the river of lightning.
Boom! The void exploded, the ocean vanished, and space was obliterated.
In the instant space was obliterated, the silver lightning on Linus' body exploded entirely, leaving him covered in numerous gory wounds.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
Lin plummeted like a kite whose string had snapped, crashing onto the seabed far below.
Ha 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 ha!
Human boy, you may be formidable, but you'll still die by my hand. The Void Beast burst into maniacal laughter, and immediately afterward, a faint green glow began to emanate from its body.
No!
Lin's face turned pale.
The Void Colossus had unleashed that eerie secret technique and had now actually attained perfection in his mastery of the laws of space.
At this moment, the Void Colossus's body had grown by more than 3 meters, becoming vastly larger. Its speed and strength had also skyrocketed. Standing before it, Lin now seemed as tiny as an ant.
Die! Spatial blade!
In the next instant, the Void Beast swiped down with its claw, enveloping Lin in a terrifying sense of oppression. Lightning swirled around Lin's mech, forming a set of purple armor, and he swung his thunder spear to fend it off.
Clang!
The Void Colossus's claw collided with the thunder spear, producing a deafening explosion. Just then, a figure appeared behind the Void Beast, wielding a jet-black spear. It was Lin.
Wings of the Void. Thundercloud spear technique. Boom!
Lin darted forward, landing on the Void Beast's back, then thrust his spear forward with all his might.
Crack, crack, crack.
The Void blades rained down on Linus' mech, yet they couldn't harm him in the slightest. The Void Beast, sensing a sneak attack from behind, panicked and turned around just as Lin unleashed a punch.
Boom! A dull thud echoed. The space around Lin actually collapsed, revealing a black hole. Splash! Lin plummeted into the black hole. Ha 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 ha! That damned human, he is finally dead. Did he really think that just because he had a little power, he could be compared to us, the Demon Python clan? He is still so far from our level.
The Void Beast roared excitedly toward the sky. It did not leave, for it knew there were still many lives aboard that cruise ship. It planned to wait until the ship docked, then charge directly onto it to slaughter everyone, to vent its pent-up rage. Meanwhile, Lin tumbled out of the spatial collapse and landed in the sea.
What kind of hellish place is this?
Lin scrambled to his feet and looked around. All he could see was a vast, boundless ocean with raging waves. As the sea breeze swept across the surface, the waves rolled ceaselessly, emitting a deafening roar seen straight out of the apocalypse. He was not far from the mainland, but he found himself near an island.
Wait, something's off about the waves in this area. They seem a bit strange. Is this?
Lin stared at the waves in the distance. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart began to race.
Thundercloud Calamity Sea. So that's it, I get it now. This is the Thundercloud Calamity Sea.
His voice trembled, betraying his intense excitement. The Sea of Thunderclouds, as the name suggests, is a stretch of ocean teeming with all manner of lightning energy, an extremely dangerous place.
The Sea of Thunderclouds harbors terrifying lightning energy. But for his mech, it is an absolute sea of energy. Just then, the Void Colossus burst forth from the ocean once more.
It had already absorbed more than enough life energy. It was now invincible in battle. Its body was now completely covered in metal armor. This made its original form appear incredibly massive. And it was brimming with the power of thunder.
In that case, don't blame me.
Seeing that the Void Beast wasn't fleeing but was instead advancing toward him and undergoing cyberization, Lin summoned his most powerful mech.
Body Zero.
He decided he would no longer hold back his power. Because he knew that if he didn't unleash his full strength now, he would definitely be wiped out by this creature.
This wasn't just empty talk.
Because the energy the Void Colossus was now displaying far exceeded what it had shown before.
It was even on par with the current Body Zero.
Rumble. As Lin piloted the Bation Zero, the seawater around him began to boil, and endless lightning energy surged into his body, causing his aura to rise steadily until it reached a critical point. Lin's eyes turned blood red, and his body radiated a dazzling light, like a miniature sun. He clenched his right arm and unleashed a punch at the Void Colossus. This punch, carrying devastating power, obliterated the surrounding spatial turbulence. Even space itself could not withstand it.
Whoa!
The Void Colossus roared,
concentrating all its energy in its abdomen.
It opened its mouth and spat out a dark purple fireball to meet the Bation Zero's attack.
Boom!
The Bation Zero strike collided with the dark purple fireball. Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted. Surges of energy raged, flinging the surrounding seawater into the air and churning up towering, terrifying waves as seen straight out of the apocalypse.
Ha 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 ha!
You little bug, I'll see just where you can run this time. The Void Colossus laughed maniacally, but in the next instant, the smile froze on its face, its eyes bulged, and its pupils dilated in sheer terror. The dark purple fireball it had spat out was shattered by the Bation Zero as if it were nothing, yet the Bation Zero continued to plow toward it with unstoppable force.
Damn it! What's going on? What's happening?
The Void Colossus could hardly believe it. The Bation Zero hovered directly above the Void Colossus's head, radiating devastating power as if a mere press of its weight would be enough to crush it into mincemeat. The Void Beast's face turned pale, and it trembled uncontrollably. Lin stood atop the Bation Zero's shoulder, gazing at it as if it were a piece of merchandise. I just asked if you were willing to submit to me, and you chose to refuse. Lin's icy voice reached the Void Beast's ears.
No! Don't kill me! I'll submit! I'll submit!
Please spare my wretched life. At that moment, the Void Beast could no longer contain its inner terror. It knelt at Lin's feet and began to beg.
Submit? Weren't you trying to kill me? Lin said indifferently. Master! You are my own grandfather.
Please spare me, I'll do anything you ask, the Void Beast pleaded, knowing it had no choice but to submit. No one in this world is a fool, let alone a being of such immense intelligence as the Void Beast.
Lin laughed. Very well. I do have a favor to ask of you.
What is it? The Void Beast asked eagerly.
I want to find a spirit stone vein, or a divine iron vein, or some other kind of vein. You must know where these two types of resources can be found, right? Lin asked.
Yes.
Hearing Lin's words, the Void Colossus looked embarrassed. It knew that the spirit stone vein Lin was referring to meant spirit stones, while the divine iron vein referred to divine grade materials, rare artifact forging materials in the universe which it simply didn't possess. However, even if it didn't have them, it had to go get them, because this was the key to its survival. If it could obtain even a single divine grade material, devouring it would allow it to ascend to the status of a sacred artifact. And once it possessed a sacred artifact, it would no longer need to fear the terrifying energy within the Thundercloud Tribulation Sea. Take me there. You should know where the Divine Iron Mountain and the Spirit Stone Vein are. Lin said calmly. Yes, Master. The Void Colossus nodded hastily. A moment later, the Void Colossus carried Lin as they sped through the ocean depths. It seems we're in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, Lin said after surveying the surroundings. That's right, it's the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. The reason I'm staying here is that I know of an undersea vein. Although I'm not very powerful yet, I've already sensed the aura of that vein, the Void Colossus explained. The Void Colossus roamed the Pacific Ocean floor, searching for traces of the vein. It had occasionally encountered humans, but it had killed them all. It considered those humans weak and easy prey, so after killing them, in its mind, Lin was akin to its ancestral forebear. Being made his mount was absolutely a blessing it could only dream of. It also understood that such an opportunity was rare and hard to come by. I'll help you boost your strength first. Once we leave here, you'll be free. Lin smiled as he placed his palm on the Void Beast's back. In the next instant, a colossal surge of energy flooded into the Void Beast's mind. Roar! Instantly, the Void Beast let out a piercing scream. Its body began to swell, glowing with a blue light. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and in the next moment, the Void Beast's body trembled violently before vanishing completely into thin air. A dull thud echoed, and in the next moment, the Void Beast's body trembled violently before vanishing completely into thin air. Immediately afterward, the previously calm seabed suddenly churned violently, and thick sea snakes surged toward Lin from all directions. Each sea serpent was over 3 meters long, and there were hundreds of them. You vile beasts, get lost! A cold glint flashed in Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and struck out casually with a palm strike. Boom, boom, boom. The sea serpents exploded instantly, turning into a mist of blood that spread out, leaving no trace of their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the seabed was transformed into a blood-soaked scene. Lin withdrew his hand, his expression impassive. To him, these puny creatures were utterly insignificant. In fact, he hadn't even had his fill yet when the creature had already collapsed. Chapter 78, The Primordial Land? You've exhausted your potential. If you want to recover from your injuries by absorbing flesh and blood, it'll take at least 10,000 years. I can't be bothered to waste any more time on this. Lin muttered under his breath, then darted away like lightning. His speed was utterly astonishing. In less than a few minutes, he had left the area near Divine Iron Mountain that the Void Colossus had scanned. What's that over there? After about half an hour, he arrived at an island, where he caught sight of the scene ahead. It was a mountain 1,000 zhang tall, soaring into the clouds. Midway up the mountain, lush vegetation flourished, with flowers in full bloom, a sight of extraordinary beauty. At the summit, a red lotus floated in the air, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. No wonder the Void Colossus said it sensed a spirit stone vein. There really is a dense flow of spiritual energy here. This must be Divine Iron Mountain. I just wonder how large the spirit stone vein here is. Lin's gaze fell upon Divine Iron Mountain ahead. The Spirit Iron Mountain soared 1,000 zhang high, its surface covered in thick moss, trees, and weeds. Unless one looked closely, the mountain itself was barely visible. Lin soared into the air and flew toward the Spirit Iron Mountain. This Spirit Iron Mountain is actually protected by a formation? Lin arrived at the mountain's perimeter, paused, and looked at the formation before him, a look of surprise on his face. Earlier, while on the ocean floor hundreds of kilometers away,
he had scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered that a defensive formation had been set up here, blocking all external spiritual energy.
After careful examination, Lin realized that the formation enveloped the entire mountain, including its interior.
This meant that beneath Spirit Iron Mountain lay an immense vein of spirit stones. With a thought, a wisp of crimson flame drifted from Lin's body and merged with the air. In an instant, the air's temperature soared, as if it had turned into a lake of magma. Clumps of scorching molten lava appeared, coalescing into a massive fireball that crashed into Spirit Iron Mountain with a thunderous roar. Crackle, crackle. Instantly, cracks appeared on the surface of Spirit Iron Mountain, which then collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending debris flying everywhere.
Let us go check it out.
Lin's eyes lit up as he charged straight into the collapsed opening. Before long, he had reached the base of Spirit Iron Mountain.
Whoa!
Upon seeing the scene beneath Spirit Iron Mountain, Lin couldn't help but gasp and swallow hard. Beneath the massive mountain lay a vast mine shaft. Right at his feet were hundreds of giant pythons as thick as water buckets and about 5 or 6 meters long coiled around the mine shaft as if guarding it.
Ha ha!
These giant pythons have actually turned the spirit crystal mine into their own lair.
Well, that works out to my advantage. A delighted smile spread across Lin's face. He could tell that these giant pythons were incredibly powerful. All were demon beasts at the Golden Core realm, and one of them had even reached the early stage of the union with the Tao realm. However, Lin's attention wasn't on them at the moment. Instead, he was focused on what lay within the mine. Inside the mine were numerous spirit crystals of varying colors: purple, yellow, and green. While their quality clearly varied, there was no doubt that they all contained abundant, pure spiritual energy. Furthermore, the colors of the spirit crystals grew lighter the higher up they were. The topmost layer was milky white, indicating the highest grade spirit stones. Ha ha! My luck is absolutely off
the charts. I was just casually swimming around on the ocean floor, and I actually stumbled upon a super rich spirit crystal vein teeming with spiritual energy. Lin's heart was filled with delight. Although the number of spirit crystals in this vein was limited, the total quantity was still staggering enough for him to use in refining elixirs or replenishing his mecha's energy reserves. I'll get these spirit crystals out of here first. With excitement on his face, Lin reached out to grab the spirit stones, but the very next second, his expression turned stunned.
Ha! Why aren't they reacting? Could these spirit crystals have been buried deep underground?
He hurriedly began searching the area at the foot of Spirit Iron Mountain again. Moments later, he finally made a discovery: a pile of dirt. He dug up the pile of dirt and tossed it into the air. The dirt immediately began to float mid-air. Lin stared at the pile of dirt, furrowing his brow. Strange. Why is the energy in this dirt so much more concentrated than in ordinary soil? He tried channeling a thread of energy into the soil, but it remained as hard as steel, utterly indestructible.
Could there be something strange about this soil?
Lin stared at the soil, then suddenly turned pale and cried out in shock. For within that pile of soil, he had spotted a set of incomplete skeletal remains. It was the skeleton of an infant. The skeleton appeared to have been dead for quite some time. The skin was shriveled, the bones blackened, but one could still vaguely make out that the child had been short and frail in life. There are spirit stones in this soil, so does that mean this skeleton was transformed from a spirit stone? If so, where is the spirit stone vein? Lin's heart raced, his eyes brimming with greed.
He surmised that beneath Spirit Iron Mountain likely lay the legendary Divine Iron.
Recalling the shape of Spirit Iron Mountain he just spotted in the ocean, 2 words sprang to his mind: Mystic Iron Mountain. He had seen Xian Iron Mountain mentioned in online news reports. It was said to be a mysterious peak located in the southern part of the Kunlun Holy Land, more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Huaxia Dragon faction's base. Members of the Kunlun sect had once gone to that mountain in search of opportunities, but found nothing, so it gradually became a tourist destination. However, the place was extremely dangerous, and ordinary people simply couldn't get anywhere near it. Since it's at the southern end of the Kunlun Holy Land, it can't be too far from here. I'll head over there tomorrow morning to take a look. Lin thought it over, made up his mind, and decided to stay here tonight to cultivate before heading to the southern side of the Kunlun Sacred Land first thing tomorrow morning. He closed his eyes and began his energy breathing exercise. Night fell, and the moon shone brightly amid a sparse scattering of stars. Lin opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of impure air, and wore a look of delight. It really is a treasure trove. The spiritual energy here is far denser than in any cave in Huaxia, and the quality of the energy here is nothing short of extraordinary. But just as he was about to absorb all that energy, he suddenly spotted several mecha pythons behind him. They were staring at Lin with greedy eyes. Holy crap! Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. It was as if these mecha pythons had spotted a meal. Lin wasted no time. He immediately summoned his divine dragon venerable mecha, roared its engines to life, and charged straight at one of the mecha pythons, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! The mecha python exploded on the spot, split in two, its blood staining the surrounding rock walls red. After Lin killed one mecha python with a single punch, the other two turned and fled in terror. Ha ha! You dare run? Stay right there! Lin snorted coldly and piloted the divine dragon venerable in pursuit. In the space of a few breaths, he had slain another mecha python. Seeing the situation turn dire, the remaining mecha pythons actually fused together, forming an even larger mecha. In an instant, the energy surged to a new level. The battle was about to erupt. The two mechs crashed into each other, sending sparks flying in a continuous shower. The sound of the mechs colliding was deafening. This time, Lin didn't use any sword techniques. He held the mech giant python in utter contempt and intended to tear it to pieces with nothing but the brute strength of his own body. With every punch he landed, the mech shook violently, emitting a series of clanging metallic sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The mech was repeatedly struck by Lin with each hit. A tremendous force surged through it, causing it to stagger. Then, Lin slammed his palm forward, sending a gale of wind sweeping toward the other mech, causing it to freeze for an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin, wielding the Xianyuan spear, thrust it toward the right arm of one of the mechs. Crack! Splash! Accompanied by the mech's agonized screech, a mechanical arm fell to the ground. Lin picked up the mechanical arm, crushed it underfoot, and immediately charged toward the other mech. Just then, the remaining two mech pythons lunged at Lin from different angles. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from the two mecha pythons were extremely swift and ferocious, but they still couldn't get the better of Lin. Every slash he delivered was imbued with the power of thunder. Roar! Lin let out a furious roar, his body suddenly vanishing before reappearing above the head of one of the mecha pythons, where he brought his spear crashing down with all his might. Boom! The mecha python's head shattered, its armor fell apart, and it crashed to the ground. Lin flashed into position above the other mecha python, delivering a fierce kick to its chest that sent it flying. Rumble! At that moment, the previously calm lava began to churning and roaring. The mecha giant python crashed to the ground, let out a wail, struggled for a moment, then lay still clearly dead. Lin's expression grew grave as he looked toward the lava lake, where a colossal creature was rapidly charging toward them. The colossal creature was 5 or 6 meters long, its body covered in bronze-colored scales, with horns on its head and a sharp, pointed hook at the tip of its tail. Holy shit! Is that a fucking Qilin? Lin froze in shock. This thing looked far too much like a Qilin, and it was almost exactly like the images he'd seen on TV. The colossal creature let out an angry roar and charged toward Lin. It seemed to have sensed that Lin had just killed one of its own kind. Is it really a Qilin? How could there be a Qilin in this world? Could this ruin be the ancestral homeland of the Qilin clan? Lin stood frozen, his mind flooded with all manner of legends about Qilin. Roar! Seeing that Lin hadn't moved, the colossal creature grew even more enraged. It charged right up to him, opening its massive jaws to reveal menacing fangs, as if a venomous snake were lunging to bite him. Its fangs were sharper than a dagger's blade. If struck, his throat would surely be torn open. However, Lin reacted with lightning speed, dodging the attack and slashing at the colossus's abdomen with his blade. Clang! With a crisp clang, the armor on the colossus's abdomen failed to block the attack from the mech's lance, but it remained undamaged. Lin's expression shifted slightly. He quickly took a step back to create distance between himself and the colossus, preventing it from lunging again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The colossal beast stared at Lin, flicking out its crimson tongue and emitting a low, hoarse, eerie sound as if mocking him, yet tinged with excitement. Lin's expression grew extremely grave. This creature was far more formidable than any of those demon beasts. In fact, its defensive capabilities had already surpassed the S-rank category, reaching the SSS rank level. And what was most terrifying was that it had 2 legs. If it were to stand upright, its height would likely be 3 or 4 meters. Roar! The colossal beast roared at Lin and immediately lunged toward him. Boom! Lin leaped into the air, stepping mid-flight, and unleashed a whipping kick that slammed into the colossal beast's head. The colossus swerved its head to dodge Lin's roundhouse kick, but it paused for just an instant. It turned its head and grinned at Lin, its eyes brimming with mockery. Damn it, this beast is pretty smart. It actually knows how to use tricks against me. With a flash of thought, Lin made the mecha's spear vanish, replacing it with a dagger that glinted with a cold, menacing edge. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, streaking toward the colossus's neck at an unimaginable speed. Just as the dagger neared the colossus's neck, the creature finally reacted, twisting its body violently to dodge the attack. Boom! The dagger plunged into its back, yet failed to inflict even a scratch. Lin frowned. This mecha giant python, with its Qilin hide, was thick-skinned and had astonishing defense. There was no way to take it down in a single move. However, he had no intention of giving up. He once again activated the phantom step and charged toward the colossus. Roar! The colossus let out a furious roar and charged at Lin, its speed equally blinding. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Lin's mecha spear whirled wildly, like a silver-white streak of light, enveloping the colossus and forming a spherical barrier. Clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin swept his spear across the colossus's belly, yet the creature showed no sign of pain whatsoever. Lin was taken aback. Roar! The colossus seized Lin's mecha spear, then violently whipped its body, flinging Lin high into the air. Boom! Lin crashed into the rocks, leaving a deep, human-shaped crater. He crawled out from beneath the ground and looked up at the colossal beast. This thing was truly terrifying. It didn't look like a mech at all, but rather a living, breathing monster. Roar! Seeing Lin crawl out, the colossal beast let out a roar and charged at him once more. Damn it! You're one tough bastard. Lin snorted coldly and charged at the colossus. The two were soon locked in combat once more. The colossus's strength and defense far surpassed those of an ordinary level 7 exotic beast, but Lin's attacks were so cunning and unpredictable that he managed to hold his own. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Lin was sent flying once again. Roar! This time, the colossal beast gave Lin no chance to catch his breath and gave chase once more. Lin was forced into a steady retreat, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. The colossal beast seemed as if it were forged from steel. No matter what tactics Lin employed, he couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. However, Lin also sensed that the enemy he was facing this time seemed somewhat different from those he'd encountered before. This colossus appeared to possess far greater intelligence. Lin speculated that perhaps the local environment and geography were to blame. A thought struck him, making his heart race and causing him to swallow hard. Could this be the land of the fallen gods and demons, the so-called primordial fierce beasts? With that thought, Lin grew increasingly certain of his assessment. Chapter 79, Primordial Mecha. His eyes burned with intensity. He knew he'd struck gold. The colossal creature's power rivaled that of an S-class mecha beast, and its intelligence was so high it could even issue tactical commands. This meant that if he took it out and trained it, it would definitely be far more powerful than an S-class mecha beast. If he could subdue it, his own strength would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. Roar! Sensing Lin's gaze, the colossal creature seemed to sense danger. It let out a deep, furious roar and suddenly turned to flee. Ha, think you can get away? Dream on! Lin sneered coldly, his body shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared behind the colossal beast and struck out with his palm. Thud! A palm print was left on the colossal beast's back, dripping with blood. Roar! The colossal beast trembled in pain but continued to flee into the distance in the blink of an eye. It was already hundreds of meters away. At the same time, its form transformed into a massive mech, lunging toward Lin's mech. Bang, bang, bang. Lin's speed was at its absolute peak. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged several punches with the Colossus again. With every clash, Lin felt a numbing ache in his arms. The Colossus's scales were incredibly hard. His attacks left only faint marks on them and couldn't harm the creature at all. Roar! The Colossus let out a furious roar, and its body suddenly became agile as its tail lashed out at Lin. Crack! Lin dodged to the side, but the tail struck the ground, causing it to collapse and sending shards of rock flying several zhang high. Immediately afterward, the creature swung its tail like a nimble whip, lashing out at Lin. Damn it! How can this thing's speed and reflexes be so fast? Could this really be the legendary primordial alien species? Lin was stunned. This creature's combat techniques were incredibly diverse, its body was incredibly resilient, and its defense was nothing short of godlike. It was practically an indestructible cockroach, which was incredibly frustrating. Lin didn't dare engage this colossal beast head-on after all. Its speed and defense were too terrifying. He simply couldn't keep track of its movements. In that case, I'll try using lightning. This thing isn't afraid of lightning. Maybe lightning can counter it? Lin thought to himself as he flickered a few times and vanished from where he stood. Roar! Roar! The colossal creature roared furiously, but it couldn't find Lin anywhere. Suddenly, it heard a faint whistling sound through the air. Quickly turned its head, only to see a black speck rapidly expanding in its field of vision, radiating a ferocious aura. The colossal creature's expression changed. It extended its mechanical arm to shield its chest, but was still blasted away. Seeing this, Lin was thrilled. This creature's defense was terrifying, but its speed and reaction time were far inferior. Moreover, it had no weapons. It was essentially fighting bare-handed, which meant its defeat was inevitable. The Colossus let out a series of furious howls, but to no avail. Lin piloted his mech, relentlessly attacking it, while the creature was completely powerless to fight back, taking blow after blow. Just a few minutes later, the Colossus lay on the ground, its body charred black, having completely lost the ability to resist. There were 3 indentations on the right leg of Lin's mech. Clearly, it had been under immense pressure during those few seconds, and now its surface was covered in cracks. He walked over to the Colossus's corpse, examined it closely for a moment, and a look of delight spread across his face. It really is a primordial relic and one of the very best among the primordial variants. After examining it, Lin was overjoyed. Although he didn't know much about primordial mutants, the very term alone was enough to inspire awe. It was said that the bloodlines of primordial mutants contain terrifying power. Once unleashed, they could turn rivers and seas upside down, move mountains, and fill the oceans. Even the weakest primordial mutant bloodline was extremely terrifying. And this colossal creature clearly possessed the 2 most powerful attributes of a primordial alien species. One was its skin's defensive capabilities, and the other was its formidable physical constitution. Ordinary mecha thermal weapons couldn't even scratch it. This piqued Lin's interest even further. However, he was well aware that, given his current strength, taming it was out of the question. So, for now, he had no choice but to fight until it submitted. No sooner said than done. Lin slowly extended his right mechanical arm, and immediately a golden light flashed at the tip of his mechanical fist. Then, in a flash, he appeared right in front of the mech and unleashed a punch. The colossal creature was no exception. It roared its engines to life and collided head-on with Lin's mech. Crack! The collision between the mechanical arm and the mech actually produced the sound of breaking bones. The golden light dimmed, and Lin's entire mech was sent flying, slamming into the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed, and dust and smoke filled the air. Lin crawled out of the rubble, his left hand pressed against his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. Cough. Damn it. This mech is really damn tough. It can even withstand my divine dragon venerable. It truly lives up to its reputation as a primordial beast. Lin cursed under his breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared at the colossal beast. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he charged forward, wielding his sword with both hands and slashing viciously at the beast's head. The colossal beast was enraged as well and lunged forward with its massive head. Clang! Sparks flew as a hairline crack appeared in the mechanical arm. The colossus was also knocked back by the blow, though it sustained no real damage. Whoa! What incredible regenerative abilities! Lin was stunned. Both this creature's defense and regeneration speed were staggering. If this kept up, it wouldn't be long before it was back in full force and he'd be worn out. Lin's eyes darted about, and suddenly he grinned. Whoosh, whoosh. His figure flickered repeatedly as he weaved around the colossus. As he moved, the cannons on his mech continuously spewed blue arcs of electricity, all converging on the colossus. Although the colossus was incredibly agile, it couldn't completely dodge the endless barrage of blue arcs. Crackle, crackle. Accompanied by the sound of electricity, the colossus's entire body turned pitch black. It didn't collapse, but it let out agonized howls of pain. Lin knew where the colossus's weak point lay and immediately pressed his advantage, attacking it relentlessly with lightning-fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the colossus was already covered in wounds, with purple smoke billowing from its body. However, this did not seem to be its limit. Enveloped in the purple smoke, the mech's body suddenly began to rapidly disassemble and reassemble, gradually transforming into a new type of mech. This mech looked very ordinary, one might even say somewhat ugly, but it exuded an indescribably powerful aura. It was like a mountain standing before him, unshakable no matter what. Moreover, this mech possessed extraordinary strength and intelligence. If anyone were standing here at that moment, they would notice that each of the mech's hands was actually holding two blades. That's right, the weapons this mech wielded were actually two swords. Of course, perhaps because it was such an advanced mech, the form of its weapons had become even more elegant. Then, the mech slowly opened its eyes. At that moment, the purple mist vanished completely, replaced by a faint golden glow. Finally, it's complete. The mech murmured to itself. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the sun, a warship had emerged from the horizon. This warship was over 1,000 meters long, with a streamlined design, and 4 menacing gun barrels on either side of its hull. It was none other than the reinforcement fleet dispatched by the Star Temple. The warship's immense size, it was impossible to approach the solar system undetected, so it opted to launch a fire strike from a distance. This fleet consists of no fewer than 12 frigates, each equipped with 10 main cannons. At that moment, the muzzles of these frigates all flared with a crimson light. Boom! Accompanied by violent explosions, the entire solar system seemed to be bathed in a crimson glow. Such a barrage of firepower was almost equivalent to a massive alien legion launching an attack on the solar system. Meanwhile, the primordial beast mech had barely formed when it launched a frenzied assault on Lin. It deployed its main cannon. The main cannon spewed a blue energy beam, hurtling toward Lin. The energy beam instantly struck the surrounding area, instantly erupting into a deafening roar. Those energy shockwaves seemed capable of tearing space apart, distorting the surrounding scenery in a truly heart-stopping display. At that moment, Lin realized this was beyond the divine dragon Venerable's ability to withstand. If the battle dragged on, he wouldn't survive much longer, he would soon be at a disadvantage. So, Lin decided to go all out and summoned the Bation Zero mech once more. He resumed his battle against the mech before him. Boom! The two collided once more, producing another deafening roar. Huge ripples of energy spread out from between the two mechs, instantly obliterating all vegetation within several meters, and leaving deep fissures in the ground. Even Lin was utterly stunned by a battle of this magnitude. He knew the Body Zero mech was powerful, but he never imagined it would be this strong. It was simply beyond belief. The Body Zero mech was covered head to toe in fragment armor from the lava beast mech it had defeated earlier, giving it terrifying defensive capabilities. At the same time, it possessed a variety of long-range attack capabilities. When Lin had just been piloting it against the mech before him, he discovered that although the opponent's mech also possessed long-range attacks, they posed little threat.
Therefore, Lin decided to first use the Bation Zero type mech to wear down its stamina. Once the opponent was exhausted, he would strike himself and end the battle with lightning-fast speed. As it turned out, his decision was flawless. Although the primordial beast mech also possessed some long-range attack capabilities, its attacks, when striking the Bation Zero's fragmentation armor, left only faint white marks. They couldn't cause the slightest damage. Moreover, the Bation Zero periodically fired electromagnetic cannons and laser beams, which accelerated its energy replenishment, allowing it to remain in peak condition at all times. Under these circumstances, Lin only needed to keep the Body Zero mech in top condition even without using ranged weapons. Victory was within easy reach. Consequently, the battle between the Body Zero mech and the primordial beast mech devolved into a pure melee. The Body Zero mech relentlessly pounded the primordial beast mech with its fists, sending it flying, then stomped down on its chest to drive it back. The primordial beast mech, meanwhile, crossed its arms to block the Body Zero's attacks, then used the recoil to launch itself into the air and pounce on the Body Zero. The Body Zero sneered contemptuously, pushed with both hands, and sent the primordial beast mech flying violently. Boom! The primordial beast mech landed on a small hill dozens of meters away, crushing the entire hill and sending dust and debris flying. Huff huff. Lin let out a long sigh, cursing silently to himself. Damn it, it really lives up to its reputation as a mech from the primordial era. It's a damn tough opponent. Originally, Lin's plan had been to use the Bation Zero mech's defensive capabilities to wear down the primordial beast mech and ideally, destroy it completely. However, as time went on, he found himself struggling more and more, even starting to feel a bit anxious. This was because, although the Bation Zero mech had formidable defenses, it lacked any regenerative abilities. In contrast, this primordial beast mech seemed to know no fatigue, rising again and again. Therefore, he had to take down the primordial beast mech as soon as possible. Moreover, he had vaguely sensed that the surrounding energy fluctuations were gradually weakening. Clearly, a barrier had been set up in this area, preventing any living creature from approaching. In other words, this place must now be some kind of secret realm or treasure trove. Otherwise, how could such a colossal creature over 300 meters tall possibly exist here? Lin estimated that more than a day had passed since he was teleported here. And now, he was nearing his limit. If this continued, he feared he would truly be toyed with to death by this monster. Lin gritted his teeth, his gaze as he stared at the primordial beast mech in the distance. It looks like I'll have to fight with everything I've got. Otherwise, even if I manage to escape back to Earth, I'll definitely die at the hands of this monster. Lin's gaze was resolute, and a surging battle fervor welled up within him. Roar! Suddenly, the primordial beast over there let out a furious roar and charged violently toward Lin. Its black metallic skin was cracked and covered in blood, giving it a hideous and terrifying appearance. Seeing this, Lin's heart began to race, and his expression grew grave. Bang! Lin raised his arm, aimed the machine gun barrel, and fired a barrage of bullets at the primordial beast. Boom! An explosion rang out, sending sparks flying in all directions. However, the bullets only embedded themselves about half an inch into the beast's shoulder. They didn't even penetrate its body. This sent Lin's heart plummeting to the depths of despair. The defenses of this primordial beast mech were far stronger than he had imagined, and its speed was significantly faster as well. He simply couldn't dodge in time. Roar! The primordial beast roared, snapped its jaws open, and fired an energy sphere toward Lin, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Get lost! Facing the energy sphere, Lin's expression darkened as he suddenly raised his hand and hurled a missile at it. Boom! The missile collided with the energy sphere, triggering a deafening explosion. Immediately afterward, the energy sphere burst apart, vanishing into a shower of starlight, while the missile was blown to smithereens. Chapter 80, The Dragon Beast. Witnessing this, the primordial beast grew even more enraged. It let out a feral roar and lunged at Lin like a mad beast, moving with incredible speed. Lin's heart sank. He knew that at a moment like this, he absolutely could not lose his composure, otherwise, things would only get more and more complicated. So, without flinching or dodging, he charged straight toward the primordial beast. Boom!
The fist of the Bation Zero mech collided with the primordial beast's iron fist, producing a deafening roar that sounded like a nuclear bomb exploding in midair.
The violent shockwave uprooted the surrounding trees, reducing them to dust.
Lin and the primordial beast were both sent flying backward. After regaining its footing, the primordial beast lunged viciously at Lin once more. Lin immediately charged forward as well, determined to slay the primordial beast at any cost.
Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the two had vanished into the distance, while the surrounding energy fluctuations grew increasingly intense, even whipping up clouds of dirt and sand as if a typhoon were sweeping through. By now, the two had long since left the small town behind. Inside the town, the people were still celebrating the annual festival, and this day was destined to go down in history. Their battle continued to intensify, growing increasingly brutal. The primordial beast's injuries grew more severe, while the damage to the Bation Zero mech grew less and less. However, cracks had already begun to appear on the Bation Zero mech, and it could collapse at any moment. Yet Lin had no intention of stopping. The primordial beast's speed slowed, its eyes turned blood red, appearing somewhat dazed, and the energy fluctuations emanating from its body grew faint. Clearly, under Lin's relentless barrage, it was struggling to hold on and its mind was growing unfocused. This monster doesn't seem to have much longer to hold out. Seeing this, Lin's eyes lit up.
He knew this was his chance, so he cast aside all caution, pushed the Bation Zero mech to its limits, and charged toward the primordial beast. A few seconds later, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the primordial beast let out an agonized howl as thick steel plates began peeling away from its body,
exposing its mana core.
Lin pressed his advantage and unleashed another punch. But this time, the beast managed to block the blow.
In an instant, flames shot skyward. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks kept appearing all over the primordial beast's body. Moments later, the entire mech collapsed completely, revealing its mana core before Lin's eyes. Roar!
The primordial beast let out an agonized growl, its gaze filled with hatred as it looked at Lin. It tried to turn and flee, but its body was already covered in wounds, leaving it unable to walk.
Rumble, rumble.
Its body kept shrinking, and many of its dense scales fell off, revealing the bloodied, mangled muscles beneath. Finally, when all its scales had fallen off, it transformed into a slender, jet-black turtle, only 5 or 6 meters long, and lay motionless on the ground. Where the turtle's head should have been, there was a small hole from which a green liquid was slowly dripping.
Dead?
Lin paused, staring at the turtle before him in astonishment. This creature was by far the most terrifying being he had ever seen. Just then, the turtle opened its eyes. They glowed with a cold, indifferent light as it stared at Lin. It suddenly sprang into action, darting toward Lin at breakneck speed. With every step it took, the ground shook violently.
Humph. So you're not dead after all. Lin let out a cold laugh.
He thought the creature was already dead, but seeing it move now, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that the reason this monster hadn't died was not only because of its formidable defenses but also because of the energy sphere from earlier, which had helped it withstand many of the attacks.
Otherwise, with just that energy cannon alone, even a divine beast like this would have been defeated. What exactly are you? You're clearly not a demon beast, so why do you know how to use an energy cannon?
Lin frowned as he looked at the turtle, sensing the powerful aura emanating from it, and his mood grew somber. Although the turtle was severely wounded, Lin felt that defeating it would still be no easy task.
I am a being you could never have imagined.
The turtle's tone was icy as it continued to lunge toward Lin.
Without a word, Lin charged forward to meet it. Boom, boom, boom.
In just a few minutes of combat, the two had clashed no fewer than dozens of times. Lin's mech was battered and torn, riddled with holes, and looked as if it might collapse at any moment. The turtle, too, was covered in scars, traces left by the Bation Zero's attacks. Although the turtle's body had been struck, its defenses were impenetrable. Even the Bation Zero's laser cannons were powerless against it. Therefore, the Bation Zero launched its most ferocious assault on the turtle. Countless laser blasts rained down from the sky, their deafening roar obliterating everything in the vicinity. Under the frenzied barrage of laser fire, the ground shook violently, as if the end of the world were upon them. The Batian Zero gazed at the turtle, inwardly satisfied with its deadly attack moments earlier, yet at the same time feeling a sense of regret. It was such a shame for something so entertaining to die like this. But Batian Zero didn't give up. He continued to bombard the turtle relentlessly with a barrage of attacks. Body Zero unleashed countless attacks on the turtle without tiring, and each strike caused massive destruction. Finally, after Body Zero's relentless barrage, the turtle could no longer withstand such a dense and terrifying onslaught. Under Body Zero's assault, its once jet-black body was now covered in scars. Even so, the turtle remained stubbornly standing in place, its eyes fixed intently on the Batian Zero. At the same time, it began to radiate a golden glow. The light enveloped its entire body, and piece after piece of mecha debris began to solidify around it. After a few minutes or so, a massive mecha reappeared before Lin's eyes. This is. Upon seeing this mech, excitement flashed in Lin's eyes. For this creature was no ordinary being, it was an ancient Xian turtle. The Taishan classic records that in the north lies the vast sea, from which the Xian turtle is born. The Xian turtle exhales true qi, which transforms into divine water, and divine water gives rise to the kidneys. Legend has it that long ago, when the great ancestor of Taishan was traveling through the mortal realm, he saved a severely wounded Xuanwu on the brink of death. The Xuanwu then gifted him a drop of divine water. After consuming it, the great ancestor of Taishan's power surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing level. This black tortoise bore a striking resemblance to the description in the parchment scroll of the Taishan canon that Lin held in his hands. Moreover, this black tortoise was clearly far larger and more majestic than the one described in the Taishan canon. Roar! The black tortoise let out a furious roar toward the heavens, then charged directly at Batian Lingshi. Batian Lingshi looked at the tortoise, whose aura was overwhelming. He furrowed his brow slightly, his expression turning grave. He crossed his arms in front of him, assuming a defensive stance. Boom! The mystic turtle collided with the Batian Zero's arms, producing a deafening roar. The ground beneath the Batian Zero instantly cracked, forming a deep chasm, while the Batian Zero was sent reeling back more than 10 meters. What incredible defense, the Batian Zero exclaimed in awe. Although this turtle was merely a form composed of soul energy, its defensive power was truly terrifying. If it had been an ordinary mech, it would likely have been written off long ago, but the surface of Batian Zero's mech showed only minor cracks. However, even though the black tortoise held the upper hand, Batian Zero was no pushover either. He raised his right leg and kicked the black tortoise squarely in the abdomen. Crack! The armor on the mystic turtle's abdomen dented inward, revealing fine cracks, but it quickly repaired itself. The mystic turtle lunged at Batian Zero once more, and Batian Zero raised his right leg again, kicking the turtle in the abdomen. Crack! The mystic turtle's armor dented inward once more, but it repaired itself just as quickly. The two were locked in a stalemate. Damn it, how could this happen? No sooner had the Body Zero finished speaking than he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his back, sending him flying backward. Thud! Body Zero's body crashed heavily to the ground. The black tortoise pressed its advantage, pouncing on Body Zero. Body Zero tried to fight back, but he was no match for it. Body Zero was pinned to the ground by the black tortoise, which stomped viciously on him, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Suddenly, Batian Lingshi's mouth snapped open, and a missile shot out from his mouth. Boom! The missile struck Xiangu, blowing him to pieces. But Xiangu was completely unharmed and continued to pin Batian Lingshi down. You bastard! Get the hell out of here! Body Zero let out an angry roar and struggled frantically. His right leg slammed into the ground, kicking the black tortoise away. Boom! The black tortoise crashed into a distant mountainside, causing the entire face of the mountain to collapse instantly, sending dust flying everywhere. The black tortoise was buried beneath the rubble. Body Zero panted, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed he had finally narrowly escaped this crisis. He turned to leave, planning to go back first to find some food to replenish his strength, and then return to kill the damned turtle once he had recovered. Ha! After taking a few steps, Ba Tianlingshi suddenly let out a puzzled exclamation. To his surprise, the mystic turtle he had just defeated had vanished into thin air. At that moment, Lin suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He finally understood why the Supreme God had sent him to deal with this creature. Its power far exceeded anything he could have imagined. It could even be described as terrifying. At that moment, the mystic turtle was in the shadows while Lin was in the light. He had absolutely no way of determining its location. Moreover, he had already witnessed the mystic turtle's power and incredible toughness just moments ago. Relying solely on his current Ba Tian Zero form was nowhere near enough. So, Lin decided it would be best to play it safe for now. He resolved to hide first and wait until he had recovered to his peak condition. With that in mind, Lin suppressed his aura and crept quietly toward the edge of the forest. But before he had taken more than a few steps, a colossal biomech charged at breakneck speed straight toward Lin's Ba Tian Zero. Boom! The Ba Tian Zero was sent flying, knocking down several trees before crashing heavily to the ground, smoke billowing from its body. When Lin got a clear look at the biomech, his face fell in shock. It had a truly bizarre appearance. First of all, its head resembled a human's, its torso that of a snake, and its tail that of a scorpion. Furthermore, this human-headed, snake-bodied monster was entirely pitch black, looking just like a robot cast from steel devoid of any flesh or blood, with a metallic sheen that gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. Are you a mechanical warrior? Lin stared at the mechanical warrior and couldn't help but ask. He detected a faint metallic scent emanating from the mechanical warrior, and its palms were translucent. It seemed even its bones were made of pure metal. Hearing Lin's question, the mechanical warrior emitted a hoarse, unpleasant sound from its throat. All you need to know is that you're going to die today. Whoosh! The mechanical warrior flashed forward, closing the distance to Lin in the blink of an eye. Clenching his right fist, he slammed it toward Lin's head like a hammer. Humph! Don't you think you're underestimating me a bit too much? Lin let out a cold laugh, forming his left hand into a claw as he reached out to grab the mechanical warrior's fist, wanting to see if he could block this attack. Boom! In the next instant, Lin was sent reeling 5 or 6 steps backward before he could barely steady himself. He looked at the mechanical warrior with a hint of astonishment. This machine was simple and brutal, but absolutely terrifying. That punch had felt like a meteorite crashing down. If the Ba Tian Zero hadn't been reinforced, it might already be scrapped by now. This time, it was the mechanical warrior's turn to look stunned. It hadn't expected Lin to block its punch, and with such apparent ease, at that. It let out a cold snarl and charged at Lin once more, moving so fast that it was upon him in the blink of an eye, its fist slamming out. Lin twisted his body to dodge the attack. Boom! Several towering trees behind him were shattered simultaneously, sending splinters flying everywhere in a terrifying spectacle. First it was the mystic turtle, and now this mech. What on earth is going on? Could there be some special connection between the two? Lin suddenly found himself wondering this. However, questions aside, Lin decided to beat the thing to a pulp first. Then he'd figure out a way to get out of here. He engaged in a fierce battle with the Ba Tian Zero. Although this mechanical warrior was formidable, it was far inferior to Lin in both strength and skill. In the blink of an eye, the mech was already covered in scars, with flashes of electricity dancing across its surface. Yet it seemed oblivious to the pain, remaining as ferocious as ever. Lin grew more and more confident as the battle raged on, though a sense of not at him. Ba Tian Zero's energy reserves would be depleted in just 10 minutes. Suddenly, a frenzied roar rang out. The sound sent a shiver down Lin's spine, and he instinctively looked in the direction of the noise. He saw a giant python slithering toward them, while the mechanical warrior had also halted its attack, standing still and staring at the python. Clearly, the python's target was the mechanical warrior. This giant python was 7 or 8 meters long, entirely silver white, covered head to toe in scales, and sported a sharp, single horn on its forehead that radiated a bone-chilling aura. A silver-horned dragon beast? Lin's face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected there to be so many divine beasts in this small world. This dragon beast was one of the most powerful combatants in their mythological tales. However, this small world likely only harbored creatures of this caliber. If there were truly any more formidable beings, they would have likely fled long ago. Lin paid no heed to the giant serpent. Instead, he started the engine and took off at full speed. He knew that the top priority right now was to replenish his energy. Chapter 81, Sacred Canyon. Seeing that Lin actually dared to run, the silver-horned dragon beast flew into a rage and let out a furious roar. Immediately, it lashed out with its tail, striking the ground. Instantly, the earth shattered, sending dirt flying everywhere as deep gullies appeared, as if an earthquake had struck. It shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bow, chasing after Lin. A creature of this caliber moved at an astonishing speed. Although Lin had the Bation Zero, he was still completely overtaken by the silver-horned dragon beast. Oh no! This is going to be tough. Lin's expression changed, and he immediately maneuvered the Bation Zero to change direction, trying to outmaneuver the silver-horned dragon beast. However, the moment the Bation Zero turned, the silver-horned dragon beast had already caught up, sweeping its tail toward the Bation Zero's head. Lin's expression darkened slightly as he hurriedly steered the Bation Zero to dodge, then pushed off the air and leaped into the air. Boom! The silver-horned dragon beast's tail lashed down on the Bation Zero's back. The machine shook violently, and with a crack, a tiny fissure actually appeared. Holy shit! Lin's heart was pounding. The power of that tail was simply outrageous. He had no time to flee. Gripping his sword with both hands, he slashed violently at the silver-horned dragon beast, this time without using the Bation Zero's blade. Thud! The Bation Zero struck the silver-horned dragon beast's head, but it only produced a dull thud as the Bation Zero was actually knocked back. The silver-horned dragon beast's defense was even more terrifying than Lin had imagined. Damn it! What the hell is this thing made of? Lin's expression grew grim. He had already pushed the Bation Zero's power to its absolute limit, yet he was still powerless against this creature. He even suspected its skeleton was made of titanium alloy. Roar! The silver-horned dragon beast roared and lunged at Lin's mech once more. Lin's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged again. This time, the Bation Zero was finally completely destroyed. With a massive boom, it exploded, sending flames flying in all directions. So powerful! It seems this thing truly lives up to its reputation as a creature from myth. Lin's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. By now, his mana chorus energy was completely depleted, leaving him able to activate only the Bation Zero's most basic function, the Armstrong rotary space cannon. Rumble! In the next instant, the Bation Zero's abdomen opened, and a black missile shot out, heading straight for the silver-horned dragon beast. The silver-horned dragon beast's speed also dropped sharply. Sensing that the missile's power was no joke, it dared not take the hit head-on and hurriedly dodged out of the way. Boom! The Armstrong-style missile struck the ground, blasting a massive crater. Within a radius of several thousand meters, the grass was torn up and trees snapped, as if an earthquake had struck. Roar! The silver-horned dragon beast glared furiously at Lin. It had recognized the missile's purpose and was, with rage and humiliation. Although the missile's power couldn't compare to a nuclear bomb, it was still the most powerful attack a martial artist at the peak of the ninth realm of the supernatural could unleash. It sensed the danger if it were hit. It might even be vaporized on the spot. Die! Lin shouted excitedly, secretly relieved in his heart that he had the Armstrong cannon. Otherwise, he might not have stood a chance against this silver-horned dragon beast. Boom! The silver-horned dragon beast roared and lunged at Lin once more, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts and sending a towering shockwave surging through the air. The beast's speed was incredible, and Lin hurriedly maneuvered the Bation Zero to dodge. Seeing that Lin was actually treating it like prey and toying with it, the silver-horned dragon beast grew even more enraged. Without a care in the world, it launched a frenzied attack, determined to kill Lin. In the beast's eyes, Lin's mech was nothing more than a toy, to be clawed and torn at will. Before long, numerous cracks had appeared on the mech's chest, and the entire machine was teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin's face turned ashen. His mana core was nearly depleted, leaving him truly drained of energy.
So, he swapped out the Bation Zero and summoned the Divine Dragon Venerable mech once more. He went on the offensive.
The Divine Dragon Venerable's arsenal was equally terrifying, equipped with laser guns, particle cannons, and many other weapons, each one a top-tier, S-class surpassing weapon. While dodging the silver-horned dragon beast's attacks, Lin kept his eyes peeled for the perfect moment, waiting for the chance to deliver a single, decisive blow. Suddenly, Lin narrowed his eyes, raised his right arm, and pinched a red orb between his index and middle fingers. Kiss of death. Lin barked coldly, then snapped his fingers. The red orb shot out, streaking toward the silver-horned dragon beast at a speed almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. The silver-horned dragon beast sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but was half a step too late. Splatter! Blood gushed out. The silver-horned dragon beast's left front claw was drenched in blood, and the limb was nearly dislocated at the shoulder. Roar! The silver-horned dragon beast let out an agonized howl and swept its massive tail across, aiming to smash the Divine Dragon Venerable to pieces. Lin was startled and twisted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. Boom! The silver-horned dragon beast's tail slammed into the cliff behind the Divine Dragon Venerable, and the 100-meter-tall peak was instantly reduced to rubble. This scene left Lin speechless. Holy crap! Is it really that powerful? Lin's heart was pounding. After all, that was a mountain, and the silver-horned dragon beast had actually destroyed the entire peak with a single tail swipe. Boom! The silver-horned dragon beast's tail missed its target and slammed violently into the ground once more, instantly causing the earth to shake and mountains to tremble as dust and smoke billowed into the air. Lin scrambled to dodge once again. He felt extremely anxious at that moment. If the fight continued, he would definitely be no match for this beast. There was simply no way he could win. After all, when it came to raw physical strength alone, the gap between him and the silver-horned dragon beast was far more than just a little. After all, even the Divine Dragon Venerable was no match for the Bation Zero. Roar! You can't escape! Suddenly, the silver-horned dragon beast let out a roar, and its massive body charged toward Lin. It clearly understood that Lin's mech was now out of commission. Boom! The silver-horned dragon beast's massive claw slammed into the Divine Dragon Venerable. With a thought, Lin transformed the Divine Dragon Venerable into a streak of light and shot into the sky. Roar! Damn it! Furious, the silver-horned dragon beast gave chase. In the blink of an eye, the silver-horned dragon beast caught up to the Divine Dragon Venerable. It extended its sharp claws, intending to crush the mech with a single swipe, but its attack missed. The Divine Dragon Venerable had transformed into a streak of light and darted into the clouds. It hovered among the clouds, surveying the scene below. The mountain range that had once stood there had long since been reduced to a flat plain. Now, deep within the valley, a pitch-black, menacing mech stood, resembling a lurking evil dragon ready to pounce and devour its enemies at any moment. The silver-horned dragon beast gazed at the pitch-black, menacing mech, its eyes filled with apprehension and fear. Its instincts told it that this mech was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Boom! In the next second, the Divine Dragon Venerable's laser cannon fired a red energy projectile, hurtling toward the silver-horned dragon beast. The silver-horned dragon beast's pupils contracted sharply, and it immediately used teleportation to dodge the attack. Boom! The energy projectile struck the spot where the silver-horned dragon beast had been standing just moments before, instantly blasting a huge crater into the ground as dirt and rocks flew everywhere. At that moment, the silver-horned dragon beast was terrified out of its wits. It knew that even its own ancestral ancestor would not have been able to escape unscathed if faced with this mech's attack. Roar! Roar! The silver-horned dragon beast roared twice in fury and turned to flee. It knew full well that it was no match for this human. Staying would only mean certain death. Whoosh! As the silver-horned dragon beast turned to flee, Lin had no intention of letting it get away. He piloted the Divine Dragon Venerable in hot pursuit. The Divine Dragon Venerable was equipped with supersonic cruise technology, giving it a speed far superior to that of ordinary mechs. In just a few moments, it had closed the distance between itself and the silver-horned dragon beast. Bang!
A laser cannon on the divine dragon venerable fired, striking the silver-horned dragon beast squarely in the tail. In pain, the creature staggered and fell to the ground. Whoosh! Lin, controlling the divine dragon venerable, leaped into the air and landed on the silver-horned dragon beast's head. Tensing his legs like steel whips, he delivered a fierce kick to its head. Roar! The silver-horned dragon beast roared, opening its mouth to spit out a water mana core, which landed in front of the divine dragon venerable's knee, blocking the kick. However, it was still sent reeling and tumbled downward. Its reaction was incredibly swift. In an instant, it regained its balance and turned to crawl away in the opposite direction. Lin, controlling the divine dragon venerable, delivered a punch to the silver-horned dragon beast's forehead. He struck with all his might, causing faint ripples to form in the surrounding space. The silver-horned dragon beast let out a piercing, mournful wail, its eyes filled with venom as it glared at the divine dragon venerable, as if it wanted to devour Lin. Humph! Lin snorted coldly through his nostrils. The divine dragon venerable glowed with a metallic sheen as a heavy blow landed on the silver-horned dragon beast's head. The silver-horned dragon beast let out an agonized scream. Its skull caved in slightly, and blood spurted from its mouth, staining a small patch of ground red. But soon, its body recovered. Damn it! It can actually come back to life? Lin cursed under his breath. This time, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he watched the silver-horned dragon beast closely. A purple glow appeared on the silver-horned dragon beast's head. The glow condensed into a small fireball, which spun as it burst out of its skull. That flame was the silver-horned dragon beast's soul fire. Though only the size of a basketball, it carried the scent of utter destruction. This was the silver-horned dragon beast's most powerful attack. Is this thing trying to launch a soul attack?